A genius boy who grew up in an orphanage shocked everyone on Global Career Awakening Day when he awakened a hidden profession that inspired both envy and sympathy. On the fateful day of September 1st, 2323, the campus square of Sandong Lanxiang Vocational Academy in Donghai City, Daxia, was bustling with excitement as the solemn career awakening ceremony was in full swing. As one of the top advanced vocational academies in Daxia, groups of young students, guided by their mentors, approached the towering career transition monument with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. From beneath the monument, a cold, synthesized voice announced one awakening after another. Yihei, career awakened. Life profession coffin bearer. Xiao Huahua, career awakened. Life profession alchemist. Bai Dachuan, career awakened. Life profession chef. Shi Hao, career awakened. Life profession dairy purifier. As student after student awakened life professions, the academy's headmaster, Song Yuan, furrowed his brows in concern. Nearly a tenth of the students had awakened. Yet not a single combat or support profession had emerged. How could the academy's reputation withstand such results? Just then, Song Yuan's gaze landed on a tall, striking figure at the front of the line. The young man, nearly 1.9 meters tall with sharp, handsome features, stood out effortlessly. Shun Lang, it's your turn. Come forward and prepare. Song Yuan called out with a smile. At his words, the entire square fell silent. Shen Lang's name was well known throughout Lanxiang Advanced Vocational Academy. This orphan from the slums had earned his place in the academy with a perfect score in the Career Transition Theory exam and first place in the combat assessment. For 3 years, he had maintained his rank as the top student, a position no one could challenge. But Shun Lang harbored a secret that no one knew: he was a transmigrator from 300 years ago. In this era of career awakenings, born out of a global mutation, humanity obtained professions through the Career Transition Monument and gained power by defeating ferocious beasts and exploring dungeons. For someone well-versed in online novels, this world was like a dream come true, a real-life MMORPG. As Shun Lang placed his palm against the monument, countless runes lit up like stars. A mysterious rune descended and fused into his forehead. Then, a cold, resounding voice echoed across the square. Shun Lang, career awakened, hidden profession beastmaster. In an instant, the entire square erupted in cheers. A hidden profession, one of the rarest professions in the world, with only a handful appearing globally each year. Yet the excitement soon gave way to murmurs, as beastmasters were notoriously expensive to sustain. Despite Shen Lang's extraordinary talent, as an orphan reliant on scholarships, how could he afford even the lowest grade beasts? But Shen Lang paid no attention to the whispers around him. His mind was consumed by a flood of system notifications. Congratulations! You have successfully awakened and become a beast master. Congratulations! You have obtained your exclusive beast space. Congratulations! You have learned the universal basic skill detection. Congratulations! You have learned Beastmaster exclusive skills contract, summoning, and healing. Congratulations! You have awakened the Beastmaster exclusive SS grade active talent bloodline insight. Congratulations! You have awakened the Beastmaster exclusive SS grade passive talent blessing. Congratulations! You have awakened the Beastmaster exclusive Godir active talent bloodline regression. Congratulations! You have awakened the Beastmaster exclusive Godir active talent extraction. Congratulations! You have awakened the Beastmaster exclusive Godir active talent beast fusion armor. Shun Lang felt a wave of confusion upon awakening as a Beast Tamer, a rare hidden profession. He had originally aspired to become a mage or dragon knight, but instead, fate had dealt him this unexpected hand. This type of profession inherently came with at least a level talent, giving its holders a significant advantage over ordinary practitioners right from the start. However, what seemed like a stroke of good fortune quickly turned into a source of stress for Shen Lang. As his classmates often said, Beast Tamers were notorious for being money sinks, with costs so high they bordered on terrifying. Ever since arriving in this world, he had been tirelessly preparing for his class transition, barely scraping by on academy scholarships. His current savings were less than 2,000 credits, nowhere near enough to afford even the most basic beast companion. It felt like owning a Gatling gun, but having no bullets to fire, a situation that was both frustrating and laughable. Just as he was about to lose his composure, the transition monument activated, revealing his class attributes and talents, 2 SS level talents and 3 Godir talents. The sheer brilliance of this configuration left Shun Lang utterly stunned. With his solid grasp of class theory, he immediately realized that this was no ordinary Beast Tamer profession. As a transmigrator, awakening such an overwhelmingly powerful hidden class seemed almost fitting. Before he could delve deeper into his detailed attribute panel, the voice of Dean Song Yuan interrupted him. Shun Lang, don't worry. Both the Academy and the nation will support you. For someone like you, a hidden class holder, we won't let your potential go to waste. Head to my office and wait for me there. I'll explain everything in detail shortly. Catching the subtle promise of benefits in those words, Shun Lang quickly agreed and made his way toward the administrative building. His hurried steps betrayed his excitement, though to onlookers, his figure seemed somewhat forlorn. Back in the plaza, murmurs from the students filled the air. Poor guy. It's hard not to feel bad for him. Should we chip in and help him buy a beast companion? Don't bother. Didn't they say the academy and government will support him? That depends on the level of his awakened talents. Even for hidden classes, most people only get B or A level talents at best. While the crowd speculated, Shun Lang had already reached the office and eagerly opened his attribute panel. Name, Shun Lang. Class, Beast Tamer. Level, 0. Base attributes, Strength 23, Agility 22, Constitution 21, Spirit 50. Talents, Bloodline Insight SSS, Divine Blessing SSS, Bloodline Reversion God-Ear, Talent Extraction God-Ear, Beast Armament God-Ear. Skills, Basic Detection, Contract Technique Exclusive, Summoning Technique Exclusive, Healing Technique Exclusive. General abilities, Swordsmanship LV7, Martial Arts LV10. Equipment, none. Beast Companions, none. Free attribute points, 0. As he stared at this astonishing array of talents, Shun Lang couldn't contain his excitement. For most, awakening even one talent was considered a stroke of incredible luck. Dual talents were as rare as phoenix feathers. But Shun Lang had awakened 5 top-tier talents at once, something entirely unheard of. Without hesitation, he clicked on the detailed description of his first talent. Bloodline Insight Beast Tamer Exclusive, SS level talent. Allows the user to analyze the bloodline of any beast. No level restrictions. No energy consumption. Note: recommended to pair with the God-Ear talent, Bloodline Reversion. Seeing this recommendation, Shun Lang's curiosity surged. He immediately opened the detailed information for Bloodline Reversion. Shun Lang stared at the talent information that appeared before his eyes, his heartbeat quickening uncontrollably. The first God-Ear talent, Bloodline Reversion, caught his attention, and its description left him momentarily breathless. The ability to revert any beast's bloodline to its most powerful ancestral form, with no restrictions or energy consumption. The power of this talent lay in its complete disruption of the norms within the Beastmaster profession. Typically, a beast's potential is closely tied to the strength of its bloodline, but identifying and activating hidden bloodlines often requires immense resources. This is why Beastmasters are commonly known as a gold-devouring profession. However, for Shun Lang, these obstacles were now a thing of the past. Taking a deep breath to steady his excitement, he turned his attention to the other 2 God-Ear talents. Talent Extraction allowed him to extract 1 talent from any beast without limitation or cost. When combined with Bloodline Reversion, this meant that as long as he found beasts with divine level potential, he could acquire at least an S-tier talent. Even better, Beastmasters could contract multiple beasts, effectively enabling him to amass a collection of high-level talents. Shun Lang couldn't hide his excitement, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. He moved on to examine the final God-Ear talent, Beast Armament. This talent broke the traditional limitation that beasts could not equip gear. The thought of a fully armed divine beast was enough to make its potential power truly unimaginable. In that moment, Shun Lang solidified his resolve to become a Beastmaster. The combination of these God-Ear talents would undoubtedly pave the way for him to ascend to the pinnacle of the profession. Confidence radiated from his face, as if he could already see himself conquering the world in the future. Shun Lang gave a faint smile as his gaze fell on the final SS-grade talent. Blessing, this SS-grade passive talent, exclusive to Beastmasters, immediately caught his attention. Its attributes were astonishing. No mana consumption when using Beastmaster-specific skills, no cooldown time, and a 500 increase in skill effectiveness. It was like a divine talent tailor-made for Beastmasters. As a Beastmaster, his combat strength primarily came from his beasts, while his own role was akin to that of a support healer, providing various buffs to enhance his beasts. With the Blessing talent, not only could he freely stack skill buffs on his beasts, but the effectiveness of these skills would also be multiplied 5-fold. Unable to contain his excitement, Shun Lang eagerly opened his skill panel and examined his current abilities. He discovered he had 4 skills. The first was a basic skill, Inspect, a general-purpose skill available to all professions. It allowed him to view information on targets up to 10 levels higher than himself. Unfortunately, this skill wasn't enhanced by Blessing. Otherwise, he could have analyzed targets up to 50 levels above his own. Next came 3 Beastmaster-specific skills. Contract Technique. This skill was used to form a master-servant contract with beasts, with the success rate depending on the level difference between him and the beast. With the added benefits of Bloodline Insight, Bloodline Reversion, and the 5-fold boost from Blessing, contracting beasts with powerful bloodlines would no longer be a challenge. Summoning Technique. This skill allowed him to summon beasts between their spatial realm and the real world. With the Blessing enhancement, It now completely ignored mana consumption. Healing technique. This skill restored the mana and health of his beasts and could even heal himself. With the five-fold recovery effect from Blessing, his beasts could essentially remain in peak condition, enabling nearly invincible combat. Of course, this assumed his beasts wouldn't be killed in a single strike, but with ancestral bloodline reversion turning them into divine beasts, how many opponents could accomplish such a feat? Shun Lang then checked his general abilities. The past 3 years of effort had paid off. His swordsmanship had reached level 7, and his hand-to-hand combat was at level 10, putting him ahead of many lower-tier professionals. While these skills were supplementary for a beast master since their primary strength lay in their beasts, they still provided some level of personal security. Having thoroughly analyzed his skill panel, Shun Lang felt an overwhelming sense of confidence about the future. However, an immediate and pressing issue remained money. As a novice professional under level 5, he couldn't venture outside the city to hunt wild beasts, and the beasts in city dungeons couldn't be contracted. To acquire a beast, his only option was to purchase one at the city's professional trading market. Unfortunately, the ever-persistent issue of money had yet to be resolved. Shen Lang sat in Dean Song Yuan's office, his thoughts surging like waves. He reflected on the events of the job transition ceremony, carefully planning his path forward. Although the profession of Beastmaster seemed challenging, he wasn't worried. After all, Dean Song had assured him that both the Academy and the nation would provide him with full support. The policies in this world, 300 years into the future, were indeed impressive. The scholarship systems, especially for professionals, were particularly generous. Shun Lang calculated silently given his talent, he should be able to secure a considerable amount of funding. His expectations weren't high. Starting capital of 10 to 20 million would suffice. As for whether to conceal his talent, Shun Lang had given it serious thought. He understood the saying, the tallest tree in the forest is the first to be felled, and worried that revealing his abilities too early might bring trouble. However, he quickly realized that, in his current situation, it was nearly impossible to completely hide his talent. Instead of being overly cautious, it might be safer to face things openly. Under the spotlight, he might actually be more secure. I'm destined to climb to the peak, why should I hide in the shadows? Shen Lang silently encouraged himself. Of course, he wasn't foolish enough to reveal all his cards. Keeping some aces up his sleeve for critical moments was still essential. As Shun Lang was lost in thought, the office door swung open. Dean Songyuan entered with a smile, a stark contrast to the worried expression he had worn at the start of the ceremony. Clearly, the subsequent transitions had produced several outstanding combat and support professionals. Shun Lang, have you been waiting long? Songyuan asked cheerfully, gesturing for him to remain seated. No, just a short while. Shun Lang quickly stood up and replied. Song Yuan sat across from Shen Lang, his smile slightly fading as he got straight to the point. Shun Lang, you've always been a role model for our academy, and this time you didn't disappoint, awakening the hidden profession of Beastmaster. Excellent, truly excellent. That said, the Beastmaster profession does come with its challenges, but don't worry, the academy and the nation have measures in place to support you. Hidden professions also come with dedicated scholarships. Shun Lang nodded in acknowledgement, not interrupting. He was familiar with the scholarship system prior to the transition, but less informed about what came after. Song Yuan continued, for awakening a hidden profession, the nation grants a scholarship of 1 million, and the academy adds another 500,000. That's the base reward, a total of 1.5 million. Beyond that, additional rewards are given based on the talent level of the awakening. For talents rated C or below, the reward is 1 million. For B-level talents, 3 million. A-level talents, 5 million. And for S-level talents, 10 million. At this point, Song Yuan paused briefly, smiling as he asked, Shun Lang, what level of talent did you awaken? It was clear that Song Yuan assumed Shun Lang's talent would fall somewhere between B and A levels. Mentioning the reward for S-level talents was more of a hopeful afterthought. As for S-level or SS-level talents, he didn't even bring them up. Those were so rare that only a handful might emerge globally in a year. Hearing that S-level talents came with a 10 million reward, Shun Lang was already ecstatic inside. That amount would be more than enough to purchase a first or second-tier beast. He planned to seek out a beast with a powerful bloodline, not necessarily one of a high level. However, Shun Lang couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. After all, he didn't seem to have an S-level talent. His lowest was SS level. Internally, he allowed himself a fleeting moment of self-satisfaction before looking earnestly at Song Yuan and asking, Dean, I was wondering, if it's an SS level talent, how much scholarship would that come with? SS level talent? Well, the scholarship for that level would be. Song Yuan began to respond instinctively, but then he froze mid-sentence. Realization dawned on him, and he abruptly stood up from the sofa, staring intently at Shun Lang. For a moment, he was so stunned that he couldn't find the words to speak. An SS-level talent. Song Yuan's voice pitched high with excitement as he flipped over the tea table and leaned in so close to Shun Lang's face that their noses almost touched. Shun Lang instinctively leaned back, trying to escape the overpowering scent of garlic on Song Yuan's breath. You awakened an SS-level talent? Song Yuan pressed eagerly, his eyes sparkling with fervor. Seems like it, Shun Lang replied awkwardly, shifting slightly to the side to put some distance between them. What do you mean, seems like it? Let me see your talent panel right now, Song Yuan demanded, his voice brimming with uncontrollable excitement. All right, Headmaster, Shun Lang replied, inching further away before cautiously revealing his talent panel. Knowing full well the commotion an SS-level talent could cause, he wisely concealed his other talents, leaving only Blessing, the SS-level talent, visible. The panel displayed Blessing, exclusive SS-level talent for Beast Tamers. Passive talent. When casting Beast Tamer exclusive skills, there is no mana cost, no cooldown, and effects are increased by 500. Song Yuan stared at the panel, his eyes glued to the display, his eyebrows twitching uncontrollably as his expression shifted through a range of emotions. Inside, his heart was in turmoil, overwhelmed with exhilaration. After years without producing an SS-level talent holder, Lanxiang Academy had finally uncovered a hidden gem. Suppressing the urge to immediately announce this monumental news to the world, Song Yuan took a deep breath. With a serious tone, he cautioned, Shun Lang, an SS-level talent is indeed extraordinary, but you've only just started on your path. There's still a long journey ahead. In the future, be sure to keep a low profile. Do you understand? Yes, Headmaster. I understand, Shun Lang replied respectfully, standing up and bowing slightly. Song Yuan nodded in approval and waved his hand. All right, you may go now. Shun Lang hesitated for a moment before asking, Headmaster, about the scholarship. Song Yuan laughed and scolded. Don't worry. It'll be transferred to your account soon. As for the amount, you'll find out when it arrives. Reassured, Shun Lang bid farewell and left. After taking just a few steps, he heard a loud clap and muffled laughter coming from the office behind him. Clearly, Song Yuan was struggling to contain his excitement. A faint smile tugged at Shun Lang's lips. He thought to himself that if he had revealed his god-ear talent, the headmaster might have completely lost his composure. For now, he decided to head home and wait for the scholarship funds to arrive before visiting the trading market. Not long after he hopped into a taxi, his phone buzzed with a text notification. Grand Xia Commercial Bank. Your account ending in 6789 received a deposit of 101,500,000 yuan at 11:23. Current balance, 101,500,984 yuan. Reminder, our bank will never ask for your card PIN or verification code. Beware of scams. Shun Lang carefully counted the digits, confirming that it was indeed 101.5 million yuan. He quickly realized that the 1.5 million was the base scholarship, while the additional 100 million was a special reward for his SS-level talent. This massive sum underscored the nation's emphasis on nurturing potential talent. In this era dominated by professional awakenings, the country needed a strong cadre of exceptional individuals. To the government, this money was just numbers on a ledger, a small price to pay for securing the loyalty and contributions of the most promising talent. It was an investment well worth making. Of course, loyalty among professionals is often unpredictable. Shun Lang couldn't help but recall those so-called top students from 300 years ago who had received generous scholarships but, after honing their skills, defected to foreign lands in droves. Shaking his head, he realized that the situation remains the same today. Human nature is complex and hard to fathom. As for the current state of the Great Xia Kingdom, Shun Lang did feel a faint sense of belonging, but that was about it. A reward of 100 million yuan was indeed tempting, but it wasn't enough to make him risk his life. He calculated in his mind that lending a hand when necessary wouldn't be a problem, but anything beyond that would depend on how the Great Xia treated him in the future. After all, before he could grow strong enough, dangers were lurking everywhere. Driver, turn around and head to the professional trading market. Shun Lang suddenly changed his mind and said excitedly, the money's already in my account, so forget about eating for now. Let's go buy a divine beast first. Before long, Shun Lang arrived at the bustling professional trading market in the heart of Donghai City. This marketplace, established under official guidance, brought together state-owned enterprises and private companies, offering almost everything a professional could need. Equipment, potions, beasts, tools, you name it, they had it. Coincidentally, today was Global Job Change Day, when countless students had just completed their job transitions and were eager to purchase essential items for their new roles. The market was packed with people, and aside from the storefront merchants, private vendors had also set up roadside stalls, their calls to attract customers rising and falling in a lively chorus. Shun Lang's primary objective for this trip was to acquire a beast companion. He had already researched the largest beast selling store in the market using his phone before arriving and quickly found his destination, Wansho Pavilion. This joint public-private operation was renowned for its quality assurance and wide selection of beasts. With his godder talent, bloodline insight, Shun Lang needed access to a diverse range of beasts. He thought to himself, as long as there are enough options, I should be able to find one with a powerful bloodline, right? For his first beast companion, he wasn't about to settle for anything less than the best. The Beast Pavilion occupies a vast area, with its entrance marked by a grand and imposing tower. Stepping over the threshold, a spacious hall opens up before your eyes, lined with countless display platforms on all sides. Each platform contains ferocious beasts of various shapes and sizes, an incredible variety on display. Behind these platforms lie hidden courtyards, which serve as the true holding areas for a large number of these beasts. The entire structure is lavishly decorated, exuding an opulent, palace-like grandeur. As Shun Lang stepped into the hall, he noticed that it was already bustling with numerous professionals carefully selecting their beasts. Most of them appeared to be newly transitioned beginners, some accompanied by their parents. After all, rookie professionals often lack financial resources and have to rely on their families for support in the early stages. Notably, Beast Tamers, being a hidden profession, were quite rare. These professionals were primarily purchasing beasts to gain experience for leveling up. The beasts sold at the Beast Pavilion covered all levels and had undergone special treatments, making it possible even for low-level professionals to purchase and defeat them to gain experience. With sufficient funds, one could theoretically level up to level 5 just by defeating these beasts. It was for this reason that the Beast Pavilion always thrived with business and saw a constant stream of visitors after the global transition day. Shun Lang glanced around the hall and saw several attractive sales representatives enthusiastically explaining the details of the beasts on display to customers. Just then, a young female sales representative, seemingly around 18 or 19 years old, quickly approached him with a bright smile. Wherever Shun Lang went, his good looks often earned him special treatment. "Hello, handsome. How can I assist you today?" she asked warmly. The saleswoman was tall, beautiful, and exuded energy. "Are you looking to buy a pet beast? We have all sorts of adorable little creatures here, with plenty of options. Would you like me to introduce you to some?" "I'd like to take a look around first, thank you." Shun Lang politely declined her offer. A flicker of disappointment crossed the saleswoman's eyes, but she maintained her professional smile and replied, "Of course, let me know if you need any assistance." Shun Lang nodded and made his way through the crowd toward the display platforms. In the far right corner, he noticed a beast resembling a Komodo dragon. Its entire body was fiery red, with scales faintly patterned like flames, and its breaths emitted a faint glow of fire, clearly a fire-type beast. A nearby electronic screen detailed the beast's information. Fire-breathing lizard. Level 3. Bloodline potential. Ordinary grade, 2-star fire dragon bloodline. Abilities. Decent fire manipulation. The term, ordinary grade, 2-star, referred to the beast's quality classification. Ordinary grade was equivalent to common monsters in games, with higher grades including Elite, Legendary, Beast King, and Divine Beast. A 2-star rating was akin to a professional's second job advancement, meaning this fire-breathing lizard could grow to a maximum of level 60 but could not evolve into a true fire dragon. Unless it encountered a rare opportunity, level 60 would be its limit. Despite this, Shun Lang decided to use his bloodline insight skill on the fire-breathing lizard. The results matched the information provided by the Beast Pavilion almost exactly. Fire-breathing lizard. Level 3. Bloodline upper limit. Ordinary grade, 2-star fire dragon. Growth limit, level 60. Shun Lang glanced at the price tag. 8 million. For someone like him, with billions in his account, this was a trivial amount, could easily buy 10 of these lizards at once. However, even if he could use bloodline reversion to transform the fire-breathing lizard into a fire dragon, what use would a level 60 ordinary fire dragon be? It would be a complete waste of his gaudier talent, bloodline reversion. Only beasts with divine beast-level bloodlines were worthy of such an ability. Adhering to his principle of quality over quantity, Shun Lang decisively moved on to the next display. Gale Wolf. Level 4. Bloodline potential. Ordinary grade, silver-backed flying wolf. Growth limit, 1 star, level 30. Silver-backed flying wolf? What trash? Shun Lang thought as he continued forward. Flame bird. Level 3. Bloodline potential, elite grade, scarlet flame sparrow. Growth limit, 2 star, level 60. Elite grade, huh? Still trash, Shun Lang muttered, shaking his head as he moved on. Iron armored bull. Level 4. Bloodline potential, elite grade, golden steel bull. Growth limit, 2 star, level 60. Golden steel bull? A level 60 godly bull? That godly title is really pushing it, Shun Lang scoffed, continuing his search. Suddenly, a peculiar display caught his attention. Inside the platform was a skeleton. A skeleton? This counts as a beast? Shun Lang wondered. But then, he recalled that skeletons were a common type of monster found in the wild and in various dungeon instances. Using his bloodline insight skill, Shun Lang immediately examined the skeleton. Its information appeared before him. Jade Skeleton. Level 5. Bloodline Potential. Legendary Grade. Crystal Skeleton General. Growth Limit 6 star. Shun Lang was momentarily stunned. This skeleton isn't bad at all, it actually has a legendary bloodline. The growth cap of 6 stars meant that this skeleton, once it reverted to its ancestral form as a Crystal Skeleton General, could reach level 180. Shen Lang's gaze instinctively fell on the price tag at 9 million. He subconsciously thought of his scholarship and sighed inwardly. Clearly, the government was well aware of the steep costs of beast taming. By awarding him a scholarship of 100 million, they undoubtedly hoped his first tamed beast would reach the legendary level, laying a solid foundation for his future. For an ordinary SS-level talent beast tamer, a legendary bloodline beast would indeed be an excellent starting point. However, for Shun Lang, this level of beast was far from sufficient. He paused for a moment, then decided to keep exploring the other displays. In his heart, he silently vowed, I must not compromise when it comes to choosing my beast. Over the next half hour, Shun Lang meticulously examined the beasts on display at every booth in the hall. The majority of them had common or elite bloodlines, with only a few boasting legendary bloodlines. There was even a king-level Beasta lion cub carrying the bloodline of the Golden Lion King. However, no matter how highly Shen Lang regarded the Golden Lion King, the exorbitant price alone was enough to deter him. As for beasts with divine-level bloodlines, there wasn't a single one in the entire hall. A faint trace of disappointment emerged on Shen Lang's face. At that moment, the saleswoman from earlier noticed his expression and approached him once again. What's the matter, young man? Are you not satisfied with the beasts at our 10,000 beast pavilion? She asked softly. Shun Lang looked up at her and asked, Are the beasts in this hall all you have in stock? The saleswoman was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and replied, Of course not. This is just a small portion of the beasts we have at the 10,000 beast pavilion, mainly those suitable as pets or for beast taming, as they're easier to display. In the warehouse behind the scenes, we have many more rare and valuable beasts. The moment Shun Lang heard the word valuable, he knew those beasts were out of his reach. He gave a wry smile and said, Right, valuable, I can't afford them. The saleswoman, experienced in reading people, immediately recognized Shen Lang's financial predicament. However, she showed no hint of disdain. Instead, she maintained a kind and approachable tone as she continued, You seem like you've just completed your job transition. Are you looking to buy some beasts to level up quickly and get through the beginner phase? As she spoke, she pointed toward a bustling entrance in the hall and added, Over there is a section of the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion specifically designed for new tamers. It features low-level, low-star beasts whose bloodline quality hasn't been determined yet. Would you like to take a look? The price of low-grade beasts was undeniably affordable, making them the go-to choice for those on a tight budget and an ideal target for gaining experience points. But what truly caught Shen Lang's attention was the untapped potential of these beasts' unassessed bloodlines. Thanks to his divine tier ability, Bloodline Insight, Shen Lang had no need for the Beast Pavilion's bloodline evaluation services. The beasts with confirmed bloodline potential were either well beyond his budget or fell short of his expectations. On the other hand, these unassessed beasts presented him the perfect opportunity to utilize his gift. There was always a chance he'd uncover a rare and overlooked bloodline among them. Let's go take a look then. Thank you for your help, Shun Lang said to the female sales associate. Oh, it's no trouble at all. Follow me, handsome, she replied. Her cheeks tinged with a blush as she eagerly led the way. The entrance was bustling with people, but as they ventured deeper into the pavilion, the crowd thinned out. Unlike the polished displays at the front, the interior was lined with towering cages. Each cage housed a single type of beast, with numbers ranging from a handful to dozens. A strong metallic tang of blood filled the air. Occasionally, Shen Lang passed by cages where newly transitioned professionals were killing these low-grade beasts, rendered defenseless by the Beast Pavilion's special methods. Outside the cages, their families cheered them on from the sidelines. The scene brought a wry smile to Shen Lang's face as he shook his head slightly. As they walked, the female associate explained, These beasts were all captured from outside the city, handsome. They're low-tier, low-grade bloodlines, but I assure you their quality is top-notch. Of course, since they've been subdued, the experience points you gain from killing them will be reduced, but you can always make up for it with quantity. Shen Lang carefully examined each cage, activating his bloodline insight to inspect every beast. Just as she mentioned, these were common one-star bloodline beasts frequently found in the wild. They were so ordinary that the Beast Pavilion didn't even bother conducting bloodline assessments, simply offering them as fodder for beginners to train on. After passing by over a dozen cages without any luck, Shun Lang remained undeterred, meticulously evaluating each beast. After all, if powerful bloodlines were so easily discovered, the world would have long been dominated by beast masters. Half an hour later, they arrived at a cage filled with fire pythons, each as thick as a bowl. The snakes, their dull red scales glinting with an eerie iridescence under the lights, lay motionless on the ground, their energy completely drained. Fire pythons pretty common, 1-star low-grade beasts. Their growth cap is only around level 30, the sales associate explained. Shun Lang casually activated his bloodline insight, but the moment he did, his pupils contracted sharply. One particular fire python, battered and covered in wounds, immediately caught his attention. Its body was riddled with gashes so deep that its writhing internal organs were faintly visible. The snake was barely clinging to life, its forked tongue flickering weakly. The results of his bloodline insight sent Shen Lang's heart racing. Fire Python, level 5. Bloodline potential mythical 10-star Medusa Queen. Growth potential level 300. Suppressing his excitement, Shun Lang kept his expression neutral and asked, "How much are these fire pythons?" "These are all level 5, handsome. The original price is 10,000 yuan each, but I can offer you a 50 discount, just 5,000 each." How does that sound? The price, a fraction of what beasts on display usually cost, and the casual offer of a 50 discount from a regular salesperson made Shun Lang inwardly cautious. Still, he nodded and said, "All right, 5,000 it is. He'll take the entire cage." "Got it, handsome." The sales associate responded with enthusiasm. To her, anyone visiting the Beast Pavilion likely had deep pockets. Selling a couple dozen fire pythons for a modest sum of over 100,000 yuan was just a routine transaction. Compared to the ferocious beasts in the outer exhibition hall, where prices easily reached millions, these snakes priced at just a few 100,000 were indeed a drop in the bucket. Shun Lang followed the saleswoman and quickly completed the payment process before finding himself once again standing outside the cage of the fire pythons. Though the Myriad Beast Pavilion offered delivery services, Shun Lang decided to deal with the fire pythons on the spot, considering the limited space in his home. Fortunately, the pavilion provided a convenient low-cost carcass recycling service, which he found quite satisfactory. "Sir, the gate is now open for you," the saleswoman said with a polite gesture before tactfully stepping away, leaving Shun Lang alone to handle his business. After scanning his surroundings to ensure everything was secure, Shun Lang stepped into the beast cage. Instantly, 22 pairs of snake eyes locked onto him. Thankfully, these tier 5 beasts were tightly restrained. Otherwise, even one of them could have easily devoured him whole. He walked straight to the fire python that bore the bloodline of the mythical 10-star Medusa Queen. Squatting down for a closer look, he examined this seemingly ordinary low-tier beast. To his astonishment, it harbored such an extraordinary lineage, a discovery, nothing short of miraculous. Truly, the protagonist's destiny shone through. Even in mundane circumstances, he managed to uncover hidden treasures. The fire python lay motionless, its body stiff, with only its amber eyes following Shun Lang's every move, as if observing this strange human. Before long, however, its gaze turned dull and lifeless, as though it had resigned itself to its fate. At that moment, Shun Lang gently placed his palm on the python's head. Instantly, a golden magic circle enveloped them both. This was the signature skill of a beast master. Contract magic. The fire python's forked tongue froze midair, and a flicker of human-like shock flashed through its amber eyes. If it could speak, it would undoubtedly exclaim, "What the? Are you blind, human? I'm so weak, and yet you're actually contracting with me?" The fire python, though puzzled by the intent of this human before it, instinctively accepted the contract. Within this beast cage, it had witnessed countless ferocious beasts meet their tragic ends, never once seeing anyone leave alive. To the fire python, this place represented the final destination of death. Yet now, someone was willing to form a contract with it, offering a glimmer of hope for rebirth. Even the humblest of lives instinctively strive to survive, how much more so for a fierce beast. At the moment the contract was sealed, Shun Lang immediately felt the unique bond established between himself and the fire python. Following that, a cascade of system notifications poured down like a torrential rain. "Congratulations! You have successfully formed a contract with the beast fire python." Fire python attributes: Fire element, level 5, Strength 51, Agility 50, Constitution 54, Spirit 60A. Talent: F level fire attribute, attack 15. Skills: Fire armor, Fire spike. However, even more shocking notifications followed in quick succession. SSS level talent bloodline insight triggered. Detected that the contracted beast possesses traces of the mythical 10-star Medusa Queen's ancient bloodline. Divine talent bloodline reversion triggered. Would you like to activate the fire python's ancient bloodline, reverting it into the Medusa Queen? Divine talent extraction triggered. Would you like to extract talents from the contracted beast? Divine talent beast armament triggered. Would you like to transform the contracted beast into an armament? Faced with these astonishing options, Shun Lang chose no without hesitation. While he had no intention of hiding his abilities forever, he preferred to reveal them selectively to specific individuals. Clearly, the Beast Pavilion was not among those he deemed worthy. Through the contract, Shun Lang could clearly sense the fire python's current state of weakness and pain. He immediately cast several Beastmaster exclusive healing spells. With the blessing of his SS level talent, the effects of these spells were amplified fivefold. Moreover, they required no mana consumption and had no cooldown time. In the blink of an eye, the previously battered and scarred fire python was fully restored, and its once dim eyes regained their vitality. The fire python flicked its tongue repeatedly, seemingly wanting to get closer to Shen Lang, though the lingering control effects on its body still restrained its movements. Shun Lang didn't overlook this and quickly retrieved a blue pill from his bag, placing it into the fire python's mouth. This special drug, sold to him by a female merchant, was designed to release the control curse imprinted on the fire python. The moment the fire python swallowed the pill, a miniature six-pointed star array appeared on its forehead, then dissipated into nothingness. Finally free, the fire python immediately straightened its body and affectionately rubbed its head against Shun Lang's leg, as if expressing its gratitude for saving its life. Shun Lang gently stroked the fire python's head and said, "All right, save the affection for later." His gaze then shifted to the remaining 21 fire pythons in the cage, and he commanded, "Kill them all." At his master's order, the fire python's amber eyes instantly filled with a savage gleam. It slithered toward the nearest kin and activated its fire armor skill. Its scales were enveloped in a fiery red blaze, enhancing both its defense and attack power. The fire python raised its tail high like a flaming sword and, with a sharp whistling sound, struck down fiercely on the controlled fire python's head. With a sickening crack, the fragile skull shattered instantly. A system prompt followed. Your contracted beast has killed a level 5 fire python. You and your beast each gain 8 experience points. Shen Lang quickly realized that the experience points gained from these captured beasts in the Beast Pavilion were far lower than expected. Normally, killing a level 5 wild beast would yield 3 to 5 times more experience points. But this was understandable after all. These beasts were like stationary targets trapped in cages, incapable of resisting. By contrast, slaying beasts in the wild or dungeons involved significant risk, and naturally, the rewards were higher. This served as yet another reminder of the principle that risk and reward go hand in hand. While Shun Lang pondered this, the fire python continued executing his command with ruthless efficiency. System notifications kept ringing in rapid succession. Your contracted beast has killed a level 5 fire python. You and your beast each gain 8 experience points. Your contracted beast has killed a level 5 fire python. You and your beast each gain 7 experience points. Your contracted beast has killed a level 5 fire python. You and your beast each gain 9 experience points. In just a few minutes, all 21 fire pythons in the cage were dead. Their blood stained the ground, and the air was thick with the stench of iron. Shun Lang frowned at the gruesome scene and quickly stepped out of the cage. He silently tallied his gains, 21 fire pythons, each providing an average of 8 experience points, for a total of 168 experience points. While it wasn't a windfall, it was still a decent haul for someone just starting out. Shun Lang's gaze swept across the bloody scene inside the beast cage, and he frowned slightly. The experience gained was far from enough to level up from 0 to 1, but he wasn't discouraged. Despite having a scholarship worth billions, which made it easy for him to spend millions to buy enough experience to reach level 5, Shen Lang deeply understood the value of money and was fully aware of the heavy responsibility he bore. Once the fire python reverts to its ancestral form and becomes a 10-star divine beast level Medusa queen, gaining experience will be a piece of cake. Shen Lang thought to himself, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. The fire python keenly sensed its master's shift in mood. Its scales returned to normal as it gracefully slithered out of the cage and stopped at Shen Lang's feet. Looking down at it, Shen Lang softly said, "Let's go. A brand new chapter of your life as a beast begins now." The fire python tilted its head, as though pondering the meaning of his words. In that instant, Shun Lang had already placed it into the Beastmaster's exclusive space. As he turned to leave, he glanced back at the beast cage, which was littered with corpses. Cleaning up the bodies might actually raise suspicion. Shun Lang deliberated for a moment. Better to leave it as is. Maybe no one will notice one missing. Even if they do, they'll just assume I'm a poor beastmaster desperate enough to contract with low-level feral beasts. As he stepped out of the beast house, a familiar saleswoman immediately approached him with a warm smile. "Hey there, handsome. Looking for any more feral beasts?" she asked cheerfully. "No, thank you," Shen Lang replied politely with a nod before striding out of the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion. The saleswoman watched him leave and suddenly stomped her foot in frustration, biting her lip. "Ugh, I forgot to ask for his phone number." She hurried to the door, but by the time she got there, Shun Lang's figure had already disappeared into the bustling streets. Another saleswoman, noticing her standing at the entrance and looking around, asked curiously, "Miss, what are you looking for?" None of your business, she snapped, annoyed. And stop calling me Mississippi. I'm just an ordinary saleswoman at the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion now. Sure thing, miss, her colleague replied nonchalantly. The young lady sighed helplessly. After leaving the Beast Pavilion, Shun Lang checked into a five-star hotel called the Adventurer's Haven. It wasn't for indulgence and luxury, but rather its prime location right next to one of East Sea City's three major beginner dungeons, the Ferocious Beast Dungeon. His current rental in the outskirts, a cramped 10-square-meter room in the slums, was hardly suitable. Even his fire python could barely stretch out there, let alone the Sunto-ascend Medusa Queen. Once inside the suite, Shun Lang wasted no time. He summoned the fire python from his beast space. The majestic serpent slithered out, its fiery eyes scanning its new surroundings before affectionately brushing against its master's leg. All right, big guy. Ready for your new chapter in life? Shen Lang thought to himself as he activated his bloodline awakening talent. A system notification chimed in immediately. God-ear talent, bloodline awakening, activated. SSS-tier talent, bloodline insight, is detecting. Detection complete. Your beast, fire python, possesses a 10-star divine beast bloodline. Medusa Queen. Suddenly, a radiant burst of 7-colored light engulfed the fire python. Its massive body began to transform. The upper half morphed into a humanoid figure, its snake head reshaping into a strikingly beautiful human face. Countless tiny serpents replaced its hair, cascading like a waterfall, while its scales reformed into an ornate, elegant outfit. As the glow subsided, standing before Shen Lang was none other than the Medusa Queen herself. Her presence was otherworldly. Pointed elf-like ears peeked out from her flawless, radiant skin. A crimson silk robe draped her figure, with glimpses of her shimmering, scarlet snake tail beneath. But her most captivating feature was her amber vertical pupils eyes that exuded both the icy chill of an abyss and the enigmatic allure of a distant galaxy. Thank you, Master, for saving me, and for awakening my divine beast bloodline, Medusa said, her voice a harmonious blend of maturity and grace. Noticing Shun Lang's silence, a flicker of uncertainty crossed her face. Master, do you not like me? No, no. I like you. Of course I like you. Shun Lang quickly reassured her. From now on, just follow me, all right? My master. Medusa's sweet, sultry reply sent a shiver down his spine. When Shun Lang pulled up her attribute panel, he was stunned. The level 5 Medusa Queen displayed jaw-dropping stats, all 4 core attributes exceeding 1,000, with an average nearing 1,600. She boasted 2 SSS-tier talents, Queen's Gaze and Queen's Resilience, along with a repertoire of devastating skills like Death Stare and Mystic Serpent Arts. Her sheer power could effortlessly overwhelm any 4-star geared adventurer or wild beast below level 120. Meanwhile, Shun Lang himself was still at level 0. Just as he was marveling over her strength, the system chimed again, prompting him to activate talent extraction. Without hesitation, Shun Lang agreed. He obtained the SSS-tier talent Queen's Resilience, a passive ability that quintupled stamina recovery. Combined with his other SSS-tier talent, Blessing, this would grant him near-limitless endurance in battle. Things were finally starting to look up for Shen Lang. Shen Lang, having lived 2 lifetimes, was both mentally and physically healthy, and naturally, he yearned for enduring strength. Just as his thoughts began to wander, the system's professional notification chimed, pulling his attention back to the present. God-ear talent beast armament activation detected. Would you like to initiate beast armament transformation? The notification drew Shun Lang's gaze to the Medusa Queen. He had nearly forgotten about this God-ear talent, but it didn't seem particularly useful at the moment after all. He didn't even have any equipment himself, so how could he utilize it for Medusa? Nevertheless, he decided to proceed with transforming Medusa into an armament, preparing for any future opportunities that might arise. Medusa Queen, let's just call you Medusa from now on. You should return to the beast space for now, Shun Lang said. Medusa, however, blinked her large, glistening eyes, her voice laced with a hint of pleading. Master, can I stay by your side instead? Her request gave Shun Lang pause. From a tactical perspective, keeping Medusa nearby was the optimal choice. No matter how quick a summoning might be, there would always be a delay, and if an enemy exploited that moment to strike him down, even Medusa's power would be useless. The practical issue, however, was her striking appearance. Her head of writhing snakes and the crimson serpent tail beneath her skirt made her stand out far too much, unlike the typical beast companions of other summoners. Sensing her master's hesitation, Medusa's lips curled into a confident smile. Under Shen Lang's astonished gaze, the snakes on her head coiled inward, transforming into silky, ordinary hair. Her now lustrous locks cascaded naturally, concealing her pointed ears. The crimson tail she once bore receded entirely beneath her skirt. The transformation left Shen Lang momentarily spellbound. Medusa's wild, beastly aura was replaced with a mature, alluring elegance. Master, is this better now? Medusa softly asked, her teeth lightly grazing her lower lip as her eyes brimmed with anticipation. Perfect. Shun Lang nodded repeatedly, then quickly added, but when we're in private, keep your original form. It's more distinctive that way. As you wish, my master. Medusa's smile widened, and in an instant, her snake hair and tail returned to their original form, showcasing her flawless control over her appearance. All right, let's grab something to eat first, and then we'll head to the dungeon to level up, Shun Lang said. Of course, master. I'll follow your every command, Medusa replied with a graceful bow, the subtle motion revealing just enough to make Shun Lang's breath hitch. As he took in the captivating figure before him, a restless energy stirred within him. If Su Xian and Xiao Huahua dared to embrace their desires, why should he hold back? Still, he couldn't help but wonder what exactly lay beneath Medusa's elegant robes. Shun Lang suppressed the swirling thoughts and led Medusa downstairs to the restaurant. Her stunning beauty and enchanting presence immediately caused a stir among the diners. The moment Medusa stood beside Shun Lang, the atmosphere in the hotel lobby instantly froze. Her tall, striking figure and cold, alluring demeanor, paired with Shun Lang's extraordinarily handsome face, made them look like a perfect match. The men glanced at Shun Lang with envy and jealousy, while the women gazed at Medusa with admiration. No one dared to approach them, as if an invisible barrier surrounded the stunning pair, keeping the ordinary masses at bay. Under the envious stares of the crowd, the two finished their meal with simple elegance and then headed toward the Beast dungeon located 2 kilometers away. As they strolled through the bustling streets, they encountered many passers-by, yet none could see through Medusa's disguise. At this moment, she appeared just like an ordinary human professional, flawlessly concealing her true identity as a 10-star divine beast. Who could have imagined that this seemingly graceful woman actually possessed terrifying power, capable of overwhelming all in her path? Being a major metropolis, Donghai City boasted 3 beginner-level dungeons, a rare resource not found in smaller towns. Many rookie professionals from small cities traveled great distances just to pass the critical level 5 beginner phase. Today marked Global Job Change Day, and beginner dungeons everywhere were unusually busy. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of the Beast dungeon. It was a vast altar surrounded by a glowing star array inscribed with intricate runes. Though the area was crowded with people coming and going, the dungeon's independent space design allowed each team to enter immediately, eliminating the need for queues. Judging by the state of those entering and exiting, it was clear that even beginner-level dungeons posed significant challenges for novice professionals. Most walked in with confidence, but emerged exhausted and out of breath. The appearance of Shun Lang and Medusa once again captured the attention of everyone outside the dungeon. Even though Medusa had disguised herself as human, her noble bloodline as a 10-star divine beast was impossible to conceal. In her amber eyes, those novice adventurers were nothing more than insignificant ants. Apart from her master, Shun Lang, for whom she was willing to give everything, the rest of humanity was utterly beneath her notice. Shun Lang, long accustomed to being the center of attention, led Medusa straight to the altar of the fierce beast dungeon. As runes flickered, a strange energy swept over his body, and a text prompt appeared before his eyes. Welcome, great adventurer, to novice dungeon number 1314 Howling Jungle. Please select your challenge mode. Solo mode, team mode. Without hesitation, Shun Lang chose solo mode. Please select your difficulty level. Easy, normal, hard, nightmare, hell. Glancing at Medusa by his side, a faint smile tugged at Shun Lang's lips. With the 10-star divine beast Queen Medusa at his disposal, choosing anything less than hell difficulty would be an insult to her. To Medusa, adventurers and fierce beasts below level 120 were nothing but fodder. Even in hell difficulty, the dungeon's boss would be only around level 10. The system notification chimed. Adventurer has selected hell difficulty. Adjusting Howling Jungle parameters. Parameters adjusted successfully. You will be transported to Howling Jungle in 10 seconds. Please prepare yourself. As the countdown ended, a starry formation appeared beneath Shun Lang and Medusa, and in an instant, they vanished from the altar. The next moment, they found themselves in a dark, eerie jungle. The dim sky seemed almost within reach, with dense trees and tangled vines stretching in every direction. The air was thick with the scent of decaying vegetation, and the distant, haunting sound of wolves howling echoed relentlessly. Shun Lang couldn't help but inwardly mock how aptly the dungeon was named, while Medusa stood protectively in front of him, her amber eyes glinting with hostility. Clearly, the wolf howls had annoyed her. Relax, Medusa. Judging by the sound, there might be fierce beasts over there, Shun Lang said reassuringly, before leading her toward the source of the howling. Within 100 meters, they came upon a clearing in the forest where 2 gray wolves were playfully tussling. Shun Lang immediately activated his scouting skill, and the attributes of the wolves appeared before him. Jungle Grey Wolf. Level 9. Strength 145. Agility, 160. Constitution, 139. Spirit, 16. Both wolves had identical stats, with a total attribute score of 460. While their spirit stat was relatively low, their other attributes were formidable. For ordinary novice adventurers, these stats would pose an immense challenge. Even a level 5 novice would typically have a base attribute total of only about 150. However, adventurers also benefit from equipment and skill bonuses, so their combat power isn't solely reliant on base stats. Moreover, most novices would opt for team play, rather than attempting a hell difficulty solo dungeon like Shun Lang. Globally, the number of adventurers who had successfully cleared hell-level novice dungeons was exceedingly rare, and solo completions were even rarer. But for Shun Lang, the stronger the beasts, the better. Powerful beasts meant more experience points and faster leveling, with the added chance of obtaining high-quality loot. After a quick glance at the two jungle gray wolves, Shun Lang turned to Medusa and said, "Medusa, they're all yours. Take them down." "As you wish, my master," Medusa replied with a seductive smile, striding confidently toward the two wolves. For the proud Medusa, two level 9 jungle gray wolves were no more than insects, unworthy of any stealth or strategy. However, as she approached, the snarling wolves suddenly froze, overwhelmed by an immense sense of dread. They immediately dropped to the ground, whimpering pitifully, their tails tucked tightly between their legs as their entire bodies trembled uncontrollably. The bloodline of the 10-star divine beast was like the descent of a god to these low-star, low-level ferocious beasts. Medusa hadn't even made a move yet, but the sheer suppression from her bloodline reduced two jungle gray wolves to nothingness in their terror. Before Shun Lang could even process what had happened, the system notification sounded. "Congratulations! Your contracted beast has slain the jungle gray wolf. You and your beast each received 25 experience points." The notification chimed twice, effortlessly granting a total of 50 experience points. Shun Lang couldn't help but marvel at how easy this dungeon was. Medusa turned gracefully, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips, her eyes shimmering with anticipation for her master's praise. Shun Lang caught on immediately and stepped forward to compliment her. "Haha, well done. Amazing job, Medusa. Let's keep going and take down more monsters." "Of course, my master." Medusa's soft and sweet response almost made Shun Lang lose his composure on the spot. The duo continued their search through the forest and soon came across three larger and more imposing beasts, jungle dire wolves. These dire wolves had razor-sharp fangs and bristled fur like steel needles, exuding a menacing aura. The system identified them as level 9 beasts, with stats slightly higher than the gray wolves they had faced earlier. However, under the suppression of Medusa's bloodline, these seemingly ferocious dire wolves were nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. Shun Lang didn't even bother to speak. He simply led Medusa past the dire wolves. As expected, the three jungle dire wolves trembled uncontrollably and dissolved into nothingness in an instant. The system notification chimed again, with each dire wolf granting both Shun Lang and Medusa another 25 experience points. Listening to the continuous stream of notifications, Shun Lang couldn't help but think to himself, this isn't a dungeon raid. It's more like a sightseeing tour. Shun Lang and Medusa continued their journey, soon encountering the third wave of ferocious beasts. 5 jungle flying wolves darted between the trees, their bat-like wings enabling them to move with remarkable agility. However, the moment they caught sight of Medusa, the oppressive aura of her 10-star divine beast bloodline rendered them powerless. Like dumplings falling from the sky, they plummeted to the ground and were easily crushed to death. A system notification sounded. "Congratulations! Your beast has slain a jungle flying wolf. You and your beast each gain 25 experience." This message repeated 5 times, granting Shun Lang and Medusa a total of 125 experience points. At that moment, a faint white glow caught Shun Lang's attention. He quickly approached one of the jungle flying wolf's corpses and discovered a white leather armor lying nearby. A wave of delight surged through him, finding equipment after just the third wave of beasts was undeniably a stroke of luck. He picked up the leather armor, and his detection skill immediately revealed its details. Wolfhide armor white, common. Defense 50, Spirit 5, Agility 10. Shun Lang was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected his first piece of equipment to be of the common white grade. However, considering he was in a hell-level dungeon, obtaining higher grade rewards was to be expected. With a thought, he equipped the wolfhide armor. A system notification followed. "Congratulations! You have equipped wolfhide armor white, common. Spirit, 55-5, Agility, 22-10. Although Shun Lang was still at level 0, the addition of this armor boosted his spirit attribute to 60 and his agility to 32. As for the 50 points of defense, it held little significance for him as a beastmaster who primarily relied on his companion for combat. Shun Lang and Medusa pressed on, soon encountering 3 jungle gray wolves and 2 jungle flying wolves. As before, These beasts were no match for Medusa and were effortlessly turned into experience points. A few minutes later, a group of gray wolves with spiral horns protruding from their heads appeared in Shun Lang's line of sight. He frowned and counted there were 10 of them. Using his detection skill, he quickly assessed their stats. Jungle Horned Wolf. Level 9. Strength 165. Agility 195. Constitution 159. Spirit 25. These jungle horned wolves were clearly stronger than the previous beasts, with total stats reaching 544, averaging nearly 140 per attribute. More concerning was the fact that there were 10 of them. For most adventurers, taking on 10 jungle horned wolves alone would be nearly impossible, and even a team would struggle against such odds. Shun Lang turned to Medusa, who responded with a playful smile. She extended her slender hand toward the pack of wolves. This time, Medusa seemed to find the earlier battles too dull and decided to take matters into her own hands. Clenching her fist lightly, she summoned a flurry of flaming arrows in the air, which rained down like meteors. Though the jungle horned wolves were stronger than the previous beasts, they were still no match for Medusa. The instant the flaming arrows struck, the wolves were reduced to ashes, leaving only experience points for Shen Lang and Medusa to claim. System notifications rang out in rapid succession. Congratulations! Your beast has slain a jungle horned wolf. You and your beast each gain 30 experience. This message repeated 10 times. Congratulations! You have leveled up. Your class level has increased from 0 to 1. Congratulations! Your fixed attributes have increased by 10 and have been automatically distributed. Strength 1, Agility 2, Constitution 2, Spirit 5. Congratulations! You have gained 10 free attribute points. Shun Lang was pleasantly surprised and hadn't expected to level up so quickly. The 300 experience points from the 10 jungle horned wolves, combined with his previously accumulated experience, had propelled him straight to level 1. After a moment of thought, he decided to allocate all 10 free attribute points to his spirit stat, further enhancing his strongest attribute. He then opened his class panel to review his updated stats. Name: Shun Lang. Class: Beastmaster. Level: 1. Strength: 24. Agility: 2410. Constitution: 23. Spirit: 55.5. After a brief glance, Shun Lang closed the interface. Determined to maintain his momentum, he resolved to continue advancing through the howling jungle dungeon. With Medusa by his side, Shun Lang pressed onward, his heart brimming with anticipation and resolve. Shun Lang, accompanied by Medusa, ventured deep into the jungle, cautiously scanning their surroundings. Along the way, they encountered no more wolf packs. However, upon reaching a small hill, they stumbled upon a truly awe-inspiring sight: a massive wolf. This giant creature was as large as an old water buffalo, with a pair of fleshy wings sprouting from its back and 2 golden, spiraling horns atop its head that gleamed with an icy light. A boss? Shun Lang wondered silently, immediately activating his detection skill. The wolf's stats appeared before his eyes. Golden Horned Flying Wolf Leader Boss. Level: 10. Strength: 210. Agility: 250. Constitution: 320. Spirit: 330. Indeed, it was a boss-level entity, far stronger than the ordinary beasts they had encountered before. Its total attribute points exceeded 1,000, with an average nearing the 300 mark. A truly formidable opponent. At that moment, the golden-horned flying wolf leader, which had been lying down, suddenly rose to its feet. Its cold, piercing gaze locked onto Shen Lang and Medusa. It showed little reaction to Shen Lang, but the instant it saw Medusa, its fur bristled in alarm. A divine beast? No, a high-star divine beast. Shen Lang realized. Despite being a dungeon boss, this level 10 mini-boss was utterly unable to resist the pressure of Medusa's divine beast bloodline. Shock and fear flickered in its eyes. However, the dungeon's rules compelled it to eliminate all intruders, overriding its natural instincts. Howl! The golden-horned flying wolf leader suppressed its fear and spread its wings, letting out a long, resounding howl. In an instant, 10 ferocious wolves leaped out from behind the hill, forming 2 groups of 5 on either side. Among them were gray wolves, flying wolves, giant wolves, and horned wolves. With the boss present, these wolves, though still intimidated by Medusa, were no longer paralyzed with fear. They crouched low, baring their teeth, ready to strike at any moment. The golden-horned flying wolf leader soared into the air and let out another howl. Golden light burst forth from its twin horns, enveloping the 10 wolves. Bathed in this golden radiance, the wolves' auras surged as they charged toward Shun Lang and Medusa. Unfazed, Shun Lang crossed his arms over his chest and said calmly, "Medusa, go ahead. It's a boss. After all, time to show off your skills." "As you command, my master," Medusa replied sweetly, turning to face the oncoming wolves, a faint smile playing on her lips. Her mesmerizing eyes suddenly transformed into swirling vortexes, radiating a blinding crimson light. In an instant, the crimson light engulfed the golden glow emanating from the golden-horned flying wolf leader. Under this eerie radiance, the surrounding space seemed to freeze. The 10 charging wolves and the boss hovering midair were all immobilized, their bodies visibly turning into crimson stone. Medusa blinked, and the crimson light vanished, restoring the surroundings to normal. The petrified wolves and the boss crashed to the ground, shattering into countless fragments of stone. With a single death stare, Medusa instantly petrified all the ferocious beasts, including the dungeon boss, turning them into fiery red stone. This was just one of her many abilities, capable of transforming any living creature within her gaze into solid rock. However, this skill only worked as an instant kill against enemies weaker than Medusa. For stronger foes, it merely inflicted petrification damage and control effects. But in this beginner-level dungeon, filled with weak creatures, her death stare was nothing short of devastating. System notifications rang out repeatedly, announcing the experience points earned by Shun Lang and Medusa. From ordinary jungle gray wolves to the final boss, the Golden-Horned Sky Wolf Leader, every kill brought a significant boost to their experience. Congratulations! You have successfully cleared the Howling Jungle Solo Challenge mode. The system's voice echoed in his ears. You have 5 minutes to collect and organize your loot. After that, you will automatically exit the dungeon. Upon exiting, the system will evaluate your performance and grant corresponding rewards. Shen Lang couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. This effortless victory left him practically floating with excitement. He began to imagine the thrill of commanding even more beasts in the Futuria prospect that filled him with anticipation. Well done, Medusa, Shun Lang said with an approving nod before starting to gather the loot. Medusa responded softly, following him with small, graceful steps, a stark contrast to her fearsome status as a 10-star divine beast. The battlefield yielded only 2 pieces of equipment, one from the boss and the other from a jungle giant wolf. Shen Lang first inspected the ordinary white-grade item, the wolf bone dagger, and quickly stored it in his inventory. Then, he turned his attention to the green-grade superior item dropped by the boss, the wolf fong ring, and immediately equipped it. The system updated Shen Lang's stats panel automatically, reflecting the significant attribute boost from the new equipment and his level up. Despite the improvements, Shun Lang was fully aware that he had barely contributed to this dungeon run. It was Medusa's overwhelming power that carried them through. As the 5-minute loot collection period neared its end, the system chimed in once more. Your dungeon performance has been evaluated. You have achieved an SS grade clearance for the Howling Jungle Dungeon. Congratulations! You have been awarded a Supreme Treasure Chest, which has been automatically added to your inventory. The system went on to explain the treasure chest tiers and how the clearance records would be stored. It specifically mentioned that an SS grade evaluation would trigger a global announcement, giving players the option to choose between revealing their real name or using a pseudonym. Shen Lang quickly weighed the pros and cons. A global announcement would undoubtedly draw attention to him, which was not ideal at this stage. While using a pseudonym wouldn't completely conceal his identity, it would at least buy him some time. After careful consideration, Shun Lang chose the alias Chen Lang Hidden Dragon. Alias recorded. Your achievements and global broadcast will be displayed under the name Chen Lang. The system confirmed. Time's up. You will now be exited from the dungeon. As the system's final notification echoed, Shun Lang's consciousness began to blur, signaling his departure from this beginner Dungeona challenge he had cleared with almost no effort, thanks entirely to Medusa's overwhelming strength. Missing one. Missing one. We need a healer. A loud shout echoed outside the Fierce Beast dungeon in Donghai City. Among the crowd, a player claiming to be a hidden class paladin called out enthusiastically, "I can go offensive or defensive. Hurry up and join my team. I can't wait anymore." Not far away, a guild member was passionately recruiting, "Join our guild. We're a tier 5 guild. Newbies will be assigned personal mentors to level up, and the benefits are amazing. Does anyone have a mage? We need one, preferably a fire mage." Another voice joined the clamor. Suddenly, a heated argument caught everyone's attention. A player with a crafting profession complained indignantly, "What's with the attitude? Just because you're combat classes doesn't mean you're better. Who says we crafters can't run dungeons?" The other person shot back immediately, "Oh, shut up. You want a duel? Stop whining. You crafters think you're tough? You're asking for it." As the argument escalated, a calm yet provocative voice cut through the tension. "Come at me then. We're all level 0 here. Who cares? Let's see you kill me right now if you've got the guts." Amid the chaos, a sudden announcement echoed in everyone's minds, instantly silencing the entire area. Global announcement. Congratulations to the Daxia Kingdom's player with the codename Chen Lang for achieving an SS-tier clearance rating in the Hell Level Beginner Dungeon. The announcement repeated 3 times, each time hammering the news into the minds of everyone present. For a moment, there was stunned silence, followed by an explosion of expletives and disbelief. What the hell? Did I hear that right? SSS-tier clearance rating? No way. They just completed their class change today, and in a matter of hours, not only cleared the dungeon but got an SSS rating? I barely survived killing one monster in there, and they cleared it perfectly? As the initial shock subsided, people started analyzing the situation. Hey, this Shen Lang is from our Dasha kingdom. Give it a few years, and we'll have another super strong player in our ranks. That codename, Shen Lang, really suits them. Truly a hidden dragon. Someone noticed a crucial detail. Wait, the announcement only mentioned Shen Lang, no one else. Does that mean they soloed the hell-level beginner dungeon? Whoa, soloed it? And got an SSS rating? What kind of godder player is this? SS-tier clearance comes with rewards, right? Like the Supreme Treasure Chest? Oh my god, the Supreme Treasure Chest. That could mean at least an epic item, maybe even a legendary artifact. I'm so jealous I could scream. Speculations and discussions buzzed through the crowd. Some started guessing Shen Lang's identity. I wonder where this Shen Lang is from? Are they a man or a woman? Could they be from Donghai City? Who knows? Using a codename clearly means they don't want anyone to know their real identity. Eventually, everyone resigned themselves to reality. Forget it. They're amazing, but it has nothing to do with us. Let's just focus on our own dungeon runs. After the initial shock and envy, the crowd gradually returned to their usual activities. After all, such extraordinary achievements felt far beyond their reach. It was better to focus on their own goals. Amid the bustling crowd, Shun Lang and Medusa exchanged a knowing smile, quietly enjoying the strange satisfaction of blending in unnoticed. However, Shun Lang didn't linger in the moment for long. He led Medusa back into the Howling Forest dungeon. After all, beginner dungeons had no entry limits for players under level 5, allowing for infinite runs. Unbeknownst to most, the impact of Shen Lang's global announcement was far from over. In the Forbidden City, the capital of the Daxia Kingdom, the news caused an uproar at Qingbei Academy. Qingbei Academy was the top-tier vocational academy in Daxia. Every global class change day marked the busiest time for their admissions office. At this moment, the admissions meeting room was filled with stunned mentors and leaders, their faces frozen in disbelief. The atmosphere was so tense that even a pin drop could be heard. Suddenly, the urgent chime of a communication device broke the silence. A holographic projection of an elderly man wearing black-rimmed glasses appeared in the office. His expression mirrored the excitement of everyone present. The old man's gaze swept across the room before locking onto a bald, middle-aged man. Director Guan. The elder's tone left no room for argument. I don't care what it takes. You must find this Shen Lang and bring them to Qingbei Academy. It's non-negotiable. The bald man, Director Guan, looked troubled. But, Principal. He hesitated, clearly eager to recruit such a talent but frustrated by the player's concealed identity. The old man's voice suddenly rose, cutting the other person off forcefully before they could finish speaking. No excuses. Remember, find him at all costs and bring him to me. If you can't, you're no longer fit to be the director of admissions. Someone else will take your place. Before the last word had fully settled, the projection vanished swiftly, leaving only a glimpse of the old man's hurried departure. As the president of Tsinghua Academy, he was acutely aware that relying solely on the admissions office's standard procedures would not suffice. A professional who could achieve an SS grade evaluation and clear a hell-level novice dungeon immediately after their career change was someone who absolutely could not fall into the hands of any other elite academy, let alone be recruited by rival guilds. Otherwise, it would not only mark the greatest loss in nearly a century for Tsinghua and Peking academies, but also his personal failure as president. At the same time, in the coastal megacity of Shunqing in the Great Xia Nation, another top-tier institution, Shindan Academy, had also sprung into action. Their response was even more dramatic. Their president stormed into the admissions office fully armed. Investigate. His voice thundered throughout the office. Use every available resource, no matter the cost. We must uncover the true identity of Shen Lang. Shindan Academy needs him. Whatever he wants, we'll give it to him. The president's face flushed red with intensity. This is a heaven-sent opportunity for us to surpass Tsinghua and Peking academies. What are you all standing around for? Move now. We must find him before they do. The stunned admissions staff snapped out of their daze like startled rabbits and bolted from the office, launching their search immediately. Meanwhile, in the southeastern coastal megacity of Yangsheng, while there were also prestigious academies, the spotlight was on a guild called Mythic Celestial Court. As one of the nation's few 10-star guilds, it boasted the presence of 10-star professional powerhouses. For guilds, Career Day was equally significant, representing the prime opportunity to recruit fresh talent. These promising professionals were not only the targets of elite academies, but also the prized recruits fiercely pursued by major guilds. In the Great Xia Kingdom, higher institutions and guilds serve fundamentally different purposes. The former are state-run educational organizations directly under the Cabinet of State Affairs, while the latter are government-recognized private organizations. Compared to the well-supported institutions, guilds face significantly greater challenges in recruiting new members, having to compete fiercely each year to attract talent. Inside the headquarters of the mythical Celestial Court Guild, Guild leader Wang Tong was presiding over an urgent recruitment meeting. The spacious conference room was filled with senior executives from the headquarters, while heads of regional branches participated via holographic projections. The atmosphere was a mix of tension and anticipation. Wang Tung's sharp gaze swept across the room, resting on each participant. With a commanding voice, he asked, 3 hours have passed since the transfer day began. By now, all transfer candidates across the nation should have completed their transitions. I want to know how have we fared this year. As soon as he finished speaking, one of the senior executives at the headquarters promptly reported, Guild leader, recruitment across the branches this year has been relatively promising. So far, we've recruited a total of 38,000 newcomers. Among them, over 20,000 are combat professions, while the remaining 17,000 plus are support professions. Notably, we've secured 972 hidden class professionals. Of these, 3 possess awakened grade talents, while the rest are all a grade and above. He paused, a hint of pride in his tone as he added, the highest talent level among them is an S-grade individual from Yangqing Advanced Vocational Academy, specializing in the rare hidden class of Ghost Swordsman. Hearing this, Wang Ting frowned slightly. He asked bluntly, not a single SS grade talent? The executive's face immediately showed a wry smile. Apologies, guild leader. None so far, he said, quickly adding, but we're actively reaching out to advanced vocational academies nationwide. I believe there will be more results soon. Wang Tung sighed, his tone tinged with helplessness. Our great Xia kingdom has a vast population, yet only 3 to 5 SS grade talents emerge each year. The higher institutions fight tooth and nail to secure them, and sometimes even the military steps in. While our guild is strong, we still lack the leverage to compete in this area. Recruiting an S-grade Ghost Swordsman is already a significant achievement. For the rest, let's do our best. Just as Wang Ting finished speaking, a loud global announcement suddenly echoed through the room, breaking the subdued atmosphere. Global announcement. Congratulations to the Great Xia Kingdom's player, codename Hidden Dragon, for achieving an SS grade clearance rating in a Hell-level beginner dungeon. 3-inch. The unexpected announcement struck like a bolt of lightning, leaving everyone in the meeting room stunned. They exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Wang Ting abruptly stood up, his gaze flickering with excitement and astonishment. It had only been 3 hours since the transfers began, and yet someone had already cleared a beginner dungeon with an SS grade rating. This was completely unheard of. As the guild leader, Wang Ting himself was an SS grade talent, and had once achieved an SS grade clearance in a Hell-level beginner dungeon. But that was when he was level 5, and it was in team mode. By comparison, this Hidden Dragon's accomplishment was on an entirely different level. If there were no mistakes, this Hidden Dragon was likely still at level 1. To clear a Hell-level beginner dungeon with an SS grade rating at level 1, and in solo mode no less, if not for the global announcement as proof, Wang Tong would have dismissed it as pure fantasy. After all, the last time a newly transferred professional in the Great Xia Kingdom achieved an SS grade clearance in a Hell-level beginner dungeon, it triggered a fierce competition among countless institutions and guilds, ending with the military's War God Battalion claiming the individual. Today, that person was a legendary, peerless powerhouse known as the Dragonblood War God. Yet even the Dragonblood War God had only achieved his SS grade clearance at level 3. Taking a deep breath, Wang Ting's voice carried unprecedented determination. All-out effort find him. I am ordering every branch nationwide to act immediately. Anyone who provides credible information about Hidden Dragon will be rewarded with a blue quality rare item. Whoever finds Hidden Dragon himself will receive a purple epic item. And anyone who persuades him to join us will be rewarded with a gold legendary item and the position of branch leader of their choice. Hearing these generous rewards, the guild members snapped out of their shock, their eyes ablaze with determination. While blue and purple items might not mean much to them, a gold legendary item was an irresistible prize, even for senior executives. Someone raised a crucial question. Guild leader, if we find him, what terms should we offer to entice him? Wang Tung's gaze turned sharp. After a brief pause, he declared, a talent like this will undoubtedly attract competition from all sides, including foreign forces who are always watching for opportunities. They will not sit idly by as another Dragonblood War God rises. If we find him, tell him this. If he joins us, he will immediately become the first vice guild leader of the mythical Celestial Court, second only to me in rank. Once he reaches 10 stars, the entire guild will be his to command. Furthermore, until he reaches 8 stars, I will personally serve as his guide and protector. The room erupted in astonishment at these terms. Yet no one dared to object. For the mythical celestial court was Wang Tung's creation from the ground up. Was a single SS-grade hell-level dungeon clearance worth such a monumental promise? The answer was unequivocal yes. A future peerless powerhouse could secure the mythical celestial court's dominance as the top guild in the nation, granting it unparalleled influence in the Great Xia Kingdom. Meanwhile, similar scenes were unfolding across other institutions and guilds within the Great Xia Kingdom. Abroad, the reactions were even more dramatic. In the Chiota Castle Council chamber of the neighboring island nation, an enraged official roared, "Impossible. This cannot be real. Find this hidden dragon immediately. I want him dead within 3 days." No, 1 day. You have 1 day. In the National Assembly of the neighboring peninsula nation, a group of officials was in heated debate. Unbelievable. Great Xia producing such a monster? Only our nation has the bloodline for such talent. Deploy our spies in Great Xia immediately. Bring Hidden Dragon back to claim his heritage. In the federal cabinet of the distant southern nation, an official scoffed dismissively. So what if they cleared a hell-level dungeon with an SS grade rating? It's meaningless. Our population has surpassed Great Xia's. We are the strongest nation in the world. Effective immediately, all new professionals must drink 10 liters of sacred river water and bathe in cow dung and urine for 10 days. Across the ocean in the beautiful country, the atmosphere in the White Palace was somber. A high-ranking official spoke gravely. Great Xia has produced another SS-grade hell-level dungeon clearer? That nation remains our greatest obstacle to global dominance. Deploy the Shield Bureau's professional agents. At all costs, find this hidden dragon and eliminate them. We cannot allow another dragon blood war god to rise in Great Xia. In the Grand Xia Kingdom, within the national leader's office in the Forbidden City, the elderly leader, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, reclined in his leather chair, massaging his temples with visible fatigue. The moment a knock sounded at the door, he straightened his posture immediately, and the weariness on his face vanished in an instant. In a clear voice, he called out, "Xiao Wang, come in." A middle-aged man, also clad in a Zhongshan suit, entered the room and stood at attention. "Leader, the information on this year's new career awakeners has been compiled. Please take a look." He pressed a button on the remote in his hand, and a virtual screen materialized, displaying detailed data, reports, and a complete list of this year's new career awakeners in the Grand Xia Kingdom. The elderly leader scanned the information quickly and broke into a satisfied smile. "Not bad. We've got 1 more SS level talent this year compared to last. Both combat and support professions have seen a 3% increase. These individuals represent the future of our Grand Xia Kingdom. This year's results are indeed better," the middle-aged man agreed. The leader's expression turned serious. "Xiao Wang, as the newly appointed minister of the career department, there are matters you must handle with utmost care. Once career awakeners step onto the path of the extraordinary, the ancient saying holds true. With great power comes great responsibility. We cannot afford to slacken in managing them. And regarding the scholarship program, should you discover any corruption or abuse, you must investigate thoroughly and deal with it harshly. These funds must go to those with true potential. In a nation as populous and fraught with challenges as ours, fostering a sense of national and cultural belonging among career awakeners is vital." At that moment, an electronic notification rang out. "Congratulations to the Grand Xia Kingdom. The career awakener codenamed Hidden Dragon has achieved an SS level clearance in a hell-level novice dungeon." The announcement repeated 3 times, instantly electrifying the atmosphere in the office. The leader exclaimed "good" 3 times in succession. Though his demeanor remained composed, his delight was unmistakable. However, his smile quickly faded, replaced by a sharp, calculating glint in his eyes. "Xiao Wang, it looks like you're about to get even busier." The middle-aged man immediately understood and replied firmly, "They'll make the arrangements right away. Go ahead," the leader said with a dismissive wave. "And while you're at it, clean up some of the domestic troublemakers." Once the middle-aged man had departed, the leader brought up the list of SS-level talent awakeners. 3 names stood out: Hong Qing, Duan Zijing, and Shun Lang, all barely 18 years old. They had awakened to the professions of Frost Mage, Storm Knight, and Beast Tamer, respectively. Smart enough to use a codename, smarter than that other kid, at least. But really, you underestimate the Grand Xia Kingdom. Here, no one can harm you. No one. As he spoke, the leader began encrypting the personal information of these prodigies before initiating a holographic call to a contact labeled Little Rascal. Meanwhile, in an SS-level perilous secret realm in the northeastern region of the Grand Xia Kingdom, a cold-eyed man with sharp brows and tiger-like eyes stood amidst a golden, dragon-shaped apparition. He faced off against a pack of 2-headed griffins. Wielding a massive blade that gleamed with a chilling light, he bellowed, "A bunch of trash dares to block my way? Die!" With a thunderous dragon's roar, the blade's aura transformed into a golden dragon, tearing through the griffin horde. In an instant, the ferocious beast reduced dozens of 2-headed griffins, each nearing level 300, into a bloody storm of carnage. The stoic man, his face devoid of emotion, slid his long blade back into the scabbard on his back. He descended from the sky with the grace of a deity, landing with a force so powerful that it sent rocks from the neighboring desert flying several meters into the air. The ground echoed with a deafening roar as cracks splintered across its surface. At that very moment, a peculiar communication device at his waist began to emit a biu sound. It was a dedicated line, and fewer than 5 people in the entire Xia nation had the authority to contact him through it. "Here we go again," the man muttered in annoyance, curling his lips as he pressed the device to answer the call. Almost instantly, a holographic projection of the old ruler of the nation appeared before him. Before the old ruler could speak, the man cut him off. "Let me make this clear up front: if you're asking me to babysit someone, forget it." He had clearly already caught wind of Shen Lang's SS-rated completion of the Hell-level novice dungeon and had guessed the purpose of the call. The old ruler, amused, chuckled and scolded, "You little rascal. Can't even spare a moment to call me grandpa, can you? Come on, I'm 33 years old, and you're still calling me a rascal?" The man looked exasperated. If anyone overheard this, what would they think of me? Me, Chu Jianhua, the Dragonblood war god of the Xia nation. Where's my dignity? This man, Chu Jianhua, was none other than the last person to achieve an SS-rated completion of the Hell-level novice dungeon. Now a legendary figure in the Xia nation, he was known far and wide as the Dragonblood war god. Few knew, however, that he was also the grandson of the old ruler. All right, our esteemed Dragonblood war god," the old ruler said with a serious expression. "Let's get to business. I need you to return immediately." "What else could it be about?" "It has to be about that kid from the global announcement earlier," Chu Jianhua said bluntly. "Okay, I admit, the kid's impressive, did something even I couldn't pull off back in the day. But if you're asking me to babysit him, you might as well send me to flatten the pretty nation instead. Why not send the Ultimers from the War God Battalion? They've got nothing better to do." "I'm swamped." "It's not about making you his bodyguard." The old ruler sighed in exasperation. "Then what is it?" Chu Jianhua asked, his brow furrowing in confusion. The old ruler gave him a meaningful look and spoke slowly. "Have you forgotten what happened after you achieved an SS-rated completion of the Hell-level novice dungeon back then?" At those words, Chu Jianhua's expression shifted instantly. His brows shot up, and a sharp glint of killing intent flickered in his eyes. 15 years ago, Zhu Jianhua, much like Shun Lang now, achieved an SS grade clearance in the Hell-level novice dungeon of his city. Although he accomplished this feat at level 3, it still caused a global sensation. To protect himself, he chose to release the clearance record under a pseudonym. However, this disguise lasted only a single day before it was uncovered. As the saying goes, true talent cannot remain hidden. Among billions of people worldwide, there are always a few prodigies capable of piecing together the truth from the faintest clues. Once Zhu Jinhua's true identity was exposed, he immediately became the target of assassination attempts by foreign forces. As the biological grandson of the former Grand Leader, he appeared to lack protection on the surface but was secretly guarded by many powerful individuals. Yet this time, foreign forces were determined, deploying their elite operatives from various nations. That battle left an indelible mark on Zhu Jinhua's memory. To protect him alone, Xia suffered devastating losses, including several 10-star professionals and tens of thousands of civilians. Half a city was reduced to rubble, rivers of blood flowing in its streets. Such heavy casualties should have been unthinkable in the heartland of Xia. But who could have predicted that the beautiful nation would dispatch a nation-level superpower to eliminate a level 3 professional? The assailant was Anthony Curios, the beautiful nation's strongest warrior and a level 10 agent of the Shield Bureau. This hidden-class demon summoner, capable of calling forth fallen angels, was infamously known as Satan. His sudden assault led to catastrophic losses for Xia's professionals, and Zhu Jinhua narrowly escaped death at level 3. Fortunately, Xia's elite War God Battalion arrived just in time, forcing Anthony to retreat and saving Zhu Jinhua's life. The incident enraged the former Grand Leader. His own grandson had nearly been assassinated on home soil. In response, Xia launched a year-long, ruthless purge. The ease with which foreign operatives infiltrated the country was due to the prevalence of traitorous professionals within Xia, including some high-ranking officials acting as collaborators. That year, media outlets frequently broadcasted live executions of foreign spies and domestic traitors, their severed heads a stark warning to the world. For Zhu Jinhua, however, this purge held no meaning. He chose to join the military, relentlessly leveling up and slaughtering countless enemies in foreign campaigns, earning him the title of Dragonblood War God. Over the years, he had slain an untold number of foreign professionals on battlefields both domestic and abroad. Yet, the one target he most yearned to kill remained Anthony Curios. Unfortunately, Anthony had since been promoted to the director of the Shield Bureau in the beautiful nation and rarely appeared in public. Even when Zhu Jinhua personally traveled to the beautiful nation to provoke him, Anthony refused to engage. This left Zhu Jinhua deeply frustrated. Though he understood that just as Anthony had avoided confronting the War God Battalion back then, he too couldn't afford to storm the Shield Bureau, a veritable fortress. As these thoughts churned in his mind, a murderous glint flashed in Zhu Jinhua's eyes as he asked the former Grand Leader, Satan, will he come? The chances are slim, but his people will undoubtedly show up, the Grand Leader replied with a calculated prediction. Zhu Jinhua's expression darkened with disappointment, though the killing intent in his gaze remained undiminished. Have you figured out the identity of that young guy? Which city is he in? I'll head there directly and wait. Not yet, but we're close. You'll know by the time you return, the Grand Leader answered. All right, understood. I'll head back to the Forbidden City first. Give me half an hour. Zhu Jinhua ended the call abruptly, his eyes blazing with unrelenting fury. Satan, don't you dare send a bunch of weaklings. That would be far too disappointing. But if you come yourself, that would be perfect. Before his words had even faded, he shot into the sky, abandoning his progress in the SS-grade secret realm to head straight for the Forbidden City. Meanwhile, in the city of Donghai, Shun Lang had once again entered the Howling Forest dungeon, entirely unaware that his clearance record had not only caught the attention of the Grand Leader but also drawn the gaze of Dixia's top warrior, Zhu Jinhua. Even less could he anticipate that while the Grand Leader had ordered his protection, he was simultaneously orchestrating a grand and open scheme, a deadly trap aimed at foreign forces. The words still echoed in his ears. Our great Xia kingdom has produced a peerless genius. If you dare, come and kill him. But if you do, be prepared to remain in the Xia kingdom forever. With those words lingering in his mind, Shun Lang once again stepped into the Howling Forest. This time, Shun Lang had a precise understanding of the beast's locations, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Turning to Medusa beside him, he smirked slightly and said, Let's get started, Medusa. This time, let's aim for a quick victory. No need to waste time here. Medusa's serpent-like eyes fixed on Shen Lang as she spoke calmly, Master, this dungeon is actually quite small. I've already sensed the positions of all the wolves in the area. If you want to finish quickly, I can eliminate them all from right here. Shen Lang raised an eyebrow in surprise. You can take care of them all from here? His gaze met Medusa's, and she nodded lightly in confirmation. Shen Lang quickly recalled his knowledge about beginner dungeons. Typically, they had a diameter of no more than 2 kilometers, with the largest being around 3 kilometers. Judging by the scale of the Howling Forest, it was likely less than 2 kilometers across. For a 10-star divine beast like Medusa, clearing such a small dungeon seemed well within her capabilities. All right, let's give it a try. Shen Lang decided without hesitation. A faint smile appeared on Medusa's lips. As you command, my master. In an instant, her figure vanished, reappearing midair. Her serpent tail coiled beneath her, and the countless snakes in her hair writhed and danced in the wind. Suddenly, an intense red light burst from Medusa, spreading rapidly outward. In the blink of an eye, she resembled a blazing sun, her radiance illuminating the entire dungeon. Hundreds of meters away in the forest, 2 unsuspecting gray wolves were caught off guard as ghostly blue flames ignited within them. They didn't even have time to howl before they were reduced to ash. Further away, forest flying wolves and giant forest wolves met the same fate, spontaneously combusting one after another. Within moments, every beast in the dungeon was obliterated by Medusa's astonishing attack. The system notifications chimed continuously. Congratulations! Your beast companion has successfully slain 4 jungle gray wolves, 5 jungle giant wolves, 8 jungle flying wolves, and 13 jungle horned wolves. Both you and your beast have earned corresponding experience points. Congratulations! Your beast companion has defeated the howling jungle boss, the golden horned flying wolf leader. Both you and your beast have earned an additional 100 experience points. Congratulations! You have cleared the single-player challenge mode of the Howling Jungle. You now have 5 minutes to collect loot before automatically exiting the dungeon and receiving your reward evaluation. Shun Lang blinked, still trying to process what had just happened. Before he could even prepare himself, Medusa had already wiped out every single enemy. She descended gracefully from the air, her voice soft and composed as she asked, Master, I believe the wolves here have all been dealt with, correct? That's right. Every single one, including the boss. Shun Lang exclaimed, giving her an enthusiastic thumbs up. Amazing work, Medusa. Defeating all the dungeon monsters in one strike likely set a new record for the fastest completion in the history of the Howling Jungle. The system revealed that Medusa had used the skill Heart-Devouring Flames, a devastating area effect attack. The wolves, with their insufficient defenses, stood no chance against the power of a 10-star divine beast. I'm glad I could be of help to you, Master, Medusa replied with a faint smile. However, Shun Lang noticed a hint of fatigue in her expression. Upon closer inspection, he realized that her mana was nearly depleted. It was no surprise such a powerful skill required an immense amount of energy. Despite the support of her bloodline's ancestral abilities, it was remarkable that a level 5 Medusa could unleash such a devastating attack. Unfortunately, Shun Lang's healing spell could only restore health, not mana. I need to find a way to get my hands on a mana recovery spellbook or some equipment, Shun Lang thought to himself as he began searching for loot with Medusa. The dungeon yielded 3 pieces of equipment this time. Wolfhide Armor White Common, Defense 50, Spirit 5, Agility 10. Wolfbone Staff White Common, Spell Attack 50, Spirit 10, Agility 5. Wolfmane Robe Green Uncommon, Defense 80, Spirit 15, Agility 15. Although the boss had dropped the Wolfmane Robe instead of a higher tier blue quality item, it was still a significant upgrade from the ordinary Wolfhide armor. Without hesitation, Shun Lang swapped out his worn gray mage robe for the new Wolfmane robe. The updated stats on his character panel now read: Strength, 24. Agility, 24-15. Constitution, 23-15. Spirit, 55-30. In terms of experience points, Shun Lang had reached 87, just shy of leveling up to level 2. Medusa, who received the same amount of experience, progressed to 31 due to her higher leveling requirements. As the 5-minute timer neared its end, a notification for the dungeon evaluation rewards sounded right on cue. The results for completing the dungeon were finalized, and the system notification sounded in Shun Lang's ear. Congratulations! You have achieved an SSS rating in the Howling Jungle Dungeon. A diamond chest 1 has been automatically added to your inventory. Shun Lang raised an eyebrow, noting that the rewards this time were different from the last. The system continued to explain. Platinum level or higher chests can only be obtained once per beginner dungeon. Rewards will be distributed sequentially. Your completion record will be saved on the player performance display, using the same alias as before. As the notification ended, Shun Lang felt the environment around him begin to distort. Was about to leave the dungeon world. In the fleeting moment before everything disappeared, a few thoughts crossed his mind. This time, he only received a diamond chest instead of a supreme chest, but the rule made sense. Otherwise, wouldn't it be possible to endlessly farm supreme chests? There were still 2 beginner dungeons left in Donghai City, meaning he could at least obtain 2 more supreme chests. Of course, it was impossible to endlessly farm chests by traveling to other cities. Beginner dungeons were only accessible to players below level 5, and Shun Lang had no intention of suppressing his level just for the sake of farming chests. The experience gained from each dungeon completion was steadily driving him forward. This time, the system didn't broadcast the completion globally. Shun Lang understood why. Having already proven his strength, another SSS rating no longer warranted a public announcement. A faint smile appeared on his lips as Shun Lang and Medusa's figures gradually faded from the dungeon. Back in the real world, he quickly adjusted his plans. He had originally intended to repeatedly farm this beast dungeon, but now he had changed his mind. After all, with 2 more supreme chests waiting for him, how could he ignore them? Shun Lang decided to clear the Howling Jungle once more to claim the platinum chest, and then move on to the next beginner dungeon in Donghai City. His eyes glimmered with anticipation, ready for the challenges that lay ahead. Shun Lang and Medusa had just exited the dungeon and immediately dove back into the Howling Forest. This time, Medusa didn't one-shot all the monsters like before, as her magic had been nearly depleted during the previous dungeon run. Even so, thanks to the overwhelming power of her 10-star Divine Beast bloodline, they effortlessly crushed every monster in the beginner dungeon and quickly completed the run. On their 3rd completion of the Howling Forest, Shun Lang finally earned a platinum-grade treasure chest as a reward. This marked the point where the dungeon had lost its value to him. He thought to himself that unless he couldn't reach level 5 or find other cities to farm treasure chests, there was no reason to waste more runs on low-tier rewards. To avoid drawing attention, Shun Lang quickly changed back into his original outfit and left the dungeon with Medusa. They headed straight to the hotel to check out and then took a taxi to the next destination, a beginner dungeon in the western part of the city, about 40 kilometers away. There, a necromancer-themed dungeon awaited them. During the ride, Shun Lang opened his inventory and carefully examined the 3 newly acquired treasure chests: Platinum Grade, Diamond Grade, and Supreme Grade, each labeled as 1 star. This indicated that they were the highest tier chests available below level 30, but it didn't necessarily guarantee that the items inside would be invincible or the best. Without hesitation, Shun Lang opened the lowest tier platinum chest first. A red, perfect grade piece of equipment called Thorn Armor appeared before him. It offered an impressive 250 defense, along with boosts to constitution, strength, and physical defense. While it wasn't particularly useful for Shen Lang as a beastmaster or for Medusa, it would undoubtedly be a godder item for knights or warriors in the early stages of the game. Next, Shun Lang opened the diamond chest and obtained a purple, epic grade item, the Earthfire Bracelet. This piece of equipment not only enhanced spirit and agility stats, but also increased mana regeneration and boosted fire-based skill damage. Shen Lang's eyes lit up. This was practically tailor-made for Medusa. Even though it was only a 1-star item, it represented a significant upgrade for the level 5 Medusa. Shen Lang quickly calculated the benefits. The Earth-Fire Bracelet would not only resolve Medusa's mana deficiency, but also greatly enhance her combat capabilities. However, the cramped space in the taxi wasn't an ideal place for equipping it. He decided to wait until they reached the next dungeon to give it to her. Shen Lang carefully stored the Earth-Fire Bracelet, then turned his attention to the final treasure chest, the highly anticipated Supreme Chest. As the success notification chimed, a dark gold wolf soul pendant appeared before him. The attributes of this dark gold legendary item were truly remarkable. Spirit 25, Agility 25, Mana Recovery 5, Stamina Recovery 5. Equipment requirement, Spirit 140. Shen Lang examined the extraordinary item closely. The dark gold legendary gear lived up to its reputation, offering comprehensive boosts to 4 key attributes. Its quality was at least on par with green excellent grade equipment, possibly even rivaling 2-star blue superior grade items. However, as he glanced at his own spirit attribute, which was only at 85, he couldn't help but sigh. Although Medusa's stats met the requirements to equip the pendant, its lack of attack bonuses made it less suitable for her compared to the bracelet. Reluctantly, Shun Lang decided to temporarily store the pendant in his inventory, waiting until his spirit attribute reached the required level. Being job change day, the city's outer loop was unusually congested. It took nearly half an hour for them to finally reach the newbie dungeon in the western part of the city. This undead dungeon, teeming with zombies and skeletons, was bustling with activity, filled with players shouting to recruit teammates. As they waited in line, Shun Lang overheard excited discussions about achieving an SS-level dungeon clearance. He and Medusa, a strikingly handsome duo, naturally caught many curious glances, though no one dared to approach them. Soon, it was their turn to step onto the dungeon altar. The system notification promptly sounded. Honorable Adventurer, welcome to newbie dungeon number 3567 Crimson Tomb. Please select your challenge mode. Solo mode, team mode. Please select your difficulty level. Easy, normal, hard, nightmare, hell. Without hesitation, Shun Lang chose solo mode and held difficulty. The system immediately began calibrating the dungeon data, followed by the final countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. The scene shifted, and before Shun Lang's eyes appeared a dilapidated cluster of buildings. Among the crumbling walls and ruins, a graveyard faintly emerged, clearly ravaged by some unknown force. Shun Lang cautiously made his way through, peering through the dim gaps. Inside the structures, cobwebs stretched across every corner, and an eerie cacophony of insect chirps echoed intermittently. Suddenly, a flicker of green ghostly fire darted past just as Shun Lang turned his head, nearly startling a cry out of him. It wasn't fear, but the abruptness of the sight that caught him off guard. Beside him, Medusa, ever attuned to her master's emotions, noticed his unease. With a sweeping gaze, the flickering ghost flames instantly vanished into nothingness. "Master, are you all right?" Medusa asked softly. Shen Lang shook his head. "I'm fine. By the way, I've got something for you." As he spoke, he retrieved the Earth-Fire Bracelet from his inventory and held it out to Medusa. Medusa's eyes lit up, though she hesitated. "Master, is this for me?" "Yes, it's yours. Take it. It should help enhance your strength," Shen Lang replied with a smile. Only then did Medusa accept the bracelet, her tail swishing slightly as she slipped it onto her wrist. She presented it to Shen Lang. "Master, does it look good?" Shen Lang nodded approvingly. "Yes, it looks great." The fiery red Earth-Fire Bracelet complemented Medusa perfectly, adding an even more enchanting allure to her. "Thank you, Master." Medusa's eyes shimmered with warmth. Seeing her expression, Shun Lang felt a surge of emotion and quickly coughed to compose himself. "Ahem, Medusa, it's just equipment. Get familiar with it. Let's get started on the dungeon." "Understood, my master," Medusa obediently replied. Just then, the sound of bricks and tiles shifting reached their ears. Shen Lang and Medusa turned their eyes to the source. Beneath a broken beam, the ground cracked open with a rumble, and 2 skeletal heads emerged. Moments later, entire skeletons clawed their way out, charging straight toward them. White Bone Skeleton. Level 9. Strength 143. Agility 169. Constitution 109. Spirit 15. The stats of these skeletons were comparable to the Grey Wolves from the Beast Forest dungeon, indicating that the difficulty across beginner dungeons didn't vary significantly. Before Shen Lang could issue a command, Medusa had already locked her cold gaze on the oncoming skeletons. Despite their incredible speed, closing the distance in mere seconds, they seemed insignificant as ants in Medusa's eyes. With a flick of her fingers, 2 red streaks of light shot out, engulfing the skeletons in an instant. Within the flames, The white bones disintegrated into ash. The system notification sounded. Congratulations! Your beast has defeated a white bone skeleton. You and your beast have each gained 25 experience. Twice. 50 experience points in total, comparable to the Beast Forest dungeon. Shun Lang felt no excitement. The fact that Medusa had personally acted was already an honor for these two skeletons. Let's keep going and aim for the SSS rating. We need to pick up the pace, Shun Lang urged, emphasizing the need for speed to secure the highest dungeon evaluation. As you wish, my master. Medusa responded energetically. She unleashed her powerful spiritual perception, scanning the entire necromancer's dungeon with ease. Soon, they spotted 3 zombies and 2 more skeletons. Starving zombie. Level 9. Strength 153. Agility 165. Constitution 119. Spirit 14. These zombies even had rudimentary skills, capable of spewing ghostly fire arrows from their decayed mouths. Medusa wasted no time. With a light stomp, the 3 zombies and 2 skeletons shattered simultaneously. The system notification chimed again, announcing the experience gained. As Shun Lang and Medusa prepared to move deeper into the dungeon, they noticed a faint glow emanating from where one of the zombies had fallen. Huh, it dropped something? Shun Lang exclaimed in surprise, hurrying over to inspect. It turned out to be a grayish-white skill book. Using basic appraisal, the skill book's details appeared. Skill book, Fire Spit. Consumes a certain amount of mana to release a fiery arrow, dealing fire-based magic damage. Requirement, Fire Mage. Although Medusa was fire-aligned, her abilities stemmed from her bonded beast nature, making her unable to learn skills. Even if she could, this skill would be useless for a 10-star beast like her. However, the skill book would undoubtedly fetch a high price on the market, where demand always outstripped supply. After storing the skill book, Shun Lang and Medusa resumed their hunt, mowing down skeletons and zombies of various kinds without encountering any resistance. After defeating 20 more monsters, they finally reached the dungeon boss. However, the so-called boss was no different from regular mobs under Medusa's might. With a single slap, it was reduced to rubble. The system notification sounded. Congratulations! Your beast has defeated the skeleton mage. You and your beast have each gained 100 experience. Congratulations! You have completed the Blood-Red Graveyard Solo Challenge mode. Your performance is being evaluated. Please wait. Shun Lang was confident. With their speed, an SSS rating was practically guaranteed. Unexpectedly, the system notifications kept coming. Congratulations, Beastmaster. Your beast, Medusa the Queen, has leveled up to level 6. Fixed attribute points 100. Shun Lang froze for a moment. Did Medusa just level up? Medusa's eyes sparkled with joy, her excitement unmistakable. Her voice trembled slightly as she exclaimed, Master, I've leveled up. Before she could finish her sentence, tears shimmered in her serpentine pupils. Shun Lang watched Medusa's elated expression and gently said, Yes, let's keep it up. Level 6 is just the beginning for us. Medusa nodded firmly, responding with determination, Yes, just the beginning. Shun Lang quietly calculated in his mind. They had cleared the beginner dungeon 4 times, earning several hundred experience points each time. Medusa's level up was expected. However, the attribute bonus from this upgrade was astonishing. While Shun Lang received 20 attribute points per level 10 fixed, 10 free, Medusa's single level up granted a staggering 100 fixed attribute points. This was equivalent to a standard professional leveling up 5 times, showcasing the extraordinary potential of a 10-star divine beast. With Medusa's level up, Shun Lang's vision displayed her updated status panel. Beast, Queen Medusa. Attribute, Fire. Level, 6. Strength, 1,537. Agility, 1339-25. Constitution, 1,613. Spirit, 1970-20. SSS talent, Queen's Gaze. Fire-based attacks 500. Eye contact can petrify enemies, with a chance to incinerate them. Queen's Resilience. Stamina recovery 500. Skills, Death Stare, Arcane Serpent, Inferno Devourer, 9-fold Flame Shield, Falling Meteor. Equipment, Earthfire Bracelet equipped. Shun Lang quickly scanned the panel, noting that the 100 fixed attribute points had been evenly distributed among her 4 main stats, indicating no obvious weaknesses in her growth. Satisfied, he closed the panel and turned toward the spot where the skeletal mage had been vanquished. There, a green bangle lay quietly. Shun Lang picked it up and examined it closely. Bone bangle green, excellent. Spirit 12, Constitution 12. Compared to the Wolf Fang ring he had previously acquired in the Howling Forest dungeon, this equipment was slightly inferior but still decent. Both items boosted spirit and constitution without any special requirements. Without hesitation, Shun Lang equipped the bangle on his arm. Just then, a clearance evaluation prompt appeared. Your dungeon clearance results have been finalized. After comprehensive assessment, your performance in the Bloodstained Cemetery dungeon has been rated SSS. Congratulations! You have received a Supreme Treasure Chest 1, which has been automatically added to your inventory. Your clearance record will be displayed on the Dungeon Player Leaderboard. Your SSS rating will be broadcast globally. It has been detected that you are already registered under the codename Hidden Dragon in other dungeons. Your records and global broadcast will use this codename for display and announcement. Time's up. You will now exit the dungeon. As the prompt ended, Shun Lang and Medusa's figures began to fade from the Bloodstained Cemetery dungeon. Simultaneously, Shun Lang's clearance record echoed in the minds of transfer professionals worldwide. Congratulations to the professional known as Shen Lang from the Grand Xia Kingdom for achieving an SS level clearance rating in the Hell level beginner dungeon. This earth-shattering global announcement once again echoed across nations, sparking an unprecedented storm. Countries reacted swiftly and intensely. In the Empire of the Rising Sun, top officials turned pale with fury as they gritted their teeth and issued a decisive order. Shen Lang must die. This is the highest level imperial decree. They quickly contacted their ninja corps, preparing to spare no expense in eliminating this threat. Meanwhile, the leaders of the Stick Nation were ecstatic. One of them slammed the table and declared, "Shen Lang must be one of our descendants." He immediately ordered a full-scale search for Shen Lang's whereabouts and directed the media to widely promote Shen Lang's supposed Stick Nation lineage. India, on the other hand, adopted a rather unique approach. They issued a new cabinet directive mandating all novice professionals to undergo a 1-month cow dung and cow urine bath while consuming large amounts of Ganges water. The apparent goal of this initiative was to cultivate a strong contender capable of rivaling Shen Lang. In the beautiful nation, the reaction was even more intense. They realized that failing to stop Shen Lang would pose a significant threat in the next all-out battlefield. As a result, they resolved to expose even their most critical operatives if necessary, all in the effort to locate and eliminate Shen Lang. Back in the Grand Xia Kingdom, the response was equally fervent. Universities and guild recruitment offices were packed with job seekers and newcomers, all aspiring to become the next Shen Lang. At the mythical Celestial Court Guild, Wang Teng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the latest announcement. Having once achieved an SS level clearance in a beginner dungeon himself, he fully understood the gravity of this accomplishment. Shen Lang had not only achieved an SS level clearance once, but had done so consecutively in 2 different Hell level beginner dungeons, a truly staggering feat. Muttering to himself, Wang Teng said, "This can't just be a matter of attribute counters. This Shen Lang, he's a true monster among monsters." As the news spread, nations across the globe, especially those in conflict with the Grand Xia Kingdom, found themselves gripped by a complex mix of fear, envy, and determination. They were all pondering the same question. How can this terrifying newcomer, Shen Lang, be stopped? Wang Teng frowned deeply, racking his brain to figure out how Shen Lang managed to achieve SSS ratings in 2 Hell-level beginner dungeons. Was it equipment? Impossible. A level 1 or 2 beginner couldn't possibly equip Dark Gold legendary gear. No matter what, he had to recruit Shen Lang into the guild. Without hesitation, Wang Ting opened the guild mission board and issued another task to locate Shen Lang. 2 SSS ratings meant Shen Lang must be in a large city with multiple beginner dungeons. This significantly narrowed the search area. His plan was straightforward. Identify the city with 2 SS-rated dungeon records, then pinpoint the individual's true identity. Even if there wasn't a second SSS rating, Shen Lang's identity would eventually come to light. After all, the codename Shen Lang paired with SS-level accomplishments in Donghai City would soon spread. Meanwhile, in the office of the national leader of the Xia Kingdom's Forbidden City, Dragonblood warlord Zhu Zhenhua was reviewing the profiles of new job changers alongside the former national leader. News of Shun Lang's second SSS dungeon clear had just arrived, leaving Zhu Zhenhua astonished. 2 consecutive SSS ratings made it difficult for him to gauge the full potential of Shen Lang. The former national leader speculated that Shen Lang was in Donghai City, a conclusion Zhu Zhenhua agreed with. They analyzed the situation and suspected that Shen Lang was likely Shun Lang, who had awakened an SS-level talent. However, Zhu Zhenhua hinted that Shun Lang might have awakened more than just one SS-level talent. At that moment, Minister Wang from the vocational department burst in with an urgent report. The 2 SSS dungeon clear records had been confirmed to originate from Donghai City, and the record holder was indeed Shen Lang. Without hesitation, Zhu Zhenhua decided to head to Donghai City, disappearing from the office in an instant. The former national leader ordered full cooperation with Zhu Zhenhua, emphasizing the importance of gaining the upper hand. As he flipped through Shun Lang's profile, he quietly assessed the young man as intelligent but somewhat reckless. Meanwhile, outside the blood-stained cemetery dungeon in Donghai City, Shun Lang, entirely unaware of the attention he had drawn, was preparing for his second challenge. After completing 3 clears and earning a platinum loot box, he was planning to move on to the next dungeon when his phone suddenly rang. An unfamiliar number lit up the screen. Shun Lang stood before the altar in the Scarlet Cemetery, his fingers lightly brushing against the communicator as his brows furrowed. As a transmigrator, he always felt out of place among the youths of this world, with hardly any real friends. For the past 3 years, he had been singularly focused on preparing for his career advancement, with little interaction with the outside world. Now, an unexpected call from an unfamiliar number left him slightly puzzled. After a moment of contemplation, a faint smile curved at the corner of Shun Lang's lips. He realized he might have been overthinking. If someone truly meant him harm, wouldn't it be more direct to confront him face-to-face? Without hesitation, he answered the call. Shun Lang, where are you? You're at the beginner dungeon in the Scarlet Cemetery on the west side of the city, right? A familiar voice came through the communicator. It was Song Yuan, the principal of Sandong Lanxiang Vocational Academy. His voice was low and tense, as if he was suppressing some kind of emotion. Just as Shun Lang was about to respond, another voice abruptly cut in. This voice was strong and commanding, yet carried a hint of calm detachment. Shen Lang, is it? Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. The speaker seemed certain that Shun Lang was the one who had twice achieved an SS grade rating in clearing hell-level dungeons. If you don't want to die, find a place to hide. Stop running dungeons. The moment the words were spoken, Song Yuan quickly chimed in. Yes, Shun Lang, did you hear that? Stop running dungeons. Find a place to hide, and stay hidden. Narrowing his eyes, Shun Lang began to ponder. Clearly, his identity had been exposed, and the officials had acted with surprising efficiency. He gave a brief response to Song Yuan. Got it? Then, he ended the call. Although the identities of the callers were still unclear, the fact that they contacted him through Song Yuan suggested they were likely government officials. Shun Lang still had lingering doubts. Logically, if his identity had been exposed, the authorities would have sent someone to meet him directly. Yet, despite knowing his location, they had only made a call. This raised questions about their intentions. Master, is something the matter? Medusa, standing nearby, noticed Shun Lang's unusual demeanor and asked softly. Turning to her, Shun Lang smiled faintly. It seems we won't be able to continue with the dungeon for now. Let's go. If they want me to hide, then let's find a place to lay low. Shun Lang began weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Since the authorities were aware of his identity, it was unlikely they meant him harm. Over the past 3 years, he hadn't offended anyone, nor was it likely that he'd face suppression from the government. Besides, the Great Xia Kingdom had always had favorable policies toward individuals with high potential. While their exact intentions were unclear, their suggestion for him to hide likely came from a place of concern. Otherwise, they wouldn't have warned him. Though the tone of the second caller had irked Shun Lang slightly, cooperating with them seemed to be the wise choice for now. He was also curious to see what the officials had planned. Shun Lang had his suspicions, and that curiosity was part of why he was willing to comply. Since the authorities had discovered his identity, it was only a matter of time before other factions did as well. The government might be looking to leverage this situation. With that thought, Shun Lang found himself looking forward to what might happen next. Medusa, ever loyal, had no objections to his decision. Together, they abandoned their plan to head to another ferocious beast dungeon. As Shun Lang and Medusa stepped out of the altar in the Scarlet Cemetery, he once again heard whispers of discussion about him. Haha, your information is so outdated. A sudden burst of lively chatter erupted from the crowd. The global announcement just now came from the Bloody Necropolis dungeon, and this is already the second global announcement from Donghai City. The first one happened in the Howling Jungle. 2 SS level clears, someone gasped. Doesn't that mean Donghai City has produced 2 future legends? No, it's even crazier than that, another voice interjected. Both SS level clears were achieved by the same person. The president of Mythic Celestial Court has already issued several bounty missions to track down this rookie. The crowd buzzed with excitement. The reward is a legendary dark gold tier piece of equipment. Just finding this hidden dragon could make you rich. That's not even the wildest part, someone whispered conspiratorially. Rumor has it that the president of Mythic Celestial Court said he'd step down and hand over his position if this hidden dragon agrees to join their guild. Standing amidst the commotion, Shun Lang's heart tightened. Only now did he realize he might have underestimated the impact of clearing an SS level hell difficulty beginner dungeon. Just providing information about him could earn someone a legendary item, effectively making him a walking gold mine. Though Mythic Celestial Court, being a guild from the Xia Kingdom, might want to recruit him out of camaraderie, hostile forces would likely go to even greater lengths to eliminate such a promising talent. It wouldn't be surprising if high-level professionals were already on their way to hunt him down. With this thought, Shun Lang, who had been preparing to leave the dungeon, suddenly halted in his tracks. What's wrong, master? Medusa asked, puzzled. After a moment of contemplation, Shun Lang replied, forget it. We're not leaving just yet. Let's head back and keep farming the dungeon. If the official suggestion was to lie low, it meant danger was imminent. And in a situation like this, What safer place could there be than the beginner dungeon itself? For Shun Lang, having Medusa by his side as protection meant that any professional below level 120 posed no real threat. However, if the enemy's strength exceeded Medusa's, the consequences would be unpredictable. He understood clearly that he couldn't rely entirely on the official organization for his safety. After all, he was still a rookie below level 5. No matter how much importance the authorities placed on him, they were outsiders who could never value his life as much as he did. The novice dungeon had strict rules in place. Professionals above level 5 couldn't enter, and each participant would find themselves in an independent dimensional space. This meant that as long as Shun Lang stayed in the dungeon, he was at his safest. Even though the authorities suggested that he stop running the dungeon, staying inside was actually the safer option. With this realization, Shun Lang didn't hesitate. He brought Medusa with him and stepped onto the dungeon altar, re-entering the Scarlet Tomb dungeon. The moment their figures disappeared, the plaza outside the altar was already teeming with experts disguised as low-level professionals. Among them were even 3-star and 4-star professionals. These individuals came from various influential factions of the Xia Kingdom, and some spies from opposing forces had also blended in. In a high-rise building not far away, a middle-aged man with a thick beard was closely observing the bustling Scarlet Tomb dungeon altar. Speaking into a communicator, he issued orders. Get into position, and use detection spells on every rookie that comes out. If multiple people cast it at once, it won't draw suspicion. Focus on targets above level 2 with decent equipment. Report any suspicious individuals immediately. Afterward, the bearded man contacted another number. The person on the other end spoke Xia Kingdom's language with a foreign accent, clearly not a local. The two had a brief exchange, confirming that as soon as the target was found, the other party would assist the bearded man in obtaining citizenship in the pretty country, along with other benefits. Meanwhile, in a modest hotel in Donghai City, a one-eyed man was having a conversation with a bespectacled young man. The younger man was providing a detailed report on the activities of opposing forces. William, an 8-star professional from the pretty country's Shield Bureau, had infiltrated the Xia Kingdom half a month ago. His contact, Vice Dean Hua Dongying from Donghai Advanced Professional Academy, had already taken position outside the Scarlet Tomb dungeon. The one-eyed man expressed his fury over Hua Dongying's betrayal and decided that a thorough investigation of all academies would be conducted afterward. The bespectacled young man continued to report on the 5-star to 7-star professionals sent by other countries and confirmed that the bait plan was ready to be executed. Just then, a figure identical to Shun Lang walked out from another room in the suite. However, the figure spoke in a girl's clear and ethereal voice, asking, "Boss, aren't we taking action yet?" In the Scarlet Tomb instance, Shun Lang and the Medusa Queen strolled leisurely, no longer in a rush to clear the dungeon as they had been before. Amid the eerie atmosphere of the instance, their calm and composed figures stood out. Shun Lang's goal this time was no longer just to grind mobs. Instead, he used this opportunity to pass the time while gaining some experience points along the way. Nonetheless, the time limit for beginner instances still applied. Every novice player was strictly limited to an hour inside the instance, after which they would be forcibly teleported out if they exceeded the time limit. Shun Lang was well aware of this and always timed his clears precisely, commanding the Medusa Queen to defeat the boss at the very last moment. Each time he exited the instance, Shun Lang carefully observed the changes in the outside world. While his own strength was still relatively weak, the Medusa Queen, a mature form of a 10-star divine beast, had a keen sense for detecting the presence of powerful individuals nearby. Over time, these presences grew more numerous, indicating that more high-level players had arrived in the area. On several occasions, Shun Lang felt the effects of detection spells scanning him, but he was prepared. He had swapped all his gear for ordinary white-grade items, avoiding drawing any unnecessary attention. As night fell, Shun Lang remained unhurriedly grinding mobs in the instance. However, after his last 2 trips out of the Scarlet Tomb instance, the situation outside took a sudden turn. The number of high-level players in the plaza drastically decreased, and the Medusa Queen's perception confirmed this. This strange development left Shun Lang puzzled. With lingering doubts, Shun Lang and the Medusa Queen spent nearly another hour in the instance. Upon exiting again, the area around the instance altar was almost devoid of high-level players, as if the previously lurking figures had never been there. Could something have happened? Did the authorities make a move? Shun Lang speculated to himself. "Master, are we not continuing?" the Medusa Queen asked. "We can't continue," Shun Lang replied with a shake of his head. Although he wanted to stay in the instance longer, the circumstances didn't allow it. From the time he began re-entering the instance until now, Shun Lang had completed 6 runs, reaping considerable rewards. He had acquired nearly 20 pieces of equipment, mostly green-grade excellent with a few blue-grade superior. More importantly, these 6 runs had significantly boosted his experience points, propelling him from level 1 to level 4. The Medusa Queen, too, had leveled up from 6 to 7. Shun Lang level 4, 39.72. Medusa Queen level 7, 53.68. As a beast companion, the Medusa Queen was not subject to the level restrictions of beginner instances, even after surpassing level 5. However, Shun Lang himself was nearing level 5, which would prevent him from entering beginner instances anymore. Though he still needed about 60 more experience to reach level 5, Shun Lang had to save room for his progress to tackle the next beginner instance. The upcoming beginner instance had 3 treasure chests waiting for Hyman opportunity Shun Lang was unwilling to miss. To secure these chests, he needed to leave enough room in his experience bar. Moreover, the sudden changes outside made him eager to figure out what was happening. If the situation turned unfavorable and the authorities proved unreliable, Shun Lang would have to quietly leave Donghai City tonight and find a safer place to grow stronger. By this time, it was already past 9 p.m., and the plaza outside the shadowy tomb remained crowded with many beginner players. These newly transitioned novices were eager to level up and shed their beginner status as quickly as possible. However, Shun Lang noticed something unusual about the atmosphere. Apart from a few players entering or leaving the instance, most were engrossed with their communication devices, excitedly discussing something in groups. Perking up his ears, Shun Lang discovered that their conversation was, surprisingly, about him. Supreme grade chest, diamond grade chest, platinum grade chest. I am so jealous I could cry. Well, what can you do? The guy cleared the beginner instance on hell difficulty with an SSS rating. He earned it fair and square. Who would have thought our Donghai City could produce someone like that? Shen Lang is sure to become a major figure in the future. They mentioned Shun Lang's name directly instead of referring to him by his alias, Potential Dragon. Clearly, his identity had been fully exposed, and even his real name was no longer a secret. Shen Lang kept a calm demeanor as he scanned the surroundings, relieved that no one seemed to be paying attention to him or the Medusa Queen. The chatter continued. You might not know this, but I went to the same school as Potential Dragon Shen Lang. I mean, we were both at Sanong Lanxiang. He was always top of the class in theory and combat skills. When he awakened the Beastmaster class, a lot of people thought he was doomed. Beastmaster is such a strong hidden class, though. How could it be doomed? Shun Lang's family is poor as an orphan, and Beastmaster is a money-draining class. Ah, I see. But talent shines no matter what. 2 SS rated clears on hell difficulty? His future is limitless. Exactly. And he's so handsome. I can't believe I didn't notice him running instances here earlier. No doubt Shen Lang is impressive, but don't you think he's being too bold? Going live to open those chests practically asking for trouble. You mean foreign players might target him? Nah, I trust our country's protection. Of course I trust the country, but still, flaunting it so openly is just reckless. He's practically inviting foreign forces to make a move. Well, he's probably just a poor guy trying to show off now that he's made it understandable. Whatever, we ordinary players are just here for the entertainment. By the way, isn't the chest opening stream at 10 p.m.? Yeah, 10 p.m. There's still over 40 minutes to go. That's a while. Let's run another instance. I'm so close to hitting level 2. Listening to these conversations, Shun Lang was deeply confused. A live stream at 10 p.m. to open treasure chests? How could he, the person in question, know nothing about it? Filled with confusion, Shun Lang decisively pulled out his communicator. In this era of professionals, old forms of entertainment still thrived, such as short video apps that were all the rage 300 years ago. Today, this app was known as ProCircle, aptly named as the community for professionals. ProCircle was a melting pot of content, quirky videos, serious dungeon clearing guides, product promotions for professional gear and equipment, and lively live streams of professionals battling monsters. The app was wildly popular among the professional community. When Shen Lang opened ProCircle, he didn't even need to search. The homepage instantly displayed a prominent live stream. The name of the stream boldly read, I am Shen Lang. Watch me open supreme treasure chests. Next to it was the platform's official certification. Global Genius, 2-time SSS rank hell difficulty dungeon clear Shen Lang. The live stream showed 2 neatly stacked rows of treasure chests. The top row held supreme chests, the middle row diamond chests, and the bottom row platinum chests, 6 in total, exactly matching the number of chests Shun Lang had received. However, this wasn't what caught his attention. His gaze was fixed on the person in the live stream, casually lounging with their feet propped up on the treasure chests, leisurely snacking on sunflower seeds. No wonder someone had just accused him of being arrogant and flaunting his success through live streams. This posture alone screamed, punchable. If there was a scale for being infuriating, this person maxed it out. Shun Lang stared at the streamer munching on sunflower seeds, his mouth twitching involuntarily. The reason? The streamer looked exactly like him. Even Medusa, who had been watching the screen beside him, was visibly stunned. Her lips slightly parted in shock. What are you looking at? That's not me. Shun Lang muttered darkly, turning off the communicator with a complicated expression in his eyes. There was no need to think too hard. This had to be the work of the officials. They wanted him to stay hidden, yet they created a fake version of him? Clearly, they were using his likeness as bait. Though annoyed, Shun Lang cooperated by putting on a plain white mask, a piece of equipment he had obtained in a beginner dungeon. It conveniently concealed his face, both for his own safety and to avoid jeopardizing the official's baiting operation. He then turned to Medusa. While his appearance was now disguised, Medusa had previously been seen with him. Given the current situation and the potential for danger, Shun Lang wasn't about to send Medusa back to her beast space. Fortunately, he had acquired 2 masks in the Bloody Cemetery, and Medusa, now equipped with the colonized armor, could wear gear as well. And so, the 2 masked figures quietly slipped away from the Bloody Cemetery dungeon altar, blending into the crowd. Since many curious beginner professionals were also wearing masks nearby, Shun Lang and Medusa didn't stand out. Unable to stay in the dungeon any longer, Shun Lang decided to find a safe place to hide with Medusa. To him, the official's baiting tactics were clumsy at best. A simple investigation would reveal the impersonator as a fraud. While the operation was likely aimed at foreign forces, who could guarantee there weren't insiders from the Xia Empire involved? If someone clever caught on, they'd see through the ruse in no time. For his own safety, Shun Lang deemed it necessary to lay low. They quickly left the Bloody Cemetery behind, carefully avoiding surveillance cameras along the way. Eventually, they found a small, run-down inn in an old alley and rented a single room. The choice of the inn was simple. It didn't require real name registration to check in. To be precise, it wasn't that ID registration wasn't required, it was just easily bypassed. Shun Lang handed over an extra 100 yuan, and the innkeeper promptly used their own ID to book the room for Shun Lang and Medusa. Young people these days, sneaking around in masks. What a wild generation! The innkeeper muttered disdainfully as Shun Lang and Medusa climbed the dimly lit stairs one after the other and entered their room. Under normal circumstances, being alone in a cramped room with Medusa might have led to some awkward or suggestive thoughts. But right now, Shun Lang's mind was preoccupied with the image of the impostor. The moment they entered the room and turned on the light, he immediately pulled out his communicator and reopened the Pro Circle app. The impostor's live stream continued to dominate the homepage recommendations, and the viewer count had skyrocketed to an astonishing 16 million. Shun Lang glanced at the clock. It was only a few minutes until 10 o'clock. His eyes shifted to the barrage of comments flooding the chat, so dense it was nearly impossible to make out individual messages. Bro, you're insane. You're seriously not afraid of dying, huh? First time in my life seeing a supreme tier treasure chest. Can you open it already? I gotta run a dungeon soon. Shun Lang, it's me, Park Changda from Lanxiang High School, Class 9. Remember me? Don't forget your old buddy when you make it big. Help me out in the future. Look at this guy acting all high and mighty's got short-lived written all over him. Exactly. Someone like you, wasting the talent the heavens gave you, just causing trouble for the country. Hope you grow into your potential. If another Dragon Blood War god emerges, our Daxia would dominate the national battlegrounds. With his personality? I doubt it. He'll probably get himself killed doing something reckless. The impostor, cracking sunflower seeds leisurely, occasionally responded to the comments with a tone full of provocation. Afraid of dying? I've been alive for 18 years, and I still don't know how to spell fear. So what if I'm cocky? If you can clear a hell-level beginner dungeon with an SSS rating, you can be this cocky too. Why does there need to be another Dragon Blood War god? Why can't I, Shen Lang, surpass the Dragon Blood War god? My name is Shun Lang. So what if I'm a little reckless? Listening to the impostor's remarks, Shun Lang felt his head throb. He thought to himself, with my image being wrecked like this, how am I supposed to face anyone in the future? Time ticked quickly, and soon it was 10 o'clock. The impostor finally stopped munching on sunflower seeds and arguing with the audience. He swung his feet off the table and straightened up. All right, folks, it's time. Let's get started. No more nonsense, let's open the treasure chests. We'll start with the supreme tier ones. With a casual swipe of his mouth and a clap of his hands, the impostor grabbed the top 2 supreme tier treasure chests and placed them in front of him. As the chests were opened, they emitted dazzling, multicolored light. When the light faded, the chests disappeared, leaving behind 2 dark golden glows. Within the golden glows were a broadsword and a shield. Are you kidding me? I'm a Beast Tamer. These 2 pieces of equipment are completely useless to me, the impostor said with a regretful expression. Frustrated, he added, damn it, this is ruining my mood. That's it, I'm done streaming. I'm out. Without a second thought, the impostor completely ignored the flood of comments and abruptly ended the live stream. Shun Lang. Shun Lang gazed out the window, silently calculating in his mind. His abrupt decision to end the live stream was nothing short of impulsive and completely unexpected. This unrestrained behavior was a true reflection of his carefree nature. Once the live stream went dark, the comment section exploded like a tidal wave, filled mostly with angry messages directed at the impostor. Shun Lang was fully aware that the so-called impostor was nothing more than bait. Now that the hook had been set, All that remained was for the big and small fish to take the lure. Whether the impostor himself appeared in the live stream no longer mattered. Under the cover of night, the city of Donghai simmered with hidden tension. Especially in the area where the impostor was located, it had likely become the center of attention for numerous factions. Pinpointing the location of a live streamer was child's play for those lying in wait. What Shun Lang didn't realize was that, while he was grinding through the blood-stained tomb dungeon, the impostor had been lingering around the dungeon's entrance for quite some time. This explained why, as soon as Shun Lang exited the dungeon, the suspicious high-tier professionals who had been lurking around suddenly vanished. They had all gone to track the impostor. Shun Lang couldn't help but marvel at the official force's tactics. This kind of opportunistic scheming, dressed up as clever strategy, was, in reality, ruthless and calculating. Yet, Shun Lang appreciated this no-holds-barred approach. Though he had yet to interact directly with the officials, he had already developed a certain admiration for their style. When dealing with enemies, ruthless efficiency was the way to go. All that talk of honor and chivalry? Pure nonsense. Just 10 kilometers away, the neon lights of the West City Grand Hotel flickered incessantly. Inside this 5-star establishment, the impostor occupied one of the rooms. After ending the live stream, he didn't leave the computer but instead cursed under his breath while opening 4 more treasure chests. The room's windows were wide open, offering a clear view of the interior. Outside the hotel, countless eyes were fixed on the impostor's room. Communications buzzed among the various factions. They had confirmed that the treasure chests were genuine and that the impostor was indeed opening them. Someone had even disguised themselves as hotel staff to get close to him, using a detection scroll to verify his identity. Shen Lang of Sandong Lanxiang Advanced Vocational Academy, now a level 5 Beast Tamer, also known as Chen Lang. Suddenly, someone noticed that one faction had already begun infiltrating the hotel. The various groups sprang into action, converging on the impostor's room from both the ground and the air. One particularly bold team even resorted to breaking down the door. "Kill him!" the leader shouted, and his men swarmed in. Faced with the sudden assault, the impostor momentarily showed a flicker of panic, but reacted swiftly. He quickly stashed the gear he had just acquired, vaulted over the desk, and made a beeline for the window. "You think a bunch of trash like you can take me down? Dream on!" he yelled as he ran. With a loud crash, the floor-to-ceiling glass shattered as the impostor dove through it. His figure, along with the shards of glass, began plummeting in free fall. However, just as he dropped 2 floors, a 6-pointed summoning array suddenly materialized in midair. From the array emerged a massive bird with cyan feathers, crackling with purple lightning. The bird let out a piercing cry, spread its enormous wings, and caught the falling impostor with ease before soaring into the night sky. The pursuing professionals immediately launched their detection skills at the bird as it appeared. The results came back: Beast Companion, Purple Thunder Azure-Scaled Eagle, Grade 3-star, Level 118. This only further confirmed their suspicions. The impostor was undoubtedly Chen Lang. A nearly 4-star Beast Companion? No wonder he could achieve an SS rank clearance in a hell-level dungeon. As for how a newbie like Shen Lang could contract such a powerful beast, there was only one explanation: his terrifying innate talent. Thus, the pursuers unleashed their respective abilities and relentlessly chased after the fleeing impostor. Once the groups had all disappeared into the distance, several figures quietly appeared at the shattered window of the hotel room. Among them were the one-eyed man and the bespectacled man who had been seen earlier. They stood silently, staring into the far distance with thoughtful expressions on their faces. The one-eyed man peered through the shattered window, his sharp gaze fixed on the direction in which the fake Shun Lang had fled. Pressing the communicator on his earpiece, he spoke with a steady and commanding tone into the channel. "Attention all units. Group 1 is expected to reach Net 1 in 1 minute. Prepare to close the net at any moment." As soon as he finished speaking, the one-eyed man swiftly switched to another communication channel. This time, his voice carried a hint of doubt. "Group 1 doesn't include Hua Dongying or Shields William and his team." A light chuckle came from the other end, the voice exuding confidence. "In that case, they must be in the backup group too." The one-eyed man frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before responding, "Highly likely. That little guy must have been discovered and slipped away ahead of schedule. Send me the location of Net 2. I'll head there now," the other party mumbled, their words slightly muffled by the sound of slurping. The one-eyed man's eye twitched slightly in irritation, but he held back his discomfort and replied, "I just sent you the coordinates for Net 2. "Oh, didn't notice." "All right then." Hanging up, the other person said, followed by another loud slurp before abruptly cutting off the communication. Standing nearby, a bespectacled man had been listening to the exchange. A peculiar expression crossed his face as he glanced at the one-eyed man and cautiously asked, "Is our dragon blood war god eating noodles?" The one-eyed man shot him a cold, expressionless look and retorted, "What's it got to do with you? You want some noodles too?" The bespectacled man chuckled awkwardly, but before he could respond, the one-eyed man barked a sharp order. Clean up and move out? Yes, sir. The bespectacled man responded promptly, leading the others as they quickly leapt out the window and pursued in the direction the fake Shen Lang had escaped. Meanwhile, near the small inn where Shen Lang was hiding, a middle-aged man with a thick beard was leading a group of over a dozen professionals through the maze-like alleys. This bearded man was none other than Hua Dongying, the deputy dean of the Eastern Sea Advanced Academy and a high-priority target on the authorities' watch list. Suddenly, Hua Dongying raised his hand, signaling the group to halt. He pulled a vibrating communicator from his pocket, glanced at the caller ID, and answered with a tone of evident reverence. Mr. William? Hua, your instincts were correct. This place is indeed a trap. William's voice was deep and composed. Thanks to your warning, S.H.I.E.L.D. avoided a major loss. What's the situation on your end? Hua Dongying scanned his surroundings cautiously and replied in a low voice. We've identified a suspicious target and are currently searching. They should be around here somewhere. Good. Send me your coordinates and I'll join you, William instructed curtly. Hua Dongying ended the call swiftly and sent the coordinates to William without delay. He then gestured to his team and resumed leading them through the labyrinthine alleys, determined to locate their target. Not long ago, the fake Shun Lang exited the Blood Crimson Mausoleum dungeon, and this information quickly spread across various factions, revealing a crucial detail. Shun Lang was actually Qianlong. Hua Dongying, the vice principal of the East Sea Advanced Vocational Academy, naturally received this news. He even witnessed with his own eyes as Shun Lang stepped out of the dungeon, got into a taxi, and left. At first, Hua Dongying believed this was the real Shun Lang. However, after watching the impostor's live stream, he began to suspect that this might be an elaborate setup. His suspicion stemmed from his understanding of Shun Lang as a person. As the vice principal responsible for managing new students, Hua Dongying was well informed about the situation at their rival school, Sandong Lanxiang, especially regarding top-tier students like Shun Lang, who were highly sought after by schools. Last year, Hua Dongying had sent someone to approach Shun Lang, attempting to persuade him to transfer from Sandong Lanxiang to East Sea Academy by offering a higher scholarship. However, Shun Lang politely declined the offer, as the resources available at different schools did not significantly vary before career transitions. With this understanding, Hua Dongying became convinced that the Shun Lang in the livestream was a fake. The information he had painted the real Shun Lang as a calm, introverted, and somewhat aloof individual completely at odds with the flamboyant personality displayed in the live stream. Despite his subordinates conducting a specialized investigation and confirming that the individual in question was indeed Shun Lang, Hua Dongying's doubts remained. In the professional world, tools that allowed individuals to impersonate others were not unheard of. While such items were rare for ordinary professionals, it wouldn't be surprising if the authorities had employed them either to protect Shun Lang or to set a trap targeting external forces. With these suspicions in mind, Hua Dongying decided to re-examine the situation outside the Blood Crimson Mausoleum dungeon. He ordered his subordinates to hack into all nearby surveillance systems and scrutinize every frame of footage. Although they didn't find the real Shun Lang, they did uncover some suspicious details. Since there were no cameras inside the dungeon or on the altar square, Hua Dongying could only review the surveillance footage from the roads leading in and out of the area. Comparing the footage of Shun Lang entering the dungeon and later leaving it, he noticed a critical detail. Shun Lang had not arrived alone. He was accompanied by a beautiful woman. However, when he left, the woman was nowhere to be seen, only Shun Lang remained. This discovery further convinced Hua Dongying that something was amiss. He continued to analyze the footage from the surrounding roads and eventually spotted a figure resembling Shun Lang. Around 9 p.m., a masked man and woman exited the dungeon together. While it wasn't uncommon for rookie professionals to wear masks, it was rare to see a pyra man and a woman leaving together. This immediately reminded Hua Dongying of the scene when Shen Lang first entered the dungeon, and his intuition told him these two were likely the real Shun Lang and his companion. Hua Dongying immediately ordered his team to track the movements of the masked pair. Although Shun Lang had deliberately taken a circuitous route and avoided surveillance cameras, he wasn't an expert in counter-surveillance, leaving behind traces that could be followed. Using these clues, the cunning and experienced Hua Dongying led his team to a location near the inn where Shun Lang was staying. At this moment, Shun Lang was standing by the window, gazing in the direction where the fake Shun Lang and his pursuers had fled earlier. The commotion had been significant, and Queen Medusa had promptly alerted him. Shun Lang had personally witnessed the lightning-clad azure-scaled eagle and several professionals chasing after it. Those fools really fell for it, Shun Lang murmured to himself, a slight smirk forming on his lips as he looked into the night sky. He thought to himself that the authorities must have gained a lot from this operation. Although he hadn't directly participated, it was all because of him. If not for his SS level clearance of the Hell difficulty rookie dungeon, the authorities wouldn't have had such an opportunity. While he hadn't done much, he figured some credit should still go to him. Just then, Queen Medusa's voice broke his thoughts. Master, someone is approaching our room, and their level isn't low. Hearing this, Shun Lang immediately turned toward the door, his brows furrowed. Shun Lang's nerves tightened instantly. His first thought was that the visitor might be an official representative, coming to initiate formal contact with him. With the resources of the authorities, it would be no challenge to locate him. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. Surely the officials were preoccupied with hunting down and eliminating the impostor. They wouldn't have the luxury of time to seek him out right now. If it wasn't the authorities, then who could it be? A cold glint flashed in Shun Lang's eyes. If it's not the officials, then it must be the enemy, he thought to himself. Looks like there are still some clever people out there. Turning to Medusa, he asked in a low voice, "What's their level? Can you handle it?" The Medusa Queen had already sensed the impending threat. With a flicker of movement, she appeared in front of Shun Lang, shielding him. Fixing her gaze on the direction of the door, she replied confidently, "Relax, master. The strongest among them is only level 119. Hearing this, Shun Lang let out a small sigh of relief. Not even 4 stars, no match for Medusa. At that moment, footsteps approached from outside. Without any warning, a deafening boom echoed as the door was violently blasted open. A burly man with a thick beard, Huadongying, stormed into the room, leading over 10 seasoned professionals. These individuals, all at least 2-star level, quickly surrounded Shun Lang and Medusa, blocking all escape routes. Huadongying's cold, calculating eyes locked onto Shun Lang. "Shun Lang, you've been quite hard to track down," he said with a mocking smile. "Now that we've found you, there's no need for the mask anymore. Take it off." Shun Lang chuckled lightly. Slowly, he removed the mask, meeting Huadongying's gaze with unwavering calm. "As expected, you are the real Shun Lang," Huadongying exclaimed, a hint of admiration in his tone. Then, with a smirk, he added, "The officials' plan to lure you out wasn't half bad. But what a pity they shouldn't have left you out here alone, without protection." Huadongying had already sent men to scout the area and confirmed there were no other powerful individuals nearby. This could only mean that Shun Lang was indeed alone in this small inn, with no official protection. At those words, Shun Lang's lips curled into a mysterious smile. He countered, "And how do you know I'm unprotected?" As soon as Huadongying finished speaking, Shun Lang's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly regained his composure, even letting a faint smile curl at the corner of his lips. He glanced around, his eyes sweeping past the unremarkable professionals nearby as he calculated silently. Although there were indeed some professionals in the vicinity, not a single one of them was above 2-star level. They were entirely incapable of providing him with effective protection. As for the Medusa Queen, Huadongying completely ignored her existence. In his eyes, she was nothing more than an ordinary person, not even worth considering as a professional. This was because, after her transformation, the Medusa Queen could not only equip gear but also conceal herself from all detection skills. Unless she willingly revealed her true form and power, no one would be able to see through her disguise. Shun Lang chuckled inwardly, realizing that Huadongying was trying to bluff him. However, what Huadongying said next caused Shun Lang's heart to tighten. "It's a pity, really," Huadongying remarked meaningfully, giving Shun Lang a pointed look. To achieve an SS grade evaluation and clear a Hell-level novice dungeon right after transitioning there have been only a handful like you since the dawn of the professional era. You are destined to become a 10-star powerhouse. Too bad you were born in Dacia. Before he even finished speaking, Huadongying waved his hand. "Take him away." The other professionals immediately stepped forward, ready to apprehend Shun Lang. As a spy for the beautiful country, Huadongying had no authority to deal with Shun Lang himself. He could only bring him back to hand over to William. At this critical moment, the Medusa Queen made her move. Her actions were as swift as lightning, almost impossible to track with the naked eye. She merely lifted her hand slightly and softly uttered 2 words, "Mystic Serpent." In an instant, the 6 professionals closest to Shun Lang froze in place. Bright red serpents suddenly emerged from their foreheads, hissing ominously. These serpents weren't born from within their bodies, but appeared out of thin air, darting into their skulls with lightning speed, shredding their brains to pieces before bursting back out through their heads. The entire process was shockingly fast, as if the serpents had materialized directly from their brains. The 6 professionals collapsed to the ground instantly, their eyes wide open in death, their expressions frozen in disbelief. After completing their deadly mission, the crimson serpents dissolved into glowing red particles and disappeared into the air. The eerie scene made Huadongying's face pale with alarm. He glanced around warily and shouted, "Who's there?" Huadongying had no idea it was the Medusa Queen who had acted. He assumed it was some hidden powerhouse aiding Shun Lang from the shadows. The fact that this individual could evade his detection implied they were stronger than him. Regret began to creep into Huadongying's ear. They shouldn't have acted so impulsively. He should have waited for William from the Shield Bureau to arrive. William, a formidable 8-star professional, was more than capable of handling most threats. The remaining 6 professionals were equally terrified. Their companions had died silently, their deaths both sudden and horrifying. Shun Lang, observing the scene, couldn't help but sneer. So, do you still want me to go with you? However, Huadongying ignored him entirely, still scanning the surroundings vigilantly. He shouted again, his voice laced with anger. Show yourself, coward. What should we do, Brother Ing? One of the professionals asked in a trembling voice. It must be an official powerhouse. As spies for an external force, they usually operated like rats in the sewers, only daring to gather intelligence at most. If it weren't for the enticing rewards promised by Huadongying and the beautiful country, they would never have dared to oppose the authorities. Now it was clear that a powerful figure was protecting Shen Lang, and their courage was rapidly crumbling. After a moment of hesitation, Huadongying made a decisive choice. Retreat. The presence of a strong individual who could evade even his detection was enough to make Huadongying reconsider. He had already sent their location to William, and with William's speed, he would likely arrive soon. Better to leave this matter to him. Without another word, Huadongying turned and led his group toward the exit of the inn. However, Shun Lang's icy voice rang out behind them. Come and go as you please. Did you ask for my permission? Medusa, leave no one alive. Kill them all. These people had seen his face, they had to die. Otherwise, they could jeopardize official operations or pose a continued threat to Shen Lang himself. Besides, they had come with the intent to kill him. Eliminating them was nothing short of justified. As you command, my master, the Medusa Queen replied. In an instant, her figure blurred into a streak of motion, appearing before Huadongying and his group, blocking their path. She extended her slender right arm, and a fiery red glow materialized around it, taking the form of a shield. This was one of the Medusa Queen's skills, the ninefold flame shield. However, the ninefold flame shield was not being used for defense this time. Instead, it became a deadly weapon. Without hesitation, the Medusa Queen swung it toward Huadongying and his team, the fiery glow carving a dazzling arc through the air. The nine-layered flame shield swept forward with overwhelming force, hurtling straight toward Huadongying. His pupils contracted sharply as he realized, too late, that it was the work of the Medusa Queen. With the fire shield descending upon him, he hastily summoned his weapon, a massive, pitch-black greatsword, and raised it in a desperate attempt to block. A deafening crash erupted as shield met sword. Despite being a formidable level 119 fighter on the brink of ascending to a 4-star profession, Huadongying was no match for Medusa. The greatsword quivered violently under the immense force of the flame shield. An unstoppable surge of power tore through him, splitting the skin between his thumb and forefinger. His body was flung backward like a kite with a broken string, slamming heavily into the wall. The glass doors and windows of the small inn shattered under the impact, sending shards flying in all directions. Medusa, however, did not press her advantage. With a graceful flick, she launched the 9-layered flame shield into the air, transforming it into a fiery blade that streaked across the room. Thud, thud, thud. 6 heads fell to the ground in unison, fountains of blood erupting from the severed necks. Yet, as soon as the blood left the bodies, the scorching flames of the 9-layered flame shield incinerated it completely, leaving no trace behind. Huadongying staggered to his feet, staring at the Medusa Queen in utter disbelief. His lips trembled as he stammered. Who are you? To him, the Medusa Queen had seemed like an ordinary person, but the immense power she now displayed was anything but. Her strength was undoubtedly that of a 4th-tier or higher professional. Unbeknownst to Huadongying, the Medusa Queen was not human but a powerful beast. Yet, he had no time to dwell on this realization. Struggling to steady himself, he prepared to flee once more, only to find his gaze locked with hers. In that instant, Huadongying felt his entire body grow sluggish, his limbs stiffening and succumbing to a paralyzing numbness. Terror gripped him as he watched, helpless, while his flesh and blood transformed into burning stone. No! He screamed in despair, his voice echoing as his body rapidly turned to solid rock. Under the relentless heat of the flames, his petrified form began to crack and disintegrate, until finally, he was reduced to nothingness. Not even ash remained. The lifeless bodies of Huadongying and his 12 companions were sprawled across the inn room, their equipment scattered around them. This formidable team had met its end in an instant at the hands of Queen Medusa. Even Huadongying, who was on the verge of reaching 4-star rank, was not spared. After being critically injured and losing his will to fight, he was struck by Medusa's death gaze while attempting to escape, turning to ashes. The room was not only littered with corpses, but also a multitude of equipment and items emitting glimmers of various colors. In battles between professionals, all equipped gear, and even items stored in their bags would drop upon death. This 100-drop mechanism attracted opportunistic looters who specialized in hunting down other professionals. However, such killings did not yield the experience points needed for leveling up, which could only be earned by defeating wild monsters, clearing dungeons, or participating in special events like the all-player battleground. Shun Lang briefly scanned the spoils of war. Most of the gear was white common or green uncommon, with only a handful of blue rare and red perfect items. Nevertheless, the total number of items reached around 120. If sold, even a conservative estimate suggested they could fetch several million in revenue. Despite the tempting haul, Shun Lang faced a dilemma. His newly acquired professional backpack had only 100 slots, insufficient to carry all the items. Fortunately, Queen Medusa, after her symbiotic integration, also possessed a backpack with the same capacity. Together, they managed to store most of the equipment. As he sorted through the loot, Shun Lang paid special attention to two red perfect items. One was a 2-star golden flow robe. While its attributes were impressive, Shun Lang's current level was too low to equip it. The other was Hua Dongying's 4-star black tiger greatsword. Though its stats were excellent, it was unsuitable for Shen Lang, a Beast Tamer, or Queen Medusa. For now, he decided to keep it in reserve for potential future use by other beasts under his command. While organizing the items, Shun Lang's gaze fell upon two skill books. Unlike ordinary equipment, skill books were far more valuable. His eyes lit up with excitement, hoping these unexpected finds would bring even greater surprises. Shun Lang grinned and was just about to examine the two new skill books he had acquired when Queen Medusa suddenly spoke up, her tone alert. "Master, another group of people is approaching us," she said, her brows furrowed and her voice heavy with concern. "This time, they're strong. I can't defeat them." Medusa's words immediately put Shun Lang on edge. Even the formidable 4-star Queen Medusa admitted she couldn't handle them, which meant the newcomers were at least 5-star, level 150 or higher. Shun Lang quickly stuffed the skill books back into his backpack and cursed under his breath, "Damn it, they must have called in reinforcements from abroad. We need to move now." "Understood, master." Without hesitation, Queen Medusa stepped forward, scooped Shun Lang up in her arms, and in an instant, her lithe figure transformed into a blur. She whisked Shun Lang away from the inn-room. At his current level 4, Shun Lang's speed was no match for Medusa's, so he had no choice but to rely on her to escape. Almost the moment they vanished, a group of people stormed into the room. At the forefront was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigner William, a representative of the SHIELD organization from the United States. His sharp gaze quickly scanned the room and landed on the lifeless bodies of Hua Dongying and the others lying on the floor. William's face darkened instantly. He barked angrily, "Damn these Daxia people. This place is a trap too. Fall back." As an 8-star professional, William was well aware of Hua Dongying's strength. For Hua Dongying to have perished here meant there was a powerful Daxia expert lying in wait. This was clearly a trap designed for him. Without hesitation, William made the call to retreat immediately. While neutralizing Shen Lang, a potential threat, was critical for the United States, William's value as an 8-star agent of SHIELD far outweighed that of an unripe prodigy. Besides, this was Daxia's territory, and even a mighty dragon would struggle against a local serpent. Just as William was about to lead his team out, a playful voice echoed through the room. "An 8-star like you dares to cause trouble in my Daxia? How bold." A commanding voice thundered through the room like a crack of lightning, shaking the very air with its power. As an 8-star operative, William managed to withstand the deafening force, but his subordinates were far less fortunate. Several clutched their ears in agony, while others collapsed lifelessly, blood streaming from their ears onto the cold floor. William's face turned ashen, not from the sheer might of the voice, but because he recognized its owner, the Dragonblood warlord, Zhu Zhenhua. Unbelievable. Even you would personally come to Donghai City for a mere rookie operative, William muttered inwardly, his emotions a volatile mix of shock and anger. Yet he made no move to flee. He knew all too well there was no escape. Among the elite operatives of the Grand Xia Nation, Zhu Zhenhua was a name that struck both awe and terror. His exploits were legendary. Countless powerful enemies from the beautiful nation had fallen at his hands. Hailed as the strongest warrior of Grand Xia, Zhu Zhenhua was classified as a top-tier threat by the beautiful nation. Even William's mentor, Satan, the director of SHIELD, had admitted that he might not be able to best Zhu Zhenhua. Against such a titan, William, despite his 8-star rank, was inconsequential. Suddenly, a figure materialized in the air, radiating an aura of dominance. Zhu Zhenhua stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at William with an air of quiet authority. Amusingly, a faint trace of chili oil lingered near the corner of his mouth, a detail that validated the earlier remark from the bespectacled manha had indeed just finished a bowl of noodles. "Why aren't you running?" Zhu Zhenhua asked calmly, his tone almost casual. William forced a bitter smile. "With you here, running would be pointless. At least you're self-aware, just like your teacher," Zhu Zhenhua remarked with a mocking smirk. "He knows he's no match for me, so he hides away in SHIELD, refusing to show his face." "Zhu, you may be strong, and even my teacher acknowledges that," William retorted, frowning. "But don't mistake his caution for fear. Zhu Jinhua chuckled softly. Oh, is that so? Well, we'll pay the beautiful nation a visit soon. Let's see if he dares to face me then. William fell silent, unable to counter. He knew full well that Satan, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., would never stoop to a direct confrontation, no matter how provoked. Taking a deep breath, William steadied himself. The fear that had gripped him moments ago faded, replaced by a fierce resolve. He raised his head and locked eyes with Zhu Jinhua, his voice steady and solemn. I know I'm no match for you, and I understand you won't let me leave alive. So allow me a final requesto die with dignity. I, William Ramses, level 9 agent of the beautiful nation's shield, hereby challenge the Dragonblood warlord of Grand Xia. You. Zhu Jinhua raised an eyebrow, his tone dripping with derision. You're not even worth my time. Before the words had fully left his lips, Zhu Jinhua's right hand swept forward. What seemed like a casual gesture transformed in an instant. A colossal golden dragon claw materialized in the air, hurtling toward William with blinding speed. William had no chance to react. His final thought was a bitter pang of regret for his earlier arrogance. In the next heartbeat, the dragon claw closed around him like an unyielding mountain, and with a sickening crunch, his body was reduced to a bloody pulp. Crimson droplets seeped through the claw's massive fingers, marking the end of what could only be called a futile and laughable challenge. Not only was William obliterated in an instant, but the shockwave annihilated his 6-star and 7-star subordinates as well, leaving no survivors. Zhu Jinhua stepped forward, surveying the carnage with an expression of cold indifference. An uninvited guest is nothing more than a thief, and thieves don't deserve dignified deaths, he declared, his voice cutting through the silence like a blade. With a wave of his hand, he gathered the hundreds of items and pieces of equipment scattered among the corpses, storing them effortlessly into his well-upgraded inventory. Without sparing another glance, he turned and walked away, leaving nothing but destruction in his wake. After executing William, Zhu Jinhua slowly turned around, his gaze locking onto an old 5-story building about 100 meters away. On the rooftop, Shun Lang stood watching intently, his eyes burning with intensity. Beside him, Queen Medusa tensed, her entire body on high alert. Disobedient little one, Zhu Jinhua said with a faint smirk, his voice carrying a hint of mockery. What now? Do I need to personally come and invite you out? Shun Lang's heart skipped a beat as he immediately recognized the voice. It was the mysterious man who had called him earlier. Coupled with what William had just said, he finally pieced it together. This was Zhu Jinhua, the Dragonblood war god, the idol of countless practitioners in Xia, and an almost invincible figure on the global stage, now standing here in Donghai City, seemingly for him. Shen Lang quickly deduced Zhu Jinhua's purpose must have come to save him. Turning to Medusa, he whispered, "Take me back." Although hesitation flickered across her face, Medusa ultimately obeyed her master's command. They returned just in time to witness Zhu Jinhua crushing William with a single powerful strike. The scene sent Shun Lang's blood surging with excitement, while Medusa was so overwhelmed by the sheer force emanating from Zhu Jinhua that she froze in place. "Let's go. Take me down," Shun Lang said softly. Sensing Medusa's reluctance, he added reassuringly, "It's fine. Don't worry. He's not an enemy." Only then did Medusa not. She picked up Shen Lang as before and, with a few swift movements, brought him to Zhu Jinhua. Chu's gaze lingered on Medusa momentarily before settling on Shun Lang. "Little one," Zhu Jinhua said with a meaningful tone, "this beast of yours is quite extraordinary. How about letting me keep it for some research?" Shen Lang's expression froze instantly at those words. Zhu Jinhua observed Shun Lang's reaction with a faintly amused smirk. "Scared? Relax, it was just a joke. I, Zhu Jinhua, haven't fallen so far as to start robbing from the younger generation." His gaze shifted meaningfully toward the Medusa Queen. "That beast of yours, though now that's something special." In truth, Zhu Jinhua had arrived at Shen Lang's modest and well ahead of Hu Dongying and his group. He had planned to teach the boy a lesson for ignoring his earlier phone warning to lay low. But to his surprise, Shun Lang had already dealt with Hu Dongying and the other professionals, eliminating them completely without any need for outside help. It was during this unexpected turn of events that Zhu Jinhua made a startling realization: the woman beside Shen Lang was actually his beast. The discovery caught him off guard. Until now, he hadn't detected the Medusa Queen's true identity. But after some thought, it all made sense. With a beast capable of instantly dispatching Quasi-Forster professionals, earning an SS level clearance for a dungeon was no surprise. Even now, Zhu Jinhua couldn't discern what the Medusa Queen's true form was. Her disguise was flawless, and he hadn't dared to use any detection skills on her. It would have been impolite. In his eyes, she was merely a beast maintaining a humanoid form, and he hadn't considered the possibility of her being a 10-star divine beast. The concept of beasts taking human form wasn't unheard of. There existed a rare spiritual fruit known as the Morph fruit, which could grant beasts or feral creatures a human form upon consumption. Alternatively, Beast Tamers could obtain or purchase morph tickets while hunting monsters, achieving the same result. Though both items were extraordinarily rare, Chu Jinhua hadn't bothered to question their origin. As he had mentioned, someone of his status had no need to concern himself with such trivialities. Faced with Chu Jinhua's probing, Shun Lang clumsily shifted the topic. Thank you, Warlord, for saving my life. I will never forget this debt. Chu Jinhua couldn't help but chuckle at the awkward deflection. Saving your life was certainly an overstatement. With the Medusa Queen's strength, she could likely have evaded William's pursuit even without his intervention. However, Chu Jinhua chose not to expose Shen Lang's pretense and instead adopted a serious tone. Kid, you're practically on every nation's kill list at this point. While we've already intercepted a significant number of pursuers to send a message, they won't back off so easily. Until you've grown strong enough, they'll stop at nothing to eliminate you. We don't have the resources to assign someone to protect you at all times. From here on, you'll have to rely on yourself to grow stronger as quickly as possible. Only by building enough strength can you crush any enemy that dares to come your way. Remember, a flower raised in a greenhouse will never truly thrive. Only those who endure life and death battles can become real powerhouses. Do you understand? I understand. Shun Lang nodded firmly. In truth, he had been worried that the authorities might assign someone to protect him or even assist his growth. While that would make becoming stronger easier, he agreed with Chu Jinhua's words a sheltered life would only make him weak. More importantly, Shun Lang carried many secrets that he preferred to keep hidden. Satisfied, Chu Jinhua gave an approving nod. You're a good kid. You have great potential. I hope that one day, you'll stand beside me as a comrade, fighting side by side to conquer the battlefield. That day will come, Shun Lang replied with a faint smile. The government's efforts to protect him this time had deepened his sense of loyalty to Daxia. If the opportunity arose, he would indeed be willing to fight for his homeland alongside this renowned Dragonblood warlord. Let me know if you'd like me to proceed with the next part, or make further adjustments to this section. Shun Lang stood in front of the mirror, examining his new appearance. He had to admit, this face was almost excessively handsome, with an astonishingly high level of distinctiveness. Wherever he went, he would undoubtedly become the center of attention, drawing countless glances from girls. After careful consideration, Shun Lang decided to tweak his appearance slightly. He was still strikingly good-looking, but now he wouldn't be recognized as the original Shun Lang. Satisfied, he nodded to himself, marveling at the complete transformation brought by the second identity card at a new face, a new identity. His gaze shifted to the second item left behind by Chu Jinhua. Shun Lang carefully read the details on the second profession transition card. Item: Second profession transition card. Function: use this card to complete the associated transition task, allowing the user to awaken an additional profession. Requirement: user must be level 30. Shun Lang looked in the direction where Chu Jinhua had departed, recalling his stern yet meaningful words. Chu Jinhua had said he wouldn't interfere much and wanted Shun Lang to carve his own path. Yet he had left behind these two incredibly valuable items. The value of the second identity card was self-evident. It could easily sell for hundreds of billions. The second profession transition card, on the other hand, was a priceless treasure, something money couldn't buy. Such cards only had a minuscule drop rate when defeating high-star, world-level bosses. Even among 10,000 5-star bosses or higher, it was unlikely for a single card to appear. Activating the transition card came with an extraordinarily difficult task, one that was nearly suicidal. But if completed, it would propel the user into the ranks of the world's top elites. Having a second profession essentially doubled a person's capabilities, granting twice the attribute points with every level up. Shun Lang couldn't help but admire Chu Jinhua's generosity. The weight of this favor was enormous. While it might simply be an investment in someone with potential, Shun Lang still made a mental note of this debt of gratitude. He silently hoped that one day, he could stand side by side with Chu Jinhua in battle. Just as Shun Lang was stowing the transition card into his backpack, a notification suddenly popped up before his eyes. Congratulations, esteemed Beastmaster. You have been inducted into the honor contribution system of the Great Xia Kingdom. You have slain 13 traitors to the nation, earning 10,000 contribution points. Your contribution points have reached the standard for a level 5 honor warrior. You will receive the level 5 honor warrior attribute rewards. Level 5 honor warrior reward. All attributes increased by 10. Honor attribute rewards apply only within the territory of the Great Xia Kingdom. Shun Lang recalled the lessons he had learned in the academy about the honor contribution system. This system was similar to the contribution systems of sects often mentioned in cultivation novels, except the benefactor was the nation itself. In addition to exchanging points for items, the greatest benefit lay in the attribute boosts. While the percentage increase wasn't much at lower levels, it became incredibly significant at higher levels. This was why top-tier experts were usually stronger within their own countries and why few, like Chu Jinhua, frequently ventured abroad for challenges. Even if you're stronger within your own domain, I won't back down. That's the confidence of a true powerhouse. Shun Lang thought to himself, a faint smirk appearing on his lips. He recalled how Anthony, the director of SHIELD, also known as Satan, had never dared to challenge him. Shaking his head at the memory, he couldn't help but find it amusing. But none of that mattered in the current situation. Shun Lang let out a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate that the immediate danger had passed. He speculated that his sudden promotion to a level 5 honor warrior was likely due to the Dragon Blood Warlord reporting his achievements in defeating Huadongying and the others. After all, taking down a Quasi Forster and a few 3-star and 2-star enemies was reason enough to justify the rank increase. Alright, first things first, let's get out of here, Shun Lang murmured to himself. With his updated basic information and new appearance, he quickly disappeared into the labyrinth of alleyways. The small inn he had stayed at earlier was now under official control, and given the recent events, staying there any longer was out of the question. A few streets away, Shun Lang checked into another modest hotel. Although Medusa didn't have updated basic information, she had personally taken care of Huadongying and his companions, so there was no need to worry about them anymore. Besides, Medusa's disguise was so masterful that even Zhu Jinhua, the Dragon Blood Warlord, hadn't been able to see through it. Shen Lang was confident that the authorities would do their best to erase any records related to him. Once inside the hotel room, Shen Lang indulged in a refreshing shower. After drying his hair, he relaxed on the sofa, his thoughts drifting back to the 2 skill books that had dropped when Medusa had slain Huadongying and his treacherous comrades. Just as he was about to retrieve the skill books, Medusa curiously leaned her head closer to him. Shen Lang glanced at her and, with a playful smile, said, "Medusa, why don't you take a shower too?" "A shower?" Medusa tilted her head, puzzled. "You mean like what you just did, pouring water over yourself?" As a beast companion, she was still unfamiliar with many human habits. Hearing this, Shun Lang felt a sudden surge of excitement. Swallowing hard, he replied, "Yeah, something like that. You know what, never mind. I'll teach you how to do it myself." With that, Shun Lang decisively tossed the skill books back into his inventory, stood up, and took Medusa by the hand, leading her toward the bathroom. His face lit up with an expression of eager anticipation. An hour and a half later, in the messy bed of the inn, Shun Lang leaned against the headboard, holding the skill book he had put away earlier. He glanced at the Medusa queen lying beside him and said softly, "Move your tail a little." Medusa lounged lazily on the bed, responding obediently, "All right, my master." Her slender purple snake tail slowly retreated from Shun Lang's waist and slid back under the blanket. "We'll be reading for a while longer. You can go ahead and sleep," Shun Lang said, shifting his focus back to the skill book in his hands as he carefully examined its details. Skill book, Ghost Cry / Skill description, consumes stamina to summon ghostly clones, dealing dual damage based on level attributes to enemies. Learning requirement, 2-star assassin, a skill book for a warrior-type assassin profession, and it even deals dual damage. Not bad, Shen Lang nodded in satisfaction, placing the book back into his backpack. He thought to himself, although he couldn't use it now, it might come in handy in the future, perhaps if he transitioned to an assassin profession, or if one of his new beasts could utilize it. Next, Shun Lang took out another skill book and began examining its information. Skill book, Mana Tide. Skill description, exclusive skill for beast masters. Consumes mana to provide a 60 mana recovery for the beast, lasting 25 minutes. Learning requirement, beast master profession. Seeing the details of this skill book, Shun Lang's eyes lit up as he thought excitedly, "I can't believe it's a beast master skill book. Those guys really are my lucky charm." Since transitioning to this profession, he only had basic skills, which weren't very useful for the 10-star Medusa Queen. In dungeons, he often felt like a bystander with nothing to contribute. Now, with the Mana Tide skill, he could finally provide mana recovery for the Medusa Queen, making him feel that he was finally fulfilling his role as her master. Even more thrilling was the fact that his SS grade talent, Blessing, amplified exclusive Beastmaster skills by 500. This meant that when he used Mana Tide, the Medusa Queen's mana regeneration rate would increase threefold. Additionally, the Medusa Queen wore the Earth-Fire bracelet, which also helped restore mana. With this combination, she could continuously unleash her powerful area effect attacks without worrying about running out of mana. This indirectly and significantly enhanced her combat capabilities. Without hesitation, Shun Lang learned the Mana Tide skill. He wanted to test it on the Medusa Queen right away, but since her mana was currently full, he could only wait until tomorrow when they entered another dungeon. In his mind, he calculated that after clearing the final beginner dungeon and obtaining its 3 treasure chests, he would likely reach level 5. At that point, he could freely explore the wilderness, where even stronger beasts awaited him, marking the true start of his rise. The next morning, Shun Lang and the Medusa Queen checked out of the inn and headed straight for the 3rd beginner dungeon in Donghai City. This time, they both wore masks, with Shun Lang using his real appearance but avoiding revealing himself as Shun Sanliang. The previous night, The authorities had launched a major crackdown on opposing factions and internal spies, temporarily clearing Shen Lang's name. Meanwhile, the large-scale operation had caused widespread panic among mid and high-ranking members of those factions, leaving them too preoccupied to focus on Shun Lang. Before long, Shun Lang and the Medusa Queen entered the beginner dungeon. This time, Shun Lang didn't bother with a slow exploration. Instead, he instructed the Medusa Queen to unleash her wide-area damage abilities, clearing the dungeon instantly. As expected of a beginner dungeon, Shun Lang's record-breaking completion time was once again announced globally, though he paid it no mind. At this moment, Shun Lang's goal was simple: obtain the 3 treasure chests, reach level 5, and head to the wilderness, a place he envisioned as his ultimate paradise. Although Shun Lang didn't care about the global announcement, the news caused quite a stir, particularly in the capital building of the beautiful country, where a group of officials was seething with impotent rage over the events that had unfolded in Donghai City the previous night. Are the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. raised on garbage? How could they not see through such a simple trap? Losing 1 8-star, 3 7-stars, and 8 6-stars, this is unquestionably the worst loss the United States has suffered in recent years, aside from the all-out war scenarios. In the conference room, the air was heavy with tension. A monkey-faced elderly woman glared furiously as she demanded, "Where's that old turtle Anthony? Why isn't he attending this meeting? He must answer to Congress." The assistant beside her leaned in and whispered, "Madam Speaker, Director Anthony has taken leave. He said his dog just had puppies, and he doesn't have time to attend. Damn it." The woman was about to continue her tirade when suddenly, a global announcement echoed in everyone's minds. Global announcement. Congratulations to the professional codenamed Shen Lang from Daxia for achieving an SS level clearance in the Hell level beginner dungeon. The message repeated 3 times, each repetition like an invisible slap across the faces of everyone present. It was as if Shen Lang himself was taunting them. "Come and get me if you dare." The elderly woman slammed the table in rage, her voice shrill and hysterical. "Tell that bastard Anthony that if this Shen Lang isn't eliminated, there's no reason for S.H.I.E.L.D. to exist." The others in the room exchanged glances, some even casting mocking looks at the woman. Everyone understood the reality. S.H.I.E.L.D. as the cornerstone of the United States professional era was not something a speaker could simply abolish with a few angry words. Especially when Director Anthony was publicly acknowledged as the nation's strongest individual, someone even the president had to respect. As for this elderly woman, Anthony probably didn't even deem her worthy of his attention, couldn't even be bothered to attend the meeting. The United States' losses were merely a reflection of the global damage inflicted by external forces. Other nations faced similarly devastating setbacks during the night and in the hours that followed. Some countries saw their hard-earned intelligence networks within Daxia entirely uprooted. Even within Daxia itself, certain powerful factions had gone eerily quiet, too afraid to act recklessly. The mythical Heavenly Court Guild had already ceased its search for Shen Lang as of yesterday. All tasks related to him were officially cancelled in the early hours of the night. Morning sunlight streamed into the guild leader's office as Wang Ting sat with his eyes closed, resting. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps broke the silence. A burly middle-aged man pushed the door open. It was the guild's vice president, a formidable 9-star professional. "President," the vice president began without preamble, "we've already uncovered Shen Lang's identity. Why stop now?" Wang Ting slowly rose to his feet, but didn't answer immediately. The vice president's gaze fell on a long, deep knife wound across Wang Ting's chest, visible even through his dark gold legendary armor. The gash ran so deep it exposed the bone beneath. The vice president gasped sharply. "Was it him? That guy surnamed Chu?" Wang Ting nodded slightly. After a moment's pause, he spoke with difficulty. "I gave it my all, but he didn't even use half his strength. He's that powerful?" The vice president's expression darkened, his voice tinged with disbelief. Wang Ting gave a bitter smile and sank back into his chair. "Forget about Shen Lang. He's already been marked by the authorities. If nothing unexpected happens, he'll end up in the War God Battalion sooner or later." The vice president fell silent for a long time before sighing helplessly. "Ah, we were overthinking it. A figure like that, here's no way the government would let other factions get their hands on him. It's simply outrageous." The vice president couldn't help but complain. "We're not outsiders, and we mean him no harm." Wang Teng's face remained impassive as he replied, "A sharp blade is always safest when it's in your own hands." Just then, a global announcement echoed through the office. "Congratulations to the professional from the Great Xia Kingdom, codenamed Shen Lang, for achieving an SSS rating in a Hell-level novice dungeon." 3-inch. Wang Ting and the vice president exchanged a glance, both ultimately letting out a resigned sigh. In the face of the nation's machinery, even a 10-star guild was nothing more than an ordinary organization. The scene shifted to a secluded courtyard within the Forbidden City. The elder head of state was meticulously pruning a grapevine, the large clippers in his hand occasionally making a crisp, snip sound. Nearby, at a stone table, The Dragon Blood War god, Chu Jinhua, was noisily devouring a bowl of noodles, slurping with gusto. Could you at least try to maintain some decorum? The elder head of state turned and glared at Chu Jinhua. Chu Jinhua gulped down half a bowl of soup and let out a loud burp before replying, "There's no one else here, what's the point? Besides, this is how noodles are meant to be enjoyed. You taught me that when I was a kid, didn't you? That was when you were a child." The elder cut off a new vine and remarked, "Now, you're the Dragon Blood War god. So what? In your eyes, I'm still just a brat," Chu Jinhua said nonchalantly, wiping his mouth. "You're as cheeky as ever." The elder set the clippers down and walked over to the stone table. Taking a sip of tea from a clay teapot, he said, "By the way, for this upcoming purge, it's best if you keep a low profile. Leave it to young Wang to handle. Yeah, I'll just lend my support to old Wang from the sidelines. After all, he only recently took the position," Chu Jinhua replied casually. The elder nodded, a knowing smile spreading across his face. "I hear you've left quite a few good things for that young fellow. Seems like you have a soft spot for him?" "Soft spot? Not really. Let's just say I don't dislike him," Chu Jinhua replied nonchalantly. The elder's smile deepened. "Not many people manage to earn your approval. I also heard that this kid single-handedly took down a quasi-4-star professional and several 3-star professionals." "Single-handedly, my foot. It was all thanks to his contracted beast," Chu Jinhua scoffed. "That kid's got secrets. He's definitely not going to grow up to be a saint. But for someone who just started his profession to contract a beast capable of killing a quasi-4-star professional, that beast is likely a high-tier divine beast descendant, and not a weak one at that. He's a beast master. The strength of his beast is his strength," the elder said with a chuckle. Chu Jinhua rolled his eyes but said nothing. He suddenly felt that the aura of that beast seemed oddly familiar, though he couldn't recall where he'd encountered it before. "You confronted Wang Tong?" the elder asked abruptly. "Yeah, gave him a slash," Chu Jinhua replied, meeting the elder's gaze directly. The elder sighed. "It shouldn't have come to this between you two. You were once. That was then. This is now," Chu Jinhua interrupted, cutting him off. The two fell into silence. After a long pause, the elder spoke again. "The nationwide battlefield is about to open. Are you prepared? I don't care about life or death. If someone challenges me, I'll fight." Chu Jinhua shrugged. The elder seemed about to say more, but was interrupted by another global announcement. "Congratulations to the professional from the Great Xia Kingdom, codenamed Shen Lang, for achieving an SSS rating in a Hell-level novice dungeon. 3-inch. The two exchanged glances. Chu Jinhua frowned. This kid really values treasure over his life. What use is a 1-star treasure chest, anyway? After a pause, he added, "I was planning to wait another year before taking him to the nationwide battlefield, but it looks like I'll have to let him experience the brutality of the professional world this year. Isn't it too soon for him to go this year?" The elder looked concerned. Chu Jinhua snorted. "Not at all. It's only his first day as a professional, and he's already taken down a quasi-4-star professional. What's the point of making him compete with the academy rookies in talent ranking battles? Might as well just hand him the championship trophy." The elder thought for a moment before replying, "If that's the case, I'll leave it to you to decide. But let me make one thing clear, this kid has immense potential. Don't let him fall in the nationwide battlefield. Losing him would be a great loss for the Great Xia Kingdom." Yeah, I get it," Chu Jinhua replied impatiently. The elder chuckled and scolded. "All right, if there's nothing else, stop lingering here and bothering me while I tend to these grapevines. And take your food container with you, it stinks." Outside the plaza of the 3rd novice dungeon in Donghai City, Shun Lang and the Medusa Queen hopped into a taxi and began a leisurely tour around the city. By now, the 3 treasure chests from the final novice dungeon had been safely tucked into his inventory, and the accumulated experience from repeated dungeon runs had propelled him to level 5, officially marking his graduation from the novice phase. It had been less than 30 hours since the global novice class transition began, and most new players were still stuck between levels 2 and 3. Even those with deep pockets, who could afford to pay for exotic beasts to grind experience, were capped at level 4 at best. Shen Lang was undoubtedly among the fastest in the world to reach level 5. While he couldn't claim to be the sole achiever, this accomplishment alone was enough to make him stand out. Having formed a contract with the Medusa Queen, Shun Lang's perspective had already far surpassed that of his novice peers. In his eyes, only 4-star and above class holders were barely worth his attention. Yet, he remained grounded, knowing his ultimate goal lay far beyond targeting 9-star, 10-star elites, and even the mythical beasts hidden in the wild secret realms. Notably, when Shun Lang advanced to level 5, the Medusa Queen also leveled up to 8. Although this upgrade did little to enhance her combat prowess, it was still a positive sign for their journey ahead. After 5 taxi transfers and plenty of city exploration, Shun Lang had discreetly alternated between his original appearance and the second identity registered in his base information card. By the end of their final ride, he had fully assumed the look of his secondary identity. Despite his eagerness to venture into the wild for monster grinding and further leveling, there was an urgent matter to address, first organizing his inventory. Between the two of them, their combined 200 inventory slots were already more than half full, cluttered with items they couldn't use. Clearing out space was essential to prepare for the loot they would inevitably gather in the field. With the Medusa Queen's efficiency, even the stingiest drop rates would yield a bountiful haul. For their final stop, Shun Lang directed the taxi to the Donghai City Adventurers Trading Center. He could have opted for an official agency to trade gear for contribution points, but he preferred to avoid dealings with government institutions for now. Moreover, the distance to those agencies was inconvenient, making the trading center a more practical choice. This marked Shen Lang's second visit to the trading center. Just yesterday, he had been here to contract the Medusa Queen, a pivotal moment that set him on his path to greatness. The Medusa Queen seemed to recognize the place as well. Her eyes glistened faintly. If not for Shun Lang's timely intervention, she might have ended up as experience points for some other adventurer, rather than the noble 10-star mythical beast she was destined to become. Sharing a knowing glance, the two entered the bustling trading center. After a brief stroll, Shun Lang decided on a shop called Wanbao Pavilion. The name, reminiscent of Wanshou Pavilion, where he had met the Medusa Queen, struck him as a curious coincidence. To his surprise, as soon as he stepped inside, he ran into a familiar face, the same charming young woman who had assisted him at Wanshou Pavilion. "Hello, handsome. Are you here to buy items or equipment?" She greeted him warmly, clearly not recognizing Shen Lang in his altered appearance. This confirmed his suspicion that the owners of Wanshou Pavilion and Wanbao Pavilion might very well be the same person. "Neither. I'm here to sell some items," Shun Lang replied directly. The young woman gave him a quick once-over before flashing a professional smile. "I see. May I ask what kind of items you're looking to sell?" "Some equipment," he answered succinctly. "Perfect. Wanbao Pavilion deals in equipment. Please, show me what you've got," she said enthusiastically. Noticing the crowded shop floor, Shen Lang suggested, "How about we discuss this somewhere more private?" Only then did the young woman realize her oversight. She quickly apologized. "Oh, my apologies, sir. I should have thought of that. Please follow me." Shen Lang and his group followed the enthusiastic young lady through the exhibition hall and into an office in the backyard. The interior was tastefully minimalist, exuding an understated elegance with a faint scent of sandalwood lingering in the air. "Please, have a seat," the young lady said with a warm smile, gesturing for Shen Lang and Queen Medusa to sit down. She then turned to pour them steaming cups of tea. With graceful poise, she took a seat across from Shen Lang, her eyes reflecting a professional curiosity. "Sir, what kind of equipment would you like to sell?" "At Wanbao Pavilion, we guarantee fair pricing. However, we'll need to inspect the items first for appraisal." Hearing this, Shen Lang stood up, causing the young lady to look at him in confusion. "Aren't you going to appraise the equipment? This table is a bit small, so I was thinking of placing everything on the floor. Is that all right?" Noticing her still puzzled expression, Shun Lang added, "I have quite a lot of equipment." "Oh, a lot? In that case, placing it on the floor is fine," the young lady said, finally understanding. Shen Lang exchanged a knowing glance with Queen Medusa and then proceeded to empty the contents of his bag onto the floor. In an instant, the entire office was bathed in a green glow, interspersed with flashes of white and blue light. The young lady's eyes widened in disbelief as she took in the scene. Apart from a few ordinary items, most of the equipment was of green, excellent quality, with a few blue, superior grade items, and even a skill book. There were more than 100 pieces in total. Her gaze briefly lingered on Shen Lang's calm and composed face, and a bold thought crossed her mind. Could this handsome man be a looter? But she quickly dismissed the notion, silently laughing at her own wild imagination. "Sir, you certainly have a large collection of equipment. I don't think I can handle this alone. Let me call in a few colleagues to assist with the inventory and appraisal." "Not a problem, take your time," Shun Lang replied, sitting back on the sofa with an air of ease. The young lady soon returned with a middle-aged appraiser and 2 female sales associates. The 4 of them worked diligently for nearly half an hour before completing the inventory and appraisal process. The middle-aged appraiser handed the records to the young lady with slightly weary hands. "Xiao Yi, hey, raise the valuation. Take a look." She accepted the document, politely seeing her colleagues off before carefully reviewing the details. Then, she returned to her seat across from Shen Lang. "Sir, the total number of items you're selling is 108. This includes 4 blue superior grade items, 97 green excellent grade items, and 7 white common grade items. Based on our appraisal, the total value comes to 64.78 million. To show our appreciation for your trust in Wanbao Pavilion, how about we round it up to an even 65 million? What do you think?" she said with a professional smile. "That works for me," Shun Lang agreed readily, inwardly pleased as the price exceeded his expectations. The young lady stood up and extended her hand. "Then let's wish for a successful partnership. We hope to see you at Wanbao Pavilion again in the future." You are always welcome here. Indeed, a pleasure doing business, Shun Lang replied, standing to shake her hand lightly. Sir, could you provide your account details? I'll arrange the transfer right away, she said, preparing to initiate the transaction. Shun Lang paused for a moment before replying, no rush for now. I'd like to purchase a few items first. Oh. The young lattice eyes lit up. What are you looking to buy, sir? Tools or equipment? Shen Lang got straight to the point. I heard about a tool that allows professionals to automatically collect equipment dropped by wild monsters. Do you have it here? He recalled learning in Sandong Lanxiang that certain wild monsters could drop such items. Once activated, they could automatically gather loot, saving professionals a great deal of time. For someone like Queen Medusa, whose attacks covered wide areas, this tool was practically a must-have. The young lady gave a charming smile and replied, yes, sir. The one-tap pickup cards are available in 3 levels. The third level has an automatic pickup range of 100 meters and costs 1 million. The second level has a range of 500 meters and costs 6 million. The first level has a range of 1,000 meters and is priced at 15 million. Which one would you like? Shun Lang furrowed his brows slightly. Although he thought it was worth it, he couldn't help but ask, no discounts. The young lady was momentarily stunned but quickly responded cheerfully, how about an 80 discount for you, sir? All right, I'll take the 1000 meter one. Shen Lang agreed without hesitation, thinking to himself that it would be foolish not to take advantage of the discount. The young lady nodded and asked, do you need anything else, sir? The same 20 discount applies. Her words reminded Shun Lang that he was indeed missing a few things, such as exclusive skills for beast masters. As a 1-star beast master, he had already mastered the skill Magic Tide, but he still needed 2 more skills. Determined to get everything in one go, Shun Lang asked, do you have the Force Tide skill book and the invisibility skill book for a 1-star beast master? So you're a beast master, sir. The young lady's eyes lit up. We have both skill books here at the Myriad Beasts Pavilion, each priced at 1.2 million. Add them to the order with the one-tap pickup card, Shun Lang said decisively. He wasn't willing to skimp on essential skills for his profession. The young lady smiled and asked if he needed anything else, but Shun Lang shook his head, indicating he was good for now. She went to retrieve the items and soon returned with the one-tap pickup card and the 2 skill books. At the same time, the Myriad Beast Pavilion transferred the remaining funds in Great Xia currency to Shen Lang's account. As Shun Lang was about to leave, the young lady suddenly called out to him, mustering her courage to say, sir, can we add each other as friends? Noticing Shun Lang's puzzled expression, she quickly explained, oh, please don't misunderstand. I just thought it might be more convenient for you to contact me directly if you want to sell equipment to us in the future. Shun Lang considered it for a moment and realized it could indeed be convenient. After all, he would likely sell equipment or purchase skill books and items again in the future. Besides, the young lady seemed to have an unusual background, making her a reliable contact. Thus, the young lady successfully became Shun Lang's first professional contact. After Shun Lang and the Medusa Queen left, she clenched her fist in excitement and exclaimed, yes, I finally added a handsome guy as a friend. Unable to wait, she opened her friend list to check Shun Lang's profile. Name, Shin Sanliang. Profession, Beastmaster. Level, confidential. The young lady smiled and said, as expected, he's a beastmaster. And he's really handsome. She didn't mind that his level was marked as confidential. After leaving the Myriad Treasures Pavilion, Shun Lang also checked the young lady's profile. Name, Yihong Yu. Profession, Thunder Mage. Level, 69. Raising an eyebrow, Shun Lang was surprised to learn that she was a combat-type Thunder Mage. Judging from her level, she must have transitioned to her profession just last year, meaning she wasn't much older than him. Curious, Shun Lang used his communicator to look up the backgrounds of the Myriad Beast Pavilion and the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. As it turned out, both stores were owned by the same person, who was backed by the city lord of EC City. Coincidentally, the city lord's surname was Yi. However, none of this had much to do with Shun Lang. He was just browsing out of curiosity. By this time, he had already boarded a vehicle heading toward the city gates, ready to continue his adventurous journey. The establishment of novice dungeons within cities, along with the rule requiring beginner professionals to reach level 5 before venturing outside, serves a critical purpose. The beasts roaming beyond the city walls are generally level 5 or higher. This globally adopted regulation is designed to ensure the safety of novice professionals. Of course, for those who insist on heading out, there is a special exception accompaniment by a professional of level 10 or above, coupled with strict approval and registration procedures. In this perilous world, public transportation in the wilderness is virtually non-existent. Those with significant strength might utilize private vehicles, but the vast majority of professionals rely on teleportation arrays, especially for intercity travel. These arrays are managed by official authorities, making their usage relatively affordable for the general population. At the moment, Shun Lang had no plans for long-distance travel. He simply sought to train and level up in the wild. He opted for the Eastern City Gate, which was the closest to the professional trading center, and easily passed through the city's defense system verification. As he stepped beyond the city gates, Shun Lang gazed at the vast wilderness stretching before him, feeling a sense of liberation. Compared to the restrictions of city life, the wild was a realm of true freedom. 3 kilometers outside the city lay the official routine clearing zone, a relatively safe area regularly patrolled by professionals, with beasts rarely appearing. Near the city gates, a massive electronic display prominently showcased a detailed map of Donghai City's territory. The map divided the regions into sections, marking the levels and types of beasts in each area, reflecting the authorities' thoughtful consideration for professionals. At this time, the number of people leaving the city was sparse. A few professionals hurried past, paying no attention to Shen Lang and his companion. Finding a secluded spot, Shun Lang began to study the 2 skills of a 1-star Beast Tamer. The first skill, Power Surge, was akin to the mana-stirring skill Mana Surge, but focused on restoring a beast's physical stamina. Under the enhancement of his SS grade talent, Power Surge could triple the recovery rate of his beast's stamina. The second skill was Invisibility, a personal defensive ability for Beast Tamers. By consuming mana, it allowed the user to temporarily obscure themselves from external perception for 3 minutes. Movement would cancel the effect, but it did not interfere with the use of other skills. This skill wasn't exclusive to Beast Tamers. Assassins, hunters, and rogues could also learn it. Although the duration was relatively short, it was impressive for a 1-star skill. After mastering the 2 skills, Shun Lang carefully examined the map and eventually decided on the nearby Ghost Shadow Forest. This was a 1-star area with wild creatures ranging from level 3 to level 30. While it posed no threat to him or the Medusa Queen, it was an ideal spot for leveling up. With their destination set, Shun Lang and Medusa headed south along the road leading out of the city, entering the boundaries of the Ghost Shadow Forest. The outer edge of the forest was eerily quiet, with only the faint rustling of leaves stirred by the gentle breeze. Shun Lang moved forward cautiously, his every step measured. After advancing nearly a kilometer into the woods, the scene before him suddenly took a strange turn. Hovering in the air were peculiar creatures humanoid from the waist up, but their lower halves dissolved into swirling black mist. Shun Lang immediately recognized them as the legendary Phantom Shadows. Without hesitation, he activated his detection skill, and a stream of information appeared before his eyes. Phantom Shadow Swordsman. Level 5. Strength 88. Agility 78. Constitution 67. Spirit 4. Shun Lang scanned the data calmly, his expression unshaken. Compared to the elite monsters he had encountered in hell-level dungeons, these Phantom Shadow Swordsmen seemed rather unimpressive. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. What if he attempted to contract these wild creatures? As a beast master, this could be an opportunity worth exploring. Acting swiftly, he unleashed his Bloodline Insight skill, directing it toward the nearest Phantom Shadow Swordsman. Phantom Shadow Swordsman. Level 5. Bloodline Potential. Common. 1-star. Growth Limit. Level 30. Seeing the data, Shun Lang couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain. Such a low-tier bloodline was an insult to his god-tier talent. Losing all interest in forming a contract, he turned to the Medusa Queen beside him and said indifferently, "Medusa, kill them all." Before she could act, he added, "Wait, kill one first, I want to test a skill." The Medusa Queen responded respectfully, "As you command, my master." With a graceful wave of her slender fingers, a searing burst of fire shot forth, striking one of the Phantom Shadow Swordsmen with pinpoint precision. A sharp hiss echoed as the flames consumed the creature, leaving no trace behind. It disintegrated into nothingness in an instant. A system notification followed promptly. Your beast has slain a level 5 Phantom Shadow Swordsman. You and your beast have each gained 6 experience points. Shun Lang frowned slightly. The experience points were pitifully low. Still, he quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, his level had already progressed significantly, and these Phantom Shadow Swordsmen were nowhere near the caliber of dungeon monsters. He reassured himself, the wilds are full of creatures. Slow and steady wins the race. However, his brief moment of reflection was abruptly interrupted as the atmosphere around him grew tense. The death of one Phantom Shadow Swordsman seemed to have stirred an angry hive. Within a 50-meter radius, every remaining Phantom Shadow Swordsman locked their glowing red eyes on Shen Lang and Medusa. Their names above their heads turned a menacing crimson. Medusa's attack had not only drawn the aggro of the entire group, but had also dragged Shen Lang into the fray. To these enraged Phantom Shadows, Beastmaster and Beast were one and the same. As the Phantom Shadow Swordsmen surged toward them from all directions, Shun Lang and Medusa found themselves surrounded, trapped in the eye of an impending storm. As a group of ghostly sword fighters swarmed in to attack, Shun Lang remained unfazed. These level 5 low-tier creatures were nothing more than ants in the eyes of the Medusa Queen. He spoke softly, almost playfully, "Take your time with them, Medusa. He then activated the newly learned abilities, Force Surge, Mana Surge, and Invisibility. System notifications flashed one after another. Your Beast, Medusa Queen. Mana regeneration rate 300. Your Beast, Medusa Queen. Stamina regeneration rate 300. Invisibility activated successfully. For the next 3 minutes, your presence is diminished, and your form becomes difficult to detect. The glowing halos of Force Surge and Mana Surge enveloped the Medusa Queen, and for the first time, Shun Lang felt like he, as her master, was actually contributing something of value. Medusa turned her head, offering a graceful smile, and elegantly stepped into the swarm of ghostly sword fighters. With each step she took, ghostly figures were either crushed or incinerated into nothingness. Once the invisibility spell took effect, the ghostly sword fighters lost all hostility toward Shen Lang and turned their attention entirely to the Medusa Queen. Suddenly, 2 new types of ghostly figures appeared. Shen Lang immediately activated his Bloodline Insight ability to scan them. Ghostly Armored Soldier, Level 5, Bloodline Cap at 1-star Ordinary, Growth Cap at Level 30. Ghostly Archer, Level 5, Bloodline Cap at 1-star Ordinary, Growth Cap at Level 30. Shen Lang sighed inwardly. These new ghosts were still trash, not even reaching a 2-star bloodline. The Medusa Queen continued her relentless slaughter, advancing several hundred meters. She then encountered a new group of ghostly figures, larger in size and clad in thick, pitch-black armor. Shen Lang used Bloodline Insight again. Most of them were still worthless until he spotted a unique individual. Heavy Armored Ghost, Level 5, Bloodline Cap at 4-star Ghostly Squad Leader, Growth Cap at Level 120. What surprised Shen Lang even more was that his Bloodline Insight ability seemed to have leveled up. A new option appeared next to the Bloodline Cap, marked by an ellipsis. When he clicked on it, additional details were revealed. Congratulations, esteemed Beastmaster. Your Bloodline Insight proficiency has reached intermediate level. Specific Bloodline Cap information will now be displayed. The system then showed the evolution success rates for the Heavy Armored Ghost's Bloodline. 2-star Bloodline Evolution Success Rate, 75. 3-star Bloodline Evolution Success Rate, 29. 4-star Bloodline Evolution Success Rate, 3-inch. Shen Lang analyzed the data silently. For an average Beastmaster, raising this Heavy Armored Ghost to 2-star was almost guaranteed, while reaching 3-star would require significant resources, and 4-star was nearly impossible. However, with his Bloodline Reversion talent, awakening the 4-star Squad Leader Bloodline in this Heavy Armored Ghost would be a trivial task. Shen Lang stood to the side, coldly watching Medusa's slaughter. Even with only a 3 success rate, he was confident he could evolve this Ghost Shadow into a 4-star mature form. However, the mere prospect of a 4-star bloodline wasn't enough to warrant expending the power of bloodline regression. Thus, he silently allowed Medusa to act, watching as the 4-star, heavily armored Ghost Shadow quickly fell under her attacks. Suddenly, a thought crossed Shen Lang's mind. They had been in the Ghost Shadow forest for quite some time, and Medusa had slain numerous Ghost Shadows, yet not a single piece of equipment had dropped. Could the drop rate in the wild really be this low? Feeling a bit frustrated, Shen Lang couldn't help but think about the expensive auto-loot card he had purchased, which now seemed utterly useless. Just then, as if to answer his doubts, a gray light appeared where a fallen Ghost Shadow swordsman lay. Shen Lang's eyes lit up, and he immediately activated the auto-loot function. In an instant, the gray light materialized in his inventory. Inferior Iron Sword. Quality: Gray, Rough. Attributes: Attack 20, Spirit 1, Agility 5. Looking at the item's attributes, Shun Lang couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. The quality of this equipment was laughably poor, even worse than the most basic Y-tier items from beginner dungeons. To think that the first piece of equipment he obtained in the wild turned out to be such a crude, gray-tier item. Just as Shun Lang was feeling slightly disappointed, a series of system notifications suddenly chimed. Congratulations! You have leveled up. Your class level has increased from level 5 to level 6. Congratulations! Your fixed attributes have increased by 10 and have been automatically distributed. Strength 1, Agility 2, Constitution 2, Spirit 5. Congratulations! You have gained 10 free attribute points. Hearing the familiar notification sounds, Shun Lang's frustration instantly vanished. He realized that while the drop rate and quality of wild equipment were inferior to those in beginner dungeons, the sheer number of beasts here more than made up for it. He had barely reached level 5 before leaving the beginner dungeon, and now, in less than half an hour after venturing into the wild, he had already leveled up again. Looking at the 10 free attribute points he had just gained, Shun Lang decisively allocated them all to Spirit once more. He was determined to double down on his specialization strategy, unwaveringly committing to the path he had chosen. Medusa swiftly eliminated a level 5 ghostly archer, granting both herself and Shun Lang 4 experience points each. Shen Lang, who had just reached level 6, quickly noticed a peculiar detail. The experience points Medusa gained from defeating the ghostly enemies had decreased from 6 to 4. It didn't take him long to deduce the logic behind this. Experience gain diminishes as the level gap widens. If the disparity becomes too great, there might be no rewards at all. Medusa, let's keep moving. Shun Lang gestured forward as the last two ghostly figures fell to the ground. As you command, my master, Medusa replied, following closely behind. The ghostly forest, designated as a 1-star area, was unusually quiet. Last year's professionals had long surpassed level 30 and wouldn't bother returning, while this year's novices were still struggling to reach level 5, making it impossible for them to leave the city. Even if a few managed to reach level 5, the vastness of the wilderness made encounters exceedingly rare. This forest had effectively become Shun Lang's personal training ground, allowing him to level up without any interruptions. To maximize efficiency, Shun Lang bypassed the level 6 zones entirely and led Medusa straight into the level 7 beast territory. While defeating higher-level enemies offered greater experience rewards, he remained pragmatic, knowing the importance of managing limited monster resources wisely. As they ventured deeper into the level 7 area, Shun Lang maintained his habit of activating bloodline insight before engaging. The ghosts here were indeed stronger, with more impressive bloodline potential. Ghostly Mage. Level 7. Bloodline potential, 3-star. Max growth potential, Ghostly Squad Leader, level 90. Evolution success rate, 2-star 90, 3-star 12. Let's proceed, Shun Lang commanded succinctly. Yes, my master. Medusa responded immediately, launching into another round of relentless slaughter. When the first ghostly mage fell, the system notified them that both had earned 20 experience points, a number far exceeding Shun Lang's expectations. However, upon reflection, it made sense. The dangers of the wilderness were far greater than those of beginner dungeons, and the rewards naturally matched the heightened risks. Medusa, pick up the pace, Shun Lang urged. Within minutes, nearly every ghost in the level 7 zone had been wiped out, leaving only a handful wandering the outskirts. Medusa moved like a phantom, her every strike accompanied by the satisfying chime of experience points being earned. As the final ghost fell, 2 system notifications echoed simultaneously. Medusa Queen has reached level 9. Fixed attribute points 100. You have reached level 7. Fixed attributes 10 Strength 1, Agility 2, Constitution 2, Spirit 5, free attributes 10. After a quick auto-loot, the rewards proved underwhelming. Over 1,000 ghosts had dropped only 12 pieces of equipment, 1 green superior, 2 white common, and 9 gray crude. Without lingering, the pair moved directly into the level 8 zone. Here, the ghosts were more varied in their weaponry. Some wielded spears, others swords. Though their combat abilities had improved, they were still no match for Medusa. Activating bloodline insight on a spear-wielding ghost revealed an impressive lineage. Spear-wielding ghost. Level 8. Bloodline potential, 6-star. Max growth potential, Ghostly General, level 180. Evolution success rate, 2-star 99, 3-star 73, 4-star 43, 5-star 18, 6-star 5. While this was the first 6-star bloodline Shun Lang had encountered in the wild, it still paled in comparison to Medusa's 10-star potential. Before long, the level 8 zone was cleared as well, and Shun Lang advanced to level 8 without issue. Do you want to take a break? Shun Lang asked as he gathered the loot. There's no need, my master. This is easy, I'm not tired at all, Medusa replied softly. For her, these low-level ghosts were hardly a challenge. Good. Let's keep going and see how many levels we can climb today, Shun Lang said with a confident smile. Ghost Shadow Forest, level 9 Ghost Shadow Zone. Shun Lang leaned casually against a fallen ancient tree, legs crossed, his eyes fixed on the battle unfolding not far away. The Medusa Queen was wreaking havoc on the level 9 Ghost Shadows, her figure darting through the darkness like lightning. Each strike she delivered claimed the life of a ghost shadow. Shun Lang's bloodline insight ability had already scanned all the ghost shadows in the vicinity. The strongest among them was only a 3-star elite level creature, which, while comparable to a 5-star ordinary level 1, was hardly worth his attention. After all, he had just effortlessly defeated a 6-star ordinary level foe. With Medusa's swift and relentless attacks, the level 9 Ghost Shadow Zone was soon cleared. Shun Lang efficiently gathered the dropped equipment with a single command, and then headed with Medusa toward the level 10 Ghost Shadow Zone. The battles in the level 10 zone were similarly one-sided. The ghost shadows were reduced to nothing more than sources of experience for Shun Lang and Medusa. When the last level 10 ghost shadow fell, both Shun Lang and Medusa leveled up. Shun Lang advanced from level 8 to level 9, while Medusa ascended from level 9 to level 10. This leveling speed, who can compete with that? Shun Lang grinned smugly. He knew that if Medusa unleashed her area effect ultimate skill, their leveling pace could be even faster. The only downside was the abysmally low drop rate of equipment. Only a handful of items appeared each time, and their quality was dismal. Still, Shun Lang didn't let this slow him down. They pressed deeper into the ghost shadow forest. The forest stretched about 30 to 40 kilometers in diameter, and they had already ventured nearly 10 kilometers in, approaching the central area. Beyond level 10 zones, there was a chance of encountering a boss, which filled Shun Lang with anticipation. However, as they entered the level 11 zone, something felt off. They only encountered a few scattered level 11 ghost shadows, while the usual swarms of them were nowhere to be found. This anomaly made Shun Lang uneasy. Just then, Medusa broke the silence. Master, there's a stronger presence up ahead. Oh, let's check it out. Shun Lang decided immediately. They advanced about 100 meters, and through the gaps in the trees, a massive ghost shadow came into view. This creature was clad in black armor that seemed fused with its body, and its thick arms were wrapped with black chains that emitted an unsettling clinking sound as it moved. Compared to the other ghost shadows they had encountered, this one was at least twice as large, standing nearly 3 meters tall. This time, Shun Lang didn't immediately use his bloodline insight. Instead, he cast a probing skill. Ghost Shadow Lieutenant. Type: Legendary Boss. Level: 16. Attributes: Strength 320, Constitution 350, Agility 300, Spirit 250. A boss? Shun Lang was taken aback. He hadn't expected to encounter such a rare wild boss so soon. At that moment, the Ghost Shadow Lieutenant seemed to sense Shun Lang's probe. It let out a furious roar, its massive eyes scanning the surroundings before locking onto Shun Lang and Medusa. Boom! The Ghost Shadow Lieutenant charged toward them. However, as it caught sight of the Medusa Queen, it abruptly froze. As a boss, its intelligence was clearly higher than that of ordinary monsters, and it could feel the terrifying aura emanating from Medusa. After a brief hesitation, the Ghost Shadow Lieutenant made an unexpected decision. It turned and fled. Medusa, quick! It's running away. Shun Lang was momentarily stunned by the scene, but quickly snapped back to reality, shouting. A legendary boss was a rare find. There was no way he was letting it escape. It won't get far. Medusa's voice was calm yet commanding. Before her words even faded, her figure vanished. Shun Lang had barely taken a few steps when he saw the Ghost Shadow Lieutenant, now dozens of meters away, suddenly collapse to the ground. In midair, Medusa's figure reappeared, her hand gripping one end of the ghostly chains. Get back here! Medusa commanded sharply, yanking the chain with immense force. What had once been the Ghost Shadow Lieutenant's weapon now became her tool for subduing it. The chain coiled around the Ghost Shadow Lieutenant's neck, lifting its massive body into the air before slamming it into the ground near Shun Lang with a resounding crash. Medusa landed gracefully, still holding the other end of the chain. The Ghost Shadow Lieutenant struggled to rise, but under the oppressive might of Medusa's divine aura, it remained pinned, unable to move. The ghostly apparitions encountered earlier were no match for Medusa's mythical beast. They were utterly crushed, akin to cannon fodder in a beginner-level dungeon, without even a chance to retaliate. At this moment, the Queen of Medusa elegantly held her chain and asked Shun Lang, Master, shall I execute it directly? Hold on. Shun Lang stepped forward and quickly activated his bloodline insight skill on the ghostly lieutenant boss. The data immediately appeared before his eyes. Ghostly Lieutenant. Rarity: Legendary Boss. Level: 16. Bloodline limit: 3-star Legendary. Growth cap: Level 120. Evolution rate: 2-star 98, 3-star 80. Shun Lang shook his head silently. Although the evolution success rate was decent, the bloodline limit was far too disappointing. Merely a 3-star Legendary. In comparison, it was inferior even to an 8-star ordinary creature. In a world where even 10-star ordinary creatures were considered trash, this kind of quality was hardly worth his attention. Kill it, Shun Lang ordered with a wave of his hand, his tone laced with faint disappointment. As you command, my master. Before her words fully landed, the Queen of Medusa unleashed her chain like an arrow loosed from a bowstring. It pierced straight through the ghostly lieutenant's head. The massive figure collapsed instantly, dissolving into wisps of black mist that dissipated into the air. A system notification chimed in. Your beast has slain Ghostly Lieutenant Legendary Boss. You and your beast each gain 180 experience points. In the spot where the Ghostly Lieutenant had vanished, several beams of light shimmered. Shun Lang immediately activated the one-click loot feature, collecting the spoils into his inventory. After inspecting his bag, his eyes gleamed with delight. Oh, not bad. This time, it even dropped a skill book. Shun Lang didn't have high expectations for the loot from this boss. After all, the drop rates and quality of items from the thousands of wild creatures he had defeated earlier were rather underwhelming. Yet this time, the rewards exceeded his expectations and caught him off guard. Alongside a skill book, he found a beast crystal and 2 pieces of gear with impressive quality. One was a blue-grade fine item, and the other was a red-grade perfect item. It was like upgrading from a slingshot to a cannon in one fell swoop. Considering that this red grade gear wasn't obtained from treasure chests, it was the highest quality piece he had acquired so far. First, he took out the skill book to inspect it. His probing skill immediately revealed the details. Phantom Summoning. Effect. Consumes mana to summon phantoms to assist in combat. Features. The higher the skill level, the stronger the summoned phantoms and the greater their number. Class requirement. Summoner. Too bad it requires the summoner class to learn, Shun Lang thought with a tinge of regret. Although these phantoms wouldn't stand a chance against Medusa, summoning skills had undeniable tactical value. Summon 1 and you've got a 2 versus 1 situation. Summon 10 and it's a 10 versus 1 advantage. If you could summon an entire horde, it would be a fool and swarm tactic. They'll hold on to it for now. Who knows? Maybe my second class in the future will be summoner, he mused. Next, he examined the black crystal, roughly the size of a fist. Dark Beast Crystal. Grade, 1 star. Description. A crystallized fragment of dark power, useful for crafting, formations, alchemy, and more. As a material that only dropped from wild beasts, beast crystals had a wide range of applications. Shen Lang decided to keep it in his inventory rather than stashing it in Medusa's pack like the other items he intended to sell. He then turned his attention to the blue-grade fine equipment. Phantom Pendant Blue-grade fine. 12 Spirit. 10 Agility. Requirement. 70 Spirit. The attribute bonuses were mediocre, making the pendant destined for the trade market. Without a second thought, Shun Lang tossed it into Medusa's pack. Finally, he reached for the piece de resistance, the red grade perfect gear. Phantom Mask red grade perfect. 30 defense, 16 strength, 12 agility, 15 spirit. Requirement, 150 spirit. Its appearance was strikingly unique. Rather than a simple mask, it resembled a semi-hollow helmet or even a crown, with a blackened design that exuded an eerie, otherworldly aura. Wasting no time, Shun Lang equipped it immediately. Although it clashed with the style of his other gear, its effectiveness far outshone his previous mask. One day, I'll get myself a full Godder set, he thought, his excitement building. All in all, the rewards from defeating the Phantom Lieutenant were substantial, reigniting Shun Lang's anticipation for wild beast encounters. Let's move on, Medusa. Deeper into the Phantom Forest, he called out, pressing forward. Perhaps due to just having slain a boss, the surrounding phantoms were sparse. The few that did appear were swiftly dealt with by Medusa. By all accounts, this area should have been populated with level 11 phantoms, yet the number of enemies was unusually low. Are we sure we're going the right way? Shen Lang asked. Master, we haven't strayed, Medusa replied, pointing ahead. There's a strong concentration of phantom energy up ahead. Alright, let's pick up the pace. Trusting Medusa's 10-star divine beast level perception without question, Shun Lang quickened his steps. After a few minutes, a dense black fog emerged in the distance, reducing visibility to less than 10 meters. Medusa? Is there any danger in there? Shun Lang asked, his tone cautious. The Medusa Queen gazed at the fog with a faint smile. Master, there's no danger inside. However, what? Shun Lang pressed, curiosity piqued. With a cryptic smile, Medusa replied, there's a shadowy figure in the mist. This fog is emanating from him. Such a vast expanse of black mist, could it be another boss? Shun Lang's eyes lit up instantly, a barely concealed excitement evident in his voice. Turning to the Medusa Queen beside him, he eagerly said, Medusa, quickly, drag it out and let's take a look. The Medusa Queen gave a slight nod. As you wish, my master. Before her words had fully faded, her figure shot forward like an arrow, disappearing into the dense black mist in an instant. In mere moments, the swirling black mist began to churn violently, dissipating rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even before the mist had completely cleared, the Medusa Queen re-emerged. In her slender fingers, she was holding a small creature resembling a baby shark. The little thing, despite its sharp fangs, trembled pitifully in her grasp, looking utterly helpless. Shun Lang stared at the tiny creature, a hint of surprise crossing his face. How is it so small? To him, the creature's size was no larger than that of a small puppy. However, since the Medusa Queen claimed that the black mist had emanated from this little being, it must possess extraordinary qualities. Without hesitation, Shun Lang activated his bloodline insight skill. Instantly, a flood of information surged into his mind. Dark Mist Phantom. Level 10. Bloodline potential. 10-star divine beast grade. Shadow Sovereign growth cap. Level 300. When Shun Lang saw the 10-star divine beast grade bloodline potential, he froze in astonishment. His expression quickly shifted from surprise to sheer elation, a brilliant smile spreading across his face. 10-star divine beast bloodline. This is unbelievable. I wasn't prepared for such good fortune. As for the bloodline evolution success rate, Shun Lang thought to himself, did it even need checking? Even if this dark mist phantom had a 1 in a billion chance of successful evolution, with him, it was guaranteed to be 100%. The Medusa Queen, noticing Shun Lang's uncontrollable grin, raised the trembling dark mist phantom in her hand and asked, "Master, do you like this little one?" "Yes, from now on, it will be our new companion." Shun Lang replied with a laugh, walking toward them. He extended a hand, gently placing it on the dark mist phantom's head, while silently chanting in his heart, "Contract technique, activate." The dark mist ghost saw Shen Lang approaching and instinctively tried to struggle, but it was firmly restrained by Medusa, unable to move. When Shun Lang placed his hand on its head and the contract starlight array lit up, the dark mist ghost suddenly realized. This human wasn't trying to kill, it was forming a contract with it. The fear in its dark red eyes gradually transformed into a sense of pleasure. As the contract ritual concluded, the starlight array was absorbed into the dark mist ghost's body. Shen Lang established a master-servant bond with it, and was immediately greeted by a system notification. "Congratulations! You have successfully contracted the Beast Dark Mist Ghost." The system then displayed the Dark Mist Ghost's attributes. Dark Attribute. Level 10. Strength 168. Agility 160. Constitution 150. Spirit 8. Talent Level 39. Dark Power Attack. Skills Black Mist. Soon after, a series of notifications rang out. SS level talent bloodline insight activated. Detected a faint trace of divine beast level 10-star shadow monarch bloodline in your contracted beast. Divine level talent bloodline reversion activated. Would you like to awaken the dark mist ghost's bloodline, reverting it to the shadow monarch? Divine level talent extraction activated. Would you like to extract the talent from your contracted beast? Divine level talent beast armament activated. Would you like to turn your contracted beast into an armament? Shun Lang skillfully declined the last two divine level talents, planning to revisit them after the Dark Mist Ghost's bloodline reversion. By now, the newly contracted Dark Mist Ghost was struggling in Queen Medusa's grasp, eager to approach its new master. "Medusa, let it go," Shen Lang said. Medusa nodded in acknowledgement and released the Dark Mist Ghost. It immediately darted toward Shen Lang, circling him and carefully examining its new master, before finally settling on his shoulder. Seeing this, Queen Medusa softly commanded, "Get down." The Dark Mist Ghost shivered, met Medusa's gaze briefly, and eventually jumped off Shen Lang's shoulder, not daring to act out further. Shen Lang chuckled at the scene and said to the jealous Medusa, "All right, don't scare it. Like you back then, it's a fierce beast with a powerful bloodline, which is why I chose to contract it." "Oh, I see," Medusa replied, now seriously observing the Dark Mist Ghost. She then declared, "But I'm the eldest. I was the first to follow the master." "Yes, yes, you're the big sister," Shen Lang said with a laugh, placating her while thinking to himself that once he contracted more beasts, things would only get livelier. Satisfied with Shun Lang's reassurance, Medusa cast a smug glance at the Dark Mist Ghost, which immediately hid behind Shen Lang, looking rather adorable. Shun Lang chuckled softly and decisively issued the command, "Revert the bloodline." A system notification promptly sounded. Divine level talent bloodline reversion successfully activated. Your contracted beast, Dark Mist Ghost, is now awakening the 10-star divine beast level shadow monarch bloodline. The Dark Mist Ghost involuntarily floated into the air, emitting layers of black mist that completely enveloped it. Within the mist, its form began to change gradually. Shun Lang watched the process curiously, though the dense mist made it difficult to see clearly. Moments later, the black mist began to dissipate, revealing the final form of the shadow monarch. To Shen Lang's surprise and delight, it had taken on a semi-human form, much like Medusa, and it was a girl. The shadow monarch had waist-length hair and a delicate, doll-like face, giving her a youthful, almost ethereal appearance. She wore a black outfit resembling a petite suit, which complemented her overall dark aesthetic. Her slightly crimson-tinted eyes added to her mysterious charm. Notably, the shadow monarch shared another similarity with Medusa. She lacked fully formed legs. From her thighs down, her legs abruptly faded into a swirling mass of black mist, making her appear as though she were floating, an eerie yet captivating sight. "Congratulations, Beastmaster. Your beast, the Shadow Mist Phantom, has successfully undergone ancestral regression and evolved into a 10-star divine beast, the Dark Night Monarch." Hearing this, Shun Lang's heartbeat quickened. He immediately shifted his gaze away from the imposing Dark Night Monarch and eagerly opened its information panel. Details flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. Beast, Dark Night Monarch. Attribute, Darkness. Level, 10. Strength, 1,400. Agility, 1,300. Constitution, 1,600. Spirit, 1,300. Shen Lang's eyes quickly scanned the stats, silently comparing them in his mind. These attributes were nearly on par with those of his Medusa Queen, except for the Dark Knight Monarch's superior constitution, which clearly made it more formidable in terms of defense. However, what truly excited Shen Lang was the information that followed. SSS-level talents. 1. Shadow Leap allows the beast to traverse through shadows. 2. Shadow Form transforms the body into a shadow, reducing incoming damage by 500. Skills. Ultimate Darkness, Shadow Clone Technique, Unmatched Shadow Arrow. Shen Lang's eyes lit up with excitement. 2 SS-level talents. This was on the same level as his Medusa Queen. He immediately began analyzing the potential of these abilities. Shadow Leap was an incredibly powerful ability, whether for escaping or assassinating. Shadow Form, on the other hand, was a near-perfect defensive talent. Shen Lang couldn't help but imagine. If an enemy unleashed an attack dealing 10,000 points of damage, the Dark Knight Monarch would only take 2,000 points. It essentially turned devastating attacks into minor scratches. As a beast master who relied heavily on his beasts in battle, Shen Lang deeply understood the importance of defense. If he could gain shadow form for himself, even if his beast failed to protect him, he could still minimize damage when confronted by an enemy. With this thought, Shen Lang made up his mind without hesitation and shouted, "Extract talent." Although he leaned towards shadow form, Shadow Leap was also an exceptional escape tool. Shen Lang reassured himself that no matter which talent he extracted, it would be a significant boost to his strength. The few seconds of waiting felt like an eternity. Finally, the familiar notification sound echoed in his mind. "Congratulations! You have extracted the SS-level talent Shadow Form from your beast, the Dark Knight Monarch." A triumphant smile spread across Shen Lang's face. His power had just reached a whole new level. Shen Lang's luck was truly remarkable. He successfully acquired the Shadow Morph talent. This divine skill, which reduces damage by 5-fold, was more powerful than any top-tier equipment. He calculated silently once paired with divine gear in the future, achieving 6-fold or even 7-fold damage reduction might leave his enemies utterly hopeless. At that moment, the Shadow Monarch awakened from her ancestral bloodline reversion state. Lowering her gaze, she examined her newly transformed form. Memories of a 10-star divine beast inheritance surged into her mind, and she instantly understood everything that had transpired. The Shadow Monarch timidly looked at Shun Lang and softly called, "Master." She floated over to Shun Lang's side and bowed deeply in gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for awakening the divine beast bloodline within me and enabling my successful reversion." Shun Lang waved his hand with a smile. "No need to thank me. Just stay by my side and follow me well from now on." The Shadow Monarch nodded repeatedly. "I will, Master. I promise." Shen Lang pointed to the Medusa Queen and introduced her to the Shadow Monarch. "She is my first contracted beast, and you are the second. Medusa, also a 10-star divine beast, the Medusa Queen. You can call her sister." Only then did the Shadow Monarch notice the Medusa Queen. Recalling her earlier encounter in her Shadow Wraith state, she felt a lingering fear and nervously greeted, "Shadow greets you, sister." The Medusa Queen responded with only a cold hum. Seeing the Shadow Monarch's pleading gaze, Shun Lang turned to the Medusa Queen and said, "Medusa, we're all companions from now on. The two of you not only need to help me fight monsters and level up, but you're also responsible for my safety. You must work well together." The Medusa Queen glanced at the Shadow Monarch and decisively ordered, "Shadow, your attributes lean toward defense. You'll be responsible for the Master's safety. I'll focus on helping the Master fight and level up. Do you understand?" Before the Shadow Monarch could respond, Medusa added, "If the Master gets hurt under your protection, I won't forgive you." Though the Shadow Monarch's strength was on par with Medusa's, she sensed her master's tacit approval of this arrangement. Resolutely, she responded with obedience. "Understood, Sister Medusa. As long as I live, no one will harm the Master, not even a hair." The Medusa Queen remained expressionless. "That's for the best." Just then, Medusa's demeanor shifted as she became alert. "Master, a large number of wraiths are converging in this direction. Likely drawn here by her bloodline reversion." Shun Lang asked, "How many?" "At least several thousand." A sharp glint flashed in Medusa's eyes. "But they're all weak, no boss-level threats. I can handle them." Shun Lang stopped Medusa, who was ready to act. "Let Shadow take care of it this time. I want to see her capabilities." "You take a break." Medusa nodded. "Understood, Master." Excited, the Shadow Monarch floated toward the approaching swarm of wraiths, determined to prove herself in front of her master. Shen Lang leaned closer to Medusa and said in a low voice, "If you want Shadow to willingly respect and follow you, it's not just about strength. Do you understand?" "What should I do, Master?" Medusa asked earnestly. Shen Lang explained, "Simply put, you need to be strict but also treat her well." "I understand. Thank you for the advice, Master." Medusa replied. rubbing against Shen Lang's arm, her heart filled with joy. Suddenly, Shun Lang and Medusa noticed the light around them dimming, as if a dark cloud had descended. Looking up, they saw the shadow monarch hovering midair, black mist surging wildly beneath her feet. The mist spread outward from her as the center, shrouding the incoming wraiths. This was her ultimate area effect skill, Eternal Darkness. Under the shroud of black mist, day seemed to transform into night as darkness reigned supreme. At its center stood Shadow, like a queen ruling over the abyss. The power of her ultimate darkness extended far beyond simply summoning the mist. Wherever the black fog spread, countless ghostly figures, charging forward with ferocity, began to dissolve at a visible rate, merging into the mist itself, which then surged toward others, consuming them in turn. These spectral entities were not mere cannon fodder. Their numbers were vast, and their strength formidable. Each was at least level 10, with some approaching level 20. It was evident that the aura released during Shadow's ancestral reversion had drawn nearly every ghost within a several-mile radius under level 20. As the ghosts disintegrated, a relentless stream of system notifications echoed in Shun Lang's mind. Your beast has slain a winged phantom. You and your beast have each gained 9 experience points. The notifications came so rapidly that it became impossible to distinguish the specific types of phantoms being slain. Yet, the experience points were climbing at an astonishing rate, increasing by 2 or 3-digit increments every second. His level progression soared. 9th level 12, 34, 58. Although Medusa was merely observing from the sidelines, her role as a contracted beast of a beastmaster ensured she still received a share of the experience. As long as the summoned beasts were present, whether they participated in combat or not, they contributed to her growth. This meant the experience gained from Shadow's massacre was split 3 ways between Shen Lang, Shadow, and Medusa. Even so, the rapid pace of advancement underscored the sheer scale of Shadow's destruction. The area effect capability of a 10-star divine beast is truly extraordinary, Shun Lang exclaimed with genuine admiration. He recalled the overwhelming power Medusa had displayed during the novice dungeon. Now, Shadow's devastating attack evoked that same sense of awe. As more phantoms fell, the black mist began to contract, swirling only around the remaining specters. Then came a series of system notifications in quick succession. Congratulations! You have leveled up. Your class level has increased from 9 to 10. Congratulations! Your contracted beast, Queen Medusa, has leveled up from 10 to 11. Congratulations! Your contracted beast, Shadow Sovereign, has leveled up from 10 to 11. This relentless wave of destruction had propelled Shun Lang and his 2 beasts to level up almost simultaneously. This leveling speed is insane, but I'm not complaining, Shun Lang remarked with a grin, clearly delighted by Shadow's ultimate ability. Although Shadow was primarily a defense-oriented 10-star beast, her offensive prowess was equally remarkable, making her an all-around powerhouse capable of both offense and defense. The collective level-up wasn't just due to the sheer number of phantoms Shadow had annihilated thousands of them, but also the significant bonus experience gained from defeating higher-level foes while being at a lower level. Shun Lang earned 10 fixed attribute points and 10 free attribute points as a result, while Shadow and Medusa each received a whopping 100 fixed attribute points. Shun Lang couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. But then he reminded himself that everything his beasts gained was ultimately his, and the thought brought him some comfort. Though it seemed like an eternity, the entire process from the release of Shadow's ultimate darkness to the present had taken barely over half a minute. In that time, thousands of level 10 and above phantoms had been completely obliterated. As the black mist dissipated and reformed into Shadow's feet, she glided swiftly back to Shen Lang. Master, I took care of all of them, Shadow announced proudly, her tone seeking approval. Shun Lang gently patted her head and smiled. Well done. Shadow, you're amazing. Thank you, Master. I'll work even harder in the future, she replied joyfully, her demeanor as innocent as a child's. At this moment, Medusa, who had maintained her usual aloofness, unexpectedly spoke up. Good job. Shadow blinked in surprise at Medusa before responding enthusiastically. Thank you, Sister Medusa. I'll do my best. And if I ever make any mistakes, please don't hesitate to point them out. All right, Medusa replied with a nod, then cast an admiring glance at Shen Lang. She could feel that initiating a conversation with Shadow had noticeably improved their relationship. In her mind, this was a testament to her master's wisdom and leadership. Shen Lang returned her gaze with a look of approval before saying, with so many phantoms defeated, there must be plenty of loot. Time to collect the spoils. Hearing the notification, Shen Lang felt a surge of excitement. There seemed to be quite a lot of equipment dropped. He quickly activated the one-click loot function, and his inventory was instantly filled with various items. Without taking a closer look, he immediately switched to the Medusa Queen's inventory, which also filled up in no time. Just as Shun Lang was considering using Shadow for storage, he suddenly remembered he had an unused talent bio storage. He promptly applied this talent to Shadow, which instantly added 100 extra inventory slots. However, this additional space was also filled in the blink of an eye. A system notification popped up. There are still some items within the loot range that could not be picked up. To continue looting, please clear your inventory. Shun Lang paused to think. While the drop rate for wild beasts wasn't particularly high, Medusa and Shadow had together slain tens of thousands of them, so it was reasonable to end up with over 300 pieces of equipment. Feeling secretly pleased, he was soon overwhelmed by the problem of too much loot. Suddenly, Shun Lang remembered the Wanbao Pavilion. Before leaving the city, he had added the contact of a girl from the pavilion, specifically to sell equipment. He immediately opened the profession friend system and easily located Yi Hongyu's name. After all, she was his only friend. Without hesitation, Shun Lang sent her a message. Hey there, are you around? I've got a deal worth billions I'd like to discuss with you. Undeniably, Shun Lang had an exceptionally fruitful haul this time, with the number of equipment pieces exceeding 300. He recalled how selling just over 100 pieces at the Myriad Beast Pavilion previously earned him tens of millions. This time, the profits were bound to be even more substantial. Although most of the equipment was of white or gray quality, the sheer quantity more than made up for the lack of quality. While an expectation of earning over 100 million might seem exaggerated, making several tens of millions was certainly within reach. Coincidentally, the timing was perfect, as novice professionals worldwide had just undergone their career transitions. These affordable white and gray pieces of equipment were the ideal choices for them. Shun Lang was confident that with the discerning eye of the Myriad Beast Pavilion, they wouldn't pass up this business opportunity simply because the equipment was of a lower grade. As Shun Lang sent out his message, an unexpected encounter was unfolding outside the Myriad Beast Pavilion at the Professional Trading Center in Donghai City. Yi Hongyu had just arrived at the Myriad Beast Pavilion after leaving the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. Heading toward her was a slightly overweight middle-aged man, none other than the manager of the Myriad Beasts Pavilion. Miss, you've arrived, the man said, bowing slightly with a respectful tone. Yi Hongyu smiled and replied, Uncle Hong, there's no need to call me that. I'm just here to help out. If my uncle finds out, I'll get an earful for sure. Just call me by my name or Little Yi here. All right, Miss Little Yi, the middle-aged man replied with a polite smile. Yi Hongyu gave him an exasperated look and said, Fine, I'm off to work. You go ahead with your tasks too, Uncle Hong. As Shun Lang had surmised, Yi Hongyu's identity was indeed extraordinary. She was the beloved daughter of Yi Yunzhang, the lord of Donghai City, and was deeply cherished. Last year, Yi Hongyu successfully transitioned into a promising thunder mage, much to her father's delight. She was supposed to attend the prestigious Qinghua Academy in the Forbidden City this year for further studies, but she insisted on staying in Donghai City to accompany her father. Yi Yunzhang knew well that his daughter had little interest in Qinghua Academy and was not particularly enthusiastic about her professional career. Otherwise, with her family background and talent, advancing to a 3-star or even 4-star professional within a year would have been entirely feasible. However, Yi Hongyu was only slightly above 2-star, clearly indicating that her focus lay elsewhere. Yi Hongyu's true passion was in business. She aspired to follow in the footsteps of her uncle, Yi Yuzhang, and replicate his success. Despite being a non-combatant professional, Yi Yuzhang had built a vast business empire through his commercial acumen. The branches of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion and Myriad Beast Pavilion were not only spread across Donghai City but had also expanded to neighboring cities. While many outsiders attributed Yi Yuzhang's success to the support of his younger brother, Yi Yunzhang, those in the know understood that the reality was quite the opposite. Before Yi Yuzhang's rise, Yi Yunzhang was relatively unknown within the country's professional circles. It was with his elder brother's backing that Yi Yunzhang eventually ascended to the position of Donghai City's lord. Of course, after Yi Yunzhang took office, Yi Yuzhang's businesses flourished even further. Even though Yi Yunzhang was known for his fairness and integrity, few dared to disrespect the elder brother of the city lord. This familial background inspired Yi Hongyu's admiration for Yi Yuzhang. She spent most of her time by his side, rarely appearing at the lord's mansion. Since Yi Yuzhang had no children of his own, he treated Yi Hongyu as if she were his own daughter, doting on her as much as, if not more than, her own father. He even declared that he planned to pass on the Myriad Treasures Pavilion and Myriad Beasts Pavilion to her. With Yi Hongyu's persistence and Yi Yuzhang's approval, Yi Yunzhang reluctantly allowed his daughter to remain in Donghai City. As a result, Yi Hongyu took on various tasks at the Myriad Beast Pavilion and Myriad Treasures Pavilion at her uncle's behest. She moved tirelessly between the two shops every day, thoroughly enjoying her work and never once complaining about the effort involved. Today, Yi Hongyu was in particularly high spirits. Not only had she successfully closed a major deal at the Myriad Treasures Pavilion that morning, but she had also made the acquaintance of a charming and dashing professional. Now, as she stepped into the Myriad Beasts Pavilion, even the ferocious beasts displayed in the showroom appeared adorable in her eyes. As someone with a keen eye for appearances, Yi Hongyu had a soft spot for handsome men. However, She wasn't the type to lose her composure or act infatuated at the sight of one. She appreciated good looks, but maintained her sense of reason. Not only did she repeatedly offer Shun Lang discounts, but this wasn't solely because of his striking appearance. More importantly, she firmly adhered to her uncle's business philosophy. People love to feel like they're getting a deal. Making customers feel they're saving money is often more effective than pouring funds into advertising. This, perhaps, was one of the underlying reasons Shen Lang chose to visit Wanbao Pavilion today. While Yi Hongyu appreciated good looks, she wasn't without business acumen. Upon arriving at the Wanshou Pavilion, she first professionally reviewed the day's transaction records in the front office before preparing to personally greet customers. Just as she stepped into the exhibition hall, her professional companion system suddenly chimed with a notification. Unlike Shen Lang, Yi Hongyu already had a considerable list of contacts and often kept in touch with them. Hearing the notification, her first assumption was that it was another message from her father. "It's only been a week since I last went home. Is he really that eager to rush me?" she muttered to herself. This stemmed from her father, Yi Yunzhang's attitude toward her business pursuits. While he had eventually agreed to let her dive into entrepreneurship, he had set a clear condition. She wasn't allowed to spend all her time at Wanshou Pavilion and Wanbao Pavilion. She had to return home on time every day. However, ever since moving out, Yi Hongyu had long abandoned these rules. It had become her habit to go 3 or even 5 days without returning home, to the point where her father now sent daily messages urging her to come back. With this in mind, she opened her companion system, only to be stunned. The sender was none other than Shun Lang. "Wait, isn't this the handsome guy I just added this morning?" The impatience on Yi Hongyu's face vanished in an instant, replaced by eager anticipation. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, she slipped into a corner and opened Shun Lang's message. After reading its contents, a faint blush crept across Yi Hongyu's cheeks. As someone nearing her 20th birthday, she naturally understood the significance of business deals worth billions. She stared at the message for a long moment before finally typing her reply. "Sorry, handsome, but I'm not that kind of girl." Yi Hongyu was feeling restless and irritated. As someone who valued appearances, she certainly appreciated handsome men, but she valued inner purity even more. The man in front of her, Shun Lang, was undeniably good-looking, but the moment he started talking about billion-dollar business deals, her heart sank. She bit her lip, her finger hovering over the delete friend button. Just then, Shun Lang sent 2 quick messages. "Oh? Missy, what are you thinking? I meant I want to sell equipment to you." Staring at the messages, Yi Hongyu blinked a few times before her face turned crimson, the blush spreading all the way down to her neck. She wished she could dig a hole in the ground with her red high heels and bury herself. "I can't believe I misunderstood him," she thought, feeling mortified. How could such a handsome guy possibly have such thoughts? Her mood instantly lifted, and she quickly replied, "Haha, just kidding, handsome. By the way, didn't you just sell equipment this morning? Why are you selling more now? That's for me to worry about. Are you taking them or not?" "Of course, I'll take them. As many as you've got." "All right, I'll send them over right away. Keep an eye out. You guys can calculate the price yourselves. You already know the account. Just transfer the payment directly." Yi Hongyu responded promptly. "It's an honor that a handsome guy like you trusts our Wanbao Pavilion. Rest assured, we'll offer you a fair market price. Send the equipment over, and he'll extract it and get it appraised right away." "Got it. Give me a moment." Yi Hongyu didn't reply further and waited quietly for the equipment to be transferred through the Pro Player Friend system. The convenience of this system was that it allowed instant remote transfers, and she had specifically set it to require in-person extraction mode. A few seconds later, a system notification chimed. "Your friend has sent you an email. Would you like to extract it now?" Without hesitation, she mentally commanded, "Extract." "Extracting email for you. Extraction complete." As the notification sound ended, her vision went black, followed by a dull thud. Ouch, what the heck? It turned out that the quantity of equipment Shen Lang sent was staggering. The gear piled up into a small mountain in the corner of the Wanbao Pavilion exhibition hall, completely burying her. The sudden appearance of the equipment mountain immediately drew the attention of everyone in the hall. What's going on? So much equipment. Isn't this Wanbao Pavilion? Don't they sell exotic beasts? Why are there so many pieces of gear? This must be at least 300 to 500 items. Most of it's white or gray, but even so, they're worth tens of millions. There's some blue and green gear in there too. Customers speculated that this might be a temporary inventory transfer for Wanbao Pavilion. After all, with only 1 day since the new job system launched, low-tier equipment like this was in high demand. The employees of Wanbao Pavilion, however, were completely dumbfounded. None of them had received any notice about incoming inventory. Among them was an experienced staff member, Hong Lei, affectionately called Uncle Hong, who happened to be present. He had just instructed the front desk manager to attend to Yi Hongyu when he witnessed the scene. "Let's go check this out," Hong Lei said, leading the security team briskly toward the equipment pile. Suddenly, with a rustling sound, a head popped out from the mountain of gear. Little Yi, Honglei exclaimed, startled. Yi Hongyu shook her head, still buzzing from the impact, and stared at the pile of equipment that had completely enveloped her. She was utterly shocked. In just a couple of hours, this handsome guy had sent over at least 300 pieces of gear, possibly more than 500. How on earth did he acquire so much? The drop rate for gear in the wild was notoriously low. It was absolutely impossible to farm this many items in just 2 hours. This was beyond belief. Xiaoyi, are you alright? Honglei cautiously approached Yi Hongyu, his voice filled with concern. Yi Hongyu finally snapped out of her daze, glancing around to find everyone pointing and whispering about her. She quickly waved her hand, forcing a calm demeanor. I'm fine, really, she assured. As soon as the words left her mouth, the scattered equipment on the ground vanished as if by magic. As the daughter of the city lord and heir to both the Myriad Beasts Pavilion and the Myriad Treasures Pavilion, such minor tricks were child's play to her. A 2-star professional, Yi Hongyu landed gracefully on the ground. The avalanche of equipment that had buried her moments ago was merely a result of her brief lapse in attention. After all, who could have anticipated Shen Lang dumping hundreds of pieces of equipment on her all at once? After tidying up, Yi Hongyu turned to Honglei and said hurriedly, Uncle Hong, I need to run an errand. I'll be back shortly, okay? Without waiting for a reply, she dashed out the door under the bewildered gazes of the crowd, heading straight for the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. With so much equipment in hand, she definitely needed professional appraisers to evaluate their worth. There was no way she could handle it on her own. Before long, Yi Hongyu found herself back in the familiar office. The appraiser was the same as always, but the number of assistants had increased from 2 to 5. Instead of working herself, Yi Hongyu leisurely reclined on the sofa, chatting with Shun Lang. Hey, where did you get all this equipment? She asked curiously. You have no idea, I was almost buried alive by it. Don't worry, it's all legit, Shen Lang replied curtly. Yi Hongyu pouted. Clearly, this handsome guy wasn't about to reveal the source of the equipment. Reflecting on her interactions with Shun Lang, she found him aloof but unlikely to be a bad person. After some thought, she speculated that he might be backed by a team dedicated to farming and selling equipment. Given that Shen Lang was a Beast Tamer, a notoriously resource-intensive profession, having a strong financial backing was essential for his growth. However, Yi Hongyu didn't press further. Instead, she said, all right, I'll let you know once the appraisal is done. No need. Just transfer the money directly. It's not like it's anything valuable, Shen Lang replied indifferently. Yi Hongyu's throat tightened at his words. While it was true that the pile of white and gray equipment wasn't exactly top tier, it was still worth millions. Yet, from his tone, it sounded like he was dismissing it as trash. Got it? Yi Hongyu responded tersely, and the conversation ended there. Shen Lang didn't send her any further messages. Meanwhile, outside Donghai City in the Ghost Shadow Forest, Shun Lang wasn't sitting idly, waiting for Yi Hongyu to transfer the funds. That would have been a waste of time. To him, this equipment was indeed junk. Previously, he'd held onto blue quality gear, but now, anything below red perfect grade was discarded. As a result, his inventory contained only red perfect items, with the rest handed over to Yi Hongyu. After wrapping up the conversation with Yi Hongyu, Shun Lang turned to Medusa and Shadow. Let's go. Keep grinding, let's aim to level up a few more times. Understood, my master. Medusa and Shadow replied in unison. Medusa took the lead, while Shadow stayed close to Shen Lang, acting as his guard. It was clear they had settled into their respective roles, following Medusa's earlier task allocation. Medusa would handle the offensive, while Shadow ensured Shen Lang's safety. The relationship between the two seemed to have improved, and Shadow showed no resistance to the arrangement. The trio continued deeper into the Ghost Shadow Forest. It wasn't until they traveled about a kilometer that they encountered more ghost shadows. The earlier wave had drawn most of the nearby monsters, and Shadow had already wiped them out. Even now, after encountering a few ghost shadows, there was a noticeable scarcity of creatures, much to Medusa's frustration. Suddenly, Medusa halted and turned to Shadow. Shadow, protect the master, she commanded. Then, addressing Shen Lang, she said, Master, I'll be gone for a moment. All right, go ahead, Shen Lang replied. With Shadow by his side, he had no concerns for his safety. Clearly, Medusa intended to scout for more monsters. Medusa nodded and shot into the sky, disappearing in an instant. After she left, Shadow stuck out her tongue and said to Shen Lang, Master, Sister Medusa is so fierce. You little rascal, you shouldn't talk about others behind their backs. Shen Lang glanced at Shadow, chuckling. Spend more time with her, and you'll see that Medusa is actually quite approachable, he added. I do like Sister Medusa, but she is pretty scary, Shadow replied, tilting her head thoughtfully. Shen Lang looked at the innocent, naive little girl beside him, then thought of Medusa's aloof demeanor. He couldn't help but marvel at the stark contrast in personalities between these two 10-star divine beasts. At that moment, Ning suddenly looked up into the distance, a puzzled expression appearing on her doll-like, porcelain face. So many ghost shadows. Why is Sister Medusa gathering so many ghost shadows? She asked, blinking her wide eyes. Shun Lang followed in Ying's gaze. Even with his strength, he could sense an overwhelming wave of dark energy surging toward them. In the distant sky, a swarm of winged ghost shadows was chasing a crimson light. Within that light, the figure unmistakably belonged to Medusa. Seeing this, a knowing smile appeared on Shen Lang's face. Unlike the naive Ning, he quickly pieced together what was happening. Judging from the situation, Queen Medusa was clearly pulling aggro, luring ghost shadows from one place to another with the intention of gathering them all in one spot. Shun Lang understood her motive. Medusa's actions were undoubtedly a response to Ying's earlier skill, which had wiped out thousands of ghost shadows in a single move. As someone who prided herself as the big sister, how could Medusa stand being outshone? Her competitive spirit was clearly at play, and she was determined to showcase her own devastating area effect attack. Shun Lang didn't mind her antics. Earlier, he had been cautious about letting Medusa unleash large-scale attacks in the Ghost Shadow Forest, fearing the possibility of encountering a high-star divine beast. But now, with the 10-star divine beast bloodline and Ing as his contracted beast, that concern was no longer relevant. Besides, it was unlikely there'd be another 10-star divine beast-level shadow monarch lurking in the forest. And even if there was, killing it wouldn't be an issue. Thinking back to his initial plan of capturing fierce beasts to sell to the Myriad Beast Pavilion, Shun Lang found the idea too troublesome. While he loved money, he wasn't exactly short on it these days. Farming beasts for loot was far more efficient, could sell off the junk equipment he acquired while leveling up. Capturing and transporting beasts? That was a waste of time. At this moment, Medusa was still busy pulling aggro. Behind her, a massive horde of ghost shadows had gathered, most of them above level 10, with quite a few over level 20. Medusa, possessing combat power equivalent to a 4-star professional, had no trouble outpacing her pursuers. Normally, it was Shun Lang who slowed her down, but now, on her own, she moved with incredible speed. After about 10 minutes, Medusa finally stopped midair. The sky was densely packed with flying ghost shadows, while the ground and trees below were teeming with more. Shun Lang and Ing, standing at a distance, were just outside the range of the ghost shadows' aggression. The number of ghost shadows gathered this time was no less than the ones Ing had wiped out earlier. Shun Lang couldn't help but marvel at the scene. In the air, Queen Medusa was ready to strike. She spread her arms wide, revealing the snake hair and crimson serpent tail she usually kept hidden. Suspended in the air in her full form, an intangible yet overwhelming divine beast aura radiated from her. Under this oppressive aura, the flying ghost shadows, which moments ago were circling in the sky, began plummeting like raindrops. At the same time, Medusa's amber eyes flared with a fiery glow. Immediately, countless sparks appeared in the sky, and fire elements rapidly converged. In an instant, these sparks transformed into blazing fireballs. The fiery light illuminated the surroundings, making the ghost shadow forest below seem as if it were engulfed in flames. Medusa's snake hair suddenly straightened, letting out a cacophony of hissing sounds. Amidst the symphony of hisses, the fireballs hurtled toward the ghost shadow horde like meteors. This was one of Medusa's powerful area effect skills, Falling Meteor Inferno. Meanwhile, not far away, 3 armored professionals were traversing the forest. They weren't rookies but 3-star professionals, passing through the ghost shadow forest to save time on their way back to the city from another area. When they noticed the firelight ahead, the 3 of them stopped in their tracks and looked up at the sky. From their vantage point, they had a clear view of the fireballs raining down from above. However, what truly caught their attention wasn't the fireballs, but the figure with the human torso and serpentine tail hovering above them. One of the professionals stared blankly at the sight and muttered, "Could that be the divine beast Queen Medusa?" "Drop the could that be and the maybe," another professional said, swallowing hard. "That's definitely Queen Medusa." As for the third professional, he had already taken off running. Shouting as he fled, he yelled, "You 2 idiots want to die? Run for your lives. That's Queen Medusa's ultimate skill, Falling Meteor Inferno. We're in its range." With a shout from their teammate, the 2 professionals snapped out of their daze and, panic-stricken, turned and bolted. However, it was already too late. In midair, countless fireballs descended like meteors, crashing down with deafening explosions that echoed throughout the ghost shadow forest. The ground trembled violently under the impact. Shun Lang stood to the side, raising a hand to shield his eyes from the blinding light of the flames, his heart pounding with shock. He felt a deep sense of relief that the Medusa Queen was his contracted beast, yet he couldn't help but wonder. If such an attack were unleashed on humans, the consequences would be catastrophic. And this was when Medusa was only at level 11. If she were to reach max level and 10 stars, her power would be unimaginable. His mind raced as he recalled the professional era, during which other Medusa queens were indeed known to exist worldwide. These 10-star divine beasts were closely monitored by various nations, as their appearance often heralded disaster. Yet humanity had not been wiped out by these fearsome creatures, a testament to the formidable strength of human professionals. This realization filled Shun Lang with pride and determination. A single 10-star divine beast could pose a devastating threat to humanity, yet here he was, already in possession of two. Though neither had reached their full potential, the possibilities were endless. The inferno of falling meteors continued its rampage, consuming countless ghostly shadows in a sea of fire. Shen Lang's mind was bombarded with kill notifications as his experience points soared. Although he was already level 10, making another level up in the short term challenging, the slaughter was far from over. Medusa's attack had a range exceeding 1 kilometer, far beyond the limits of the autoloot function. Based on the earlier scale of Shadow's slaughter, the number of beasts drawn in by Medusa's attack likely exceeded 10,000. Harvesting so many beasts in one go, Medusa was truly a beast harvester. Compared to the more defense-oriented Shadow, the Medusa Queen was undoubtedly a true offensive powerhouse. Both the visual impact and actual damage of her ultimate ability were leagues ahead. Shadow's eyes sparkled with admiration as he exclaimed, "Sister Medusa, you're amazing." Shun Lang nodded in agreement, then added, "The range of this ultimate is massive. Let's go pick up the loot first." With the ghostly shadows obliterated on such a large scale, the surrounding area was littered with glowing equipment, some even scattered beyond a kilometer. To avoid wasting time later, Shun Lang decided to take the opportunity to collect the surrounding loot. Under Shadow's protection, Shun Lang moved quickly, activating auto-loot repeatedly. However, after covering just 2 locations, his 3 backpacks each with 100 slots were already full. With no other choice, Shun Lang resorted to his old trick. He sent all the junk equipment directly to Yi Hongyu. Meanwhile, at the professional trading center in EC City, inside the Wanbao Pavilion, Yi Hongyu was busy assisting an appraiser in evaluating and pricing the hundreds of items Shen Lang had sent earlier. The sheer volume of equipment meant that the task would take a significant amount of time. Apart from Yi Hongyu, 2 others were present in the office. One was Su Qian, the current head of Wanbao Pavilion, who, like Hong Lei, was one of the loyal followers who had helped Yi Yuchang rise to power in the past. The other was an elderly man in his 50s, Yi Hongyu's uncle, and the true master of both the Wanbao Pavilion and the Myriad Beast Pavilion, Yi Yuchang. As chairman of the Wanwang Group, Yi Yuchang had delegated most of his authority and rarely visited the professional trading center. Today, however, he had come for 2 reasons: to check in on his beloved niece, and because his younger brother EC City's lord, Yi Yuncheng, had urged him to convince her to come home for a visit. What he hadn't expected, however, was to stumble upon such a scene upon his arrival. His niece had just closed a major deal and was in the process of sorting and appraising the goods. Yi Yuchang stood in the center of the office, his gaze sweeping over the mountain of equipment piled high around him. His face betrayed no trace of surprise. For this seasoned veteran of the business world, hundreds of ordinary items, even rare red-tier equipment, were hardly noteworthy. His attention quickly shifted to his niece, Yi Hongyu, who was engrossed in her work. A flicker of satisfaction crossed his eyes. As someone without children of his own, Yi Hongyu was not only his sole niece, but also the future heir to his vast empire. Watching her dedicate herself so diligently to Wanbao Pavilion filled Yi Yuchang with a sense of pride. Yet, he understood deeply that in this era of professional adventurers, wealth alone was not enough. Only true strength could secure one's place in this world. He recalled the struggles of his past, when his business faced fierce opposition. Though he weathered the storm, it was only after his brother, Yi Yunchang, became the lord of Donghai City that no one dared to challenge him. This experience taught Yi Yuchang an important lesson. He hoped Yi Hongyu would not only inherit the business but also grow stronger herself. Taking a seat on the sofa beside Yi Hongyu, Yi Yuchang spoke earnestly, "Hongyu, your father calls me a dozen times a day. Just hearing the communicator ring gives me a headache. You should take some time to visit him. And don't forget you need to focus on your training as well. You can't spend all your time in Wanbao Pavilion or Wanshou Pavilion. Remember, we're the bosses. That's what employees are for." Without looking up, Yi Hongyu replied, "Got it, uncle." Yi Yuchang chuckled helplessly and pulled out his communicator. Speaking to a middle-aged man whose features bore a striking resemblance to his own, he said, "Second brother, I wasn't lying. I've said everything I needed to. Look, even I can't manage our little lady here." With that, he ended the call. Watching Yi Hongyu immersed in her work, Yi Yuchang silently contemplated. Even if her professional level isn't quite up to par, it's fine. Worst case, they'll hire 10 or so 10-star experts to protect her. Still, deep down, he hoped she would learn to be self-reliant and strong. Just then, Yi Hongyu looked up from the pile of equipment, muttering to herself in confusion. Who's contacting me now? She opened her professional friend's system and exclaimed, him again. Who is it, Hong Yu? Yi Yuchang asked warily, concerned that someone might be eyeing his beautiful and well-connected niece. Yi Hongyu replied, it's the person who sold me all this equipment, Shen Lang. What does he want? Yi Yuchang's tone was even more cautious. Yi Hongyu frowned as she checked her chat log. No messages. Oh, another email. She glanced at Yi Yuchang, then at the pile of equipment she had barely begun to sort through. A strange thought crossed her mind. Could he be sending me another load of equipment? The idea grew more plausible the longer she thought about it. Standing up, Yi Hongyu addressed the appraisers and other staff in the room. Take the identified items out for now. I'll call you back in later. Though puzzled, the appraisers followed her instructions, carrying the equipment out and closing the door behind them. Yi Hongyu, now on high alert, noticed that Yi Yuchang and Su Qian were still seated on the sofa. She said, Uncle and Uncle Su, you both need to move as well, stay far away from me. Exchanging confused looks, Yi Yuchang and Su Qian complied, retreating behind the sofa. But Yi Hongyu wasn't satisfied. She gestured for them to move further back, this time toward the office desk. Once she was certain there was enough distance, Yi Hongyu took a deep breath and said solemnly, receive. Both Yi Yuchang and Su Qian watched curiously. Suddenly, their eyes widened in astonishment. Before them, equipment began materializing out of thin air, crashing onto the floor in a massive heap. Yi Hongyu quickly stepped back to join Yi Yuchang and Su Qian. The pile of equipment grew rapidly, soon towering over 2 meters high. The sofa where they had been sitting moments ago was now completely buried under various items. The three of them could only watch in disbelief as the mountain of gear continued to rise. Yi Yuchang, Su Qian, and Yi Hongyu stood in the office, their gazes fixed on the mountain of equipment piled before them. Yi Hongyu's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Even though she had experienced a similar scene before, the sheer volume of equipment this time far exceeded her expectations. This is even more than last time. Yi Hongyu exclaimed softly, her fingers unconsciously tracing the edge of a finely crafted blue piece of equipment. She recalled the hundreds of items Shun Lang had given her previously, and her shock deepened. There must be thousands of pieces altogether. How is there so much? Yi Yuchang frowned. As the chairman of Wanwang Group, he had seen his fair share of rare legendary-grade dark gold equipment, but he had never encountered such a vast quantity of lower-tier gear in one place. His eyes shifted from the equipment pile to Yi Hongyu as he asked, was it the same person who sold you the goods earlier? Yi Hongyu nodded in confirmation. Yi Yuchang mused aloud. It seems like their team is quite large. They might have been targeting this market for a while now. Su Qian chimed in. That's true. We've seen professionals stockpile low-level equipment before, but never on this scale. Suddenly, Yi Hongyu interjected. That guy who sold me the equipment's a Beastmaster. This piece of information seemed to enlighten Yi Yuchang. That explains it. Beastmasters need a lot of funding, whether it's for buying beasts or nurturing them. Su Qian added, Beastmasters may not be strong in the early stages, but once they grow, they can be incredibly powerful. This could be their team's investment in him. As the three continued their discussion, Yi Hongyu's friend system suddenly lit up with a notification. A new email had arrived. She quickly opened it and, after a moment of hesitation, turned to Yi Yuchang. Uncle, we might need to step back a bit. Although Yi Yuchang found it hard to believe there could be even more equipment, he and Su Qian moved to the wall as a precaution. Yi Hongyu took a deep breath and silently accepted the email. With a loud clatter, another massive pile of equipment spilled out of thin air, even more than before. The three barely had time to react before another notification popped up in Yi Hongyu's system. What followed was a seemingly endless cycle. Yi Hongyu kept receiving emails, and waves of equipment poured into the office like a flood. Every time they thought it was the final batch, another email would arrive. In no time, the office was packed to the brim with equipment, leaving barely any room to stand. When the last batch finally hit the floor, the office fell into a brief silence. Squeezed into a corner, Yi Yuchang glanced around uncertainly and asked, this has to be the last of it, right? Yi Hongyu stared intently at her friend's system, hesitating before replying, I think it might be. The three held their breath, waiting for another possible notification. Minutes ticked by, and finally, after 5 long minutes of silence, they were certain there would be no more. The office was filled with a strange atmosphere, a mix of relief and a lingering sense of anticipation for the unknown. Yi Yuchang stepped into the room filled with equipment, a flicker of astonishment flashing across his eyes. The sheer volume of low-level gear was staggering. Such a quantity could only be amassed by hundreds of professionals hunting low-level monsters across various regions. His gaze swept over the mountains of weapons and armor, and a seed of doubt sprouted in his mind. How could a Beast Tamer, who hadn't yet fully matured, garner such extensive support? This Beast Tamer must be anything but ordinary. Yi Yuchang had initially dismissed this Beast Tamer, but now he couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity. He turned to Yi Hongyu and asked, Hongyu, what's the name of this beast tamer? Shun Lang, Yi Hongyu answered honestly. The moment he heard the surname Shun, a name immediately surfaced in Yi Yuchang's mind. Shen Lang. It was no surprise. The stir caused by Shun Lang, the hidden dragon, yesterday was impossible to ignore. While ordinary people might be unaware, someone of Yi Yuchang's stature knew all too well about the seismic events that had rocked Donghai City. The shockwaves were spreading nationwide, rivaling the impact of the legendary dragon blood war god, Chu Jinhua, clearing an SS-level beginner dungeon years ago. Leaders of major factions had already received detailed information about Shen Lang, and Yi Yuchang was no exception. It was precisely because of this that Shen Lang came to mind at this moment. What's more, that hidden dragon Shun Lang also happened to be a beast tamer. Although Yi Yuchang didn't equate the two individuals, he made a mental note of the name Shun Lang. Alright, I need to get going. I've got a meeting waiting for me, Yi Yuchang said as he maneuvered through the piles of equipment. Turning back to Yi Hongyu, he added, girl, don't forget to check on your father, and get more people to help sort this out. Otherwise, you'll be here forever. Got it, I'll remember, Yi Hongyu replied listlessly. As soon as Yi Yuchang left, Yi Hongyu summoned appraisers and plunged back into the tedious task of sorting and identifying the equipment. Meanwhile, in the Ghost Shadow Forest, Medusa's infernal rainfire not only engulfed the ghost shadows she had lured, but also swept across several kilometers of the surrounding area. The fiery rain spread outward, almost blanketing the entire forest. Because of this, Shun Lang had to repeatedly send equipment back to Yi Hongyu. Every time he emptied his inventory, it filled up again, leaving him exasperated. I need to buy some backpack expansion cards when I get back. I can't believe I forgot last time, Shun Lang thought with frustration, recalling how he had overlooked this while at the treasure pavilion. As Medusa's ultimate skill finally came to an end, the ghost shadow horde below was nearly wiped out. The exact count was impossible to determine, but a conservative estimate put the number at over 10,000. Whether it reached 20,000, Shun Lang couldn't be sure. He wasn't about to count every single kill notification. The rewards from this ultimate attack were substantial. Both Medusa and Shadow, his two beast companions, leveled up from level 11 to level 12. Shen Lang himself, being at a lower level, gained 2 levels at once, reaching level 12 and matching his beast companions. Just as Shen Lang was checking his and his beast companion stats, he caught sight of 3 notifications out of the corner of his eye. You are attacking another professional. You and your beast companions have entered combat mode. You are attacking another professional. You and your beast companions have entered combat mode. You are attacking another professional. You and your beast companions have entered combat mode. Shen Lang stared at the notifications, baffled. Since arriving in the Ghost Shadow Forest, he hadn't seen a single professional, let alone attacked one. How could this be possible? Then, it dawned on him. His gaze shifted from Medusa, who was returning, to the still smoking forest. A chill ran down his spine. Could it be were there other professionals within the range of Medusa's ultimate skill? Although the professional era shared similarities with games, it wasn't an actual game. Skill damage didn't automatically exclude teammates or allied professionals. Medusa's infernal rainfire, for instance, attacked all living beings within its range. If there were professionals in the Ghost Shadow Forest who happened to be caught in the skills area of effect, they would have been attacked. Attacking, but there's no kill notification. So they shouldn't be dead, right? Shun Lang stared at the notifications for a moment, waiting until he and his beast companions exited combat mode before breathing a sigh of relief. Since there was no kill notification, it meant that the professional accidentally caught in Medusa's infernal rainfire had survived. Shen Lang stood at the edge of the phantom forest, his brows slightly furrowed. Although he had grown accustomed to taking lives since arriving in this world, the current situation gave him pause. Killing other professionals without reason, especially if they might be fellow citizens of the Daxia kingdom, left an uncomfortable feeling in his heart. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Shun Lang's mind. If someone had managed to survive Medusa's lethal skill, their strength must be formidable. His expression shifted slightly, and he promptly gave an order to Medusa and Shadow, who had just returned. Let's go. Leave here immediately. At this moment, Shun Lang couldn't determine the opponent's level of power. If they were weak, he had no reason to fear. But if they turned out to be a 4-star or higher level expert, things could become problematic. Worse still, if the opponent was a hot-tempered and ruthless individual, it could lead to an unavoidable and intense battle. Even if he were to win, it might result in unnecessary trouble. Weighing the risks and benefits, Shun Lang decided to adopt the wisest strategy: retreat. He silently reminded himself of an important lesson. Never let Medusa and Shadow unleash their ultimate skills recklessly again, as it could provoke avoidable conflicts. With one hand resting on Medusa's shoulder and the other supporting Shadow, the 3 of them quickly retreated from the phantom forest. Meanwhile, deeper within the forest, 3 other professionals were fleeing for their lives in a similarly disheveled state. Damn it, we almost died back there. One of them cursed, his hair completely scorched off. And my green tier gear is ruined too. That was the Medusa Queen. Surviving her attack is something to be grateful for, another said, panting heavily. Good thing we were on the edge of her ultimate skills range. Otherwise, we'd be done for, the third man added, wiping cold sweat from his brow. All three of them bore varying degrees of injuries, and one of them was now entirely bald, his hair completely burned away. They finally stopped to catch their breath behind a large tree after running a considerable distance. The bald man chugged a stamina potion and cursed, "What the hell is going on? How does a 1-star beast zone suddenly have a 10-star divine beast like the Medusa Queen?" "Who knows?" another replied. "But divine beasts of that level usually have fixed territories and don't roam around casually." The third man, furrowing his scorched eyebrows thoughtfully, added, "Yesterday was Global Job Transition Day. These next couple of days, there'll definitely be new rookies out here grinding and leveling up. If they run into the Medusa Queen..." Before he could finish, the expressions of all three grew grim. It wasn't just rookies who would be in danger. Even seasoned professionals like themselves or high-level ones would struggle to survive a random encounter with the Medusa Queen. The bald man suddenly stood up, his face serious. "We can't just ignore this. We have to report it to the city lord's office immediately." "Agreed. We need to get back to the city," the other two said in unison. Without hesitation, the three reached a consensus. While swallowing various recovery potions, they chose an alternate route and sped toward the city as quickly as they could. Shun Lang moved in the opposite direction and quickly returned to the safety of the city gates. He cautiously scanned his surroundings but saw no injured or battle-worn professionals in sight. Being back in this secure area eased his tension slightly. After all, even if those professionals who were accidentally attacked by Medusa managed to catch up, it would be difficult for them to recognize his identity at a glance. Besides, Medusa had once again concealed her serpent hair and tail, appearing no different from a beautiful, ordinary professional. After a moment of hesitation, Shun Lang ultimately decided to return to the city for now, abandoning his plan to continue leveling up in other areas. This decision wasn't driven by fear, but by a sense of responsibility. Considering the authorities' current laissez-faire attitude toward him and the immense favor he owed to Chu Jinhua, he didn't want to treat the lives of other Daxia professionals recklessly. Such behavior would be unworthy of the trust placed in him. Moreover, the two ultimate abilities recently unleashed by Medusa and Shadow could potentially attract high-level professionals tracking them, and Shun Lang had no desire to become an easy target. However, Shadow faced a small issue when attempting to enter the city. She didn't have legs, as her lower body was composed entirely of black mist. Fortunately, this problem was easily resolved, just like with Medusa. Under Shen Lang's instructions, Shadow's short skirt transformed into a long one, perfectly concealing the black mist beneath her. With that, the group of one man and two beasts re-entered Donghai City. Almost immediately after their return, the three professionals who had been accidentally injured also arrived at the city gates. Instead of entering the city directly, they headed to the local defense office and sought out the city's defense forces. In this era of professionals, the wilderness was largely occupied by various dungeons, secret realms, and ferocious beasts. While cities were protected by barriers to shield civilians, these defenses could only repel lower-level beasts. When faced with high-level beasts or large-scale beast attacks, the city's defense forces were required to fend off the threat. Ultimately, though, it was the responsibility of high-ranking professionals to resolve such crises. But the defense forces served as the backbone, the iron-blooded warriors who followed orders without hesitation. Shun Lang had studied some history during his time at the academy and knew that, in the early days of the professional era, small cities were occasionally breached by wild beasts, resulting in the near-total annihilation of their inhabitants. The scenes were horrifying. At that time, humanity had yet to produce enough powerful professionals to resist such attacks. Now, 3 centuries later, the rapid development of human professionals had made such tragedies exceedingly rare. The 3 professionals approached the checkpoint management office and found Zhou Cheng, the leader of the city defense squad responsible for this gate. After hearing their report, Zhou Cheng scrutinized the trio and frowned, asking, "Are you certain that the beast you saw in the Ghost Shadow Forest was truly the 10-star divine beast, Queen Medusa?" 2 nearby border guards stifled their laughter, clearly skeptical. They had been stationed here for nearly 2 years and had never heard of any 10-star divine beast near Donghai City, let alone in the Ghost Shadow Forest, which was only a 1-star area. Besides, if these 3 3-star professionals had really encountered Queen Medusa, would they even be alive to tell the tale? Zhou Cheng shot a glance at the 2 guards, and they immediately straightened up, resuming their disciplined postures. The bald-headed professional nodded firmly and said, "I'm certain, absolutely certain. Captain, all 3 of us saw it with our own eyes. She had serpent hair and a snake tail. At the time, Queen Medusa seemed to be fighting with some powerful professional and unleashed an ultimate ability. We were injured by the shockwave. If we had been any closer, would probably be ashes by now. The other two professionals chimed in, backing up his account. Zhou Qing listened, nodding slightly as they finished. All right, I've taken note of your report. Stay here and rest for now, he said before stepping outside. The two border guards remained stationed at the door. The bald-headed professional and his companions exchanged confused glances, sensing something was off. It felt as though they were being detained. The bald man raised his voice, shouting, "Hey, what's going on? We're here to report a situation." Zhou Cheng's voice came from outside. "Stay put and wait. They'll report this to the city lord's office immediately. But until then, you'll need to remain here. After all, if you're fabricating military intelligence, you could face serious charges." "We're not lying. Everything we said is true," the bald man shouted again. But Zhou Cheng had already walked away. As the captain of the city defense squad at this checkpoint, Zhou Cheng had his own judgment and protocols to follow. As a dedicated soldier, Zhou Cheng, though skeptical about the rumors of a 10-star divine beast-level Medusa queen appearing in the Ghost Shadow Forest, felt compelled by duty to investigate. Without hesitation, he led his team of soldiers into the forest to uncover the truth. Navigating through the dim and eerie Ghost Shadow Forest, the group advanced cautiously. Before long, they were stunned by the scene before them. A vast expanse of scorched forest spanning several kilometers lay in ruins. Scattered embers flickered faintly, and thick smoke spiraled upwards. The air was saturated with an intense fluctuation of fire elemental energy, silently narrating the story of a fierce and devastating battle that had unfolded here. "Stay concealed. Retreat immediately. Retreat now." Zhou Cheng's pupils contracted as he urgently issued the command through his communicator. Seeing the scene with his own eyes, he could no longer dismiss the reports from the three professionals as baseless. Even if it wasn't the Medusa Queen herself, some kind of super beast must have caused this destruction. This was far beyond what the city defense squad could handle. Before retreating, Zhou Cheng quickly captured footage of the site. Upon returning to the city, he wasted no time reporting to the higher-ups at the city defense headquarters. When the senior officials reviewed the harrowing footage, their initial skepticism was replaced by grave concern. They immediately escalated the matter to the city lord's office. At that moment, City Lord Yi Yunchang was preoccupied with the matter of his daughter, Yi Hongyu, returning home. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. "Come in," he said, barely finishing the word when the commander of the city defense corps, Chen Dong, strode in briskly. "We've got a situation, old Yi," Chen Dong said bluntly. "What is it, old Chen?" Yi Yunchang asked, frowning. Chen Dong handed over a communicator. On the screen was the desolate, charred landscape of the scorched forest, with smoke still billowing in the air. "This is Ghost Shadow Forest?" As the city lord of Donghai City, Yi Yunchang recognized the location instantly. Chen Dong nodded solemnly. "That's right. Based on eyewitness accounts, this was caused by a 10-star Medusa Queen." "What? The Medusa Queen?" The news made Yi Yunchang spring to his feet. Even someone as experienced and seasoned as the city lord could not suppress a gasp upon hearing such a name. Yi Yunchang and Chen Dong exchanged a glance as a heavy atmosphere immediately filled the room. Their eyes were brimming with worry and fear, fully aware of the implications of a 10-star divine beast appearing outside Donghai City. This wasn't just a challenging ordeal, it could very well be a catastrophic disaster. Frowning deeply, Yi Yunchang spoke in a low voice. "If the divine beast is merely passing through, we might be lucky. But if it launches an attack on Donghai City..." His voice trailed off, as the unspoken conclusion hung in the air. No one could withstand the assault of a 10-star divine beast, not Donghai City, nor even most cities around the world relying solely on their own strength. Chen Dong added, "Beasts are inherently stronger than professionals of the same level. Even with the advantage of equipment and items, the gap in strength remains significant. Moreover, the power disparity among beasts of the same star level can be vast. Even within one-star beasts, there are the strong and the weak." Yi Yunchang nodded in agreement and continued his analysis. "It's true that one-star divine beasts exist in the wild. A one-star professional might be able to handle a level 30 ordinary beast, but against a one-star divine beast, they would be utterly defeated. And now, we're facing a 10-star divine beast. Even an ordinary 10-star professional wouldn't stand a chance against it. Unless it's someone like the Dragonblood War God, victory would be impossible without overwhelming numbers, and even then, it might not be enough." The two fell into a brief silence, contemplating the seemingly impossible challenge before them. Finally, Yi Yunchang broke the silence and asked, "Are we certain it's the Medusa Queen?" Chen Dong gave a bitter smile and shook his head. "No, we're not certain. But regardless of whether it is or not, we can't afford to gamble. A single wrong decision could result in the deaths of over 90% of Donghai City's population." Yi Yunchang took a deep breath and resolutely declared, "Then we have no choice but to request aid from the War God Palace." Aside from the independent 10-star professionals who operate outside official control, the War God Palace is the gathering place for Daxia's strongest 10-star professionals. It's our best line of defense against beasts and hostile nations. With that, Yi Yunchang pulled out a specially designed red communicator. Despite being the city lord, his status wasn't high enough to contact the Grand Ruler directly. He had to go through the professional department and follow the chain of command until the decision reached the Grand Ruler. The communicator quickly connected, and a gentle female voice answered. Hello, this is the professional department office. Yi Yunchang spoke in a grave tone. This is Yi Yunchang, city lord of Donghai City. Please connect me to Minister Wang immediately. The other end replied politely, City Lord Yi, Minister Wang is currently in a meeting that won't conclude for another hour. I can help you leave a message. Before she could finish, Yi Yunchang cut her off sharply. A 10-star divine beast. A 10-star divine beast has appeared outside Donghai City. I don't care what you have to do, get Minister Wang on the line immediately. If you don't, you, I, and Minister Wang will all bear the guilt for the deaths of millions of our fellow citizens in Donghai City. The startled secretary stammered. City Lord Yi. Yi Yunchang interrupted her again, shouting, hurry. As it happened, Minister Wang's meeting had already ended, and he was currently in the Grand Ruler's office discussing matters. Although the secretary didn't have the authority to contact Minister Wang directly, she realized the gravity of the situation and immediately reported it to the office director. The director, who had access to Minister Wang's personal contact information, quickly placed the call. At that moment, in the Grand Ruler's office, Minister Wang was accompanied by Chu Jianhua. They were reviewing updates and partial results from the ongoing purge operation. Reclining lazily on the sofa, Chu Jianhua remarked to Minister Wang, Old Wang, you're still too soft. Once you're in this position, you can't afford to show mercy. For those who betray the nation and their fellow citizens, there's only one solution: eliminate them. The Grand Ruler chuckled and scolded. You still have such a bloodthirsty streak. Then, turning to Minister Wang with a sharp glint in his eyes, he added, but Chu's not wrong, little Wang. We cannot tolerate traitors. If they need to be dealt with, then deal with them. Minister Wang nodded solemnly. Understood, Grand Ruler. Chu Jianhua chimed in again. And if anyone dares to object, tell them to come find me, Chu Jianhua. It'll make them see reason. Minister Wang could only offer an awkward laugh, choosing not to respond. At that moment, his communicator suddenly rang. Glancing at the Grand Ruler, he received a nod of approval before answering the call. With the permission of the old sovereign, Minister Wang urgently connected the communication line. He gave a concise report of the situation and then, without hesitation, searched his contact list for the number of Donghai City and dialed Yi Yunchang. Old Yi, what's going on? Speak quickly. Minister Wang's voice was filled with tension and urgency. The old sovereign exchanged a wary glance with Chu Jianhua, both sensing that something significant might have occurred. Their suspicions were confirmed when Minister Wang hung up the call, his expression turning grave. He looked at the two of them and said urgently, Sovereign, Jianhua, something's happened in Donghai City. Donghai City? Isn't that the city where Shun Lang is located? Zhu Jianhua frowned and asked, what happened? Minister Wang responded immediately. The city lord of Donghai City, Yi Yunchang, reported that a 10-star divine beast has appeared outside the city. What? Explain this in detail. The old sovereign stood up from his chair, his expression stern. Zhu Jianhua also rose to his feet. Despite being a 10-star powerhouse himself, the mention of a 10-star divine beast was not something to take lightly. Minister Wang relayed Yi Yunchang's report in detail and presented the relevant video evidence. After watching it, the old sovereign turned to Zhu Jianhua and said, a Medusa queen, there aren't many of them in the world. We do have one within the borders of our Xia nation. Jianhua, have you received any information about that Medusa queen leaving her territory? No, Zhu Jianhua replied firmly. We monitor all 10-star divine beasts within our borders around the clock. Any unusual activity would be detected immediately. Minister Wang added, it's unlikely to be the Medusa queen within our borders. If I remember correctly, the one here is ice elemental, while the one outside Donghai City is fire elemental. So, a foreign Medusa queen has crossed into our territory? The old sovereign furrowed his brows and said to Zhu Jianhua, if that's the case, you'll need to head to Donghai City. Zhu Jianhua nodded in agreement. Right now, we can't confirm whether it's a fully matured Medusa queen or not. They'll request reinforcements from the War God Palace. If it's indeed a mature Medusa queen, I might not be able to protect the citizens of Donghai City on my own. Understood. Move quickly, the old sovereign urged. Zhu Jianhua turned to leave, but suddenly paused and looked back at Minister Wang. Old Wang, you mentioned earlier that the Medusa queen outside Donghai City is fire elemental, correct? After receiving confirmation from Minister Wang, a thought flashed through Zhu Jianhua's mind. He pondered for a moment and then said, Yi Yunchang mentioned that there were survivors who endured the Medusa queen's skill, correct? Contact him immediately and ask those survivors if they entered combat mode after being hit by the skill. Huh, what do you mean by that? Minister Wang was momentarily puzzled. Don't ask questions. Just make the call and ask as I said. Zhu Jinhua urged. Minister Wang promptly reconnected with Yi Yunzhang and relayed Zhu Jinhua's question word for word. Although Yi Yunzhang didn't fully understand the reasoning, he happened to be speaking with 3 of the survivors at the time and directly asked them, "Combat mode? Isn't that something that only activates during battles between professionals?" A bald professional responded in confusion. "That was the Medusa Queen's skill attack. We didn't enter combat mode." Yi Yunzhang suggested, "Check your system logs. The 3 of you should review them together." Though still puzzled, the 3 survivors complied and checked their logs. The result left them even more perplexed, as the logs indeed indicated that they had entered combat mode. How is this possible? We didn't encounter any other professionals on our way back. Exactly. I swear we didn't have any conflicts with anyone. This doesn't make sense. Why would we enter combat mode? After receiving this information, Yi Yunzhang immediately understood the purpose behind Minister Wang's question and stepped out of the meeting room to report back. Minister Wang, that's enough. I already heard what they said, Minister Wang interrupted. Yi Yunzhang chuckled bitterly and asked, "This powerhouse, is he one of ours from Xia Nation? Can you at least tell me when we got another 10-star professional? Is he a beast master or a druid? You don't need to know that. Just lift the crisis alert," Minister Wang replied before ending the call. Yi Yunzhang stared at the communication device in his hand, then glanced in the direction of the ghost shadow forest and muttered under his breath, "Damn, that's impressive. Whether it's a beastmaster capable of controlling a Medusa Queen or a druid transforming into one, they're undoubtedly a top-tier 10-star professional. Their strength is probably on par with Dragonblood War God Zhu Zhenhua. But why would such a powerhouse come to Donghai City and wreak havoc in the Ghost Shadow Forest? That forest is a training ground for novice professionals. With all this chaos, the forest is practically half destroyed. It'll take weeks to recover." Yi Yun let out a deep sigh, but a faint trace of joy appeared on his face. It was a mixture of relief from a false alarm and excitement over the emergence of a new superpowered warrior for the nation. Broad daylight, and I got such a scare. He chuckled to himself before turning to head back to the reception room. Once there, he issued the order to lift the city's military alert status. Without delay, Yi Yun went to meet the 3 professionals involved in the incident. As the city lord, he had already pieced together the situation. The combat state of 3-star professionals is only triggered when they engage in direct conflict. However, the trio was adamant that they had not encountered any other professionals on their return journey. Yet, all 3 simultaneously received combat state notifications. There was only one plausible explanation. During the ultimate attack unleashed by the 10-star divine beast Medusa Queen, they were all caught in the area of effect. This wasn't some wild beast, it was clearly being controlled by a professional, Yi Yun said, his voice tinged with both gravity and wonder as he looked at the 3. "The fact that you all survived, you're incredibly lucky. The city lord is right. We were unbelievably fortunate," one of them said, the relief of narrowly escaping death evident on their faces. Had they not been at the very edge of the skill's range, they would have been wiped out. After all, being accidentally killed by a professional capable of controlling a 10-star divine beast was simply a matter of bad luck. Even if the authorities investigated, the worst the strong professional would face was a minor penalty. Yi Yun's sharp gaze swept over the trio as he spoke with a serious tone. "This matter is of utmost importance, City Lord, rest assured. I won't breathe a word of it." The bald one was the first to pledge his silence. "Neither will I." "Me neither." The other 2 quickly chimed in, promising to keep the Medusa Queen incident a secret. Yi Yun nodded in satisfaction. "Good. Your discretion is commendable. Although your initial report contained errors, your intentions were for the safety of the city's people. As such, I've decided to grant you the title of 2-star honor warriors, along with 500 contribution points." "Really? Thank you so much, City Lord." The trio was overjoyed, their faces lighting up with excitement. For ordinary professionals like them, this was nothing short of a windfall. After they signed confidentiality agreements, Yi Yun wasted no time and headed straight for Ghost Shadow Forest, eager to catch a glimpse of the professional capable of commanding a 10-star divine beast. However, after a fruitless search, he returned to the city empty-handed, his curiosity unsatisfied. On his way back, he passed by the professional trade center. Thinking of his daughter, Yi Hongyu, he decided to stop in. Meanwhile, the tense atmosphere in the office of the old national leader within the Forbidden City had finally dissipated. "What a close call," Minister Wang remarked with a sigh of relief. The old national leader nodded in agreement before turning to Chu Jianhua. "Judging by your expression, it seems you know this person?" "I think I do," Chu Jianhua replied with a faint smile. "What do you mean, think?" "I want a definitive answer," the old national leader said, his brows furrowing. "A beastmaster capable of controlling a 10-star divine beast or a druid capable of transforming into one did not exist in the official records of the Grand Xia Kingdom. If such a powerful individual hailed from abroad, the potential threat was immeasurable." "You all actually know this person too," Chu Jianhua said, the corners of his mouth curving upward. We do. The old national leader and Minister Wang exchanged puzzled glances. This individual is a beastmaster. Think back, why did I recently visit Donghai City? Chu Jinhua prompted. The revelation struck them like a bolt of lightning. The old national leader and Minister Wang stared at each other, their eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Minister Wang was the first to break the silence, exclaiming in shock, Shun Lang? He just switched professions, how is that possible? The old ruler's eyes flickered with caution as he asked, are you certain? Chu Jinhua pondered for a moment before responding, I can't say for sure, but don't forget, I saw him and his beast with my own eyes. Although I couldn't identify the beast's true form at the time, I saw it in action. It has fire attributes. I also mentioned before that his beast was capable of killing a 4-star professional. His voice involuntarily rose as he continued. Thinking back now, that beast turned out to be a 10-star Medusa queen. After a brief pause, he added, however, it probably hasn't fully reached the 10-star level, likely it carries the bloodline of a 10-star divine beast. Otherwise, it wouldn't have shown fear when it encountered me. The old ruler frowned, black lines appearing on his forehead as he asked gravely, so, everything you just said is mere speculation? Sensing the tension in the room, Chu Jinhua cleared his throat and quickly said, don't worry, I'll confirm it right away. Hurry up. The old ruler slammed the table and shouted angrily, you're playing with the lives of tens of millions of people. Even if it's confirmed that a 10-star Medusa queen is under a professional's control, what if that professional is from an enemy nation? That would pose an even greater threat to Donghai City than the Medusa queen on its own. All right, my bad, Chu Jinhua admitted hastily. He pulled out his communicator to contact Shen Lang, only to realize he didn't have his contact information. Thinking quickly, he opened the professional's friend system and sent Shun Lang a friend request. A few seconds later, the system notification sounded. Shen Lang had accepted the request. Chu Jinhua immediately sent a message. Dragon Blood Battle God? Kid, was that incident in the Ghost Shadow Forest outside Donghai City you're doing? Shun Lang replied. Battle God? I have no idea what you're talking about. Chu Jinhua threatened. Do you believe I won't come to Donghai City right now and string you up for a beating? Shun Lang reluctantly admitted. Fine, it was me. My beast accidentally injured some professionals. They're okay, right? I didn't receive any kill notifications. Chu Jinhua breathed a sigh of relief and replied. You're lucky this time, kid. Stay put, I'll deal with you later. He turned to the old ruler and Minister Wang, grinning as he said, confirmed it's that brat. Hearing this, the old ruler and Minister Wang both looked relieved. However, the old ruler quickly furrowed his brows and asked, how could a novice who just switched professions contract a Medusa queen? It must be some sort of special talent, Chu Jinhua replied casually, though he was equally astonished. He recalled his first encounter with Shun Lang and had already thought that the beast was extraordinary, but he never expected it to be a Medusa queen. Chu Jinhua mused to himself. That Medusa queen may carry the bloodline of a 10-star divine beast, but it's likely still in its juvenile stage. Yet how could a juvenile Medusa queen unleash a powerful ability like Rain of Fallen Flames? This kid is hiding some serious secrets. As Chu Jinhua was lost in thought, Minister Wang suddenly remarked, Jinhua, this young man just switched professions and already contracted a juvenile Medusa queen. His future potential might surpass even yours. Chu Jinhua sneered. It's just a 10-star Medusa queen. Do you really think I'd be afraid? Minister Wang was about to respond, but the old ruler interjected, asking, as I recall, that kid is a Beast Tamer, isn't he? Isn't that obvious? Chu Jinhua scoffed. How else could he have contracted the Medusa queen? The old ruler turned around slowly, his gaze lingering meaningfully on Minister Wang. Xiao Wang, is there a limit to how many beasts a Beast Tamer can contract? No limit, Minister Wang replied decisively. The old ruler nodded slightly and continued to ask, then tell me, do you think this young fellow, Shun Lang, could contract another 10-star divine beast? It's not impossible. Minister Wang responded with a serious expression. On the side, Chu Jinhua couldn't hold back any longer. His face darkened as he said, all right, that's enough. Do you really think 10-star divine beasts are as common as cabbages, ready to contract at will? If that kid actually manages to contract another 10-star divine beast, I'll hand over the leadership of the war god camp to him. If that day really comes, you wouldn't even need to hand it over, Minister Wang said with a cheerful smile. Chu Jinhua shrugged, his tone light. Then I'll just accept it. The younger generation surpassing the old. Isn't that how it's supposed to be? Hearing this, the old ruler nodded approvingly. Well said. Our great Xia must grow stronger with each generation. He paused for a moment before adding. But this young fellow has such a high starting point at such a young age. He still needs proper guidance to keep him on the right path. I've carefully reviewed his file. He's an honest kid, Minister Wang remarked, turning to Chu Jinhua. How about this, Jinhua? Why not just have him join the war god camp directly? Chu Jinhua pondered for a moment. No rush. That kid may seem honest, but he's got a wild streak in him. He's a promising talent, no doubt, but let him roam a bit and temper himself first. The old ruler didn't express an opinion, but still gave a reminder. Make sure his safety isn't overlooked. He must grow up safely. Chu Jinhua leaned back into the sofa with confidence. Don't worry about that. I've already made arrangements. The second information card I gave him is exclusively for the War God Camp's reserve unit. He'll definitely use it. Once he does, he'll be marked as part of the War God Camp. Anyone in the country who dares to target him will have to face the wrath of Chu Jinhua. By the end of his statement, Chu Jinhua's tone turned icy, and a chilling glint flashed in his eyes. As for those foreign dogs, if they come, I'll kill them one by one. If two come, I'll kill them both. The professional exchange center of Donghai City was bustling with activity. Yi Yunchang, weary from his journey back into the city, headed straight for the Wanshou Pavilion. He knew well that his daughter, Yi Hongyu, was usually at the Wanbao Pavilion in the morning and at the Wanshou Pavilion in the afternoon. However, when he pushed open the door of the Wanshou Pavilion, she was nowhere to be found. Frowning slightly, Yi Yunchang turned and left the Wanshou Pavilion, heading directly toward the Wanbao Pavilion without missing a step. As the city lord of Donghai City and the brother of the chairman of Wanwang Group, he was familiar with both places. Faces greeting him warmly were a common sight along the way. The moment Yi Yunchang stepped into the Wanbao Pavilion, Su Qian approached him with a wide smile. City lord, are you here to see the young lady? Yi Yunchang nodded. Yes. That girl is never home. I came to check on her. This period must have been quite a hassle for you and old Hong. I appreciate your efforts. Su Qian quickly waved his hand. You flatter us, City Lord. The young lady has been doing an excellent job. Hearing this, Yi Yunchang sighed softly. It's precisely because of that I worry even more. Su Qian, a core member of the Wanwang Group, naturally understood Yi Yunchang's concerns. Yi Hongyu was deeply engrossed in business affairs, neglecting her cultivation. However, as an outsider, he refrained from commenting further. Yi Yunchang shifted the topic. By the way, old Hong mentioned she was here. Where is she? I don't see her around. Su Qian gave a wry smile. Yes, the young lady is indeed here, but she's not in the showroom. She found a Beast Tamer somewhere, and today they brought her over 1,000 pieces of equipment. She's inside, busy sorting and appraising them. 1,000 pieces of equipment? Yi Yunchang raised an eyebrow in surprise. Su Qian nodded and clarified. That's correct. But they are all low-level equipment, not worth much. Yi Yunchang immediately lost interest and urged. Oh, where is she? We'll go take a look. Su Qian gestured. This way, City Lord. When Yi Yunchang followed Su Qian to the reception office, he was momentarily taken aback by the mountain of equipment piled inside. Even with his vast experience, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath, that's quite a lot of equipment. As he stepped into the office, he saw his daughter, Yi Hongyu, fully engrossed in sorting the equipment, completely oblivious to his arrival. It was the appraiser beside her who noticed him first and promptly stood to greet him. Greetings, City Lord. Yi Yunchang nodded with a smile. It was only then that Yi Hongyu turned her head, her tone carrying a hint of exasperation. Dad, why are you here? Yi Yunchang feigned a stern expression, though a trace of humor lingered in his voice. What? You roam about all day without coming home. Am I not allowed to come see you? Pointing to the room full of equipment, Yi Hongyu explained. Didn't I say I'd come home tonight? Look, I'm busy here. Busy, busy, busy. Yi Yunchang snorted. If only you were this dedicated when I asked someone to take you to a secret realm. Glancing around at the equipment, Yi Hongyu broke into a grin. This is way more fun than running dungeons and fighting monsters. Yi Yunchang sighed inwardly, shaking his head in resignation. Ah, how did I end up with a daughter like you? Yi Hongyu chuckled mischievously. Well, you already have me. It's not like business where if you're dissatisfied, you can return the goods, right, Dad? Yi Yunchang glared at her playfully. If I could, I'd send you back in a heartbeat. Suddenly, Yi Hongyu pouted and said, Mom, you're here? Yi Yunchang's face froze as he instinctively turned around, only to find no one there. Realizing he'd been tricked, he let out a bitter laugh and shot her a warning look. Yi Hongyu burst into laughter. Don't worry, Dad. If you're really planning to return me, I promise I won't tell Mom. Yi Yunchang's expression softened, and he let out a small huff. Stretching lazily, Yi Hongyu said, Dad, why don't you head back first? They'll come home after I'm done here. Oh, you're definitely coming home. They'll just wait for you right here. Yi Yunchang declared, taking a seat in a chair, clearly skeptical of her promise. Yi Hongyu shook her head helplessly. Fine, suit yourself. With the appraiser's assistance, Yi Hongyu resumed sorting and evaluating the equipment, determining their value. Su Qian, seeing the harmonious interaction between father and daughter, quietly excused himself to attend to other matters. Yi Yunchang stood idly in the office, his gaze wandering aimlessly across Yi Hongyu's busy figure. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Hongyu, he asked, breaking the silence. Old Su said you personally handled these pieces of equipment. Is that true? Without even lifting her head, Yi Hongyu's fingers continued flying across the keyboard. Yep, she replied casually. I've already collected hundreds before. This is the second batch. Yi Yunchang raised an eyebrow and pressed further. All from one person? Yeah, one person. A beastmaster. Yi Hongyu answered succinctly. A beastmaster? The word caught Yi Yunchang off guard, and a vivid image of the powerful beastmaster he had encountered outside the city flashed through his mind. But he quickly dismissed the absurd notion. Someone who could command a 10-star divine beast like the Medusa Queen couldn't possibly be farming this much low-level gear. Frowning, Yi Yunchang pondered the situation. Hundreds of pieces in the first batch, and over 1,000 in the second. It didn't seem feasible for one person to achieve this alone. He suspected there might be a team working behind the scenes. Yet, oddly enough, he hadn't heard of any team operating outside the city to farm gear on such a large scale. After a moment of silence, Yi Yunchang asked, Hongyu, are you familiar with this beastmaster? This time, Yi Hongyu paused and looked up. Not really. I just met him this morning. He came to sell the equipment and bought 2 one-star beastmaster skill books and a pick-you-pal items card. Oh, and we added each other as profession friends. All the equipment was sent through mail. Yi Yunchang nodded thoughtfully. I see. That explains why I haven't seen him in person. He glanced around the office before asking again. What's his name? Shun Lang, Yi Hongyu replied. Shun Lang. A beastmaster, Yi Yunchang muttered under his breath, his brows furrowing deeper. Suddenly, he strode out of the office, pulling out his communicator. He dialed the head of the professional management office in Donghai City. I need information on someone named Shen Lang, Yi Yunchang instructed. He's a beastmaster, likely specialized last year, maybe the year before. There's also a chance he switched professions this year. A brief pause followed before the voice on the other end responded, noticeably tinged with surprise. City Lord, we found him. This Shen Lang, he's no ordinary person. Why are you looking for him? This evaluation is quite unusual, Yi Yunchang murmured, his brows furrowing slightly as he pondered for a moment. There was a hint of intrigue in his tone. What's going on? He pressed, his voice tinged with urgency. The voice on the other end of the line was low and cautious. Shun Lang, a professional beastmaster, level 12. As for other details, all classified. Yi Yunchang's eyes narrowed slightly. Which department classified it? His tone grew more serious. The response hit like a bombshell. The War God Battalion Reserves. At the mention of those 3 words, Yi Yunchang's eyebrows shot up, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. He took a deep breath to compose himself. All right, I understand, he said, hanging up swiftly. Yi Yunchang's eyes gleamed with sharp focus as his thoughts raced. A member of the War God Battalion Reserves from Donghai City? How did I not know about this? He muttered to himself, his mind quickly flipping through the faces of this year's standout students who had recently completed their profession changes in Donghai City. As the City Lord of Donghai City, Yi Yunchang was intimately familiar with the lists of newly transitioned professionals from each academy. After all, the reports submitted to the capital had to pass through his hands. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed again, and the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. Shun Lang, what a careless choice of alias. Yi Yunchang's ability to quickly connect Shun Lang to Shen Lang wasn't due to some supernatural ability, but rather because he had access to information far beyond the reach of ordinary people. By piecing together a series of events, he was almost certain that Shun Lang was none other than Shen Lang. First, among all the new professionals in Donghai City, no one else had the qualifications to enter the War God Battalion Reserves. The War God Battalion was the elite force of the Great Xia Nation, composed entirely of top-tier professionals ranked 10 stars or higher. Any one of its members could easily overpower ordinary professionals. And the War God Battalion Reserves, as the name suggested, were the future members of this elite force. Those who made it into the reserves were almost guaranteed to join the battalion eventually, which meant they were destined to become 10-star professionals. Even among 10-star professionals, there were varying levels of strength. For instance, the Dragonblood War God, Chu Jinhua, could take on 10 opponents at once. But even the most ordinary 10-star professional was leagues beyond what 99 of other professionals could achieve. Therefore, anyone who qualified for the War God Battalion Reserves was undeniably one of the brightest talents in the Great Xia Nation. This year, the only person in Donghai City with such potential was none other than Shun Lang, the one who achieved an SSS clearance of the Hell-level Novice Dungeon. Secondly, Yi Yunchang knew that Chu Jinhua, the Dragonblood War God, had visited Donghai City just the day before. With Shen Lang's extraordinary talent, it was almost certain that Chu Jinhua would have sought him out. And Chu Jinhua happened to be one of the few individuals in the entire Great Xia Nation with the authority to directly grant a spot in the War God Battalion Reserves. All the evidence added up, leaving Yi Yunchang confident that Shun Lang was indeed Shen Lang. As for the peculiar name, Yi Yunzhong, aside from being the city lord, was also the younger brother of the chairman of Wanwang Group. It was only natural that he was familiar with items like the secondary information card tool capable of completely altering a professional's identity. It seems Chu Jinhua truly values this young man Shen Lang. Yi Yunzhong mused, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Clearing a hell-level novice dungeon with an SSS rating right after transitioning, who wouldn't? However, his brows furrowed slightly again. But I wonder, is there a connection between Shen Lang and that beast master outside the city? He pondered for a moment before concluding, there's likely a connection, though the exact nature of it remains unclear. Just then, Yi Yunzhong's communicator buzzed. Glancing at the screen, he saw that it was his elder brother, Yi Yunzhong. He immediately answered. Hello, big brother. Yi Yunzhong greeted respectfully. Yi Yunzhong got straight to the point. Yunzhong, I need to confirm something with you. Go ahead, big brother, Yi Yunzhong replied. Yi Yunzhong asked directly, that Shan Sanliang's beastmaster who sold equipment to Hongyu is he? Yi Yunzhong paused briefly, carefully choosing his words. Big brother, this is classified information, and I can't say much. You understand. After a moment's hesitation, he added, however, I'm currently at the Wanbao Pavilion. I'll inform Hongyu that no matter how much equipment Shen Sanliang sells, the Wanbao Pavilion will take it all without question. All right, Yi Yunzhong replied with a single word before ending the call. Although Yi Yunzhong hadn't provided a direct answer, both brothers were astute enough to glean the necessary information from the conversation. After setting down the communicator, Yi Yunzhong turned and walked back to the room filled with equipment. Watching his daughter busily sorting through the pile, he chose not to say anything. He knew that even without his instructions, his daughter would unhesitatingly accept anything Shun Lang wanted to sell to her. Getting closer to him wouldn't be a bad idea, Yi Yunzhong thought to himself. As a city lord, Yi Yunzhang's position had indeed been quite impressive in the pre-profession change era, akin to a regional governor. However, in this new era of professionals, strength ultimately reigned supreme. Fully aware of this reality, a deep, thoughtful glint flashed in Yi Yunzhang's eyes. Yi Yunzhong was quietly calculating in his mind. If Yi Hongyu could establish a connection with the future war god, it would undoubtedly bring immense benefits to the Yi siblings. Of course, this was merely his wishful thinking. Ultimately, his daughter's future would be hers to decide. As he was pondering, Yi Hongyu suddenly looked up from the pile of equipment, tapped the screen, and opened the chat window of the professional friend system. The ding-ding-ding notification sound accompanied by a flashing avatar indicated a new message from Shen Lang. Yi Hongyu. Shen Sanliang. Does your Wanbao Pavilion have backpack expansion cards? Shen Sanliang. What's the price? Yi Hongyu. A bit pricey, but it's nothing for someone like you. The original price is 12 million each, but I'll give it to you for 10 million. Shen Sanliang. Whoa, that's expensive. Yi Hongyu. Little brother, to be honest, 10 million is already the cost price. Shen Sanliang. Okay. How much are my items worth? Yi Hongyu. Almost done tallying. An initial estimate puts it at just over 100 million, with a few million as loose change. Shen Sanliang. Then give me 9 backpack expansion cards and transfer the rest to my account. Yi Hongyu. Got it. They'll send you the backpack cards first, and once the tally is finalized, they'll transfer the remaining amount. Shen Sanliang. No problem. Yi Hongyu immediately closed the chat window and quickly went out to find Su Qian to retrieve the backpack expansion cards. She then forwarded them to Shen Lang. Meanwhile, in a small inn in Donghai City, Shun Lang received a notification email. 9 backpack expansion cards appeared before him instantly, each glowing faintly and marked with the description. Increases backpack slots by 100. Without hesitation, Shun Lang used all 9 cards. In an instant, his backpack slot surged from 100 to 1000. Adding the extra space provided by the Medusa Queen and the Shadow Sovereign, he now had a total of 1,200 slots. That should solve my storage problems, Shun Lang thought to himself with relief, though he couldn't help frowning at the steep cost. But man, this stuff is expensive, almost $1 billion for just a few cards. As he was lamenting the expense, the professional friend system chimed again with another notification. Seeing it was a message from the Dragon Blood War god, Shun Lang raised an eyebrow in curiosity. What does this Dragon Blood War god want from me now? Due to the accidental injury incident, Shun Lang couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. Earlier, even the Dragon Blood War god, Chu Jinhua, personally came to confront him about it, which gave Shun Lang quite a scare. The fact that such a prominent figure was alarmed by this minor issue was truly unexpected. What Shun Lang didn't realize was that this matter not only caught Chu Jinhua's attention, but even drew the concern of the former ruler of the Great Xia Kingdom. However, it also made Shun Lang aware that Chu Jinhua must have already known about him, having the Medusa Queen as his contracted beast. Otherwise, Chu Jinhua wouldn't have approached him directly to question the incident of accidentally injuring other professionals. The only puzzling thing was that Chu Jinhua initially hadn't recognized the Medusa Queen and only learned of her after the accidental injury incident. More importantly, Chu Jinhua was unaware that Shun Lang now had a second contracted beast, which was also a 10-star divine beast. Fortunately, the accidental injury incident didn't result in any fatalities. Shun Lang thought the matter was resolved, but to his surprise, Chu Jinhua sought him out again for reasons unknown. After pondering for a moment, Shun Lang opened the chat window. Chu Jinhua's message popped up immediately. This incident caused quite a stir. If I didn't know it was you, you might already have 10-star war gods coming after you. Your contracted beast's damage output is too high. You should avoid using such skills in low-level wild zones. Honestly, it's best if you don't go to these places at all. If another accident happens and someone gets killed, it'll be a big problem. Seeing these messages, Shun Lang frowned slightly and replied, "But, war god, I need to farm monsters to level up." Not allowing him to farm in low-level areas was problematic. While high-level zones were an option, some of them were inaccessible to him, not to mention the risk of encountering formidable beasts or malicious professionals. That would be like walking into a trap. Shun Lang firmly believed in the saying, "A wise man does not stand under a dangerous wall." A moment later, Chu Jinhua responded, "I'm not saying you can't farm monsters at all. Don't worry, they'll find you a place where you can farm and level up safely without risking accidental injuries or fatalities, and it'll match your and your beast's combat power." Shun Lang quickly replied, "Is there really such a place? If so, thank you, war god." After this accidental injury incident, Shun Lang couldn't help but feel more cautious during future farming sessions. He'd likely have Medusa and Shadow refrain from using or completely avoid their powerful AoE skills, which would undoubtedly slow his progress. However, if Chu Jinhua's promise of a safe farming zone was true, he could farm to his heart's content without worry. Feeling a bit of anticipation, Shen Lang ordered some takeout and waited for Chu Jinhua's reply. Soon enough, Chu Jinhua messaged back, "It's all set." Shen Lang was puzzled and was just about to ask when a notification popped up in the chat window. "Your friend Chu Jinhua has sent you a special mission. Please check it out." A special mission? What's that? Shen Lang was somewhat familiar with the mission system. It had appeared after he became an honor warrior. It was an official platform where national-level missions were issued. Professionals could choose tasks suitable for them through this system and earn contribution points upon completion. For most ordinary professionals, this was a way to improve their strength and status. After all, the official Honor Warrior platform allowed them to exchange contribution points for equipment and other items. Shun Lang hesitated for a moment before opening his mission system. Sure enough, a golden, flashing special mission icon appeared next to it. He quickly clicked to view it. Special mission: clear the 8th zone of the East Sea City 1-star region. Mission objective: clear the wild monsters in the 8th zone of East Sea City's 1-star region. Mission reward: 1,200 contribution points. Mission duration: unlimited. Mission location: wild zone outside East Sea City. Mission difficulty: 1 star. Mission issuer: Chu Jinhua. Mission target: Shun Lang only. Reading the mission details, Shun Lang blinked as information about restricted zones surfaced in his mind. Restricted zones were areas of extremely high danger. A 1-star restricted zone meant it was nearly impossible for professionals below level 30 to survive. Shun Lang had seen these zones marked with skull symbols on the maps displayed on electronic boards outside the city. However, since it was just a 1-star zone, Shun Lang wasn't too concerned. After all, the wild beasts in such zones wouldn't exceed level 30. For someone like him, who had 2 10-star divine beasts, entering such a place might be as easy as taking a casual stroll. Besides, this mission was specifically assigned to him by the Dragon Blood War God, so the difficulty shouldn't be too high. Without overthinking, Shun Lang accepted the mission. After all, there was no time limit on it. If it turned out to be too dangerous, he could always abandon it. Upon accepting the mission, a route map to the 8th zone appeared before his eyes. Coincidentally, it was in the same direction he had previously taken to leave the city. Feeling a bit eager, Shun Lang decided to check out the 8th zone but figured he should fill his stomach first. Before long, Shun Lang's takeout arrived. As someone worth billions, he never skimps on food. A feast of meat and seafood was a given. Since Medusa and Shadow were with him, he ordered extra portions. Though they were humanoid in appearance, they had only recently evolved into mature 10-star divine beasts and were still getting used to eating cooked food. With Shun Lang's guidance, both of them had grown to love it and joined him in enjoying the meal. After a satisfying feast, Shun Lang set out with Medusa and Shadow, heading once again to the wild zones outside East Sea City. With the mission system's route map, there was no need to consult a physical map. He just followed the directions. The 8th zone, being a 1-star restricted zone, wasn't far from East Sea City. It was located in a relatively remote area within the low-level zones outside the city. It didn't take long for Shun Lang and his companions to arrive at the outskirts of the zone. From a distance, Shun Lang spotted a massive opening. A cave? The cave entrance was not very large, but even from a distance, a strange odor wafted out, an unpleasant mix of fishy and foul, sharp enough to sting the nose. Inside the dimly lit cave, a faint glow could be seen, though obscured and hazy due to the angle of the entrance. Shadow, merge into my shadow first, Shun Lang said, turning to his companion. As a being capable of transforming into a shadow, Shadow effortlessly melded into Shun Lang's own shadow, fusing with it seamlessly. This was one of Shun Lang's hidden trump card. Shadow Monarch was undoubtedly the best defensive ally, capable of shielding him instantly in moments of danger. Understood, my master, Shadow replied, its tone tinged with a mischievous charm, clearly influenced by Medusa's personality, which made it hard not to chuckle. Once Shadow had disappeared into his shadow, Shen Lang proceeded towards the cave entrance with Medusa by his side. At the entrance, 5 guards stood watch. Each of them was a professional, at least at level 30 and 1-star rank. Though their strength wasn't insignificant, it was just enough to guard the entrance to this restricted area within the low-level wilderness. The 5 guards sat cross-legged, their energies linked in a way that formed a nearly invisible barrier at the entrance. This was their duty and privilege, granted by Donghai City to ensure that no one entered or exited without their permission. This is a restricted zone. No entry without authorization. Leave at once, rookie. One of the guards barked coldly as Shun Lang approached. Unperturbed, Shun Lang smiled and asked, "Brother, I know this is a restricted zone, but why exactly is it off limits?" The guard, slightly softened by Shun Lang's casual use of brother, explained, "The restricted zone is full of ferocious beasts. Low-level professionals entering would be courting death, and even 2-star professionals could be overwhelmed and killed. That's why it's classified as off-limits." Hearing this, Shun Lang felt a surge of excitement. What others considered a nightmare was, for him, an opportunity. But this is a low-level wilderness. Why would such a restricted zone be left unchecked for so long? Shun Lang pressed on. The guard replied, "Every year after the job transition day, the authorities send people to clear it out. It's then opened for 2 months to allow new professionals to train. For the remaining 10 months, entry is strictly forbidden." He paused before adding, "It should be about time for the next cleanup. You two seem capable, but you'd best wait until after the clearing to enter." Shun Lang smiled knowingly. "Brother, have you considered the possibility that I might be here to clean up the restricted zone?" The guards exchanged skeptical glances, scrutinizing him closely. Without further explanation, Shun Lang calmly brought up his task interface, showing them the details. This is a mission issued by the Dragonblood Warlord." One of the guards exclaimed in shock. The others leaned in to confirm, and sure enough, the mission was indeed issued by Zhu Jianhua. The task description clearly specified the target, Shan Sanliang, a recruit of the Warlord training camp. In that moment, the guards' gazes towards Shen Lang shifted entirely. Zhu Jianhua secretly arranged for Shen Lang to join the reserve forces of the War God camp, a move so subtle that even Shen Lang himself remained unaware. The guard gave Shun Lang another once-over, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes as he muttered under his breath, "A reserve member of the War God camp. No wonder he's been sent to clear the forbidden zone." He exchanged a glance with the other guards, and the barrier at the cave entrance split open, revealing a narrow gap. Shun Lang expressed his gratitude to the 5 guards before stepping through the opening with Medusa by his side. In an instant, their figures vanished into the cave. It was clear that the entrance was merely a guise, concealing an entirely different world within. The guards quickly restored the barrier, their faces collectively tinged with envy. "Who would have thought they'd send someone from the War God camp reserves to handle the forbidden zone?" One guard murmured in awe. "A War God camp reserve member, huh? He's destined to become a 10-star war god someday." Another chimed in, "Maybe they're just putting this rookie through some tough training. I called him a rookie earlier." "You think he'll hold a grudge against me?" a third guard asked nervously. "Huh? Who do you think you are? Why would someone like him even bother holding a grudge against you?" a companion scoffed dismissively. "Exactly. We're just nobodies, not even worth his attention." Meanwhile, as Shun Lang and Medusa stepped through the entrance, their surroundings transformed in an instant. The cave was gone, replaced by an expansive, desert-like landscape. But this wasn't just any desert, this was a sea of snakes. Countless serpents stretched as far as the eye could see, their vibrant scales creating a kaleidoscope of colors. There were massive pythons as thick as barrels, winged serpents with grotesque forms, horned snakes adorned with dazzling patterns, and even bizarre snake species with claws. Large and small, the snakes swarmed together, forming a dense, writhing ocean of serpents. It was no wonder this place was designated a forbidden zone. Just this area alone held tens of thousands of snakes. The moment Shen Lang and Medusa stepped into the snake sea, countless snake heads shot up, their multicolored eyes locking onto the pair. As if catching the scent of fresh prey, the snake swarm surged forward like a tidal wave, each serpent vying to reach them first. Various snakes of every imaginable color writhed and intertwined, surging like a grotesque nightmare that could make anyone's stomach churn. Shen Lang suppressed his nausea and the stench with great effort, but his heart was filled with exhilaration. In this 8th forbidden zone, apart from ferocious beasts and wild monsters, there were no other challengers. He could finally unleash his full potential without restraint. Excitedly, Shun Lang turned to Medusa and said, "It's your turn." At the same time, he quickly cast supportive skills like Magic Surge and Force Tide on her, ensuring she had no distractions. Medusa smiled faintly. "Understood, my master." Her amber eyes locked onto the seemingly endless tide of serpents. As the Queen of Snakes, Medusa unleashed a unique, overwhelming pressure befitting a 10-star divine beast. A surge of fiery energy, as intense and scorching as molten lava, swept across the snake tide, enveloping everything in its path. The weaker snakes were forced to the ground, trembling, while the slightly stronger ones frantically tried to flee. But how could Medusa allow them to escape so easily? Her amber eyes gleamed with a dangerous light, and wherever her gaze fell, the massive serpents turned into fiery red stones before disintegrating into dust. System notifications continuously chimed, contributing hundreds if not thousands of experience points per second to Shen Lang and Medusa. With just one sweep of her gaze, thousands of serpent-like beasts were annihilated on the spot. Yet, this was only the beginning. The sheer number of creatures in the snake lair was staggering. As soon as one wave perished, another immediately filled the void. Some smaller snakes weren't even directly killed by Medusa, but were crushed under the chaos caused by the larger serpents. Empowered by Shen Lang's support, Medusa's magic reserves were abundant, allowing her to unleash skill after skill. Each cast resulted in the obliteration of hundreds, or even thousands of serpent-like beasts, converting them into valuable experience points. Shun Lang soon noticed his inventory filling up rapidly, with a third of it already packed. And this was just the first wave of their assault. Helplessly, Shun Lang began sending all equipment below the red perfect tier to Yi Hongyu. After roughly the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the fiery elemental energy around Medusa finally began to subside. Surveying the area, there wasn't a single living snake in sight for several kilometers. Even the corpses had been reduced to nothing. All that remained was a thick layer of crimson powder, the only evidence of the snake tide that had been petrified and burned to ashes. Exactly how many serpent-like beasts met their end at the hands of Queen Medusa? Shun Lang couldn't give a precise answer, but he estimated at least 60,000, possibly more than 70,000. In just under 15 minutes, while clearing the area within a few kilometers, Shun Lang and his two companions Medusa and Shadow managed to level up by 11 whole levels, reaching level 23 in one fell swoop. Recalling the moment he stepped into the 8th Forbidden Zone, Shun Lang couldn't help but marvel at how time had flown. If it hadn't been for Shadow siphoning off a third of the experience points, their levels might have been even higher. However, as their levels rose, the experience gained from slaying these beasts gradually decreased. Otherwise, the three of them might have already climbed another level. Aside from the rapid level-ups, Shun Lang's haul in terms of equipment was equally impressive. The serpent-like beasts in the 8th Forbidden Zone were generally between levels 20 and 30, and their drop rates were relatively high. At this moment, Shun Lang's inventory was crammed with nearly 30 pieces of red, perfect-grade equipment, not to mention the countless blue, fine-grade, and lower-tier items. Standing atop a high vantage point, Shun Lang gazed into the distance at the still-fleeing serpent horde, a smirk playing on his lips. If Chu Jianhua were here right now, Shun Lang might not be able to resist taking a bite out of him. This 8th Forbidden Zone was practically a monster farming paradise tailor-made for him. Shun Lang couldn't help but imagine if Shadow had joined in the fight and both of his companions attacked simultaneously, they might have already broken past level 30 by now, and their equipment gains would have doubled. However, after the initial rush of excitement, Shun Lang settled down and began to ponder a serious question. With countless serpent-like beasts still swarming this region, how could he make the most of this feast? As his level increased, the experience gained from killing these beasts continued to decline. But there were still millions of these creatures left, couldn't just let such a treasure trove go to waste. Deep in thought, Shun Lang began strategizing how to maximize the potential of this unparalleled monster farming ground. With the overwhelming number of ferocious beasts in the serpent's lair, Shun Lang and his two tamed beasts were now all but guaranteed to reach level 30 and the peak of the 1-star professional tier. The sheer experience points provided by the nearly 10 million beasts would be more than enough to secure their upgrade, as the experience required for levels below 30 wasn't particularly high. However, Shun Lang quickly realized a critical issue. Once they reached level 30, continuing to hunt these beasts would result in a significant drop in experience gain. More importantly, the drop rate for equipment would also plummet or even cease completely. That would be the real loss. Recalling the spoils he'd gathered earlier, even the blue-grade gear of lesser quality could easily bring in 3 to 5 billion in revenue. Not to mention, he still had several red perfect-grade items in his possession. If he could keep his level at 23, both the drop rate and experience gain would remain at their optimal levels. After some contemplation, Shun Lang's gaze fell on the general skills section of his personal information panel. These were skills that anyone, regardless of profession, could learn, even ordinary people. His two current general skills, swordsmanship at level 7 and combat at level 10, were acquired during his time at the Shandong Lanxiang Advanced Professional Academy, where he had been the top student. Though these skills seemed insignificant within the professional system, their presence on the attribute panel indicated their potential value. With his current level of swordsmanship and combat, he could hold his own against ordinary professionals below level 5 in close combat. If he could push these skills to level 70 or even 100, their power would be unimaginable. Shun Lang turned his attention to Medusa and Shadow, who had emerged from the darkness. He noticed that their attribute panels lacked any general skills, which was understandable. They were originally ordinary feral beasts with slightly heightened intelligence. Beyond their instincts for survival and killing, how could they possibly know swordsmanship or combat techniques? Medusa, let me teach you swordsmanship and see if you can learn it, Shun Lang suggested. Yes, my master, Medusa replied obediently. Shun Lang retrieved two fiery red perfect-grade longswords from his backpack. Though it seemed extravagant to use such high-quality weapons for practicing general skills, he currently had no other gear of lower grade. Handing one of the swords to Medusa, he began demonstrating the basic sword techniques taught at Shandong Lanxiang Advanced Professional Academy. This foundational swordsmanship was simple enough that anyone could grasp it with minimal practice. In less than a minute, Shun Lang completed his demonstration. How about it? Let me try, master, Medusa said earnestly, gripping the long sword tightly as though tasked with an important mission. Her movements became fluid and nimble as she began to wield the sword, her form flashing gracefully while the blade danced in her hands. Shun Lang focused intently on observing Medusa's swordsmanship demonstration, his eye twitching involuntarily a few times. Although this was merely a basic introductory sword technique, for someone who had never touched a sword before, it should have been impossible to execute it with such precision on the first attempt. Yet, every move Medusa made mirrored Shun Lang's demonstration, perfectly flawless in every sense. As the demonstration concluded, Medusa looked at Shun Lang with a hint of nervousness. Master, how did I do? Not just good, absolutely remarkable. Shun Lang responded with excitement. Truly worthy of being a 10-star divine beast, her level of comprehension was extraordinary. With just one glance, she had completely mastered the essentials. Eager to confirm his thoughts, Shun Lang immediately pulled up Medusa's attribute panel. His eyes scanned the four-dimensional stats before settling on the skill section. As expected, a new universal skill slot had appeared, displaying swordsmanship LV12. The number left Shun Lang momentarily stunned. He had spent 3 arduous years training in Shandong Lanxiang to raise his swordsmanship to LV7, yet Medusa had reached LV12 after practicing just one basic sword technique. It was nothing short of astonishing. This, however, validated his theory. As long as Medusa and Shadow learned universal skills, their attribute panels would update accordingly with new universal skill slots. With these slots, they could gain experience points to level up their skills, just like Shun Lang. With this realization, Shun Lang immediately began teaching Medusa combat techniques, bringing Shadow into the training as well. Before long, both Medusa and Shadow had successfully mastered swordsmanship and combat skills, adding these universal abilities to their arsenals. Once the universal skill slots were unlocked, Shun Lang adjusted the settings to allocate all experience points from himself, Medusa, and Shadow toward leveling up these skills. Gazing at the distant, faintly visible swarm of snakes, a smile spread across his face. Now, it's your turn. Go ahead, unleash your fury and revel in the slaughter. With this plan in motion, the nearly 10 million ferocious beasts within the snake pit of the 8th Forbidden Zone gained new purpose, not only maintaining the drop rate for equipment and items, but also ensuring that no experience points would go to waste. Under Shun Lang's command, Medusa and the Shadow Sisters exchanged a knowing glance before vanishing in an instant. Shun Lang had already applied every available support skill to his two beasts, doing everything a considerate master could. At the same time, he activated the Beast Tamer's 1-star skill, invisibility, providing himself with basic protection. In the blink of an eye, Medusa and the Shadow Sisters reappeared at opposite ends of the Crimson Sand battlefield. Without hesitation, they unleashed their skills, one engulfing the area in blazing flames, the other shrouding it in thick, black mist. A series of kill notifications echoed in Shun Lang's mind as fearsome beasts fell one after another under the relentless assault of the two 10-star divine beasts, transforming into streams of experience points. Taking advantage of the chaos, Shun Lang moved closer to the battlefield and activated the autoloot function. In no time, his inventory was filled with equipment. Without a second thought, he sent the gear to Yi Hongyu and resumed looting. This process repeated over and over, with Yi Hongyu essentially serving as Shun Lang's mobile storage. Any equipment below perfect red grade was dismissed outright and sent to her without a glance. Meanwhile, the shared skill levels of Shun Lang and his two beasts soared rapidly, climbing as if propelled by rockets. The experience needed to level up was relatively low, and even with the three splitting it, the progress was astonishingly fast. allowing them to jump several levels in mere moments. In Donghai City, Yi Hongyu had just finished sorting through a batch of equipment and was preparing to transfer payment to Shen Lang. As she and her father, Yi Yunzhong, approached the exhibition hall's entrance, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. Yi Yunzhong, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong, Hongyu?" Yi Hongyu looked up at her father and said, "Dad, Shen Lang seems to have sent me another email." Glancing around, she suggested, "Why don't we head back to the reception room?" With that, she turned and began walking back. Yi Yunzhong shook his head helplessly and followed his daughter to the reception office. Suddenly, a loud clattering noise erupted as a torrent of equipment burst through the office door, spilling out and spreading across the floor. Yi Yunzhong froze momentarily before reacting. "Something's not right, Hongyu," he shouted, immediately rushing into the reception room. A purple glow emanated from him, dispersing the incoming flood of equipment. He quickly made his way inside and emerged moments later, cradling a disheveled Yi Hongyu in his arms. It turned out that while Yi Hongyu had been mentally prepared, she hadn't expected the sheer volume of equipment to completely fill the reception room. She was instantly buried beneath the mountain of gear, unable to free herself, and had to rely on Yi Yunzhong's timely rescue. With Yi Yunzhong's support, the father-daughter duo stepped back repeatedly, watching as the equipment continued to pour out. Their faces were a mix of shock and helplessness. The reception office was in chaos, with equipment spilling out like an uncontrollable fountain, threatening to flood into the exhibition hall. Yi Hongyu snapped out of her daze and shouted urgently, "Dad, hurry! Move them back inside. Don't let them get into the hall." As she spoke, she began to cast a spell. Yi Yunchang responded calmly, "All right, leave it to me." He pulled his daughter behind him, cutting her spell short. With a wave of his hands, a solid wall of wind materialized before him, surging forward to block the stream of equipment. The powerful gusts pushed the relentless flow of items back into the reception room. The father and daughter stood outside the wind barrier, their eyes fixed on the mountain of equipment piling up inside. At first, they were stunned by the sheer volume. This batch of gear sent by Shen Lang was far greater than the last two combined. But as time passed, their initial shock gave way to numbness. 3,000 pieces? 5,000? Or even 10,000? Yi Hongyu murmured, her eyes filled with disbelief. Suddenly, she turned to her father and said, "Dad, I don't think I'll have time to go back with you today." Yi Yunchang didn't reply immediately. His sharp gaze remained locked on the seemingly endless stream of equipment, his emotions a mix of numbness and curiosity. Inwardly, he pondered. Shun Lang was undeniably impressive. He not only achieved an SS grade clearance of the Hell-level beginner dungeon, but also earned a spot in the War God Battalion Reserves, personally granted by Chu Zhenhua. But still, he had just transitioned into his role. How could he possibly have so much low-tier equipment? Given Chu Zhenhua's status and personality, even if he valued Shen Lang highly, it was unlikely he'd provide such an overwhelming amount of low-level gear. And as for Shen Lang's background, Yi Yunchang knew it well. There was no way any family elder could have supplied him with this much equipment. That left only one plausible explanation: Shen Lang had farmed all of this himself? Yi Yunchang's shock deepened. It was almost beyond belief. To amass such an immense quantity of equipment, how many beasts would one have to kill? 100,000? Or even 1,000,000? Yi Yunchang frowned deeply, lost in thought, as he realized that his decades of life experience seemed utterly inadequate in this moment. His gaze swept once more over the mountain of low-level equipment piled before him. In his mind, he calculated. To gather this much gear, one would need to slay hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of low-level beasts. Shaking his head, he thought, how could a novice under level 30 possibly achieve such a monumental feat in such a short time? Yi Yunchang's mind raced as he pondered how Shen Lang could have acquired all this equipment. Could it be like one of those stories in novels where Shen Lang stumbled upon the inheritance of a fallen high-level professional by sheer luck? But he quickly dismissed the idea. What kind of lunatic would hoard this much low-level gear? Unable to come up with a reasonable explanation, Yi Yunchang resorted to the most straightforward method, reaching out to his intelligence network to investigate whether any professionals outside the city were engaged in mass slaughtering of beasts. He specifically excluded one notable figure, an expert with a 10-star divine beast, Medusa, since it was rumored that this individual had already left Donghai City. The answer he received left Yi Yunchang stunned. In the public areas outside the city, from low-level to high-level zones, there had been no reports of mass beast killings. However, he did learn of a peculiar mission issued by Zhu Zhenhua. It was an open task, but with a designated recipient, a man named Shun Lang. Yi Yunchang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he was almost certain that Shun Lang was none other than Shen Lang. What shocked him even more was the mission's location, the 8th Forbidden Zone. As a high-level professional who had once personally participated in the clearing of that area, Yi Yunchang was well aware of its dangers. The zone was home to millions of serpent-type beasts, and each clearing operation required an enormous effort. This revelation plunged Yi Yunchang into even deeper confusion. Such a massive number of beasts, combined with Shun Lang supposedly undertaking the mission alone, could theoretically result in the acquisition of this much equipment. But the issue remained: Shen Lang had only just transitioned to a professional class. How could a novice possibly survive, let alone thrive, in a forbidden zone filled with level 30 beasts? Yi Yunchang rubbed his temples, caught between doubt and amazement. He had no choice but to admit that the reality before him suggested an almost unbelievable truth. It was highly likely that Shen Lang had indeed farmed all this equipment on his own. With a heavy sigh, Yi Yunchang resigned himself to the idea. Perhaps such prodigies really did exist in the world. He made a mental note to find an opportunity to meet Shen Lang. Regardless of the reason, forming a good relationship with such a genius could only be beneficial. Who knew? Perhaps they might someday find themselves allies on the battlefield. At that moment, Yi Yunchang's eyes inadvertently fell on his daughter, Yi Hongyu, who was meticulously sorting through the equipment. A bold idea suddenly crossed his mind. Wasn't his daughter the perfect bridge to approach Shen Lang? He recalled that Shen Lang was a strikingly handsome young man, and his daughter happened to have a weakness for good looks. If he could bring these two young people together, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Yi Yunchang's lips. He couldn't help but imagine the possibilities. If Shen Lang became his son-in-law, the Yi family's future would no longer be confined to Donghai City. They would have the chance to shine on a much larger stage. The Yi family had a stable position in Donghai City due to the two brothers' influence, but in this era where strength defined supremacy, power was the ultimate foundation. Unfortunately, the Yi family lacked deep resources. Although Yi Yunchang had connections with a few 10-star war gods, these individuals were not truly part of the Yi family, and favors had their limits. Yi Yunchang pondered deeply. If the Yi family could recruit a 10-star war god, especially someone like Shun Lang, who had the potential to become an invincible war god in the future, it would completely alter their fate. With this thought, he couldn't sit still. He immediately sought out his daughter, Yi Hongyu. Hongyu, focus on your work, no need to hurry home, Yi Yunchang said gently. By the way, when you have time, try to talk more with Shen Sanliang. Yi Hongyu looked up, puzzled. What? It's nothing, it's nothing. You just carry on, Yi Yunchang replied, avoiding further explanation. He knew being too direct could lead to resistance. He believed in letting things happen naturally, with only a little nudge at the right moment. Yi Hongyu nodded and returned to her tasks. Meanwhile, Yi Yunchang left the Wanbao Pavilion and headed straight for the city lord's mansion. Upon arriving home, he immediately ordered someone to gather all the information available about Shun Lang, from his birth to the present, intending to study it thoroughly. At this moment, Shun Lang was still in the 8th Forbidden Zone, completely unaware that he had already become a desirable prospect in someone else's eyes. With the assistance of Medusa and Shadow, the three of them had successfully leveled up their general skills to level 30. Shen Lang examined the description of his swordsmanship skill. Swordsmanship, LV 30. Ability. Your swordsmanship has reached an advanced level. When using skills related to swordsmanship, damage is increased by 30. Just as I thought, Shen Lang mused. Upgrading general skills really does unlock additional effects. The subtle emergence of the extended effects of general skills took Shen Lang by surprise and filled him with excitement. Reflecting carefully, he realized this phenomenon likely began manifesting after reaching level 20. Not only that, but his general combat skills had already risen to level 31, matching those of Medusa and Shadow. Feeling the surge of power coursing through his body, Shen Lang sensed that various sword techniques had become deeply ingrained in his muscle memory. He assessed himself quietly. At this point, I might already be a top-tier swordsmanship master. Against a lower level, weaker defense professional under level 20. If I get close, I could probably take them out with a single strike. Even though battles between professionals still largely depended on equipment and specialized skills, this extra strength was undoubtedly a powerful trump card. Shen Lang calculated in his mind if two opponents were evenly matched and their mana depleted, forcing them into hand-to-hand combat, his high-level general skills would undoubtedly become the decisive factor. As his thoughts drifted, Shen Lang envisioned himself turning the tide in a life-or-death situation, cutting his opponent in half with one decisive blow. He couldn't help but feel exhilarated by this potential game-changing ability. Just as he was immersed in imagining future triumphs, the beeping of his communicator snapped him back to reality. The sky had already dimmed, and the 8th restricted zone was shrouded in twilight. Shen Lang suddenly realized that, despite its isolation, this was still a real wilderness area with regular cycles of day and night. At that moment, Shadow and Medusa returned, seeking instructions on whether to proceed further. Shen Lang smiled and said, "No rush. We're the only guests here. Let's head back and rest for now. We'll continue tomorrow." As they prepared to leave, Shen Lang's friend system pinged with a message. It was from Yi Hongyu, asking, "There's nothing left, right?" Her words carried a hint of exhaustion. Shen Lang chuckled as he replied, "Nothing for today." Then he added, "But there should be more in the near future." Yi Hongyu responded immediately, "Take it all." As much as you can get. Seizing the opportunity, Shun Lang requested, send me 10 more backpack expansion cards. Do you have enough funds? Plenty. I'll arrange it, Yi Hongyu replied without hesitation. After ending the conversation, Shun Lang led Shadow and Medusa toward the cave's entrance. Outside, 5 guards were whispering among themselves. Still no sign of them after all this time. Do you think something's happened? One guard asked anxiously. Impossible. Another dismissed the concern. He's a recruit from the War God Battalion, personally assigned this mission by the Dragonblood War God. There's no way they'd send him to his death. But, a third guard hesitated. He's still just a 1-star professional. A 1-star professional entering the 8th restricted zone. The chances of survival are almost non-existent. 5 guards stood anxiously at the entrance of the restricted area, their low voices carrying a trace of unease as worry flickered in their eyes. One of them lowered his voice and said, but he was sent here by the Dragonblood War God himself, as a professional in training for the War God Reserves. He's not someone we can easily judge. Another guard, his expression equally grim, nodded in agreement. I feel uneasy too. If he really dies in there, and the Dragonblood War God holds us accountable, we won't be able to bear the consequences. Should we go in and take a look? A third guard suggested hesitantly, his tone filled with uncertainty. At that moment, Shun Lang and Medusa emerged slowly from the illusory entrance to the cave. As planned, shadow had already concealed itself within Shun Lang's shadow. The 5 guards' pupils contracted sharply upon seeing them, and they immediately scrutinized the pair closely. To their astonishment, neither Shen Lang nor Medusa bore any injuries. Their magical energy and physical strength appeared just as steady as when they had entered the restricted area, showing no signs of having endured an intense battle. The guards exchanged puzzled glances, their minds swirling with questions. Finally, one of the guards, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, "You were in there for so long, didn't you encounter any of those serpent-like beasts?" Shen Lang's gaze fell on the guard who had spoken, as though he could see through the man's thoughts. Calmly, he replied, "We encountered plenty, but we took care of them all. The area within about 10 kilometers of the entrance should now be free of any serpent-like beasts." With those words, Shun Lang strode off toward East Sea City with Medusa, leaving the 5 guards staring after them, their minds buzzing in disbelief. He said there are no beasts left within 10 kilometers of the entrance. Could they really have killed them all? One guard murmured, his voice filled with doubt. No way. Another guard countered. Even though he made it out alive, he's still just a 1-star professional. Well, there's only one way to find out. We go in and check, someone suggested. But the beasts inside. Another hesitated. We'll just take a quick look near the entrance. If there's any danger, we retreat immediately, the lead guard decided firmly. All right, let's go take a look. The others agreed in unison. Stay close to me. We'll enter together, the lead guard commanded in a low voice. The 5 guards huddled together, activating the unique abilities granted by their guard status. In the next moment, they stepped into the mysterious, shimmering cave entrance and vanished into the ethereal light. These 5 guards were barely qualified for their post, their abilities just scraping past the threshold of a single-star ranking. Though permitted to enter the forbidden zone, they had never dared set foot inside, fully aware of the dangers lurking within. But now, curiosity overpowered fear, and they resolved to venture in together. A flash of light streaked before their eyes, and in an instant, they found themselves in the Serpent's Den, the 8th forbidden zone. They were on high alert, prepared to retreat at the first sign of danger. Yet, the scene before them left them frozen in shock. The first thing they saw was a vast expanse of crimson dust, remnants of the ferocious beasts slaughtered by Medusa. The gentle breeze sculpted the dust into sweeping dunes, and the red particles danced eerily in the air. There was no scent of blood, but the sight alone was deeply unsettling. Scanning their surroundings, the guards were stunned to discover that not a single beast could be found within a 10-kilometer radius. In the distance, they could faintly make out the silhouettes of serpentine beasts, but even those seemed paralyzed by some primal fear, hesitant to approach. The 5 guards instinctively swallowed hard. One of them muttered in disbelief, "How did he manage this?" Another sighed softly, "He's part of the War God Battalion's reserves. Ordinary professionals like us can't even begin to imagine it." Awed by the vast gulf between themselves and such a powerhouse, the 5 guards left the Serpent's Den with a mix of envy and admiration, returning to their posts. Meanwhile, Shun Lang and Medusa had already passed through the city gates and entered Donghai City. Under the glow of the setting sun, the striking pair cast long shadows on the road, drawing envious gazes from passers-by. Instead of heading back to the modest inn, Shun Lang led Medusa to an upscale restaurant. Now that he had wealth to his name, he decided it was time to treat himself and his companions to a proper feast. Choosing a discreet corner, he gestured for Shadow to emerge from the darkness. The 3 of them took their seats together. The restaurant was already bustling with diners. After placing his order, Shun Lang and his companions began enjoying the meal. For Medusa and Shadow, who had previously subsisted mostly on takeout, the gourmet dishes were a revelation. They ate with relish, their enthusiasm bordering on hunger-driven fervor. Suddenly, as Medusa gnawed on a large blue-shelled shrimp, a flicker of fire ignited in her amber eyes. In the next moment, a table 7 or 8 meters away burst into flames. A fiery projectile shot through the air, striking a professional square in the chest. The sound of sizzling filled the restaurant as the scent of charred flesh wafted through the air. The injured professional stared blankly at the gaping wound in his chest, his life force rapidly fading. His table companions, gripped by panic, scrambled to get away. Shun Lang heard the system notification. Your beast companion is attacking another professional. You have entered combat mode. He glanced at Medusa, his expression calm, as if fully understanding the situation. Without a word, he returned to savoring his meal. Over at the other table, the injured professional's companions rushed to administer aid. Fortunately, Medusa's strike had been a casual one. Otherwise, the entire table might have been wiped out. Thanks to the efforts of a healer in their party, the man barely clung to life, though he had already fallen unconscious. At this moment, a short-statured young man wearing a vest shifted his gaze from his unconscious companion to Shen Lang, fixing him with a sharp, piercing stare. His brows furrowed deeply, and his tone carried a mix of dissatisfaction and threat. Friend, while Xiao Yi may have been out of line for probing you without permission, you went way too far. You nearly killed him. The young man paused, a hint of darkness flashing in his eyes, before adding, if not for the East Sea Guild's wide range of professions, you'd be carrying the weight of a life on your hands. This blatant display of leveraging their connections revealed the group's usual arrogance. Shun Lang had heard a bit about the East Sea Guild, knowing it to be a relatively reputable 6-star guild in East Sea City, boasting a few 6-star professionals. However, in his eyes, a guild of this level was hardly worth mentioning. He couldn't help but recall the time when the 10-star guild, Mythical Heaven Court, had earnestly begged him to take on the role of reserve guild leader. The memory amused him. Besides, with his potential, it wouldn't take long for him to surpass the 6-star level effortlessly. In the face of the vest-clad young man's threats, Shun Lang remained indifferent. Without even lifting his head, he replied calmly, when he decided to probe us, he should have anticipated the consequences. Probing someone is an act of provocation. As the target of that provocation, do we not have the right to retaliate? If you disagree, why don't you go and report us to the City Lord's mansion? Shun Lang went on to elaborate. Conducting an intrusive probe on others is inherently provocative. The one being probed has every right to retaliate, even to the point of killing the offender, and it would not be considered a crime. This is an official regulation. While it may seem harsh, it serves an important purpose. He briefly recounted the origin of the rule. In the beginning, too many professionals abused probing skills, leading to countless disputes. This strict regulation was implemented to curb such behavior, and it proved highly effective. Nowadays, unless conflict arises, professionals rarely probe others at will. Only individuals like that self-important fool who was gravely injured by Medusa would make such a mistake. When Shun Lang suggested they take their grievance to the City Lord's mansion, a flicker of malice crossed the eyes of the young man in the vest. They had been probing someone else but ended up injured in retaliation. No matter where they took this complaint, they would still be in the wrong. The young man in the vest glared coldly at Shun Lang, his voice laced with provocation. Are you trying to provoke the East Sea Guild, my friend? Shun Lang set down his chopsticks, his gaze sharp as a blade. Who said we're friends? Don't forget it was you who provoked me, not the other way around. His voice turned heavy, and his brows furrowed. Daring to investigate Mado, you really think I wouldn't kill you? At the same time, Medusa also set down her chopsticks. Her eyes burned with a fiery glow, ready to act at any moment. Just as the tension reached its peak, a middle-aged man in armor strode over and stepped in front of the young man in the vest. Bowing deeply to Shun Lang, he spoke in a sincere tone. Young brother, we sincerely apologize for today's events. It was my failure to properly discipline our members. On behalf of the East Sea Guild, I offer you our apologies. All your expenses in this restaurant today will be covered by our guild. We will leave immediately and not disturb you further. After speaking, the armored man turned sharply toward the young man in the vest and his companions, his voice stern. What are you waiting for? Get out of here. The young man in the vest opened his mouth to protest, but the armored man slapped him hard across the face and bellowed, I said get out. Realizing the situation had taken a turn for the worse, the young man in the vest quickly gathered his companions and left in a hurry, not daring to meet Shun Lang's gaze. Shun Lang watched the retreating armored man with a meaningful look but did not stop him. Since the other party had shown a sincere attitude, he decided not to pursue the matter further. Even so, Shun Lang couldn't help feeling a bit puzzled. The person who had conducted the second probe on him earlier had been this same armored man. Shun Lang had initially expected the armored man to confront him on behalf of the guild members whom Medusa had injured. Instead, the man had come to apologize, completely contrary to the cliché turn of events Shen Lang had anticipated. Judging by the man's apparent strength and his probable high rank in the East Sea Guild, it would have made more sense for him to cause trouble. Yet here he was, bowing and scraping. Shen Lang thought to himself, he doesn't seem to know who I am, and there's no way he could have seen through Medusa or Shadow's disguises. So why is he so afraid? Could he have sensed something from probing me? Frowning, Shen Lang opened his personal information panel to check for abnormalities, but found nothing out of the ordinary. What he didn't know was that, thanks to Zhu Jinhua's handiwork, there was an invisible tag attached to the second layer of his basic information card that he couldn't see. After the armored man and his group left, the other diners in the restaurant cast astonished glances toward Shun Lang's table. A man who could easily defeat members of the East Sea Guild and force their higher-ups to apologize, not to mention one who was accompanied by two stunning beauties, was bound to be the object of envy and admiration. Meanwhile, the armored man caught up with the young man in the vest and his group, who were waiting a short distance away. The young man in the vest asked cautiously, "Uncle Gong, who was that guy? He didn't seem all that strong. Why did you?" Uncle Gong's face darkened, and he let out a cold laugh. "You think I was groveling, don't you? Let me tell you this, if I hadn't done what I did, you'd all be dead by now." The young man in the vest widened his eyes in disbelief. "What? How could that be?" Uncle Gong's voice remained cold as ice, yet every word carried an overwhelming sense of authority that sent shivers down their spines. "If you had just died, that would have been the end of it. But now, you risked dragging the entire East Sea Guild into this mess. You should be grateful that man didn't pursue the matter further. Otherwise, even if the guild leader himself came here, he'd have no choice but to tie you up and hand you over." Hearing this, the young man in the hoodie and several other professionals broke into a cold sweat, their backs drenched in fear. Supporting their unconscious companion, their eyes were filled with a mix of terror and resentment. It was all because of this person's reckless probing that they had almost brought disaster upon themselves. After taking a moment to calm himself, the young man in the hoodie asked in a trembling voice, "Uncle Gong, who is that man?" "War God Battalion," Uncle Gong replied, his tone heavy with dread. Those three words seemed to carry an invisible weight, causing everyone present to gasp audibly. The young man in the hoodie turned pale, stammering, "He's a war god?" The mere thought of having provoked someone from the War God Battalion filled them all with an overwhelming sense of regret and fear. Uncle Gong shook his head. "Not yet a war god, but he's destined to become one. He's a war god trainee." Having examined Shen Lang's basic information, Uncle Gong had already noticed the unique title attached to his name. Though Uncle Gong's current strength did surpass Shen Lang's, the mere status of trainee was enough to make him tread carefully. In the entire Disya nation, the War God Battalion was synonymous with invincibility and iron discipline. No civilian organization would dare challenge them lightly. For the East Sea Guild, this was even more of a concern. After all, there had been a time when the Dragonblood War God, Zhu Jinhua, sought to abolish all guild organizations, a proposal that was only suppressed by the previous ruler. Provoking even a single War God trainee was tantamount to declaring war on the entire War God Battalion, effectively giving Zhu Jinhua the perfect excuse to carry out his agenda. Uncle Gong knew full well that if he made a move against Shen Lang, by the time he returned to the East Sea Guild headquarters, he might find it already reduced to rubble by the War God Battalion. The members of the Donghai City Guild exhibited a dramatic shift in attitude when facing the reserve members of the War God Battalion. In the past, they might have been respectful toward these reservists, but never to the point of such humility. After all, a six-star guild like theirs rarely had any interaction with the elite figures of the War God Battalion, let alone the chance to meet an actual war god in person. However, the current situation was entirely different. Although the Donghai Guild wasn't particularly large, it was a significant grassroots force within Donghai City, with an extensive information network. They were well aware of what had transpired the previous night. Donghai City had been visited by none other than Zhu Jinhua, the Dragon Blood War God and the strongest warrior of the War God Battalion. Zhu Jinhua's arrival was like a hurricane sweeping through Donghai City. In just one night, hundreds of professionals had lost their lives. Though his primary target was the rising star who had achieved an SS clearance in the Hell Level Beginner Dungeon, his mere presence was akin to a mountain weighing down on all professionals in the city. No one dared to show even the slightest disrespect, as doing so would mean challenging the authority of the strongest warrior in Daxia. Even if Zhu Jinhua had already left, the fear he instilled lingered like a shadow. Moreover, the appearance of a reserve member from the War God Battalion now confirmed that the battalion still had a presence in Donghai City. Under these circumstances, the Donghai Guild wouldn't dare to show the slightest hint of defiance, no matter how bold they were. The armored man Uncle Gong, along with the young man in a vest and their group, hurriedly drove away from the scene, not daring to linger for even a moment longer. Shun Lang, however, didn't think much of it. He was simply curious why the armored man had been so servile toward him. Still, the commotion had disrupted his mood. What had been a pleasant dining experience was now ruined, and the curious gazes and whispers from the surrounding crowd left him feeling uncomfortable. Left with no choice, Shun Lang and his companions quickly finished their meal and returned to the small inn. By the time they stepped through the inn's door, the night had completely enveloped the city. As soon as they entered, Medusa spoke up, "Master, should I take a bath now?" Her words brought a flood of memories from the previous night to Shen Lang's mind. He nodded slightly. "Yes, go ahead." Standing nearby, Shadow's eyes lit up with curiosity. She asked, "Medusa, can I join you?" "Sure," Medusa replied nonchalantly. Shadow then turned to Shen Lang, her eyes filled with anticipation. "Master, is that okay?" Shen Lang's gaze shifted between the two of them, his mind racing with thoughts. He took a deep breath and waved his hand. Go ahead." With that, Shadow and Medusa entered the bathroom together. Soon, the sound of running water and their hushed conversation could be heard. "Medusa, your hair is so beautiful. It looks even better than usual," Shadow said. "Really? Master said the same thing last night." "No, wait. He said it was more exciting." Medusa corrected herself. Hearing their conversation, Shun Lang's forehead was instantly covered in sweat. He forced himself to look away from the semi-transparent glass of the bathroom, his heart involuntarily racing. "Namaste Umitba Amin, I haven't even bathed yet," Shen Lang muttered to himself, trying to redirect his thoughts. Suddenly, he remembered something important. Since the second beginner dungeon, he hadn't opened any of the treasure chests he had obtained. This meant he still had 2 1-star Supreme grade chests, 2 1-star Diamond grade chests, and 2 1-star Platinum grade chests sitting in his inventory. Without hesitation, Shun Lang retrieved the 6 treasure chests. In an instant, a dazzling array of lights filled the room. Thankfully, the inn was in a secluded location, so there was no risk of attracting outside attention. To avoid any unnecessary disturbances, Shun Lang silently commanded, "Open the platinum chests." A system notification chimed immediately. "Congratulations! You have successfully opened a 1-star platinum grade chest and obtained the Crimson Blood bracelet. Congratulations! You have successfully opened a 1-star platinum grade chest and obtained the Swift Arrow." The 2 platinum chests disappeared, replaced by 2 glowing red orbs. From one emerged a crimson bracelet, and from the other, a bow with red accents. Shun Lang carefully examined the details of the 2 items. Crimson Blood bracelet, red perfect. Defense 50, Constitution 16, Strength 14, Stamina recovery 2.5. Requirement, Constitution 180. Swift Arrow, red perfect. Attack 250, Agility 16, Strength 14, Damage bonus 2.5. Requirement, Agility 180. Both items were of the red perfect grade, which wasn't surprising since the platinum chests always yielded red tier equipment. One was for defense, and the other for attack, an ideal combination. Shen Lang's thoughts turned to Shadow. She just joined me and doesn't have any equipment yet. These 2 items should suit her perfectly. Although the Swift Arrow wasn't a perfect fit for Shadow, it met the requirements to equip. Shen Lang decided to let Shadow use it for now. He placed the 2 red grade items back into his inventory and instead pulled out 2 diamond tier treasure chests. Diamond tier chests were guaranteed to yield purple epic grade gear or items. Eagerly, Shun Lang opened them. "Congratulations! You successfully opened a 1-star diamond tier chest and obtained the wind-chasing boots." "Congratulations! You successfully opened a 1-star diamond tier chest and obtained the desolate magic ring." From the glow of 2 purple lights emerged a pair of boots and a black ring. Shen Lang carefully inspected their attributes. Wind-chasing boots, purple epic. Defense, 60. Constitution, 20. Agility, 18. Movement speed, 60. Requirement, Spirit 180. Desolate magic ring, purple epic. Constitution, 17. Spirit, 20. Mana consumption, 5. Requirement, Spirit 180. Both items perfectly matched Shen Lang's needs, so he equipped them immediately. Next, he took out 2 supreme tier treasure chests, thinking to himself that, since he was already level 22, he should be able to equip 1-star dark gold legendary items now. "Congratulations! You successfully opened a 1-star supreme tier chest and obtained the blazing mystic sword." "Congratulations! You successfully opened a 1-star supreme tier chest and obtained the radiant scepter. Blazing mystic sword, dark gold epic. Attack, 250. Agility, 25. Spirit, 25. Strength, 25. Damage bonus, 7. Shun Lang examined the sword, which looked as though it was forged from molten lava. He decided to give it to Medusa. Although it wouldn't greatly enhance her abilities, it was still better than nothing. Radiant Scepter, dark gold legendary. Magic attack, 250. Spirit, 25. Constitution, 25. Agility, 25. Damage bonus, 7. Unlike the blazing mystic sword, the radiant scepter boosted constitution instead of strength, providing both offensive and defensive benefits. Without hesitation, Shun Lang replaced his previous staff with this one. As Shen Lang lamented how difficult it was to find perfectly suitable gear, Medusa's voice came from behind him. Master, are you going to punish me again? Turning around, Shun Lang saw Medusa and Shadow standing by the bed, freshly washed and ready. That's right. I'm going to punish you both, you little troublemakers. Shun Lang teased as he walked toward them. The following moments were filled with joy and intimacy, during which their general skills improved rapidly. However, as their levels increased, the required experience points grew exponentially, slightly slowing their progress. Fortunately, the snake den in the 8th Forbidden Zone was teeming with fierce beasts for them to hunt, so they didn't need to worry about running out of experience sources for now. After a month of relentless hunting, however, the serpentine beasts in the Forbidden Zone were almost completely wiped out. Shun Lang had no choice but to halt his general skill training. By this point, all three of them had raised their 2 general skills to level 60. Aside from skill advancement, their greatest gain was wealth. Hunting over 1,000,000 beasts daily yielded an overwhelming amount of loot. Yi Hongyu had already transferred more than 2 billion to Shen Lang, even with his considerable spending. Currently, Shun Lang's inventory had expanded to 3,000 slots, while Medusa and Shadow each had 1,000 slots. Most of their money came from selling low-tier equipment, though Shun Lang's inventory still held over 100 red perfect grade items. If sold, these could easily bring in billions more. Unfortunately, despite their efforts, they hadn't managed to find any 1-star purple epic grade items over the past month. Shen Lang's equipment had already reached the pinnacle of perfection. Clad in multiple pieces of legendary dark gold gear, he had long lost interest in ordinary items. He understood one crucial principle. As levels increased rapidly, low-star equipment would quickly become obsolete and inevitably be replaced. Therefore, Shun Lang was in no rush to seek new gear. Instead, he focused his attention on the upcoming adventure. On this day, Shun Lang led Medusa and Shadow back into the 8th Forbidden Zone. Compared to a month ago, the zone had undergone a dramatic transformation. The once pervasive stench had completely vanished, replaced by swirling red sandstorms that blanketed the area, creating an atmosphere of desolation and lifelessness. Scanning his surroundings, Shun Lang's gaze settled on the 2 women. In a deep voice he said, "I'm going to adjust the settings. From now on, we'll focus on leveling up. The beasts I deliberately left untouched in the central area last time should be enough to push us to the peak of 1 star. As you command, my master." Medusa and Shadow responded in unison, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. With a nod of confirmation, Shun Lang swiftly adjusted the experience sharing settings. The 3 of them then raced toward the central area of the Forbidden Zone. This region not only housed a large number of snake-type beasts, but also concealed a powerful boss-level creature whose bloodline rank remained unknown. Along the way, scattered remnants of snake beasts were effortlessly slain by Medusa and Shadow, their deaths converting into experience points that nourished the trio's growth. Before long, they reached the heart of the Forbidden Zone. Here, the density of beasts increased dramatically, and the slaughter began anew. System notifications flashed incessantly. Your beast has killed a flying snake. You and your beasts have gained experience points. Your level has increased from 23 to 24. Your beast, Queen Medusa, has leveled up from 23 to 24. Under the overwhelming onslaught of Medusa and Shadow, Shun Lang and his companions' level skyrocketed, surging toward the 1-star peak of level 30 at an astonishing pace. The battlefield was shrouded in the smoke of combat, and the exhilaration of leveling up filled the air. Shun Lang could feel his power growing rapidly, and a wave of uncontrollable excitement surged within him. Level up, level up, level up. As wave after wave of snake-like beasts fell to the combined efforts of the 2 women, Shun Lang was the first to break through to level 30. The system notification promptly chimed in. Congratulations, Beastmaster. Your level has advanced to 30, reaching the pinnacle of 1 star. However, until you complete your Star Ascension quest, your beasts will no longer gain experience from killing monsters. The system elaborated further. If your beasts are below level 30, they will still gain experience. However, if they have already reached level 30, no additional experience will be awarded for slaying beasts until the Star Ascension quest is completed. Would you like to initiate the Star Ascension quest now? These notifications didn't come as a surprise to Shen Lang. It was common knowledge that all practitioners needed to complete a Star Ascension quest upon reaching level 30. Otherwise, their progress would come to a halt. Advancing from 1 star to 10 star was a universal rule in this era. 300 years into the practitioner era, the process of leveling up had undergone significant changes. In the early days, even advancing to 1 star was an arduous challenge. However, in modern times, Star Ascension quests from 1 star to 5 star were no longer as daunting. With a mature support system within the practitioner community, These lower-tier quests could often be completed with assistance or even outsourced for a price. That being said, Star Ascension quests beyond 5-star remained formidable. They were akin to the tribulations in cultivation novels. Minor tribulations might be manageable, but major ones often required unparalleled personal strength. Even with external help, the cost was often beyond the reach of ordinary low-tier practitioners. As a result, the path of Star Ascension was anything but smooth. Many practitioners found themselves stuck at a particular star level, unable to advance further throughout their lives. Progress depended not only on their chosen profession, but also on personal connections and fortuitous opportunities. For Shun Lang, however, the 1-star to 2-star quest was unlikely to pose much of a challenge. What reassured him even more was that his advancement to level 30 hadn't affected Medusa and Shadow. They could still gain experience. Both of his beasts were already halfway through level 29, on the verge of their own breakthroughs. Though Shen Lang himself could no longer gain experience, he could still support Medusa and Shadow with his auxiliary skills. Before long, Medusa was the first to break through to level 30, followed closely by Shadow. With that, the trio had all reached the peak of 1-star. The 8th Forbidden Zone still teemed with snake-like beasts, but Shun Lang had no intention of wiping them out completely. As the guards had mentioned, it was customary for trailblazers to leave some prey for novice practitioners. However, there was one target he wouldn't let slip away: the suspected boss-level beast in the central area. While experience points were no longer on the table, the lure of high-quality loot was irresistible. Boss-level beasts were guaranteed to drop equipment of red, perfect, quality, or higher, with a chance of yielding rare purple epic items. "Let's go take down the boss," Shen Lang declared, leading the charge toward the central area. Medusa and Shadow flanked him on either side, effortlessly cutting down any beast that dared to block their path. As they ventured deeper, the density of snake-like beasts increased. Though still fewer in number compared to the outer regions, there were tens of thousands of them. Amidst the writhing mass of serpents, one figure stood out: a massive triangular head, larger than a millstone, jet black and ominous. Only its head was visible, as the rest of its body was concealed beneath the swarm of lesser snakes. Shun Lang immediately activated his detection skill, and the target's information appeared. Black Armored Viper King. Legendary boss. Level 30-inch. This boss was on par with the Ghost Shadow Lieutenant he had encountered earlier, and that battle had yielded significant rewards: not just equipment, but even a skill book. Eagerly, Shun Lang activated his Bloodline Insight skill. Black Armored Viper King. Legendary boss. Level 30. Bloodline potential, 5-star legendary. Growth potential, level 150. Evolution success rate, 2-star, 65. 3-star, 40. 4-star, 3. 5-star, 0.2-inch. A 5-star legendary is barely acceptable, but the evolution success rates beyond 3-star are abysmal. 1,000th of a chance for 5-star? What a waste. Shen Lang scoffed, then turned to Medusa. "Let's finish it off and move on." "As you command, my master," Medusa replied, springing into action. The overwhelming pressure of her 10-star divine beast aura surged forth like a tidal wave. The snake horde scattered in terror. Had Medusa not restrained her killing intent, none of the sub-30 beasts would have survived. The Black Armored Viper King's full form was finally revealed. Its enormous body was covered in scales larger than an outstretched hand, all as pitch black as its triangular head. The seams between its scales were the only discernible features breaking the uniform darkness. It seemed the boss had been in a deep slumber, undisturbed even by the earlier large-scale battle. But now, the commotion among its underlings had roused it. Slowly, it opened its eerie, glowing green eyes, only for this to be its final moment of awareness. In an instant, an inferno engulfed the Black Armored Viper King. It managed only a single anguished hiss before falling silent. Medusa, now at level 30, possessed strength far surpassing that of a level 120 practitioner. A mere level 30 legendary boss was no match for her overwhelming power. "Congratulations! Your beast has slain a legendary boss, the Black Armored Viper King. You have earned." A notification sounded in Shen Lang's ears, but he no longer needed to pay attention to it. Thanks to the system's auto-loot feature, the dropped items instantly appeared in his inventory. As he reviewed his spoils, he realized that defeating the Black Armored Viper King had yielded 6 rewards in total. The first item was a guaranteed drop: a 1-star Fire Elemental Beast Crystal. Brimming with concentrated fire element energy, it could be used in crafting weapons, setting up arrays, alchemy, and other fields. However, Shun Lang wasn't particularly interested in such items for now, as they weren't immediately useful to him. The second item, however, caught his attention: a 2-star Beast Tamer skill book. This was far more valuable than the Summoner skill book he obtained from defeating the Ghost Shadow Lieutenant previously. As expected of a level 30 legendary boss, the rewards were indeed generous. The skill book, Beast Blood Surge, immediately displayed its attributes. By consuming mana, it could enhance beast damage by 25, with the duration scaling according to the Beast Tamer's level. The skill had no elemental restrictions, making it beneficial for both magic-type and combat-type beasts. Combined with his SS grade talent that provided a 5-fold multiplier, this skill was essentially a game-changing ability that doubled damage output. Once I complete my star upgrade quest, I'll be able to learn this skill right away. Shun Lang thought with satisfaction as he carefully stored the skill book. He then turned his attention to the remaining 4 pieces of equipment. The quality of these items was impressive. 1 purple epic, 1 red perfect, 1 blue fine, and 1 green superior. Without hesitation, Shun Lang stored the lower quality items and focused on examining the higher grade gear. The red perfect quality obsidian pauldron stood out with its stats: defense 35, strength 12, agility 14, and spirit 16. Although it required a spirit stat of 180 to equip, this was no longer an issue for Shen Lang. He promptly equipped it on his right shoulder, and combined with the ghost shadow mask, his overall look was strikingly cool and intimidating. Finally, there was the purple epic grade black armor, which boasted even more exceptional attributes: defense 280, constitution 19, strength 17, and a 3 defense bonus. The armor required a constitution stat of 300 to wear, making it perfect for the defense-oriented Shadow. "Thank you, Master," Shadow exclaimed gratefully as he donned the armor. "You deserve it. After all, I couldn't have gotten this far without all of you," Shun Lang replied with a smile. His gaze shifted to the scattered viper beasts fleeing in all directions. "Let's avoid coming back to this place in the future. These past few days, I've felt like I reek of snakes even in my sleep." "Master, are you talking about me?" Medusa immediately looked at him with a hurt expression. As a member of the serpent race and someone who shared the same blanket with him every night, she took his comment personally. "Huh. No, not you. I meant the smell of this place," Shun Lang hurriedly clarified, trying to dispel her misunderstanding. Shun Lang quickly waved his hand to change the subject and said, "All right, let's head out first." With that, he took the lead and walked towards the entrance of the restricted zone, with Medusa and the Shadow lurking within the darkness following close behind. As they walked, Shun Lang wasn't idle. He quietly activated the star upgrade task system and held his breath, waiting for the task to generate. Moments later, a system notification sounded in his mind. "Star upgrade task generated. Your task: obtain 3 beast crystals, each with a different attribute, at the 1-star level." "That's it," Shun Lang scoffed internally. For ordinary professionals, this task would be extremely challenging, especially for solo wanderers. But for someone like Shun Lang, who had already slain 2 wild bosses, it was child's play. 1 more wild boss, and the task will be done, he calculated silently. Suddenly, Shun Lang remembered his secondary profession's transfer card. As he walked, he attempted to activate it, but no matter what he tried, it wouldn't work. "Looks like I'll have to wait until I complete the star upgrade," he thought to himself, making a mental note. Without realizing it, the group had arrived at the entrance. 5 guards stood diligently at their posts, just as they had a month ago. Upon seeing Shun Lang emerge, one of them smiled and asked, "Hey there, young man, heading out? What time will you be back tomorrow?" Over the past month, Shun Lang had developed a casual acquaintance with the guards. They weren't particularly close, but they were familiar enough to exchange greetings. Shun Lang smiled and replied, "I won't be coming back tomorrow." "Not coming back?" The guards looked puzzled. Shun Lang replied coolly, "That's right, I won't. Farewell, gentlemen." With that, he led Medusa and the Shadow away, their figures gradually disappearing from the guards' sight. The guards watched him leave, and one of them speculated thoughtfully, "When he says he's not coming back, does that mean the restricted zone has been cleared?" "Probably," another guard replied, blinking in surprise before breaking into a pleased grin. "That means we might finally leave this wretched place soon." The other 3 guards nodded in agreement. Ever since witnessing Shun Lang's strength on the first day, they had never doubted the young man's abilities. In fact, they had quietly guessed that if not for some unknown factors, the 8th restricted zone might have been cleared within a day or 2. Though curious about why Shun Lang had taken so long, the guards understood their place and the boundaries of their relationship with him, so they refrained from asking too many questions. However, they all shared one belief. In the near future, Shun Lang would undoubtedly become a legend in the professional world, not just in Daxia, but across the globe. Before long, Shun Lang and Medusa, along with their companions, arrived at the plaza outside the city. Suddenly, Shun Lang remembered something important hadn't yet clicked to complete the task of clearing the 8th forbidden zone. Without delay, he accessed the task system and located the mission, which had been marked as in progress. To his surprise, the task status had already changed to completed, with a submit button displayed below. With a light tap, Shun Lang submitted the task. The system responded, "Verifying. Verification complete. You have successfully completed the limited time mission to clear the 8th forbidden zone of East Sea City and earned a reward of 1,200 contribution points." Shen Lang didn't pay much attention to the contribution points, as they weren't immediately useful to him. By the time the task was submitted, the group had returned to EC City. They headed to a restaurant for a hearty meal before going back to their small inn. As soon as Shun Lang stepped into the room, his communicator buzzed. The caller ID showed it was Song Yuan, the principal of Sandong Lanxiang Advanced Vocational Academy. Medusa and Shadow, as usual, headed straight for the bathroom. Shun Lang waved at them casually before answering the call. "Hello, principal," Shun Lang greeted politely. He had a favorable impression of Song Yuan, who had secured several benefits for him. "Shun Lang." Song Yuan's voice carried an unusual tone of respect. After all, Shun Lang was likely to become one of the Academy's most outstanding professionals, deserving a place of honor on their wall of fame. Noticing the peculiar tone in Song Yuan's voice, Shun Lang got straight to the point. "Principal, is there something you need?" Clearing his throat, Song Yuan replied, "Well, Shun Lang, although you're now a member of the War God Reserve, your student status is still retained at Sandong Lanxiang until you officially join the War God camp. So technically, you're still our student." "Wait, principal, what is the War God Reserve?" Shun Lang immediately caught on to the unfamiliar term. Song Yuan paused in surprise. "The War God Reserve? You don't know?" "No," Shun Lang answered honestly. While he had heard of the War God camp, he had no knowledge of the War God Reserve. There was a brief silence on the other end of the line before Song Yuan muttered under his breath, "Little Chu didn't tell you. My goodness, he even told me not to let it slip." Frowning, Shun Lang pressed further. "Principal, what exactly are you talking about?" With a sigh, Song Yuan explained, "That Dragonblood War God, Chu Genhua, gave you a secondary information card, right? If you've used it, then any professional under 10 stars who uses that card will automatically be listed as a member of the War God Reserve, essentially a future member of the War God camp." It all suddenly clicked for Shen Lang. Unbeknownst to him, he had already been enlisted in the War God Reserve. This arrangement, made without his consent, left him feeling somewhat annoyed. If Chu Genhua had been upfront about it, Shen Lang would likely have agreed willingly. But now, being placed in such a position without his input didn't sit well with him. A thought struck him, and he asked, "This designation, does it appear on my information card?" "Exactly," Song Yuan confirmed. "If someone uses a detection skill on you, your profile will display your status as a member of the War God Reserve." Shen Lang nodded, finally understanding an incident from a month ago. Back then, he had gotten into a confrontation with someone from the East Sea Guild at a restaurant. However, after the professional used a detection skill on him, their attitude changed completely. They immediately apologized profusely and left in a hurry. It all made sense. No, it was because they had seen his unique status. Shen Lang suddenly realized why the professional was treating him with such respect. It was because they had noticed his hidden identity as a reserve member of the War God Battalion, concealed behind his alias, Shun Lang. However, this information was not visible to Shun Lang himself. He speculated that Zhu Genhua, as the commander of the War God Battalion, had used some special method to achieve this. Perhaps Zhu Genhua intended to prevent Shen Lang from becoming arrogant or bullying others due to his status. After pondering for a moment, Shen Lang looked up and asked, "Headmaster, is there something you needed from me?" Song Yuan snapped out of his thoughts and quickly replied, "Oh, right. Here's the thing. You probably know that every year after Global Job Transfer Day, the new job transferees from advanced professional academies are invited to participate in the National Advanced Academy Job Transfer Tournament. As long as you're level 10, you can join, since you're still officially enrolled in our academy. So?" Shen Lang interrupted with a peculiar tone. "So, Headmaster, are you asking me to participate in this tournament?" Song Yuan replied a bit awkwardly, "Well, if you have the time, Shen Lang, I'd certainly hope you could bring glory to our academy. As for your identity issue, I've already found a way to resolve it. You won't need to compete under either of your current identities." Shen Lang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Song Yuan had even thought of such details. But upon reflection, he realized that for an advanced professional academy, this was indeed a great opportunity to shine. With Shen Lang's talent and strength, he would undoubtedly stand out in the tournament, bringing fame to Sandong Lanxiang Academy in the process. Seeing Shen Lang remain silent, Song Yuan added, "Shen Lang, I understand that your strength and potential far exceed this level of competition. It might not even catch your interest. However, the champion's rewards this year are exceptionally generous." Shen Lang's interest was piqued immediately. He asked, "What are the rewards?" Although this rookie tournament was indeed a trivial matter for him, akin to a dimensional downgrade, where even if all the participants joined forces, they likely wouldn't withstand a single skill from Medusa or Shadow. Still, Shun Lang had always been motivated by wealth, and the mention of rewards naturally intrigued him. Song Yuan replied, "This year's champion will receive a piece of red-grade perfect equipment and 4 bottles of 1-star attribute potions." Shun Lang glanced at the perfect grade red equipment in his hand and couldn't help but inwardly mock it. Gear of this level had long since filled his inventory, so it was hardly anything special. He looked up at Song Yuan and curiously asked, "What exactly is an attribute potion?" A flicker of excitement passed through Song Yuan's eyes as he explained in detail, attribute potions can directly increase the user's attribute points. The organizers of this competition have been quite generous this year. The rewards include 4 one-star attribute potions. Each potion can increase a single attribute by 10 points strength, constitution, agility, or spirit. If you win the championship, you'll gain a total of 40 attribute points in one go, which is equivalent to the fixed attribute growth from leveling up 4 times. Shun Lang nodded thoughtfully before asking, "When is the competition being held?" "Tomorrow," Song Yuan replied immediately, his tone carrying a sense of urgency. "So soon?" Shun Lang frowned. Song Yuan sighed and cautiously asked, "It's held at this time every year." "Shun Lang, do you think you could make time to participate?" His words were filled with expectation. It was clear he believed that with Shun Lang in the competition, Sandong Lanxiang would have the championship in the bag. Shun Lang weighed his options. 40 attribute points were indeed tempting, but to him, it wasn't particularly extraordinary. He could level up 4 times in no time, and he was currently preparing to complete his star-raising mission. Agreeing to participate in the competition would undoubtedly delay his plans. However, since Song Yuan had personally come to invite him, it felt inappropriate to outright refuse. Just then, Shun Lang's professional friend system notification sounded. He initially thought it was Yi Hongyu sending him some account details, but to his surprise, it was a message from Dragonblood warlord Chu Jianhua. Shun Lang's interest was piqued, assuming it was likely related to his completion of the 8th Forbidden Zone cleanup mission, which had caught Chu Jianhua's attention. As expected, Chu Jianhua's message was indeed about the 8th Forbidden Zone. "Based on my estimation, it should have taken you no more than a week to clear the 8th Forbidden Zone. Yet you dragged it out for an entire month. Care to explain what you've been up to?" Shun Lang turned to Song Yuan and said, "Dean Song, the Dragonblood warlord is looking for me. I'll get back to you on this later." With that, he quickly replied to Chu Jianhua, "Nothing special, warlord. I've just been farming fierce beasts this past month." Chu Jianhua pressed further, "I know you've been farming fierce beasts. The question is, where did all that experience go?" Feigning ignorance, Shun Lang responded, "Obviously, I used it to level up." Chu Jianhua bluntly called him out, "Kid, do you think you're the smartest person in the world? Or do you take me, Chu Jianhua, for a fool? The 8th Forbidden Zone in Donghai City has over 20 million fierce beasts. That amount of experience could have leveled you up 30 times over. Yet here you are, still at level 30. Care to explain the discrepancy?" Realizing he couldn't talk his way out of it, Shun Lang immediately resorted to flattery, "Warlord, you truly live up to your reputation, sharp as ever." Chu Jianhua snorted, "Let me guess, you've been using that experience to upgrade your general skills, haven't you? Did you really think such a small trick would escape my notice? Honestly, I was planning to remind you to upgrade your general skills when you got close to level 30, but it seems you figured it out on your own. I have to admit, your intuition is pretty impressive. Don't underestimate general skills. Once you reach 10 stars, you'll understand their true value." Shun Lang was momentarily stunned. Truth be told, he hadn't given much thought to upgrading his general skills. He simply didn't want to waste all that experience. He hadn't expected a top-tier powerhouse like Chu Jianhua to confirm that general skills had significant potential. That was an unexpected bonus. Chu Jianhua continued, "By the way, you're level 30 now. Are you ready for your star-raising mission? How difficult is it?" Shun Lang replied, "Thank you for your concern, warlord. It shouldn't be too much of a problem." Chu Jianhua said, "I thought so. Advancing from 1 star to 2 stars shouldn't be a big deal for you. Try to reach 3 stars within 3 months. There's a place I want to take you then." 3 stars in 3 months? Shun Lang chuckled to himself. That was a piece of cake for him. He asked curiously, "Where are we going?" Chu Jianhua responded cryptically, "Don't ask for now. You'll find out when the time comes. But first, make sure you reach 3 stars within the next 3 months." Shun Lang agreed. "All right. By the way, warlord, there's something else I'd like to ask you about." Chu Jianhua suddenly appeared, interrupting Shun Lang's train of thought. "What is it?" he asked directly. Shun Lang hesitated slightly. "Well, about the matter of being a War God Reserve member. What's the situation with that?" Chu Jianhua raised an eyebrow. "You found out? Who told you?" Without waiting for Shun Lang to answer, he added, "What? You have a problem with becoming a War God Camp Reserve member? Are you looking down on my War God Camp?" Shun Lang was momentarily at a loss for words. He had intended to confront Chu Jianhua, but somehow, the tables had turned, and now he was the one being questioned. He quickly clarified, "No, not at all. The War God Camp is very impressive." Though he had great respect for the War God Camp, which protected the nation of Daxia, Shun Lang still felt that he should have been informed beforehand. Chu Jianhua nodded in satisfaction. "Good. As long as there's no problem." He then admitted frankly, "Yes, I made this decision on my own. I added you to the War God Camp Reserve without your prior consent. It's mainly because you're a talented individual, and the nation needs people like you. You don't blame me, do you?" Faced with Chu Jianhua's relentless questioning, Shun Lang didn't know how to respond at first. After a brief moment of contemplation, he replied solemnly, "If the nation doesn't let me down, I won't let the nation down." Chu Jinhua's eyes lit up. "Kid, now you're talking. I'll remember those words. I look forward to seeing what you can do." Then, switching gears abruptly, he asked, "By the way, who told you about this?" Shen Lang, caught off guard by Chu Jinhua's sudden change of topic, answered honestly, "It was Dean Song Yuan, that old geezer." Chu Jinhua frowned. Big mouth. "Wait, what was he coming to you for?" "He called me," Shen Lang explained, "to ask if I could represent Shandong Lanxiang in the National Advanced Vocational Academy competition." Chu Jinhua scoffed. "He wants you to take part in that nonsense competition? The nerve of that old guy. Don't go. If you enter, there's no need for a competition at all. Those rookie professionals from all the academies across the nation wouldn't stand a chance, not even against a glance from your beast companion. Besides, for a competition of that level, the champion's rewards are just trash. It's meaningless." Shen Lang tried to defend the competition. "You can't say that, war god. I'm only level 30. From what Dean Song said, the champion's reward this time includes a grade 4 1-star potion that increases 40 points in 4-dimensional attributes." Chu Jinhua sneered. "Pathetic. You're willing to run errands for Song Yuan over a measly 1-star potion? Remember what I'm telling you, if you can reach 3-star strength within 3 months, we'll show you what real rewards look like." Chu Jinhua left the conversation with just one sentence and didn't send any more messages, clearly signaling the end of their chat. Shun Lang closed the chat window and sat on the soft sofa, his fingers tapping rhythmically on his leg. His gaze deepened as his thoughts drifted to the so-called competition. Although he didn't take it too seriously, Chu Jinhua's repeated insistence that he reach 3 stars within 3 months piqued his curiosity. What exactly did Chu Jinhua want to take him to? Shen Lang chuckled softly, shaking off the stray thoughts. Reaching 3 stars within 3 months was hardly a challenge for him. He picked up his communicator and dialed Dean Song's number. "Dean, about the competition, I'm afraid I won't be able to help," Shen Lang said directly. Song Yuan's voice was filled with urgency. "What's the matter? Are you dissatisfied with the rewards? If that's the case, the Academy can provide additional support." "Dean, it's not about the rewards. It's my position," Shun Lang responded, deftly shifting the responsibility to Chu Jinhua. "As you know, I'm now a reserve member of the War God Battalion. Just now, Dragonblood War God contacted me and specifically instructed me not to participate in any events unrelated to the battalion. Otherwise, my reserve status would be revoked." Hearing this, Song Yuan let out a long sigh. "Very well, I understand. We can't afford to jeopardize your future. My apologies, Dean," Shen Lang said, his tone carrying a hint of regret. Song Yuan chuckled wryly. "There's no need to apologize. You have a bright future ahead. Even if you don't bring glory to Shandong Lanxiang now, you'll undoubtedly become our pride in the future. If you ever have the chance, come back and visit the Academy." "I will, Dean." "Definitely." "Good. They'll be waiting. Hopefully, they'll still be in this position by then." After ending the call, Shun Lang showed no sign of guilt for bending the truth. Just then, Shadow floated over, wrapped in a bath towel, and said softly, "Master, it's your turn." Shun Lang turned to see Medusa, also wrapped in a towel, sitting by the bed and combing her snake-like hair. "All right, I'm coming." "Wait for me," Shun Lang replied, dashing into the bathroom in an instant. The sound of running water soon filled the room, followed by Shun Lang's voice calling out, "Shadow, come in and help me scrub." A long night passed, and dawn broke. As Shun Lang emerged from the blankets nestled between two figures, he noticed his professional friend system blinking, indicating an unread message. "What's this?" Shun Lang muttered, opening the system to find an email from Chu Jinhua. He quickly accepted it, and the contents of the email appeared before him. 4 small dark green bottles materialized in his view, each labeled with a single character: strength, constitution, agility, and spirit. Shen Lang activated his inspection skill, and information about the strength bottle appeared. Strength elixir. Level, 1 star. Effect, increases strength attribute by 10 upon consumption. A 1-star attribute potion? Shen Lang exclaimed in surprise. He hadn't expected Chu Jinhua to send him something so valuable. Checking the timestamp, he realized the email had been sent last night, while he was otherwise occupied with Medusa and Shadow. He had missed it until now. Is this to stop me from joining the Academy competition? Shen Lang shook his head with a wry smile. Does he really doubt my ability to reach 3 stars in 3 months? Well, I won't say no to free gifts. Without hesitation, Shen Lang consumed all 4 attribute elixirs in one go. The effects were immediate. Each of his 4 primary attributes increased by 10 points. As Shen Lang got out of bed, the 2 companions stirred as well. Though they didn't require sleep, sharing a bed with Shen Lang was a pleasure they didn't want to miss. After a quick wash, the trio headed downstairs for breakfast and then made their way outside the city. Since Chu Jinhua was so keen on him reaching 3 stars within 3 months, Shun Lang wasn't about to slack off. His goal for the day was to reach 2 stars first. Before long, they left Donghai City, traversing the Ghost Shadow Forest toward higher-level hunting grounds. Along the way, ordinary beasts were everywhere, but Shen Lang's sights were set on Boas-level beasts. These common creatures weren't even worth Medusa or Shadow's effort, as they wouldn't yield any experience points. As for equipment or items, the drop rates in low-level areas were so abysmal that it wasn't worth their time. An hour passed, and Shen Lang grew impatient. They hadn't encountered a single Boas-level beast, and even Medusa and Shadow's scouting efforts proved fruitless. There wasn't a trace of a BOS-level beast in the vicinity. This is strange. When I don't need them, boss beasts show up everywhere. Now that I'm actively hunting them, there's not a single one in sight. Shen Lang grumbled, pointing ahead. Let's try our luck over there. As you wish, master, the 2 women replied, following Shun Lang deeper into the wilderness. After another half-hour of searching, Medusa and Shadow exchanged a glance before turning to Shen Lang. Master, there's a strong presence of other professionals ahead, Medusa reported. Shadow added. There are also several beasts. It seems like 2 of them are fighting. Shen Lang, who had been frustrated by the lack of Boas-level beasts, perked up at Shadow's words. After a moment of thought, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Let's go take a look. He had sensed that 2 powerful beasts were locked in a fierce battle ahead, seemingly fighting to the death. What intrigued him even more was that the 2 beasts were of the same species. Typically, beasts of the same kind wouldn't fight each other, let alone engage in life-and-death combat. However, there was one exception: a battle for dominance. When 2 beasts vied for leadership of their group, they would often fight to determine the alpha-like a lion becoming the king of its pride, or a wolf asserting dominance over its pack. This wasn't the most significant detail, though. What mattered most was that the leader of a beast group was often the boss. While some bosses were system-generated, many were beasts that had naturally evolved or awakened their bloodline, earning the title of boss. The 2 beasts fighting ahead were likely battling for dominance, meaning the victor could very well ascend to boss status. Shen Lang had come here specifically to hunt Boas-level beasts. There was no way he'd miss this opportunity. Shen Lang was only a few kilometers away from the site of the ferocious beasts battle and quickly made his way to the scene. However, about a kilometer from his destination, he and other professionals were stopped by a group of uniformed individuals. These guards bore the emblem of the Divine Spear Guild on their chests, a 5-star guild and the second most powerful in Donghai City, surpassed only by the Donghai Guild. Leading the group was a berserker in his 20s named Wang Xian. A menacing scar stretched diagonally from the corner of his eye to the edge of his mouth. Clad in finely crafted blue armor and wielding a massive silver broadsword on his shoulder, he swept a cold, calculating gaze over the crowd. You Divine Spear Guild people are too overbearing. What gives you the right to block the road? Angry protests erupted among the gathered professionals. So what if we're overbearing? Wang Xian sneered, raising the broadsword on his shoulder. If anyone wants to pass, they'd better ask my sword first. As his words fell, the other members of the Divine Spear Guild unsheathed their weapons, their imposing presence silencing the crowd. Many professionals hesitated and backed off at the sight, but some chose to stay, their expressions conflicted. Like Shun Lang, they understood the allure of the potential boss ahead. Wild Zone bosses, though formidable, were not invincible. Each one was a rare and valuable resource, highly sought after for leveling up, acquiring gear, or completing star upgrade tasks. It was clear that the Divine Spear Guild had set up this blockade in advance, intending to monopolize the boss once the 2 beasts finished their battle. Such territorial disputes were not uncommon in the wild, and official authorities from various nations rarely intervened. In this extraordinary era, excessive restrictions could lead to greater chaos. Outside the cities where laws governed, the wilderness was essentially a lawless free-for-all. Suddenly, 5 professionals made a coordinated charge. 2 of them targeted Wang Xian directly, while the other 3 split off to break through the blockade, aiming to reach the site of the beast clash. Their movements were swift and deliberate, clearly prioritizing escape over prolonged combat. Looks like we've got some reckless ones. Wang Xian smirked coldly. Stop them. If they don't retreat, kill them. 2 of the attackers, a coordinated duo of a warrior and a tank, charged directly at Wang Xian. The warrior led the assault, while the archer behind him constantly shifted positions, unleashing a barrage of golden arrows. Wang Xian deftly parried the warrior's strikes while simultaneously deflecting the incoming arrows, his movements smooth and precise. Get back! Wang Xian roared, gripping his sword with both hands. A ghostly blue light erupted from the blade as he swung it down with immense force onto the warrior's shield. The deafening clash sent the warrior flying over 10 meters, landing heavily on the ground, his condition uncertain. Using the momentum from the strike, Wang Xian leaped into the air, spinning his sword to deflect the remaining arrows with ease. He then dove straight toward the archer. Seeing Wang Xian close the distance, the archer's face turned pale with panic. He frantically retreated toward the fallen warrior, desperation written all over his face. Trying to leave? None of you will get away. With a thunderous shout, Wang Xian's sword slashed through the air, its sharp edge gleaming as it aimed directly at the archer's vital points. The archer, unable to dodge in time, was struck down in one swift motion. The sword's light sliced through him, severing his body in an instant, and blood sprayed vividly into the air. In the blink of an eye, the unconscious warrior suddenly regained consciousness. Witnessing the brutal death of his comrade, he instinctively turned to flee. But Wang Xian's wrist flicked almost imperceptibly, and the sword left his hand, cutting through the air with unerring precision. It pierced through the warrior's chest, embedding itself firmly. The warrior looked down at the blade protruding from his chest, his strength leaving him as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Two other fighters, seeing this, charged at Wang Xian together. Yet, within just a few exchanges, they were swiftly overpowered and slain. On the other side of the battlefield, the three remaining fighters underestimated the strength of the Divine Spear Guild. In mere moments, two of them were executed on the spot, leaving only one staggering away in a desperate, bloodied retreat. Of the five-member team, only one escaped. The rest were utterly annihilated. Wang Xian walked over to the fallen warrior's body with a cold, emotionless expression. As he passed the archer's corpse, he casually picked up the equipment that had been dropped. Reaching the warrior's lifeless form, he calmly collected the gear and pulled the sword from the body. His eyes, dark and chilling, scanned the remaining fighters in the area, silently daring them. Who else wants to die? With a slight flick of his wrist, the sword let out a sharp, resonating hum. The blood encrusted on the blade evaporated instantly, leaving it pristine once more. The onlookers, who had not yet left, froze in terror, their faces pale with fear. These fighters, who had stayed behind, originally hoped to see if the five-man team could breach the defenses of the Divine Spear Guild. If successful, they intended to take advantage of the chaos to grab whatever they could. But they had grossly underestimated the guild's resolve. The Divine Spear Guild killed without hesitation, ruthlessly cutting down 4 lives on the spot. What truly sent shivers down their spines, however, was Wang Xian's overwhelming strength. Those 5 fighters, who were at least 2-star professionals and possibly even 3-star, had fallen like lambs to the slaughter under his blade. They hadn't even had the chance to activate the berserker's innate rage talent. There was no doubt Wang Xian was a berserker with power far beyond 3 stars. Wang Xian's threatening voice echoed across the clearing, causing the onlookers to retreat one after another. No one was willing to risk their life for a mere boss fight, especially when Wang Xian's sharp, menacing gaze swept over them, prompting an even quicker departure. A satisfied smirk curled Wang Xian's lips, but it quickly gave way to a frown as his eyes landed on a man and a woman who remained rooted in place. Their attention was fixed on the distant battle between 2 ferocious beasts, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Looks like I wasn't clear enough. Wang Xian sneered, raising his long sword. The blade erupted with radiant light, enveloping him entirely as a palpable killing intent filled the air. They'll count of 5. Anyone still standing here by then will join these corpses as companions in death. The remaining professionals hastened their retreat, scattering from the scene. Wang Xian's actions finally drew Shun Lang's attention. In truth, Shun Lang had been held up by members of the Divine Spear Guild, but chose not to force his way through, as the duel between the 2 beasts remained unresolved. Protected by shadow within the darkness, Wang Xian's earlier murderous aura had left him entirely unaffected. Where did everyone go? Shun Lang muttered, glancing around. He noticed 4 lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground, and then shifted his gaze to the cold, hostile Wang Xian. In an instant, he pieced together what had transpired. If you're so eager to die, then I'll grant your wish. Wang Xian growled, gripping his sword with both hands as a sharp, luminous slash tore through the air, aimed directly at Shen Lang. Medusa's amber eyes flickered with light, but she remained still after all, with Shadow by his side. No mere amateur could lay a finger on her master. The sword's radiance came to an abrupt halt 3 feet from Shun Lang as a sudden plume of black mist rose, effortlessly engulfing the attack. Wang Xian's pupils contracted sharply. Though the strike wasn't his strongest, it was more than capable of killing a 2-star professional, yet it was nullified by a simple wisp of mist. A system notification flashed before Shen Lang's eyes. You are under attack by another professional. You have entered combat mode. Shen Lang was not someone who killed indiscriminately, but when his life was threatened, he never showed mercy. A glance at the words, Divine Spear Guild, above Wang Xian's head was all it took for him to deliver a silent verdict. Sasha. Shun Lang called out to Medusa. The nickname had been an offhand remark from the night before, whispered under the covers, but Medusa had taken a particular liking to it and insisted he use it from then on. Shadow had even grown jealous, prompting Shen Lang to give it the nickname Xiaoying. Before Wang Xian could launch another strike, his eyes locked with Medusa's amber vertical pupils. From his gaze outward, a fiery red hue rapidly consumed his entire body, and within moments, he was transformed into a crimson stone statue. Shun Lang walked past Wang Xian's petrified form with unhurried steps. Only after he had passed did the statue shatter into countless fragments with a thunderous crash. It was then that the retreating professionals and the members of the Divine Spear Guild realized what had just transpired. Wang Xian's sudden death struck everyone present like a bolt of lightning. This berserker, suspected to be a 3-star professional, had turned into nothing more than a pile of ashes without the slightest chance to resist. The crowd, overwhelmed by shock, instinctively shifted their gaze to Shen Lang and Medusa. Just moments ago, Wang Xian had attacked this man and woman, and Shen Lang had appeared to say something. Almost immediately after, Wang Xian inexplicably died. There was no doubt that this duo was responsible for his death. To silently and effortlessly eliminate a berserker of Wang Xian's caliber was a chilling display of their power. However, Shun Lang seemed entirely indifferent to the reactions of those around him. Casually picking up the equipment Wang Xian had dropped, he strode toward the direction of the ferocious beast's battle. Medusa followed closely behind, exuding an aura of icy, lethal menace. No one dared to stop them. Even the members of the Divine Gun Guild were paralyzed with fear. They knew full well that if even their strongest Wang Xian had been effortlessly killed by this pair, stepping forward to intervene would be nothing short of suicide. While their guild had ordered them to block intruders in this area, it hadn't demanded they throw their lives away. Only after Shen Lang and Medusa had disappeared into the distance did one of the guild members shakily pull out a communicator. His hand trembled as he swallowed hard, his voice filled with obvious terror. "Brother Chiu, someone broke through. We couldn't stop them." The communicator immediately crackled with Chiu Ji's irritated voice. "Useless fools. Isn't Wang Xian with you? He's a 3-star berserker." The guild member glanced nervously at the pile of rubble that was once Wang Xian and stammered, his voice trembling with lingering fear. "Wang Xian, he was killed." "What? Wang Xian is dead." Chiu Ji's voice was filled with shock and disbelief, quickly turning into anger as he demanded, "Was it the East Sea Guild?" To Chiu Ji, the only ones bold enough to kill members of the Divine Gun Guild in East Sea City could only be the East Sea Guild, the top guild in the city. He had even received intel earlier suggesting that members of the East Sea Guild were planning to steal the boss they were after. Wang Xian had been specifically called in as backup by Chiu Ji's uncle, the vice president of the Divine Gun Guild, to fend off the East Sea Guild. Who could have predicted that Wang Xian would be killed so swiftly? Chiu Ji, the nephew of a high-ranking official in the Divine Gun Guild, had always been at odds with the East Sea Guild. His rivalry with other second-generation guild elites had only deepened over the years. When news of the Beast King conflict broke out, his old enemies from the East Sea Guild boldly declared their intention to claim the prize. However, Chiu Ji remained confident. He believed his adversaries wouldn't send their strongest fighters, and with Wang Xian guarding the area, their position should have been impenetrable. But the news of Wang Xian's death struck like a bolt from the blue. Chiu Ji was shocked by the sheer strength of their opponents and infuriated by the inevitable fallout this would bring. His uncle, already burdened by the guild's politics, would surely face harsh scrutiny. Wang Xian, after all, wasn't just any member, he was a pillar of the guild, a formidable 3-star berserker. His untimely demise would send ripples through the Divine Gun Guild's leadership. Damn that East Sea Guild. Chiu Ji cursed under his breath, his frustration boiling over. "Boss Chiu, it might not have been the East Sea Guild who killed Wang Xian," one of his subordinates quickly interjected. "The East Sea Guild did send people, but Wang Xian killed 4 of them. Only one managed to escape. The ones who ultimately killed him were a man and a woman." "A man and a woman?" Chiu Ji's eyes narrowed in astonishment. "Not from the East Sea Guild? Boss Chiu, what should we do now?" Another subordinate asked hesitantly. "Everyone, get over here now." Chiu Ji barked, his voice sharp and commanding. Without another word, he ended the transmission. Back at their position, the guild members exchanged uneasy glances. One of them hesitated before voicing the question on everyone's mind. "Boss Chiu wants us to head over, but should we really go?" Even Wang Xian, a 3-star berserker, was taken down by those two. "What chance do we stand? If we don't go and Chiu Ji survives, you know how vindictive he can be," another member said gravely. "Would have no future in the Divine Gun Guild." After a brief deliberation, they decided to follow Chiu Ji from a safe distance. If he and his team were defeated, they would immediately retreat. But if the mysterious duo showed any signs of weakness, they would seize the chance to overwhelm them in numbers. This plan was unanimously agreed upon, and the group began cautiously making their way toward the site of the beast battle. Most of the onlookers scattered, unwilling to risk getting caught up in the chaos, though a few thrill-seekers lingered at a safe distance to watch. At the heart of the conflict, Chiu Ji had just ended his call, his expression shifting between anger and unease. Suddenly, A blood-curdling roar echoed through the area. His eyes snapped to the battlefield, where one of the two massive, one-horned ox-like beasts lay lifeless in a pool of its own blood. The surviving beast was tearing into its fallen counterpart, consuming it in a gruesome display. Despite their enormous, mountain-like forms and herbivorous nature, this act of cannibalism was grotesque and unnatural. Even more alarming, the victorious beast's aura was surging rapidly, growing stronger by the second. It's happening, it's evolving into a boss. One of Chiu-Ji's subordinates exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement. The two beasts had been on the verge of breaking through to level 30, and now this survivor was about to complete its transformation. While the exact nature of its newfound power remained uncertain, whether it would awaken as an elite, a king-class beast, or something else entirely, those present were confident they could handle it, regardless of the outcome. Though Chiu-Ji's face betrayed a flicker of excitement, his mind remained preoccupied with Wang Xian's death. He said nothing about it, instead focusing on the task at hand. His sole hope was to eliminate the Sunto boss before the mysterious duo arrived. But the speed of Shen Lang and Medusa was anything but ordinary. By the time Chiu-Ji and his team had begun to act, the pair had already arrived. Shun Lang's gaze fell on the surviving beast, which was still in the midst of its gruesome feast, and he chuckled softly. Looks like we got here just in time. His casual remark instantly drew Chiu-Ji's attention. The guild leader's head snapped up, and his expression darkened as he spotted the pair. A man and a woman. There was no doubt these were the ones who had killed Wang Xian. Around him, the other members of the Divine Gun Guild also noticed the newcomers, their eyes narrowing in hostility. Who are they? How did they get in here? Isn't someone supposed to be guarding the perimeter? What were Wang Xian and the others even doing? Chiu-Ji's face grew even grimmer. He hadn't expected the two to arrive so quickly. The situation had just become far more dangerous. The ferocious beast was nearing the completion of its evolution, though it still required a bit more time for its final transformation. At that moment, a member of the Divine Gun Guild made a throat-slitting gesture with his hand and whispered to Chiu-Ji, "Brother Chiu." His intent was unmistakable. Should they seize this opportunity to eliminate Shen Lang and his companion? Chiu-Ji knew that this pair had already slain Wang Xian, meaning their strength must surpass that of three-star professionals. Although their side had no shortage of three-star fighters, he hesitated briefly. In the end, he gave the order decisively, "Kill." As soon as the command was issued, the Divine Gun Guild members, excluding Chiu-Ji, armed themselves fully and charged at Shen Lang and Medusa. Meanwhile, Chiu-Ji quietly approached the beast that was on the verge of completing its evolution. His intentions were crystal clear: let his subordinates hold off the pair of powerful opponents while he seized the opportunity to claim the rare beast for himself. But plans often crumble before reality's harshness. Chiu-Ji had barely taken a few steps when a cold, disdainful voice echoed through the air. "A bunch of ignorant ants." Before the words had fully faded, the surrounding fire elements surged violently, as if the very void had been set ablaze. Blood-curdling screams erupted one after another. Chiu-Ji spun around in shock, only to see his comrades writhing in agony, their bodies engulfed in flames as they rolled on the ground in a desperate struggle. As he stood there in stunned disbelief, a searing pain erupted within his own body. Looking down, he saw countless tiny flames emerging from freshly torn wounds on his skin, quickly consuming him entirely. In moments, Chiu-Ji was reduced to the same fate as his comrades, his own anguished screams blending into the cacophony. This was the power of the level 30 Medusa Queen's skill, heart-devouring flames. In the blink of an eye, Chiu-Ji and over a dozen other professionals had been reduced to nothing but ashes. A few 3-star items, a pile of 2 stars, and Medusa wiped them all out in one move without the slightest hesitation. With a clatter, a heap of equipment dropped onto the ground, their multicolored glows flickering. Shun Lang glanced over them, about 500 pieces in total, but there wasn't a single red item among them. He couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. After dealing with Chiu-Ji's group, Shun Lang took a few steps forward and looked up at the bull-shaped fierce beast undergoing evolution. At this moment, its body was enveloped in a radiant glow, clearly at a critical stage. Suddenly, a thunderous moo echoed through the surroundings. The bull-shaped beast's body swelled dramatically. The once straight horns on its head curved and were etched with golden patterns. Its aura surged, but compared to the iron-armored serpent in the 8th Forbidden Zone, it still seemed insignificant. Disappointment was written all over Shun Lang's face. He knew all too well that the stronger the boss, the better the loot. While his primary goal was the beast crystal, who would ever complain about more treasures? Still, thinking it over, this area was somewhat comparable to the Ghost Shadow for a slightly stronger, but not yet a level 30 beast zone. It made sense that the boss here would be weaker than those in the 8th Forbidden Zone. Out of habit, Shun Lang activated his scouting skill and bloodline insight talent. Powerful one-horn bull. Elite tier. Level 27 inch. Shun Lang skipped past the attributes and directly checked the bloodline insight results. Bloodline cap, 5-star elite tier. Level cap, 150-inch. The star rating wasn't bad, but it was still just an elite tier creature, and it had already reached its bloodline cap. Even if upgraded to 5 stars, it would still remain in the elite tier. Shun Lang lost all interest and didn't bother looking at the other details. Sasha, take it down, Shun Lang commanded casually. Yes, master. Medusa responded promptly, her figure gliding like a phantom toward the powerful one-horned bull. Sensing the approach of a formidable enemy, the bull instantly went berserk. Its hooves pounded furiously as it tried to escape, but a streak of fire descended from above. Splat! A fireball landed squarely on the bull's head. In the blink of an eye, its head was gone, and flames consumed its entire body. A gust of wind scattered the remains, leaving behind only ashes. Since Shun Lang hadn't advanced his star level yet, he didn't gain any experience points. Nonetheless, a few glowing orbs of various colors appeared on the ground. Shun Lang didn't bother listening to the loot notifications. He simply activated auto pickup to collect them into his inventory without even checking. The rewards this time were truly disappointing. A boss only dropped 4 pieces of blue rare quality equipment, not a single red item. By far the worst loot Shun Lang had ever received from slaying a boss. While it was true that bosses didn't always drop high-tier gear, this level of luck was abysmal. Fortunately, the most critical item was still there, the beast crystal that wild bosses always dropped. Wood element beast crystal. Star level, 1. Description. Formed by the gathering of wood elemental energy, it can be used for crafting, formations, alchemy, and more. It turned out that the powerful one-horned bull was wood elemental. Not that it mattered. The Startup mission only required 3 beast crystals, with no restrictions on their attributes. Just as Shun Lang was about to start his star advancement, he sensed other players approaching. To avoid trouble, he exchanged a glance with Medusa, and the two quickly left the area to find a safer spot for the process. Soon after, members of the Divine Spear Guild arrived. When they reached the scene of the beast battle, they found no signs of life anywhere. Where's Brother Chio and the others? Where did everyone go? And what about the 2 beasts? They should have already evolved into bosses by now. The group exchanged uneasy looks, their faces growing pale. They noticed the ashes scattered on the ground by the wind and couldn't help but recall similar ashes at the spot where they had blocked the road earlier. The conclusion was obvious: Chioji and his team had likely met a grim fate. The later arriving players were initially confused, then quickly came to a realization. Clearly, a battle beyond their imagination had taken place here. From the expressions on the faces of the members of the Divine Gun Guild, it wasn't hard to guess that something major had happened to their guild. Their boss had been taken, and their people had been killed. Although Donghai City was small, the Divine Gun Guild's reputation was anything but. It wouldn't be long before this shocking news spread through every corner of the city. On the streets, passers-by gathered in small groups, discussing the incident as they hurried along. Let's go, quickly. I wonder which big shot was bold enough to act so decisively. They just took out members of the Divine Gun Guild like it was nothing. Come on, think about it. Someone who can silently take down a 3-star professional isn't going to be intimidated by the Divine Gun Guild. Exactly. If it were me, I'd do the same. Those guys act all high and mighty just because they've got the guild backing them up. And don't even get me started on the Donghai Guild. They're just as arrogant. Hopefully, this big shot will deal with them next. As the voices of the discussions faded into the distance, these professionals remained unaware that the Donghai Guild had already crossed paths with Shun Lang and had suffered his wrath earlier. While their losses weren't as severe as the Divine Gun Guilds, they had still been thoroughly dealt with. By now, Shun Lang had walked far away. He pulled up the Star Promotion task interface, and a system notification flashed before him. You now possess 3 beast crystals and have completed the Star Promotion task. Would you like to proceed with the Star Promotion now? Isn't that a given? Of course, I'll promote now. Shun Lang thought to himself, silently confirming the promotion. In an instant, a radiant glow burst forth from within him, circling his body before gradually fading. The system notification sounded again. Congratulations! You have successfully advanced to a 2-star Beastmaster. This promotion has significantly boosted your attributes. All stats 20. Shun Lang took a sharp breath. No wonder star promotions had specific requirements. A 20 increase in all attributes made the gap between 2-star and 1-star professionals substantial. He quickly glanced at his information panel. As a 2-star Beastmaster, all his core stats had surpassed 100. His spirit stat, especially with the boost from his equipment, was nearing 700. His physique was approaching 250. The weakest stat was strength, but even that had barely crossed 100 with the help of his gear. However, this wasn't much of a concern after all. As a Beastmaster, raw attack power wasn't his main focus. After a quick review of his stats, Shun Lang immediately took out the Beast Blood Boil skill book and learned it without hesitation. Next, he began equipping himself with the gear that had previously been restricted by his lower level. Shun Lang examined each piece of new equipment carefully, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. This upgrade not only enhanced his attributes, but also marked a significant leap in his overall strength. Including the gear for Medusa and Shadow, they were fully equipped with everything available. Shun Lang didn't change much himself, only putting the wolf soul pendant around his neck. Before long, the trio of master and companions had finished sorting out their equipment, resulting in slight improvements all around. Shen Lang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Now that I've reached 2-star, I can use the second profession transition card. He eagerly retrieved the card given to him by Chu Jianhua from his backpack, lightly tapping it with his finger to activate it. The system notification sounded immediately. Second profession transition card activated. Please complete the transition quest. Slay a 5-star divine beast boss 1. The moment Shen Lang saw the quest, his expression froze, as if a giant question mark had appeared above his head. He couldn't help but complain. It's just a transition quest, and they want me to kill a divine beast? A 5-star one. No less. And on top of that, it's not even a regular 5-star divine beast, it has to be a boss. Shen Lang sighed in frustration. No wonder having a second profession is so rare. With this level of difficulty, even with the transition card, the chances of completing the quest are slim. For anyone below 5-star, it's out of the question. Even for 7 or 8-star professionals, taking down a 5-star divine beast boss is no easy task. He glanced at Medusa and Shadow, both of whom stood quietly by his side, their powerful auras faintly perceptible. A thought crossed Shen Lang's mind. With these two divine beasts, maybe I do stand a chance. However, Shen Lang quickly realized another problem. But how strong is a 5-star divine beast boss? I have no idea. Medusa and Shadow may be 10-star divine beasts, but their current levels are too low to be a reliable reference. I'll only know when I encounter one. A bigger question loomed in Shen Lang's mind. Where am I supposed to find a 5-star divine beast boss? Although Shen Lang had officially stepped into the professional circle by advancing to 2-star, leaving behind the beginner phase, his knowledge was still limited. Apart from the basics of the profession world, he was essentially a rookie, and that was largely thanks to Medusa and Shadow. Forget a 5-star divine beast BOS 7, a 1-star divine beast is considered a high-level monster for professionals. The appearance of any divine beast would cause a huge stir. Shen Lang muttered to himself. In other words, I have no idea where to find a 5-star divine beast boss right now. Without a 5-star divine beast boss, he couldn't complete the transition quest, meaning the second profession would remain out of reach. Shen Lang felt a small sense of relief. At least the transition card doesn't have a time limit. I can complete the quest whenever I find the boss. If it had an expiration date, I'd be in big trouble if I couldn't locate one in time. A 5-star divine beast boss, where on earth do I even start looking? Shen Lang scratched his head in frustration. If I can't find one, I'll just have to put this quest on hold and gather more information first. Just as Shen Lang was about to say, let's head back to the city and rest for now, a thought suddenly struck him. His eyes lit up. I may not know where to find a 5-star divine beast, but I know someone who definitely does. This is where connections come in handy. Fortunately for Shen Lang, he happened to know someone at the very top of the hierarchy in the Great Xia Kingdom. That person was none other than Chu Jianhua. As a 10-star invincible war god, someone who can go head-to-head with 10-star divine beasts, he's probably encountered plenty of divine beasts. A mere 5-star divine beast would be such a trivial matter to him that he probably wouldn't even bother to lift a finger. With this in mind, Shun Lang immediately opened the professional friend system and sent Chu Jianhua a message about the 5-star divine beast. At that moment, Chu Jianhua was at an old noodle shop in the Forbidden City, enjoying a bowl of rice noodles. Recently, Chu Jianhua had been staying in the city with no major tasks on hand, occasionally visiting the war god camp. During his free time, he'd wander around the city, stopping for a bowl of rice noodles whenever he got hungry. Eating rice noodles was one of Chu Jianhua's favorite pastimes, a habit no one could change. If anyone tried, they'd be met with his wrath. Slurping loudly, Chu Jianhua seemed to enjoy the atmosphere, blending in with the other diners, none of whom realized they were sharing a restaurant with the Great Xia Kingdom's Dragonblood war god. Just as Chu Jianhua finished his bowl and drank most of the broth, his professional friend's system notification chimed. Can't even eat in peace. Who is it now? Chu Jianhua grumbled, slamming his bowl on the table before reluctantly opening the message. Shun Lang? This kid really thinks I'm his personal assistant. Chu Jianhua was about to close the chat and order another bowl, extra spicy with plenty of cilantro, when something in the message caught his eye. Chu Jianhua blinked, then immediately reopened the chat, his expression twitching slightly as he read. War God, I've reached 2-star and activated the second profession transition card. The quest is really tough. It requires me to kill a 5-star divine beast boss to complete the transition. War God, surely you must know where to find a 5-star divine beast boss, right? Chu Jianhua stared blankly at the message from Shen Lang, his gaze frozen, unable to look away. His mind seemed to short-circuit as he repeatedly mulled over this absurd advancement quest defeating a 5-star divine beast boss. As a seasoned warrior who had weathered countless battles, Chu Zhenhua was well aware that advancing to a second profession was always a daunting challenge. However, the difficulty level of such tasks was typically calibrated based on the skill level and current profession of the individual, ensuring the task's feasibility. The more challenging the quest, the greater the potential of the second profession, a simple yet brutal correlation. But to slay a 5-star divine beast boss? That was beyond anything Chu Zhenhua could have imagined. He recalled the time he activated his second profession advancement card at the 3-star level. The task had only required him to hunt down an ordinary 3-star divine beast. Yet Shun Lang's mission demanded nothing less than the defeat of a 5-star divine beast boss. Chu Zhenhua muttered to himself, struggling to find the right words to describe Shun Lang. Soon, his curiosity was piqued. If Shun Lang truly managed to accomplish this seemingly impossible task, what kind of extraordinary second profession would he unlock? Suddenly, a thought crossed Chu Zhenhua's mind. Did Shun Lang really have what it took to complete this mission? He quickly recalled Shun Lang's Medusa Queen, a beast with the bloodline of a 10-star divine beast. When they first met, that beast could instantly annihilate a near-4-star professional. Now that Shun Lang had reached level 30 of the 2-star rank, the Medusa Queen's bloodline must have awakened to an even higher degree. Chu Zhenhua had to admit Shun Lang might actually stand a chance of taking down a 5-star divine beast boss. Yet, faced with Shun Lang's question, Chu Zhenhua found himself at a loss. As the Dragon Blood War god, he was intimately familiar with the locations of 10-star divine beasts, but 5-star ones? Even if it were a boss, he had never paid them any attention. At this moment, the mighty war god was left struggling to answer what seemed like a simple question. For Chu Zhenhua, dealing with 5-star divine beasts was a thing of the past. Nowadays, anything below a 10-star opponent failed to pique his interest. However, when faced with Shun Lang's request, Chu Zhenhua decided to oblige. After all, he was also intrigued by the second profession Shun Lang was about to awaken. Chu Zhenhua quickly sent Shun Lang a message and then dialed Minister Wang from the professional division. Around the globe, all major nations kept a close eye on the movements of 10-star divine beasts, as their invasion of any city could result in catastrophic consequences. To ensure timely intervention and containment, their every action was closely monitored. Similarly, powerful beasts and divine beasts of slightly lower ranks were also subject to surveillance. Naturally, the Grand Xia Kingdom was no exception, but Chu Zhenhua wasn't entirely sure if 5-star divine beasts fell within their monitoring scope. Can't hurt to ask, Chu Zhenhua thought. If not, I'll just have to check with my comrades in the War God Battalion. Minister Wang was the newly appointed head of the professional division by the old ruler. Ordinary people rarely had direct access to him. Even city lords like Yi Yunchang needed their secretaries to connect them. But Chu Zhenhua was clearly an exception, as his call was answered promptly. Zhenhua, what's up? Minister Wang asked. Why call me? You could have just come over. Wiping his mouth with a tissue, Chu Zhenhua got straight to the point. Old Wang, I need a favor. Do you know where I can find a 5-star divine beast? Wait, no, a 5-star divine beast boss. A 5-star divine beast boss? Minister Wang asked, surprised. What do you need something like that for? Don't worry about why, Chu Zhenhua replied impatiently. Just tell me if you know. If you do, give me the exact coordinates. Well, 5-star divine beasts aren't really within our monitoring scope. Minister Wang paused to think. Actually, regular 5-star divine beast bosses aren't under surveillance either. So you're saying there are irregular cases? Chu Zhenhua pressed further. Minister Wang replied, yes, there is one. Not long ago, a 5-star divine beast in a secret realm advanced to become a 5-star divine beast boss. Just tell me already. Where is it? Chu Zhenhua urged. Minister Wang chuckled. You know the place Fallen Abyss. Hearing the name Fallen Abyss, Chu Zhenhua froze for a moment and frowned. Oh, that place you mean those two? Before Minister Wang could reply, Chu Zhenhua hung up and fell into deep thought. From their conversation, it was evident that the Fallen Abyss was no ordinary secret realm. It was extremely dangerous. In fact, its danger level was not just high, but downright terrifying. The reason was simple. The Fallen Abyss was home to a 10-star divine beast. Wherever a 10-star divine beast appeared, it would inevitably attract the highest level of attention. I can't tell if that kid is lucky or unlucky, Chu Zhenhua muttered to himself, his gaze flickering as though weighing his options. By unlucky, Chu Zhenhua referred to the fact that the 5-star divine beast boss resided in the Fallen Abyss. However, this alone wouldn't have warranted such a comment from him. The real issue was that this 5-star divine beast boss was the offspring of the 10-star divine beast. Years ago, the Fallen Abyss was even more dangerous than it is now. Even 10-star professionals dared not tread there lightly, and Chu Zhenhua, a supreme powerhouse, was no exception. The reason was that the Fallen Abyss once housed not one but two 10-star divine beasts of the same species, a mated pair. For unknown reasons, the female divine beast perished, but not before leaving behind a single offspring. The offspring of two 10-star divine beasts naturally possessed extraordinary bloodlines, destined to become a 10-star divine beast once fully grown. Coincidentally, this offspring had now reached 5 stars and, as Minister Wang mentioned, had recently ascended to boss status, becoming a 5-star divine beast boss. It was clear that if this divine beast offspring were allowed to continue growing, the Fallen Abyss would once again become home to two 10-star divine beasts, turning it into a forbidden zone even for 10-star professionals. This was why the two divine beasts of the Fallen Abyss had long been targeted for elimination by the War God Battalion. Either the offspring or the remaining adult divine beast had to be killed. In short, the Fallen Abyss could accommodate one 10-star divine beast, but never two. This was also why Zhu Jinhua called Shen Lang lucky. If Shen Lang were to venture into the Fallen Abyss alone, there was no chance he'd succeed, likely lose his life. No matter how strong Shen Lang was, he stood no chance against a 10-star divine beast. Even if his own beast companion possessed a 10-star bloodline, that was still incomparable to a fully mature 10-star divine beast. Thus, Shun Lang was left with two options: seek out a 5-star divine beast boss elsewhere, or temporarily abandon his second profession awakening, waiting indefinitely for another 5-star divine beast boss to appear. After pondering for a while, Zhu Jinhua sighed. Guess this kid's getting lucky after all. With that, Zhu Jinhua picked up his communicator again. Once the call connected, he said succinctly, "Get 2 people ready. We're heading to the Fallen Abyss." Without any further explanation, Zhu Jinhua ended the call. He then sent Shen Lang a message via the professional friend system. After settling the bill, he left the restaurant, found a secluded spot, and disappeared in a flash, leaving the Forbidden City behind. Meanwhile, in Donghai City, Shun Lang was waiting in the outskirts for Zhu Jinhua's response. Since there had been no news yet, he decided to visit Yihongyu to purchase a 2-star skill book for Beastmasters. Although he could wait for one to drop from monsters, who knew how long that would take? And since money was no longer an issue, buying it outright was the obvious choice. A 2-star Beastmaster could acquire 4 additional skills. Since Shen Lang had already learned Beast Blood Boil, he could still learn 3 more. Moreover, the variety of 2-star skills was no longer limited to just 3 options, offering more choices. With Yihangyu's recommendations, Shun Lang decisively purchased 3 skill books that suited him best: Holy Tactics, which enhanced his beast's magical attack damage; Holy Shield, which raised their defense; and Stealth Technique, a skill Shen Lang himself could use as a Beastmaster. The effects of Holy Battle Tactics and Beast Blood Boil are entirely different. Beast Blood Boil enhances overall damage output, while Holy Battle Tactics focuses specifically on amplifying magical damage. This makes it a perfect match for the magical attributes of Medusa and Shadow, empowering them significantly. Additionally, the defensive boost from Holy Shield adds further strength to Shen Lang's 2 beasts, even benefiting the defense-oriented Shadow considerably. Stealth Tactics, on the other hand, is an advanced version of invisibility. Unlike invisibility, which automatically ends when the user moves or uses a skill, Stealth Tactics allows the user to move freely and cast spells while remaining unseen. It is one of the few life-saving techniques available to Beast Tamers. After mastering these 3 skills, Shun Lang couldn't help but feel grateful for meeting Yihongyu. Not only could he exchange surplus equipment for points, but he could also directly purchase the gear he needed, utterly convenient. At that moment, a notification sound from the professional friends system caught his attention. Shen Lang eagerly opened the chat window and saw a reply from Longshu Zhanshan, Chu Jinhua. "You shouldn't be short on money now. Find a teleportation array and head straight to Linhai City. Once there, go directly to the Fallen Abyss. If I haven't arrived yet, wait for me there." Shen Lang blinked in confusion. He had asked about the whereabouts of a 5-star Divine Beast boss, yet Chu Jinhua directed him to the Fallen Abyss in Linhai City. Could it be that the 5-star Divine Beast boss was located there? Thinking about this, Shen Lang couldn't help but smile. As expected of Longshu Zhanshan, reliable as always. However, Chu Jinhua's message also seemed to imply that he would be coming as well. Was he worried that Shen Lang wouldn't be able to handle it alone? A hint of warmth flickered in Shun Lang's heart. He hadn't expected Chu Jinhua to personally assist him for the sake of his secondary profession. "Looks like I owe him another favor," Shun Lang muttered with a self-deprecating smile. He turned to his beasts and gave orders. "Shadow, return to the shadows. Medusa, let's head back to the city and make our way to Linhai." Before long, Shun Lang returned to Donghai City. The city had 12 teleportation arrays that connected to over a dozen neighboring cities. Fortunately, there was a direct route to Linhai City, saving him the hassle of transferring. However, the cost of teleportation was steep: 200,000 gold for a one-way trip, with no discounts. With no other choice, Medusa reluctantly returned to the beast space. Moments later, Shun Lang stepped out of the teleportation array in Linhai City. Although it was his first time leaving Donghai City, he had no time for sightseeing, worried about being late and appearing impolite. He quickly located the map of the wilderness outside the city and headed straight for the Fallen Abyss. On the way, Shun Lang noticed that the map marked the Fallen Abyss with 10 skull icons, far surpassing the single skull icon of Donghai City's 8th Forbidden Zone. This indicated that the Fallen Abyss was a 10-star danger zone, likely home to a 10-star divine beast or an equally perilous threat. Shen Lang immediately understood why Chu Jinhua planned to come in person. This level of danger was far beyond his current capabilities. With questions swirling in his mind, Shun Lang reached the entrance to the Fallen Abyss around 5 p.m. To his surprise, the entrance to such a dangerous zone was completely unguarded. Just as he was pondering this, Medusa suddenly stepped forward, her voice sharp with alarm. "Master, be careful." Even Shadow, hidden within his own shadow, was forced out by an invisible pressure. It scanned the surroundings warily, ready to strike at any moment. Shun Lang shuddered as a bone-chilling cold suddenly swept over him, as if it sought to penetrate every pore of his body and freeze both his flesh and soul completely. In the sweltering heat of summer, tiny snowflakes began to drift through the air, a bizarre and unsettling phenomenon. Just then, a familiar female voice broke the eerie silence. "All right, Yao Rao, that's enough." Another voice, playful and teasing, responded, "Tisk, I was just messing around." As soon as the words were spoken, the piercing cold vanished instantly, and the snowflakes in the air disappeared as if they had never existed. Moments later, 3 figures descended from the sky, landing steadily in front of Shen Lang. Leading the group was none other than Chu Jinhua, the Dragonblood war god. To his left stood a burly man with a broad frame, and to his right, a woman clad in dark gold combat attire. Chu Jinhua, renowned as the strongest of the new generation in the Great Xia Kingdom, needed no introduction. However, the man and woman accompanying him were clearly no ordinary individuals. They were both 10-star super powerhouses. Before Shun Lang could speak, the female warrior began to study him with keen interest. With a playful smile, she remarked, "Not bad. No wonder our commander personally stepped in for you. You've already contracted another spirit beast. Impressive." At this moment, though Shadow had emerged from the darkness, she remained in a disguised state. The female warrior didn't perceive her true form, partly due to the pride of strong individuals, and partly because Shen Lang had earned Chu Jinhua's favor, prompting her to refrain from probing recklessly. Hearing her comment, Shun Lang instinctively turned to Chu Jinhua, who introduced her with a slight smile. "This is Yao Rao, a 10-star powerhouse and my second-in-command. By the way, her sister is also a Beast Tamer. If you've ever watched those treasure chest opening live streams, you might have seen her." Shun Lang was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. He hadn't expected that the impostor had encountered before was actually the sister of a 10-star war god. He couldn't help but wonder how a young woman could behave so unrestrained. Despite his inner questions, he politely greeted her. "Shun Lang greets Sister Yao Rao." Yao Rao's eyes sparkled mischievously at his words. Tossing a flirtatious glance his way, she teased, "Oh my, aren't you sweet-talking? I like it." Shen Lang responded to Chu Jinhua's words with a harmless smile. Chu Jinhua then introduced the burly man beside him. "Quang Lei, my deputy." Shen Lang greeted politely. "Nice to meet you, Brother Quang Lei." Quang Lei grinned and nodded. "Not bad, kid. No wonder the captain thinks so highly of you." Chu Jinhua's gaze shifted to the shadowy figure nearby and asked, "Is that your second tamed beast?"
Yes.
Shen Lang admitted without hesitation, knowing there was no way to conceal it under the current circumstances. Chu Jinhua then turned to Medusa and said, "I initially thought it would be tough for you two to deal with that 5-star divine beast boss. Now that you've got a second tamed beast, your chances are much better." "We should be able to give it a shot," Shen Lang replied cautiously. Chu Jinhua sneered, "The 3 of us, all 10-star professionals, are here to back you up, and you're just saying, give it a shot?" Shen Lang quickly corrected himself. "I will definitely take down that 5-star divine beast boss." Then, testing the waters, he asked, "Warlord, this is a 10-star restricted zone, right? Doesn't that mean there are 10-star divine beasts here?" "That's right," Yao Rao interjected with a charming smile. "Your job transfer mission target, that 5-star divine beast boss, is actually the offspring of a 10-star divine beast in this fallen abyss. You owe us a big favor this time, kid. Don't forget us when you make it big." Hearing this, Shun Lang couldn't help but twitch his face. A 5-star divine beast boss was already hard to find, and it turned out to be in a place like Tisan, offspring of a 10-star divine beast. He immediately understood why Chu Jinhua brought 2 other 10-star warlords along. They were here to escort him. 3 10-star warlords, including Chu Jinhua, the indomitable warlord himself. As Yao Rao mentioned, this favor was no small matter. This was the goodwill of 3 10-star warlords. Chu Jinhua interrupted Shen Lang's thoughts, saying, "All right, enough chit-chat. Let's go over the plan. Quang Lei, you and I will engage the 10-star fallen angel immediately. Yao Rao, you'll take the opportunity to drive its offspring toward Shen Lang. Shen Lang, you'll wait on the outskirts of the secret realm. Once that 5-star fallen angel gets close, Take it down immediately. Understood. Yao Rao and Kuang Lei straightened up and responded firmly. Seeing Chu Jinhua's gaze shift to him, Shun Lang quickly followed suit. Understood. Move out. Chu Jinhua commanded, leading the group into the fallen abyss secret realm. The secret realm was dim and shrouded in a mist-like haze, severely limiting visibility. After traveling about 5 kilometers, Shun Lang began sensing the presence of ferocious beasts. Although their levels weren't high, a faint, intimidating pressure could be felt in the distance. Chu Jinhua halted and said to Shun Lang, "Stay here and don't wander off." Understood. Shun Lang replied reflexively. Without another word, Chu Jinhua turned to Yao Rao and Kuang Lei. "Stick to the plan." The two nodded, and the three of them disappeared into the horizon like streaks of light. Shun Lang chuckled wryly to himself. A 2-star like me venturing into a 10-star secret realm? Huh, great. Still, he obediently stayed put and refrained from moving around. Medusa and Shadow, with their formidable strength, were even more attuned to the lurking dangers. They could sense the presence of beings stronger than themselves. After all, this was a 10-star secret realm, home not only to 10-star divine beasts but also to other high-level ferocious creatures, far beyond what Medusa and Shadow could currently handle. Noticing their heightened vigilance, Shun Lang reassured them. "Sasha, Xiaoying, don't worry too much. This is just the outskirts of the secret realm. There shouldn't be any overly powerful beasts here. And even if something shows up, we can handle it." "Understood, Master," the two replied in unison, though they maintained their watchful stance. Suddenly, Medusa said, "A large group of ferocious beasts is approaching from the direction they went earlier." Shun Lang also sensed it and frowned as he looked toward the source of the surging fallen energy. A hint of helplessness crossed his face. They had told him to stay put, and now they were giving him trouble. With the strength of Chu Jinhua's group, it was impossible for them to accidentally disturb the beasts along the way. Clearly, this was intentional. Realizing this, Shun Lang said, "Sasha, Xiaoying, get ready to farm some experience. This is a 10-star secret realm, and the beasts here aren't low level. Even on the outskirts, they're probably at least 2 or 3-star. Taking down higher level beasts will give us a ton of experience." Shun Lang quickly adjusted his experience allocation to enhance general skills instead of leveling up. The reason was simple. He was about to unlock his second profession. Once unlocked, each level up would grant double the attribute points. Leveling up now would mean losing out on these rewards, which was clearly not worth it. Besides, with Chu Jinhua and the others helping, the chances of unlocking his second profession were at least 90. So, it made the most sense to invest the experience in improving general skills. As he finished setting things up, the group of ferocious beasts came into view. Countless glowing green eyes flickered in the darkness. It was a horde of fallen demons, surging forward like a black tide. Shun Lang immediately activated all his available support skills, enhancing both Medusa and Shadow. It wasn't because he doubted their abilities, but rather to feel more involved in the action. Medusa, as the primary attacker, was the first to charge in. Alternating between basic attacks and skills, she incinerated large swathes of fallen demons in an instant. The few stragglers that managed to slip through from other angles were intercepted by Shadow's black mist. Black arrows rained down, ensuring no fallen demon got within 10 feet of Shun Lang. And so, Shun Lang found himself idle once again. From time to time, he used his Bloodline Insight ability to casually inspect the fallen demon's bloodlines. Though the chances of finding something valuable were slim, who could say for sure? As the slaughter commenced, waves of experience points surged in like a tide. Even though the experience required for Shun Lang and his team's universal skills had reached astronomical levels, the progress bar continued to inch forward, slow but steady. The demonic horde came in waves, each more formidable than the last. At first, they faced 2-star and 3-star demons, followed by 3-star and 4-star ones. Yet, for Shun Lang and his companions, these posed no real threat. Medusa rampaged through the battlefield ahead, mowing down the demons like they were mere ants beneath her feet. Shadow lurked in the darkness, occasionally unleashing cold, precise arrows to contribute to the carnage. Soon, mountains of demon corpses piled up, releasing a stench so foul it was nauseating. Equipment dropped like rain, with items below red grade numbering in the thousands. Shun Lang casually tossed these items to Yi Hongyu. The poor girl had practically taken up residence in the treasure pavilion lately. Even when she ventured out, her inventory slots had been expanded to tens of thousands. After several harrowing experiences of being buried alive under heaps of equipment, Yi Hongyu had learned her lesson. The moment she received an email from Shun Lang, she would immediately activate the auto-pickup feature. Feeling somewhat bored, Shun Lang idly activated his Bloodline Insight ability, his gaze sweeping over the demon horde like a scanner. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he called out urgently, "Shadow, don't kill that one. Restrain it instead." Amid Medusa's relentless slaughter, a few demons had managed to slip through the cracks. Among them was a sneaky little demon trailing behind a group of larger ones, trying to blend into the crowd and escape. This little creature was noticeably smaller than the others, with two short, stubby horns on its head. Its level was a mere 34. Yet, it was this unassuming demon that caught Shun Lang's attention. Shadow moved instantly at Shun Lang's command. A cloud of black mist enveloped the small demon, trapping it securely. The demon was dragged before Shun Lang, its purple eyes glowing faintly as arcs of electricity flickered between its horns. Despite its struggles, it couldn't break free from Shadow's shadowy prison. Shun Lang smiled faintly and said, "After killing so many demons, I've finally come across one with a decent bloodline." However, a hint of regret flickered across his brow. This demon's bloodline, while impressive, was not that of a 10-star divine beast. Purple-eyed Thunder Demon. Level, 34. Bloodline ceiling, King Beast level. 10-star Thunder Beast growth cap, level 300. Evolution success rate, below 6-star, 100. 7-star, 90. 8-star, 85. 9-star, 76. 10-star, 51. In the world of beast taming and among all ferocious beasts, this bloodline could be considered top tier. Although Shun Lang had already contracted 2 beasts with 10-star divine beast bloodlines, it was worth noting how rare such creatures were globally. This was a testament to both Shun Lang's luck and the protagonist's aura that seemed to follow him. Of course, possessing a 10-star divine beast bloodline and actually evolving into a 10-star divine beast were 2 entirely different matters. Just like human prodigies, most would falter or perish before reaching their full potential. Without Shun Lang's intervention, how could Medusa have shed her fiery python form to ascend as the Medusa Queen? The potential of this purple-eyed thunder demon was undeniably remarkable. A 100 success rate for evolution below 6-star meant that, barring any accidents, it was guaranteed to become a 6-star king beast. Even for 7-star to 9-star evolutions, the success rate exceeded 70. Its 10-star evolution success rate of 51 was extraordinary. With the careful cultivation of a skilled beast tamer and sufficient resources, it was only a matter of time before this demon evolved into a 10-star king beast. However, for Shun Lang, it was still just a 10-star king beast, not a 10-star divine beast. This left him in a dilemma. It felt neither appealing enough to keep nor insignificant enough to discard. If it were of slightly lower quality, say legendary level, Shadow would have eliminated it without a second thought. Suddenly, Shun Lang remembered his alluring younger sister, who happened to be a beast tamer. A sly smile played at the corners of his lips. A 10-star king beast like this could surely fetch a good price. Though Shun Lang himself had little interest in it, for other beast tamers, this would be an invaluable treasure. Shun Lang had previously considered making a fortune by selling high-quality bloodline beasts, but such opportunities relied heavily on luck. Finding beasts with exceptional bloodlines wasn't something one could do on a whim. As for elite or legendary grade beasts, Shun Lang couldn't be bothered to go out of his way for them. But now that he had stumbled upon such a rare find, why not make the most of it? Shun Lang gazed at the purple-eyed thunder demon before him, pondering for a moment. Unlike equipment that could be conveniently stored in a backpack, handling a ferocious beast required transporting it back to the city for sale, a rather cumbersome process. However, Yao Rao was currently in the abyss of despair, making it convenient to discuss matters face-to-face. He gestured for Shadow to set the purple-eyed thunder demon aside for now, deciding to focus on harvesting experience points first. As he kept an eye on Medusa decimating demons, Shun Lang silently contemplated the whereabouts of the 3 war gods. I wonder if they've encountered that 10-star divine beast yet. There's been no commotion so far, so they likely haven't engaged it. While activating his bloodline insight ability, he calculated his next moves. The abyss of despair was teeming with diverse creatures, ranging from flying beasts to monsters emerging from the depths. Aside from demon-type feral beasts, even undead creatures were interspersed among them. Suddenly, a pack of rotting canine beasts burst out from the shadows, their nauseating stench assaulting the senses. With bloodline insight, Shun Lang identified them as undead hellhounds, their levels ranging from 30 to 100, most hovering around the low 30s, with only a few reaching 3-star or higher. This stench, it's like the reek of a decayed rat, Shun Lang muttered with a frown. He quickly issued an order to Medusa. Sasha, redirect your attacks and prioritize, wiping out that pack of undead hellhounds. Without hesitation, Medusa raised her hand, summoning a fiery rain of fireballs. Explosions echoed through the air, and the undead hellhounds were reduced to ashes in a matter of moments. Just then, Shun Lang's expression shifted as he suddenly shouted, "Shadow, save that undead hellhound. The fireball's about to hit it." Without waiting, he bolted toward the fireball's impact zone. There, trembling and motionless, was a peculiar undead hellhound. Half of its skull, along with its left eye and ear, was missing, and yet it showed no intention of fleeing. Shadow reacted swiftly, conjuring a shield of black mist that materialized just in time to intercept the fireball. With a deafening boom, the fireball exploded, dissipating the mist shield, but the maimed undead hellhound remained unharmed. Shun Lang approached quickly, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he examined the cowering creature. Activating Bloodline Insight, he was astounded by the information revealed. The undead hellhound was currently level 30, with a bloodline potential reaching that of the 10-star divine beast, the three-headed hellhound, and a growth cap soaring to level 300. Even the putrid stench of decay that had initially been revolting now seemed like a sweet treasure in his eyes. Shen Lang was pleasantly surprised to discover not just a 10-star king beast, but also a 10-star divine beast. The Fallen Abyss truly lived up to its reputation. As a 10-star secret realm, it could nurture such powerful creatures. What was even more unexpected was the presence of a divine beast with undead bloodlines in this demon-type secret realm. Without hesitation, Shun Lang strode into the cage of black mist, carefully examining the undead hellhound. At the same time, he quietly instructed Shadow to clear out the remaining undead hellhounds blocked by the mist shield. Upon closer inspection, this undead hellhound was indeed unique. Although half of its head was missing, giving it a broken appearance, there was no sign of decay on its body. Instead, its fur was glossy and sleek. However, a closer look revealed multiple wounds on its abdomen, and its aura was extremely weak, as if it was on the brink of death. Not bad, not bad. Meeting me before you die is your good fortune, Shun Lang thought to himself with delight. Noticing the hellhound's weakening aura, he immediately activated a contract spell. A starlight array quickly lit up, enveloping the hellhound. As soon as the contract was complete, the once struggling hellhound instantly became docile, wagging its half-tail at Shun Lang. Shun Lang couldn't help but chuckle. A dog is a dog. Even an undead hellhound can't escape its nature. He gestured for Shadow to dispel the black mist cage. The hellhound cheerfully bolted out, running to Shun Lang's feet and rubbing against him, its half-tail wagging furiously. The sight was both amusing and endearing. Scanning his surroundings, Shun Lang saw that Medusa was still engaged in slaying demons, while Shadow had emerged from the shadows to clean up the remaining stragglers around Shun Lang. Taking advantage of the moment, Shun Lang replenished Medusa and Shadow with some support skills before turning his attention back to the undead hellhound, which was now gnawing on his pant leg. "Buddy, you're about to hit the jackpot," Shun Lang said with a grin, then decisively activated the bloodline regression ability on the undead hellhound. A system notification rang out. Divine level ability bloodline regression triggered. Do you wish to activate the undead hellhound's divine beast bloodline, regressing it into a Cerberus? Shen Lang approved the choice without hesitation. In an instant, radiant light enveloped the undead hellhound. Under the glow, the hellhound's body rapidly grew until it reached the size of an adult bull. At the same time, its injuries, including the missing half of its head and tail, were fully healed during the bloodline activation. As the light faded, a massive black dog with sleek, shiny fur stood before Shen Lang. He looked at it with curiosity, his mind full of questions. Where's the promised three-headed Cerberus? Why is there only one head? Sensing Shen Lang's confusion, the black dog shook its head. In a flash, two identical heads sprouted from its neck, and its undead aura surged more than threefold. Shen Lang blinked and asked, "So, you can switch between two forms?" "Yes, master," the black dog replied, its voice surprisingly that of a young boy. Then, the two newly sprouted heads retracted back into its body. Shen Lang let out a sigh of relief. Medusa and Shadow were both humanoid in appearance, while this Cerberus was purely beast-like. If it had turned out to be female and ended up competing with the other two for attention or worse, trying to climb into his bed, the thought alone sent a shiver down his spine. The fact that the Cerberus could switch between two forms was a welcome ability. It could maintain its black dog appearance most of the time, making it impossible for ordinary people to discern that it was a divine beast. Shen Lang then began examining the Cerberus attribute panel and various stats. Like Medusa and Shadow, the Cerberus possessed two SS level talents. SSS level talent, Undead Majesty. Undead type attack power 400. Enemies hit have a chance to trigger a corrosion effect. SSS level talent, Bloodthirsty Nature. After killing an enemy, life force recovery 500. The first talent was relatively standard, comparable to similar talents possessed by Shadow and Medusa. However, the second talent was truly extraordinary. As long as the three-headed hellhound kills an enemy, its health regenerates at an astonishing 5 times the normal speed. This means that as long as its killing speed is fast enough, even if it gets injured, the rate of health consumption can't keep up with its recovery. Shen Lang thought to himself, this is practically the perfect tank killer absorbing damage while taking down enemies. If this ability were in his hands, the recovery rate would be 25 times faster. Combined with the three-headed beast for farming enemies, unless it gets one shot, it would essentially have a locked health bar. With that thought, Shen Lang couldn't wait any longer and activated his God-ear talent extraction ability. The system's notification sounded immediately. Congratulations! You have extracted an SSS-tier talent Bloodthirsty Frenzy from your beast. Shun Lang was ecstatic. It was like his wish had come true. Without hesitation, he equipped the three-headed hellhound with beast-exclusive gear, using all the suitable items in his inventory. Although the equipment wasn't a perfect match, it was better than nothing. Overall, the three-headed hellhound's stats were comparable to Medusa and Shadow, each boasting a total power level of over 8,000. Medusa excelled in attack, Shadow had the strongest defense, while the hellhound was known for its incredible health pool. Gazing at the massive beast with its pitch-black fur, Shun Lang casually remarked, "With all that black fur, I'll call you Xiao Hei from now on. You'll be my mount from now on." "Understood, master." Xiao Hei responded obediently, immediately crouching down in submission. Shun Lang effortlessly leapt onto Xiao Hei's back, feeling the softness and stability of its fur. Just then, a powerful presence suddenly enveloped the entire fallen abyss secret realm. Medusa, Shadow, and the three-headed hellhound simultaneously turned their attention toward the source of the aura, their eyes filled with wariness. Shun Lang narrowed his eyes and gazed in the same direction, instantly understanding. The Dragon Blood War God and his team were finally making their move. At the core of the abyss of corruption, above an endless, dark chasm, two figures hovered in the air, both in the form of fallen angels. One of them was larger and more imposing, with flowing dark purple hair, pointed ears, and 6 pairs of massive wings spread wide behind him. This was none other than the 12-winged fallen angel, a 10-star divine beast of the abyss of corruption. Behind him stood a smaller fallen angel with only 3 pairs of wings. Despite his smaller stature, he was a 5-star entity with a power level exceeding 150, further enhanced by a boss aura. Facing the 2 fallen angels stood 3 figures: Chu Genhua, the Dragon Blood War God, and his 2 deputies, Yao Rao and Quang Lei. The arrival of these 3 10-star professionals had awakened the 2 slumbering divine beasts. The 12-winged fallen angel, his voice hoarse and wary, fixed his gaze on the trio. "Humans, what is it you seek here?" Chu Genhua grinned, baring his teeth. "What a pointless question. We've come all this way off course, we're here to kill you." As his words echoed, his aura surged dramatically, and a dragon-shaped phantom rose from within him. You're Chu Genhua." The 12-winged fallen angel's expression shifted drastically. Clearly, he had heard of the Dragon Blood War God's fearsome reputation. "To be honest, I've been wanting to fight you for a long time. Let's settle this," Chu Genhua said coldly. This was no empty boast. Ever since his power had increased significantly, he had longed to face Anthony in battle. Anthony's greatest asset was his ability to summon this fallen angel. The 12-winged fallen angel, known as Anxifa, did not immediately engage. Instead, he spoke, "Dragon Blood War God. Ever since I arrived in the Great Xia Kingdom, I've stayed here in the abyss of corruption and have never slaughtered your people unprovoked. If my presence here displeases you, I can leave with my child." "You think you still have a chance to leave?" Chu Genhua said with a mocking smirk. Anxifa's voice deepened. "Chu Genhua, you are indeed strong, but among the 10-star ranks, we divine beasts reign supreme. Even if you manage to kill me, you won't escape unscathed." Quang Lei, unable to contain himself any longer, growled, "Why waste time talking? Let's just do this." Before the words had fully left his mouth, he charged at Anxifa, wielding a dark golden warhammer in one hand and a square shield in the other. "A 10-star divine beast? It'll smash you to pieces." Anxifa responded swiftly, summoning a shield of purple magic, composed of diamond-shaped patterns, while simultaneously launching chains from his hands, aiming to bind Quang Lei. "I told you, this isn't an unknown fight." Chu Genhua's voice echoed from above. At some point, he had appeared in the air above the fallen angel. A dragon's roar reverberated through the abyss, scattering the mist below like retreating tides. The chains dissolved into nothingness under the pressure of his power. The dragon's claws, like 5 broad swords, whistled through the air, descending fiercely upon the fallen angel, Anxifa. A cold and stern voice from Chu Genhua followed. "Are you really ready to go down this path of mutual destruction?" Anxifa's 12 wings flapped furiously, stirring up a violent storm. Viscous purple venom surged like a tidal wave, spreading in all directions. He let out a thunderous roar. "Your magic shield only defends against magical attacks, doesn't it? Too bad for you, I'm no mage." Before his words had fully landed, Quang Lei's warhammer was already hurtling toward Anxifa's magic shield. Initially, the hammer was enveloped in magical energy, but in an instant, that energy dissipated, replaced by razor-sharp metallic physical force. Quang Lei, a dual-element warrior proficient in both metal and earth, showcased his unparalleled offense and defense as a 10-star combatant. With a deafening crash, the war hammer nearly bypassed Anxifa's magic shield entirely, poised to strike him directly. Damn it! Cunning humans! Anxifa roared in fury. Even as a 10-star divine beast, he dared not take such a lethal blow heeded. Instinctively, he attempted to teleport away with his young offspring, but Chu Jinhua's greatsword tore through the void, sealing off his escape route. Caught in a dire predicament, Anxifa faced a harrowing choice. Meet Chu Jinhua's blade or endure Quanglei's hammer. Weighing the options, he resolutely turned to face Quanglei's attack. In a split second, amidst Quanglei's relentless onslaught, Anxifa carved out a narrow path of survival, sending his young son out of the battlefield. He knew he might withstand the blow himself, but his 5-star offspring would certainly perish. Observing this, Chu Jinhua's lips curled into a faint smirk. Yaorao, it's your turn. The name, spoken like a clap of thunder, jolted Anxifa to his core. In that moment, he realized with dread they weren't just 2, but 3 adversaries. Overcome with rage, he roared maniacally, Chu Jinhua, if you dare harm my son, and I manage to leave this place alive, I will raise at least 10 cities, 100 cities off your great Xia kingdom. I swear it. Not until death shall we rest. Chu Jinhua remained unfazed, his expression calm as he replied indifferently, oh? Then all the more reason to make sure you don't leave here alive. Anxifa was burning with anxiety, but powerless to save his son, who had been sent flying by the Warhammer's attack. Quanglei's Warhammer had already descended, forcing Anxifa to retract his wings and tightly wrap them around himself to withstand the ferocious attack of the 10-star war god. With a deafening crash, the Warhammer struck Anxifa's wings with immense force. The sound of metal colliding was accompanied by a violent energy wave that swept through the surroundings like a tornado. Anxifa was repeatedly pushed back by the impact, while Quanglei seized the momentum, abandoning his shield and swinging the Warhammer with both hands like a madman, relentlessly hammering at his opponent. Exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. Quanglei roared with laughter as he launched his furious assault. Captain, even you can't take this many hits from me, can you? Chu Jinhua smirked and said with a hint of exasperation, simple-minded brute, take a look at your feet. Huh, what? Quanglei glanced downward in confusion, only to freeze in place, his Warhammer suspended midair. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Anxifa transformed into a violet blur and dashed toward his son at lightning speed. By now, the 5-star divine beast cub had already been intercepted and driven away by Yaorao, vanishing into the abyss. Chu Jinhua promptly stepped in to block Anxifa's path. Out of my way! Anxifa bellowed, unleashing a massive wave of purple slime with a swipe of his hand. Chu Jinhua lazily swung his sword, effortlessly dissipating the slime into nothingness. Anxifa was forced to stop, his eyes blazing with hatred as he gritted his teeth. You're here for my son, aren't you? No, no, no. We're here for both of you. Chu Jinhua replied coldly, shaking his head. You die, and your son dies too. Quanglei, stop playing around and join me. Quanglei, having already broken free of Anxifa's restraint, flanked him from behind, wielding his shield and warhammer. Humans of Daxia, you will all die. Anxifa roared furiously, his eyes wide with rage. You will all pay with your lives for my son. He was painfully aware that his son, still lacking in strength, would lose his freedom if captured by humans, becoming a beast of servitude. For a divine beast, such humiliation was worse than death. Seeing Anxifa's frenzied state, both Chu Jinhua and Quanglei grew visibly serious. Though they'd been toying with Anxifa earlier, they never underestimated this 10-star divine beast. Now, in his madness, Anxifa unleashed astonishing power, fighting the 2 10-star war gods to a standstill. Meanwhile, Shun Lang and his companions found themselves free of any demonic beasts. The sheer intensity of the distant battle between war god-level entities was enough to obliterate any ordinary beast that dared approach. Seated atop Xiaohe, Shun Lang gazed into the depths of the secret realm, where violent energy surged like a storm. His eyes gleamed with determination. This was a battle of true titans, and he realized that even approaching such a conflict could mean instant death from the residual shockwaves. Medusa, Shadow, and Xiaohe also stared intently into the distance, silently vowing to grow stronger. Suddenly, an icy chill swept through the air, causing all 4 of them to shiver involuntarily. Here's the 5-star divine beast boss, delivered to you. A familiar voice rang out as a massive ice sculpture plummeted from the sky, landing heavily not far from Shen Lang and his group. The ice shattered on impact, revealing a dazed and bewildered fallen angel cub, just waking from its frozen state. Finish it quickly and complete your class advancement task. I'll go help out. Yaorao's voice lingered briefly before she disappeared, clearly rushing back to confront Anxifa. Shun Lang reacted swiftly, leaping off Xiaohe's back and casting a flurry of support skills on his 3 beasts. Attack, he commanded. Medusa, Shadow, and Xiaohe reverted to their true forms, unleashing their ultimate skills in unison as they pounced on the still-stunned fallen angel cub. With a thunderous explosion, waves of fire, darkness, and death energy engulfed Anxifa's son. From afar, Yao Rao, who had been on her way back to the battlefield, froze midair, startled by the sudden surge of terrifying energy. She turned her head and nearly lost her composure at the sight. A 10-star divine beast, the Medusa Queen. A 10-star divine beast, the Shadow Sovereign. A 10-star divine beast, the Hellhound. Yao Rao muttered in disbelief. How are there suddenly 3 10-star divine beasts in this abyss? It didn't take long for her sharp instincts to catch on to something unusual. Although the 3 beasts appeared to be in their complete forms, their aura and energy fluctuations didn't match their supposed level. On closer inspection, she saw the 3 10-star divine beasts working together to attack the 5-star boss cub she'd just left behind. And not far away, Shun Lang was busy casting support skills on the trio. Yao Rao stood there, stunned for a moment, before finally coming to her senses. Oh my, are you kidding me? These 3 10-star divine beasts are Shun Lang's contracted beasts. Yao Rao felt waves of shock surge through her heart, only for them to quickly transform into a sense of clarity. She finally understood why Shun Lang had managed to clear the Hell-level novice dungeon with an SSS rating, why the captain valued him so highly, and even brought them to the Fallen Abyss to assist in his class transition mission. 3 10-star divine beasts, just one of them alone would be enough to secure Shun Lang's place as a legendary figure in the global professional community, making him one of the super powerful elites of their nation. However, Yao Rao keenly noticed an anomaly in these 3 divine beasts. While they appeared to have the full forms of 10-star divine beasts, their actual strength was far from the level of true 10-star creatures, even slightly weaker than juvenile 10-star divine beasts. Still, this did not diminish their potential in the slightest. The fact that they had fully developed forms, even in their juvenile stage, proved that they carried the pure bloodline of 10-star divine beasts. With time and growth, they would inevitably mature into true 10-star divine beasts. By then, a Beast Tamer with 3 10-star divine beasts would be utterly unstoppable. Yao Rao couldn't help but think of the mission ahead. To deal with the 12-winged fallen angel Anxifa, they had deployed 3 war gods. Her heart brimmed with anticipation not only for the growth of these divine beasts, but also for Shun Lang's rise to power. His strength would further elevate the status of the Great Xia Nation in the global professional community. To Yao Rao, as a soldier and a war god, there was no greater cause for excitement than seeing her nation grow stronger. Taking a deep breath, Yao Rao didn't linger to examine the 3 divine beasts further. Instead, she continued flying forward. She understood her duty. After delivering Anxifa's juvenile offspring to Shun Lang, she had to return immediately to assist the captain and the others in their assault on Anxifa. While ostensibly helping Shun Lang complete his class transition mission, the true purpose of their expedition was to eliminate Anxifa. Slaying a 10-star divine beast was critical to the overall safety of the Great Xia Nation, leaving no room for error. In the blink of an eye, Yao Rao's figure disappeared into the horizon, heading deeper into the abyss. Meanwhile, not far away, Shun Lang was beaming with joy as a series of system notifications echoed in his mind. Although Anxifa's juvenile offspring was a 5-star divine beast boss, it had barely recovered from being frozen by Yao Rao when it was besieged by the 3 10-star divine beasts. Despite its formidable strength enough to potentially defeat Medusa or the other divine beasts in an unknown fight, it stood no chance against the combined assault of the 3 10-star beasts. Overwhelmed, it was quickly reduced to nothing. Under the onslaught of powerful skills unleashed by Medusa and the others, the 5-star divine beast boss was obliterated in an instant, disintegrating into dust. The system promptly issued notifications. Congratulations! Your divine beasts have slain the 5-star divine beast boss, Fallen Angel. You and your divine beasts have each earned 3 million experience points. Congratulations! You have obtained a dark attribute Beast Crystal X1. Then came the equipment rewards, a total of 7 items, all of at least red perfect quality. Among them were 3 red perfect items, 2 purple epic items, and 2 dark gold legendary items. This was by far Shun Lang's largest equipment haul to date, and the 2 dark gold legendary items alone were enough to make anyone envious. What was even more astonishing was the experience gained, staggering 3 million points. Including the experience gained by his 3 divine beasts, the boss had yielded a total of 12 million experience points. Such a massive amount of experience and drop rate was simply jaw-dropping. Shun Lang was ecstatic, but remained rational. He knew this was an extraordinary circumstance. The main reason for the high drop rate was likely the significant level gap between him and the boss. After all, this was a 5-star divine beast boss, while he and his 3 divine beasts were only at 2-star, with a level difference of over 100, a textbook case of defeating a much higher level opponent. Thanks to the auto-loot function he had enabled, all the dropped items were safely stored in his inventory. However, the allure of the 2 dark gold items was too great to resist, and Shun Lang couldn't wait to inspect one of them. With a mere thought, a pair of dark gold gloves appeared in his hands. The gloves were incredibly thin, almost imperceptible if not for their faint, shimmering glow. Fallen Feather Glove. Star level, 5 star. Effects, 60 spirit, 60 agility, 12 mana recovery rate, 9 damage bonus. Requirement, 2000 spirit. This equipment could only be described with one word: powerful. Unfortunately, Shun Lang was not yet able to equip it. Shun Lang put away the gloves, his gaze settling on the second piece of dark gold equipment. It was a suit of armor, with a deep black base adorned with intricate dark gold patterns, exuding an irresistible brilliance. He carefully examined the equipment's attributes. Fallen Armor 5 star. Effect, Vitality 12, Defense 600, Strength 60, Spirit 60. Requirement, Constitution 2000. Shun Lang's eyes lit up. This piece of equipment was perfect for the newly contracted Hellhound. Although Xiaohei couldn't equip this 5-star gear just yet, Shun Lang was confident it would come in handy soon. He stashed the armor in his backpack and briefly skimmed through the other pieces of equipment. After completing the job transfer quest, Shun Lang took a deep breath and pulled out the second job transfer card. The system immediately displayed a prompt. Congratulations, Beastmaster. You have completed the job transfer quest defeating a 5-star divine beast boss. Would you like to awaken your second class now? Shun Lang silently mocked the unnecessary prompts and simply thought, awaken. Moments later, the system chimed in again. Second class awakening in progress, please wait. Congratulations. You have successfully awakened the unique second class Beast Tamer. Congratulations. You have learned a new skill, a Godder skill, Divine Fusion. Congratulations. You have awakened a gaudier talent, Beast God. Shun Lang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He hadn't expected the second class to grant not only a gaudier skill but also a gaudier talent. However, a question lingered in his mind. What exactly was the difference between Beast Tamer and Beastmaster? This thought kept circling in his head. In Shen Lang's understanding, the titles, Beast Tamer and Beastmaster, seemed almost interchangeable. However, after giving it some thought, he realized there was a subtle distinction between the two. The term Tamer generally implies direct control and management, while Master carries a broader sense of dominance and authority. Shen Lang speculated that perhaps a Beast Tamer was merely someone who controlled beasts, whereas a Beastmaster was someone who ruled over them. Regardless, the existence of the Beastmaster profession, especially as a unique one, must have its significance. Shen Lang firmly believed that as the sole individual with this profession, it could not possibly be a weak one. With that in mind, Shen Lang eagerly accessed his new talents and skills, carefully examining them. The first thing that caught his eye was the Beastmaster exclusive Godder skill, Divine Fusion. This skill allowed Shun Lang to merge with one of his beasts, entering a Divine Fusion combat mode. In this mode, all attributes of both parties would not only combine but also receive an additional 10 boost. Even better, the fusion process required no resources and could last for 10 minutes. As Shun Lang read through the skill description in detail, his eyes widened in amazement. The skill notes revealed that with each star level increase as a Beastmaster, the attribute boost would grow by 5, and the fusion duration would extend by another 10 minutes. This meant that as his level rose, the power of this skill would become even more terrifying. Shun Lang quickly did the math. At his current 2-star level, the attribute boost from merging with a beast already reached 15. Considering that Medusa and his other beasts had a combined attribute total of around 8,500, their fusion would provide an additional 1,300 attribute points on top of Shun Lang's own 1,000 attributes. Imagining the scenario of reaching 10-star level in the future, Shun Lang couldn't help but feel exhilarated. A 10-star Divine Beast's attributes would total at least 50,000. With Shun Lang's own attributes at 10-star level, the combined total could approach 100,000. Adding a 60 boost, the final total attribute value could soar to an astonishing 160,000,170,000. Though it was slightly disappointing that the Beast Tamer's blessings couldn't stack, Shun Lang still marveled at the sheer power of Divine Fusion. This skill alone would give him an overwhelming advantage in battles against others of the same level, effortlessly suppressing even other 10-star Divine Beasts. While Shun Lang was still in awe of Divine Fusion's power, his gaze shifted to the newly acquired Godder talent, Beast God. This exclusive Beastmaster talent left him utterly speechless. The Beast God talent allowed Shun Lang to perform Divine Fusion with multiple beasts simultaneously, with the same effects as fusing with a single beast. This meant that if Shun Lang possessed 100 beasts, he could fuse with all 100 at once. Just imagining it in 10-star Divine Beasts would already have attributes totaling 500,000. Adding Shun Lang's own attributes, the overall boost would reach an unimaginable 300,000, equivalent to the strength of an additional 5 10-star Divine Beasts. While these calculations were hypothetical for now, even at this moment, with his 3 beasts, Shun Lang could unleash extraordinary power using this skill. The thought of his future potential filled Shun Lang with boundless anticipation. The combined attributes of the three tamed beasts approached 30,000 points, filling Shun Lang's heart with overwhelming joy. Once he merged with them, along with the 15 attribute boost, his overall stats would skyrocket by 4,500 points, breaking through the 30,000 point threshold. With a talent like this, if him not invincible, then who is? Shun Lang couldn't help but laugh out loud. This secondary profession as a beast tamer undoubtedly opened up a brighter future for him. Unlike ordinary beast masters who could only command their beasts in battle, the unique abilities of a beast tamer allowed him to maximize the potential of his tamed creatures. His gaze unconsciously drifted to Medusa's shadow, and he began to consider trying out this new form of merging. Although they had already merged in another sense before, this profession-related fusion skill promised an entirely different experience. As for Xiao He, Shun Lang looked at it with a trace of disdain. Sensing its master's gaze, Xiao He blinked its innocent, wide eyes and tilted its head in confusion, as if silently asking, "Master, did I do something wrong?" Its adorable demeanor slightly softened the disdain in Shun Lang's heart. Just then, a sudden surge of energy erupted from the depths of the abyss of corruption, surging like a violent storm. Shun Lang focused his senses and detected that 3 of the auras remained strong and stable, while the 4th, though still wild and turbulent, was clearly weakening. It was the aura of a 10-star divine beast, the fallen angel. So it's a 10-star fallen angel. Shun Lang suddenly realized, then a critical thought struck him. Wait a second. Doesn't that mean the fallen angel I killed earlier was this 10-star fallen angel's offspring? That was a 10-star divine beast bloodline. Realizing he had missed out on such a rare 10-star divine beast bloodline, Shun Lang couldn't help but show a pained expression. In the month since he had taken on this profession, he had only managed to tame 3 10-star divine beasts. But then, as he reflected, trading one 10-star divine beast bloodline for this powerful secondary profession didn't seem like such a bad deal after all. With this thought, Shun Lang quickly came to terms with it. Deep within the abyss of despair, the fierce battle raged on. The overwhelming power of the 3 10-star war gods was becoming increasingly evident. Anxifa was teetering on the edge of defeat, both wings shattered, his violet feathers scattering chaotically through the air, his body drenched in blood. In stark contrast, the lead attacker, Chu Jinhua, remained unscathed, thanks to Quang Lei, who had been absorbing the brunt of the damage at the forefront. Quang Lei, however, was in dire straits. His back bore extensive corrosive wounds, and his right arm hung limply, severed and useless. Even Yao Rao, who had come to provide support, was riddled with injuries, her once elegant hair now a wild, disheveled mess. "All of you, die!" Anxifa roared furiously, his voice reverberating through the abyss. In a flash of violet light, he hurled himself toward Chu Jinhua like a raging storm. Yet, despite the ferocity of the assault, Chu Jinhua stood unfazed, his composure unbroken until the desperate cries of his comrades reached his ears. "Commander, I can't take it anymore. If this keeps up, I'll lose half my life. Just give me a moment to catch my breath," Quang Lei shouted, his tone a mix of exhaustion and frustration. "Commander, my hair's a mess. Hold on, I'll be right there." Yao Rao chimed in, clearly making excuses as she retreated to recover. The two seized the opportunity to secretly chug restorative potions, their exhaustion evident and their strength waning. Chu Jinhua's face darkened as he glanced at them, his voice laced with anger. "You two slackers. Just wait, I'll deal with you later." Before his words fully landed, a storm of violet feathers descended upon him, sharp as blades and impossible to evade. Taken by surprise, the deadly feathers struck Chu Jinhua directly. His dark gold armor cracked under the onslaught, fractures spreading across its surface, some pieces even breaking apart. "Yao Rao, do you think the commander's okay?" Quang Lei asked nervously, shrinking back as he spoke. "Who do you think the commander is? He's the invincible war god of the great Xia kingdom. How could he possibly be in trouble?" Yao Rao replied, her tone filled with forced confidence as she continued downing potions. Right. Our commander is unbeatable," Quang Lei quickly echoed, nodding fervently. Just then, Chu Jinhua's figure vanished, replaced by the majestic form of a golden dragon. The violet feathers that had been so deadly moments ago now harmlessly bounced off the dragon's gleaming scales, leaving only faint marks before scattering away. The golden dragon coiled in midair, its powerful presence dominating the battlefield. From its mighty jaws, Chu Jinhua's voice boomed, "Anxifa, your time has come." Above the dragon, golden lightning gathered in a swirling storm, forming a colossal blade over 10 meters in length. Even before the blade of thunder retribution descended, the overwhelming surge of lightning had already ensnared Anxifa, leaving him no room to escape. Despite his desperate resistance, Anxifa was no match for the devastating strike. In the end, his form disintegrated into fragments of light, fading into nothingness. As the battle concluded, several dark gold artifacts materialized in the void, only to vanish moments later. The golden dragon and the vortex of thunder dissipated as well, revealing Chu Jinhua standing bare-chested. In the blink of an eye, he teleported to where Quanglei and Yao Rao stood. A flicker of anger flashed across Chu Jinhua's face, and his eyes seemed to blaze with fury. Seeing this, Quanglei immediately cowered, raising both hands in surrender, his voice trembling. "Captain, I was wrong. I was really wrong." Yao Rao was just about to speak when Chu Jinhua cut her off sharply. "You, shut up." He took a deep breath, his tone stern but tinged with a hint of helplessness. "I sent you in first to train you. Facing a 10-star divine beast is an opportunity that doesn't come around often. You don't even understand my good intentions. How disappointing." Yao Rao sighed helplessly after hearing this. "All right, Captain, if it's your legendary gear, Quanglei and I will compensate you for it." Chu Jinhua immediately put on an air of righteous indignation. "What legendary gear? Do you think I, Chu Jinhua, am the type to nitpick over such things?" Quanglei and Yao Rao exchanged a knowing glance, both silently thinking to themselves, "Isn't that exactly the type of person our captain is?" Sure enough, Chu Jinhua quickly changed his tone. "Since you insist, I suppose I'll reluctantly accept. It's just a 10-star legendary golden armor, barely a scratch for you too." Quanglei and Yao Rao tilted their heads toward the sky, silently complaining to themselves. When did we insist? And how is this reluctantly? Ignoring their expressions, Chu Jinhua swiftly donned a golden armor. Then, looking up at Yao Rao, his tone suddenly became serious. "By the way, Yao Rao, how's that kid Shen Lang doing? Has he completed the class advancement quest yet?" Hearing the question, Yao Rao couldn't help but recall the terrifying scene when the three 10-star divine beasts unleashed their ultimate attacks. She hesitated for a moment before replying. "I think he should have completed it." "What do you mean by should have?" Chu Jinhua frowned and pressed further. Yao Rao cleared her throat awkwardly and explained. "Didn't I toss Angsif's son over there before rushing back immediately?" Chu Jinhua furrowed his brows, deep in thought for a moment, before saying, "Let's go check. We can't afford any mishaps." Although Chu Jinhua believed Shun Lang and his team should have no trouble dealing with the 5-star divine beast boss, he was still a bit uneasy. If anything did go wrong, the loss to the Great Xia Kingdom would be immense, far greater than what could be offset by slaying a 10-star divine beast. Unconsciously, Chu Jinhua had already started to acknowledge Shun Lang as the future strongest warrior of Great Xia in his mind. Jinhua Chu regarded Shun Lang as his true successor, not only because he was ultimately alone in this world, but also because he needed someone who could match or even surpass him to protect the Daxia Kingdom. Training Shun Lang wouldn't just lighten his burden, but would also free up his energy to pursue his lifelong obsession defeating Satan. Although Jinhua Chu had been working tirelessly towards this goal, the heavy responsibilities of Daxia Kingdom prevented him from acting recklessly. He was acutely aware that the deterrent power of his dragon-blooded war god status was akin to a nuclear weapon in its prime. Any misstep could bring catastrophic damage to the kingdom. Shun Lang's rise, however, promised to become a new source of deterrence, allowing Jinhua Chu to act with a bit more freedom. For this reason, Jinhua Chu viewed Shun Lang's life as equal to his own and would not tolerate any accidents. He made a firm vow to mold Shun Lang into the unshakable pillar of Daxia Kingdom. After gearing up, the three quickly headed to the outskirts of the abyss to find Shun Lang. Before long, they located Shun Lang along with his new companion, Xiao He. Xiao He growled warily until Shun Lang calmed it down. Lei Kuang asked in surprise, "Kid, did you pick up another dog?" Shun Lang replied with a grin. "Yeah, just found this one." Jinhua Chu's sharp eyes immediately noticed Medusa, Shadow, and Xiao He. Raising an eyebrow, he tentatively asked, "All of them are 10s?" Shun Lang nodded in confirmation. At that moment, Jinhua Chu suddenly realized that he might not need to go out of his way to cultivate Shun Lang anymore. To have acquired 3 10-star divine beasts in such a short time, Shun Lang was destined to be a top-tier professional in the future. Jinhua Chu was stunned, silently speculating that Shun Lang might possess a talent for detecting the bloodlines of fearsome beasts. This discovery left him both shocked and thrilled as he envisioned a future where Shun Lang commanded an army of divine beasts. Through the professional friend system, Jinhua Chu privately messaged Shun Lang. "No matter where you are or what happens, always remember, you are a citizen of Daxia Kingdom." Shun Lang replied, "As I said before, if the nation does not fail me, I will not fail the nation." Jinhua Chu nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, Shun Lang suddenly asked Yao Rao about her sister. Yao Rao became guarded, worrying that Shun Lang might be planning revenge. However, Shun Lang explained that he had a beast with a decent bloodline that he wanted to give to her sister. Under Jinhua Chu's watchful gaze, Shun Lang instructed Shadow to release the purple-eyed thunder demon. Yao Rao inspected it carefully and asked skeptically if this little demon's bloodline was truly that impressive. Shun Lang shrugged and said, "It's just a 10-star king beast, that's all." The room fell silent as the three of them stared at Shun Lang in utter disbelief. A 10-star king beast, And in Shen Lang's words, it was merely decent? They were left speechless, unsure of how to even respond. In Shun Lang's eyes, a royal beast, although second only to divine beasts in terms of power, was merely referred to as barely usable. This casual assessment left everyone present utterly shocked. After all, while beast tamers were a hidden profession and relatively rare worldwide, they were by no means few in number. However, those capable of contracting divine beasts were exceptionally scarce, let alone a 10-star divine beast. As far as they knew, apart from Shen Lang, there was only one other person on the planet who could control a 10-star divine beast, Chu Jinhua's nemesis, Satan from the Shield Bureau of the United States. As a summoner, Satan could call upon the 10-star divine beast, the fallen angel. Beyond that, even if there were other individuals capable of manipulating 10-star divine beasts, their numbers could likely be counted on one hand. Although 10-star royal beasts lacked the bloodline purity of divine beasts, their strength was nearly on par. A single 10-star royal beast was not necessarily weaker than a 5-star divine beast. Yet, in Shen Lang's eyes, such a creature was hardly worth mentioning. Chu Jinhua and Yao Rao seemed to understand Shen Lang's dismissive attitude after seeing Medusa, the three-headed 10-star divine beast. However, Quanglei, unaware of the context, was stunned and questioned Shen Lang about why he would gift such a high-level beast to Yao Rao's younger sister, Yao Yao. After a moment of silence, Shen Lang replied nonchalantly, "This thing is too ugly. I don't like ugly beasts." His words left Quanglei dumbfounded before he blurted out in frustration, "I swear, I could strangle you. You wasteful brat." Ignoring Quanglei's outburst, Shen Lang turned to Yao Rao and explained, "Sister Yao Rao, since you came all this way to help me with my class transfer mission, here's the deal. If you want this 10-star royal beast bloodline, the violet-eyed thunder demon, I'll give you a 50 discount." In other words, it wasn't a gift, it was a transaction. Yao Rao didn't seem to care about the price. Instead, she asked if the violet-eyed thunder demon could truly evolve into a 10-star royal beast. Shen Lang confidently replied that for beasts below 6 stars, the evolution success rate was 100, and even for 10-star evolution, it was as high as 51. His precise response regarding bloodline evolution success rates left Chu Jinhua astonished, yet again Shen Lang's talent was undoubtedly extraordinary. In the end, Yao Rao agreed to take the violet-eyed thunder demon for testing. If the results matched Shen Lang's claims, she promised to pay a satisfactory price. After the deal was settled, Chu Jinhua shifted the conversation to inquire about Shen Lang's second awakened profession. Shen Lang truthfully revealed that it was Beast Controller, a profession name unfamiliar to everyone present. He explained that the controller referred to mastery and command, not the defensive tamer. When Chu Jinhua asked about the profession's bonus effects, Shun Lang mentioned a 10 attribute boost, a figure that once again stunned the group. Chu Jinhua chose not to press further but instead suggested that Shen Lang visit the War God Camp's reserve training base in Imo City when he had the chance, hinting that there might be unexpected opportunities awaiting him there. Shen Lang agreed readily, and took the opportunity to secure reserve training slots for his 2 beasts that could equip gear, an ability that once more left everyone astonished. Before leaving, Chu Jinhua handed over 10 cards, but left Shun Lang with a parting remark that echoed in his ears. "I reset the name on your second information card. You really thought no one would notice? Shen Sanliang? Anyone with eyes can tell you're Shen Lang." Shen Lang's face turned awkward as he thought to himself, "Since when did supporting characters become so sharp? This isn't logical at all." Shen Lang contemplated a new name for his second identity while leading his spirit beasts out of the abyss of corruption. The 10-star secret realm was fraught with danger, and without Zhu Jinhua and his team's support, encountering a few 10-star beasts could spell trouble. After leaving the abyss, he finally settled on a name, Bear Alert. It was inspired by his favorite childhood cartoon, though nowadays, most animations revolved around career change stories. The slogan, "Protect the forest, it's the bear's duty," brought a nostalgic smile to his face. Choosing a name was a trivial matter. The next steps in his journey were far more important. By conventional standards, completing his second profession should mean returning to Donghai City. However, he had already promised Zhu Jinhua to head to the War God Camp's reserve base in Imo City. Considering the hefty cost of teleportation, Shen Lang decided to first level up in Linhai City before directly teleporting to Imo City. By now, night had fallen. It was already late when he teleported from Donghai City, and the time spent exploring the abyss of corruption had further delayed him. Dusk had given way to darkness as Shen Lang rode on Xiaohe, with Medusa sharing the ride. Shadow melded into his shadow, and the group made their way across the sprawling wilderness back to the city. In this era of professions, riding a large black dog into the city wasn't particularly unusual. At most, it drew a few curious glances. Many knights preferred unique mounts, some even rode ants as long as they adhered to traffic regulations. As an outstanding student of Sandong Lanxiang Academy, Shun Lang was well-versed in these rules. Most passers-by's attention, however, was caught by his strikingly handsome appearance and Medusa's breathtaking beauty. Upon reaching Linhai City, Shun Lang opted for a luxurious 5-star hotel. His updated electronic ID from the War God camp allowed seamless switching between his dual identities, making check-ins hassle-free. Under the admiring gaze of the receptionist, he and Medusa took the elevator upstairs, while poor Xiaohei was sent back to the Spirit Beast Space Hotel policy strictly prohibited spirit beasts and pets within its premises. In the suite, Shadow emerged from the darkness, and room service promptly delivered an extravagant feast. To satisfy Medusa and Shadow's voracious appetites, Shun Lang had ordered dishes worth tens of thousands, including delicacies crafted from rare and dangerous beasts. Though frugal in daily life, Shun Lang never hesitated to splurge on himself and his spirit beasts. It wasn't until most of the food had been devoured that Shen Lang remembered Xiaohei, still confined in the spirit beast space. Since the suite allowed spirit beasts to roam freely, he summoned Xiaohei and used a large basin to serve its meal. Watching his master and the other two spirit beasts share an intimate camaraderie feeding each other with playful gestures, Xiaohei sulked in a corner, letting out a soft, pitiful whine over its meal. By the time they finished eating, the moon hung high in the sky, with a smattering of stars twinkling faintly. Shen Lang reclined on the sofa, scrolling through the latest news for professionals. Most of it was trivial gossip, failing to capture his interest. Sending Xiaohei back to the spirit beast space after it had gnawed at the basin long enough, he glanced at Medusa and Shadow with a playful smirk. All right, time for a bath. The two spirit beasts exchanged a knowing look before racing toward the bathroom. Master, this time I get to be on the bottom. No way, Master. It's my turn to be on the bottom. Shen Lang chuckled as he followed them. Relax, there's enough room for everyone. 2 days later, at dawn, Shun Lang and Medusa rode Xiaohei out of the city, heading for a nearby 2-star wilderness zone. At this stage, grinding low-level monsters for experience was sufficient. There was no need to risk venturing into high-star zones. Congratulations, your beast has slain. The system notification kept ringing in Shen Lang's ears. He lay lazily on Xiaohei's back, enjoying this rare moment of leisure. Nearby, Shadow and Medusa were busy grinding monsters in the 2-star wilderness, earning experience points for him. Despite Xiaohei's massive size, its movements were light and agile as it carried Shen Lang through the forest. Shen Lang wasn't concerned about safety. After all, Xiaohei's strength was formidable enough to handle any unexpected situation in this area. Before long, Shun Lang's level broke through to 31. The system rewarded him with 10 fixed attribute points and 10 free attribute points for each of his 2 classes. Meanwhile, Medusa and Shadow continued tirelessly hunting beasts, accumulating experience. Soon, Medusa, Shadow, and Xiaohei all reached level 31 as well. At that moment, Shun Lang's classmate friend system suddenly sent a notification. He opened it to find a friend request from Yao Rao, a member of the War God camp. Has the evaluation result come out? Shun Lang wondered to himself as he casually accepted the request. Sure enough, Yao Rao quickly sent a message. Shun Lang, the evaluation is done. The bloodline potential of this purple-eyed thunder demon matches what you described. With time, it will undoubtedly grow into a 10-star king-level beast. Shun Lang replied with excitement, haha, that's great news. Congratulations to your little sister in advance. Yao Rao continued, we're taking this purple-eyed thunder demon. As for the price, don't worry, I'll pay you 20 above the market rate. For a beast with the potential of a 10-star king level, the market price is around 3 billion. I'll offer you 3.6 billion. How about it? Shen Lang's eyes widened in surprise. A single beast worth 3.6 billion? That was almost equivalent to all the income he had made from selling gear. After hesitating for a moment, he replied, there's no need to pay that much. I mentioned before that I'd give you a discount, but Yao Rao was insistent. 3.6 billion it is. I'll transfer it to you right away. Before her words even faded, Shen Lang's personal account received a notification of a 3.6 billion transfer. For someone like Yao Rao, a high-ranking member of the War God camp, such a large transaction was as effortless as breathing. At her level, money had long become just meaningless numbers. Shen Lang quickly expressed his gratitude. Got it. Thank you, Sister Yao Rao. Yao Rao replied cheerfully, no need to thank me. It's what you deserve. By the way, if you come across any more beasts like this, let me know. I'll take as many as you have. They don't necessarily have to be 10-star king-level beasts. Stenster legendary beasts work too. Shen Lang promised, understood. Sister Yao Rao. I definitely will. Yao Rao concluded, all right, that's all for now. I'm off to find Yao Yao. After sending the final message, Yao Rao's avatar instantly dimmed, indicating she had logged off. Clearly, she was in a hurry to bring the purple-eyed thunder demon to her sister. Shen Lang logged out of the professional chat system and glanced at his account balance, which had just crossed the 50 billion mark. A satisfied smile spread across his face. With 36 billion in new earnings added to his previous savings, money was beginning to feel like an abstract concept to him, merely a string of ever-growing numbers. Yet, The steady increase still brought him a sense of accomplishment. Today's monster grinding session lasted until 4 in the afternoon, and Shen Lang's level had risen to 34. Though his teamwork with Medusa Shadow was flawless, the experience points required to level up were growing exponentially. Even killing tens of thousands of wild monsters barely moved the needle. However, Shun Lang wasn't in a rush, had plenty of time to take it slow. Let's call it a day. We'll continue tomorrow, he said, realizing just how much his lifestyle had changed. The old him would have kept grinding until nightfall, but now his thoughts were drifting toward good food and the warmth of Medusa Shadow's company. On their way back to the luxury hotel, they passed by the Fountain Square, where a conversation between two 3-star professionals in striking red, high-grade equipment caught Shen Lang's attention. One of them had a small creature perched on his shoulder, a sprite about the size of a raccoon. It had pointed ears, transparent wings, large watery eyes, and wore a delicate little dress. Hey, where'd you get that sprite? There's a lady selling them near the Sprite Realm entrance. Only 3 billion. That cheap? What about adult sprite testo? They have those. Sometimes, but not always. You should check it out. Back in the suite, Medusa and Shadow headed off to take a shower, while Shun Lang began researching the Sprite Realm. Through an old, long-abandoned streamer's video, he learned that the area used to be an ordinary 3-star realm. It was later renamed after a sprite mother tree began growing there. Over time, the tree had evolved to a 7-star level. All sprites were born from the tree's sprite pods, their lineage and potential determined from the moment they formed. Beyond the common white sprites, there were also black sprites, blue sprites, water sprites, and several other varieties. When Shun Lang used his bloodline insight to observe the little white spirit earlier, he discovered that this tiny creature surprisingly possessed the potential of a 3-star bloodline. His eyes lit up with excitement. If even the most ordinary white spirit had such potential, how extraordinary could the more powerful spirits be? Spirits, these ferocious yet elegant beasts, were not only highly capable but also remarkably appealing in appearance. Shen Lang had already made up his mind to explore further. With the protagonist's aura on his side, who knows, he might just encounter a 10-star divine beast-level spirit. As he indulged in his imagination, Medusa's voice called out from the bathroom, "Master, aren't you coming?" Coming. Right away." Shen Lang quickly put away his communicator, shedding his gear as he strode toward the bathroom. The next morning, after breakfast, Shun Lang and his companions left the hotel and headed straight for the spirit mystic realm outside the city. As a man of action, he was known for his decisiveness and efficiency. The spirit mystic realm was located atop a mist-shrouded mountain, quite a distance from the city. However, for Xiao He, this distance was negligible. With its swift and vigorous strides, it effortlessly carried Shen Lang and Medusa to the mountaintop. Along the way, they encountered a few professionals training in the area. Although the spirit mystic realm was a decent spot for grinding, the gentle temperament of the spirits made it less frequented. That said, there were still some who came specifically to capture spirits. Before long, Xiao He brought the two to the outskirts of the mystic realm. Before them lay a cliff, with the realm situated below. Behind the cliff was a flat area, sparsely scattered with a few professionals coming and going. Shun Lang's gaze swept across the flatland and was soon drawn to a figure clad in red. This must be the young lady selling spirits, as mentioned yesterday. From a distance, she appeared unarmed, dressed simply in a plain, practical outfit. Shun Lang's attention was drawn to a woman in red. She was dressed in a fitted outfit, her ponytail swaying lightly in the breeze. She appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old, with striking features that could easily place her among the top tier of beauty. However, her cold and aloof demeanor gave off an unapproachable vibe. In front of her were 3 specially designed cages, each containing a small sprite. A white sprite curled up in the corner, its expression filled with fear. A blue sprite frantically slammed against the cage walls, trying to escape. And a black sprite sat motionless, its eyes dark and filled with hatred toward everything around it. Driven by curiosity, Shun Lang moved closer and noticed that the woman in red bore several noticeable injuries. These wounds were likely inflicted when she forcefully harvested spirit orbs from the elf mother tree. After all, while the elf mother tree cannot move, as a 7-star entity, its combat power is undoubtedly formidable. Medusa whispered in Shun Lang's ear, "Master, I sense spatial energy from this human practitioner." This revelation piqued Shun Lang's interest. If the woman in red was truly a spatial practitioner, it would explain how she successfully obtained spirit orbs from the elf mother tree. Shun Lang stepped forward and directly asked, "How much are these sprites? Do you know their bloodline potential?" The woman in red glanced up and replied indifferently, "I don't know their bloodline potential. I can't afford the tests. The white sprite is 3 billion, while the blue and black ones are 5 billion each. The price is aligned with market standards." Nodding in acknowledgement, Shun Lang immediately used his bloodline insight ability on the 3 sprites. The results were disappointing. The white sprite was 3-star with a growth cap of level 90, The blue sprite was even worse, at 2-star with a growth cap of level 60, and the black sprite was slightly better, a 5-star elite with a growth cap of level 150. However, none of these met Shun Lang's standards for high-quality sprites. Realizing there was no hidden treasure to be found here, Shun Lang politely nodded to the woman in red and turned to leave. He walked toward the cliff, with Xiao He following closely behind, leaping off the edge with him. The woman in red watched Shun Lang's departure thoughtfully, noting that his companion and mount seemed rather unusual. However, she quickly turned her attention elsewhere. Upon entering the elf's secret realm, Shun Lang found himself in a lush, verdant mountain, far more tranquil than other secret realms he had visited. As soon as they landed, small wooden arrows shot out from the bushes. It was an ambush by elves. Shun Lang wasted no time issuing a command. Kill them all! Medusa's gaze swept across the area, and every sprite that met her eyes was instantly reduced to ashes. Advancing deeper into the secret realm, Shun Lang and his companions slaughtered their way through countless sprites. Before long, they arrived in a region inhabited by 2-star sprites, where they continued their relentless massacre. The sheer number of sprites was staggering, and in no time, Shun Lang leveled up to 35. Looking at the seemingly endless swarm of sprites around him, Shun Lang couldn't help but wonder. Why would the woman in red risk harvesting spirit orbs from the elf mother tree when there were so many sprites readily available here? The reason is simple. Only the Pokemon nurtured within Pokeballs have the potential to grow. Standing at the entrance to the secret realm, Shun Lang recalled this crucial piece of information. The mature Pokemon nurtured by the Spirit Mother Tree already have fixed levels and bloodline potential, leaving no room for further improvement. This also explained why he had never used his bloodline insight ability. There was simply no need. Taking a deep breath, Shun Lang stepped into the secret realm. His primary goal on this trip was to grind levels, though if he could stumble upon a divine beast's bloodline, that would be an incredible bonus. While they might not currently stand a chance against the 7-star Spirit Mother Tree, who knows what might happen after leveling up along the way. With this mindset, Shun Lang fully immersed himself in grinding mode. By the end of the first day, his level had jumped from 35 to 36. Medusa Shadow and Xiao He followed closely behind, reaching level 35. Over the next few days, Shun Lang continued farming experience in the secret realm. As his level increased, the required experience points also grew exponentially. Sometimes, an entire day's effort would only result in a 2 or 3 level gain. During this time, the woman in red occasionally appeared near the cliff. Each time she showed up, she brought along some Pokemon for sale. Shun Lang never missed the opportunity to check them out, but unfortunately, he had yet to come across anything truly exceptional. Before he knew it, a week had passed. When Shun Lang returned to the secret realm, the woman in red, who had been absent for the past 2 days, reappeared. This time, the cages in front of her had noticeably multiplied. There were now 7 in total. Clearly, her disappearance had been a perfect opportunity to sneak into the secret realm and swipe some Pokeballs. Shun Lang approached with a slight smirk and said, "Looks like you've had quite the haul this time." The woman in red remained expressionless, responding flatly, Want to take a look?" Shun Lang nodded, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. "Sure, let's see what you've got." The woman in red sat calmly on a small stool, her expression indifferent. Shun Lang crouched down, carefully examining the cages containing the little spirits. He had already used his bloodline insight ability to assess their potential. Among the 7 spirits, one stood out as extraordinary. However, he deliberately kept his composure, feigning a serious demeanor as he scrutinized the cages. "This one. I'll take it," he finally said, pointing to the 5th cage. Inside was a small green spirit, huddled nervously. The woman in red glanced at the spirit in the cage, then looked up at Shun Lang. "This one is 6 billion. What? Why the price hike?" Shun Lang was taken aback. 6 billion. "Take it or leave it," she replied, her face as impassive as ever. Shun Lang gave her a resentful look and gritted his teeth. "Fine. 6 billion it is. Here's my payment code." The woman in red immediately held out her communicator, displaying her electronic account's payment code. Shun Lang sighed inwardly, pulled out his phone, and transferred 6 billion. He suspected that his earlier act might have given him away, but the extra 1 or 2 billion didn't bother him much. After all, this little spirit possessed the bloodline of a 10-star royal beast, which could easily fetch over 30 billion if resold. After confirming the payment, the woman in red pushed the cage toward Shun Lang. "It's yours." "Great." Shun Lang grinned, picked up the cage, and leaped onto Xiao Hei's back. As she watched him leave, the woman in red frowned and muttered to herself, "Did that guy notice something? Could this spirit's bloodline really be exceptional? Damn it, I should have asked for 10 billion. He's clearly loaded." She touched her waist, recalling the hardships she'd endured to harvest these spirit orbs. Meanwhile, Shun Lang had already entered the spirit realm, feeling elated as he glanced at the little spirit in the cage. To encounter another 10-star royal beast bloodline in such a short time was an incredible stroke of luck. He quickly opened his professional friend system and contacted Yao Rao. Yao Rao, guess what? I just stumbled upon another royal beast. After sending the message, Shun Lang waited for a reply. When none came immediately, he wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he continued leveling up with his beasts. With his level increasing and the need to share experience points with Xiao He, progress had slowed down compared to before. However, once Xiao He finished clearing nearby threats and joined the fight, the efficiency skyrocketed with the combined efforts of 3 10-star divine beasts. Shun Lang's gaze kept drifting back to the green spirit in the cage, and then toward the direction of the spirit mother tree. Over the past few days, he had ventured into the depths of the realm and caught a distant glimpse of the colossal tree. Its towering branches stretched across the sky, adorned with glowing orbs of various colors and ripe spirit orbs. Though the distance made it impossible to analyze their bloodlines, discovering this 10-star royal beast only strengthened his hypothesis. The spirit mother tree was likely a high-star divine beast, possibly even above 10 stars. Still, one thing puzzled him. Unlike the Fallen Abyss, which was a forbidden zone, the spirit mother tree's area was openly accessible to professionals. Could it be because the tree was immobile, prompting the authorities to lower its threat level? If it truly was a 10-star divine beast, this place might yield 10-star divine beast spirits. As Shen Lang pondered, Yao Rao finally replied. Yao Rao, another 10-star royal beast? You keep accidentally finding these, can you share some luck with me? Shen Lang, haha, just lucky I guess. Yao Rao, is it really a 10-star royal beast? What kind? Shun Lang, a spirit, definitely 10 stars. But its evolution rate is a bit low, around 10%. Yao Rao, a spirit? Are you still in Linhai City? Shun Lang, yep, still in Linhai. Planning to level up a bit more before heading to the Emo City base. They agreed that Yao Rao's younger sister, Yao Yao, would pick up the spirits since Yao Rao was tied up with a mission. By late afternoon, Shun Lang received a message that Yao Yao had arrived at the Angel's secret realm. He couldn't help but feel curious about this impostor, who had once pretended to be him to open treasure chests. When Shun Lang exited the realm and returned to the cliffside platform, the woman in red was gone. In her place stood a short-haired girl. The short-haired girl with a bob cut stood on the platform, her slender figure accentuated by a delicately embroidered qipao. This traditional attire, dating back centuries, was typically more suited to older women, yet on her, it exuded a unique sense of harmony and elegance. At that moment, she was murmuring softly in the spot where the woman in red had previously stood. Only a few scattered words drifted into Shun Lang's ears, phrases like, run and, owe me money. Shun Lang glanced around. Although there were several male professionals on the platform, it was clear that this kippa-clad girl was the fabled Yao Yao. As he was pondering this, a familiar figure suddenly appeared beside Hirat, was none other than the violet-eyed electric demon. Its condition had clearly improved compared to before, and now it stood obediently by the girl's side, almost like a loyal pet. It was evident that she had tamed it as her beast companion. Carrying the cage containing Medusa, Shun Lang rode his black dog, Xiao He, toward the girl. Thanks to the appearance-altering effects of the second information card, he was confident she wouldn't recognize him. Sure enough, when the girl noticed Shun Lang approaching with his large dog and the caged sprite, a flicker of realization passed over her face. Yao Yao, Shun Lang. The two spoke simultaneously, both stunned for a moment. No, I'm Xiong Chumo. Shun Lang denied with a straight face. Giggle. What kind of ridiculous name is that? Yao Yao chuckled, covering her mouth. Her gaze shifted to the sprite in the cage. This little thing. A 10-star king beast? As they chatted, Yao Yao's eyes darted between Medusa and Xiao He, her tone filled with awe. 2 10-star divine beasts. All yours? They can't really be divine beasts, can they? What rank of bloodline do they have? Before Shun Lang could respond, she exclaimed excitedly, oh, I've always wanted a divine beast companion. Xiong Dada, sell me one of them. Will you? Name your price, I have money. My sister has money. You know that. Both Medusa and Xiao He glared at her furiously, clearly displeased with the notion of being taken away from their master. Yet Yao Yao remained unfazed, pouting as she continued to plead. Xiong Dada, just one, please? They'll do anything if you sell me one, I'll even call you godfather. Seriously, she added for emphasis. Shun Lang nearly choked on his own saliva. No wonder she was nicknamed Little Demoness, she truly had no filter. Never mind whether he'd even consider accepting her as a goddaughter. If Yao Yao found out, she'd probably hunt him down to the ends of the earth. After some back-and-forth banter, the conversation shifted to their plans to head to the Emo City base. Yao Yao suggested traveling together, but Shun Lang politely declined. This left her baffled, prompting her to tease. What, do you prefer men? A stunning beauty like me invites you to join her, and you actually say no. Later, as Yao Yao went to pick up the cage, Her sharp instincts kicked in. This cage looks familiar. This sprite isn't something you caught yourself, is it? She quickly pieced things together. The sprite mother tree in the sprite secret realm is nearly at an 8-star level. There's no way you could take it down alone. So, you bought this from that other woman, didn't you? When she heard the price was 600 million, Yao Yao burst into laughter, nearly doubling over with tears in her eyes. If she ever finds out she sold a 10-star king beast for just 600 million, she'll probably want to find a wall to smash her head against. Oh my, I can't stop laughing. Yao Yao's laughter echoed across the cliffside platform, prompting Shun Lang to glance at her in confusion. This mischievous, fairy-like girl laughed so brightly that Shen Lang couldn't help but wonder if she was somehow connected to the mysterious woman in red. As her laughter subsided, Yao Yao gracefully picked up the cage containing the little bear and playfully said, "Bye-bye, little bear." With that, she turned and left the platform, leaving Shun Lang deep in thought. Reflecting on Yao Yao's affectionate nicknames for the bear, from Big Bear to Little Bear, Shun Lang couldn't help but marvel at her lively personality. Having a 10-star war god as her sister and being friends with other powerful war gods, it seemed only natural that she would be so spoiled. His thoughts then shifted to the enigmatic woman in red. Her sudden departure was likely due to Yao Yao's arrival. If the two of them were indeed acquainted, then the woman in red's identity must be extraordinary. Shun Lang couldn't help but worry if she discovered he had purchased a 10-star king beast for a low price. Would she come looking to demand a refund? With these questions lingering in his mind, Shun Lang led his contracted beast back into the spirit realm, spending another hour gaining experience before leaving. Notably, in the days that followed, he never encountered the woman in red again. Time flew by, and over 2 weeks had passed. Shen Lang eventually decided to leave Linhai City and head to the Emo City base. During this time, he confirmed 2 critical pieces of information. First, he had become capable of approaching the Spirit Mother Tree. While he couldn't get too close yet, it was enough to use his bloodline insight ability. Through this skill, he verified that the Spirit Mother Tree indeed possessed the bloodline of a 10-star divine beast. If left unchecked by officials, it would undoubtedly grow into a 10-star divine beast. Unfortunately, the spirit orbs on the tree did not contain any high-star bloodline potential spirits. There wasn't even a king beast among them. The strongest was merely a 7-star legendary level creature. With Shun Lang and his contracted beasts having gained some levels during this time, he felt it was the right moment to set off for Emo City. The Dragon Blood War god had once told him that he would find unexpected opportunities there, filling Shun Lang with both anticipation and curiosity. Carrying this sense of expectation and mystery, Shun Lang led his contracted beasts to the teleportation array in Linhai City. As a soft glow enveloped them, their figures gradually vanished, embarking on an unknown journey to Emo City. Maching, a strategic stronghold in the southwestern inland of the Daxia Kingdom, is renowned as the #1 city in the southwest due to its unique significance. A decade ago, the former ruler of the kingdom designated it as the auxiliary capital, underscoring its importance as the central hub for professionals across the nation. The leadership of this city is equally impressive. Wang Changming, the current minister of the professional department of Daxia, serves as the city's governor, while the legendary Dragon Blood War god, Chu Jianhua, holds the honorary title of City Lord. Maching resembles an inland fortress built by professionals and serves as the foundation of Daxia's professional community. Its importance rivals even that of Zijingcheng. Some say that even if enemies were to one day breach the gates of Zijingcheng, they would never set foot in Maching unless every professional and every patriotic soul in Daxia perished on the battlefield. Although the main base of the War God Battalion is not located in Maching, its reserve training center is based here. This is no secret, as the reserve base essentially functions as an elite military academy, nurturing top talents for the War God Battalion. When Shun Lang first arrived in Maching, he couldn't help but marvel at the sight before him. The streets were filled with combat professionals. Mages and warriors were everywhere. 3-star and 4-star experts were common, while 5-star and 6-star elites were not rare. Occasionally, one might even catch a glimpse of 9-star or 10-star powerhouses. The city was a veritable sanctuary for professionals. Following the navigation of his communicator, Shun Lang and Medusa rode their beast, Xiao He, to the outskirts of the city. In the distance, rows of simple, block-like barracks came into view. This was the War God Battalion Reserve Training Base. Shun Lang felt a twinge of disappointment. The base appeared far too plain, without even a single building taller than 5 stories. Were it not for the military flag fluttering in the wind, it would have been hard to believe this was a military facility. Upon closer inspection, the entrance lacked even a proper plaque. Instead, a shabby wooden sign stood there, bearing the words Rookie Camp. Shun Lang couldn't help but chuckle. This was so characteristic of the Daxia military's straightforward style that it even evoked a strange sense of familiarity. Shun Lang and Medusa dismounted from Xiao He and walked toward the gate. 2 guards in military uniforms stood stiffly at the entrance, armed with symbolic weapons that seemed like relics from the firearms era 3 centuries ago. Halt! Military restricted area. One of the guards barked, stepping forward to stop them. Shun Lang responded politely, "Hello, squad leader. I'm a reserve recruit reporting for duty." He presented his secondary information card and gestured to Medusa and Xiao Hei beside him. "She's also a reserve member, and this dog is my contracted beast." The guards carefully verified Shen Lang and Medusa's identities before granting them entry. After expressing his thanks, Shun Lang led Medusa and Xiao Hei into the camp. Following the signs, they soon found the reporting office at the Military Affairs Department. "Reporting," Shun Lang called out from outside the door. "Enter," came a booming voice from within. Shun Lang pushed the door open, stepped up to the desk, and stood at attention. "War God Battalion Reserve Recruit, Xiong Chumo, reporting for duty." In an office, a middle-aged man in a green military uniform sat upright behind a desk. His square face and thick brows exuded an air of resolute righteousness, while the rank insignia of senior colonel on his shoulder gleamed under the light. This officer, named Huang Lin, was a staff member of the War God Battalion's reserve rookie camp. At this moment, he was intently observing the man standing before him, Shen Lang. A flicker of surprise flashed in Huang Lin's eyes. Shen Lang's practiced stance and calm demeanor carried the unmistakable bearing of a seasoned soldier. It was no coincidence before his rebirth. Shun Lang had indeed served 2 years of mandatory military duty. "Let me see your information," Huang Lin said firmly, setting down his pen. "Yes, sir." Shun Lang responded immediately, promptly releasing his basic information. Huang Lin scrutinized the data in front of him while simultaneously accessing the reserve personnel database through his communicator. However, when he discovered that Shun Lang's detailed records were classified, his brow furrowed. Aside from basic details, such as his status as a Beast Tamer, there was no information about his specific abilities or beasts. As the staff officer of the rookie camp, Huang Lin had the authority to review all team members' files, making this an unusual case. He continued scrolling through the records until something caught his eye. A note at the bottom of Shun Lang's profile. It read, "My man," signed by none other than the Dragon Blood War God, Zhu Zhenhua. Huang Lin's attention shifted to Medusa, and upon checking her records, he found the same situation. This discovery deepened his astonishment. While the War God Battalion and Zhu Zhenhua had the authority to allocate reserve slots, it was exceedingly rare for them to directly involve themselves in rookie camp management. What was so special about these two? Huang Lin studied Shen Lang and Medusa carefully, but ultimately restrained his urge to dig deeper. Military discipline was strict. Even a superior couldn't casually pry into the affairs of cadets, especially when these two were personally endorsed by the Dragon Blood War God. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Lin finally spoke. "All right, your information has been recorded. Welcome to the rookie camp." "Thank you, sir." Shun Lang responded with a crisp salute, a gesture that left a positive impression on Huang Lin. This is what a soldier should be like, he thought approvingly. Despite his outward calm, Huang Lin's mind was filled with questions. Why would individuals personally chosen by the Dragon Blood War God be sent to the rookie camp? Regardless, he decided to elevate Shen Lang and Medusa's reserve ranks to the highest level. His decision was partly an act of deference, and partly a test that wanted to see if these two truly possessed extraordinary abilities. "I've granted you access to the rookie camp system," Huang Lin informed them. "You can review the details yourself. Since the other recruits haven't all arrived yet, you can head to your dorms and rest for now." "Understood, sir," Shun Lang replied, saluting again before leading Medusa and Xiao Hei out of the office. Shun Lang quickly reviewed his personal information and found the rookie camp's details, including his assigned number and dormitory location. Medusa had the same information. The two easily located their respective dorms, marking the beginning of their journey in the rookie camp. Although the regulations at the rookie camp required separate accommodations for men and women, they seemed meaningless in the face of special privileges. Shun Lang and Medusa, thanks to their exceptional status, were assigned single rooms directly across from each other in the same building. As they arrived at their respective doors, the automatic recognition system silently unlocked them. Medusa suddenly spoke, her voice soft yet firm. "Master, I don't want to stay alone." Shun Lang paused for a moment, blinking in surprise. He pointed at the room across the hall. "It's just next door. You can come over anytime. Besides, with just one summoning spell, you can instantly be by my side." Medusa gently shook her head. Without waiting for Shun Lang to say anything more, she walked straight into his room. Shun Lang chuckled helplessly, but didn't argue further. After all, the rookie camp didn't seem to have explicitly forbidden this kind of arrangement, so it likely wouldn't be a big issue. The room, though only 7 or 8 square meters, was spotless, perfectly adhering to the strict standards of the Daxia nation's military housekeeping rules. As Shun Lang and Medusa began familiarizing themselves with the new environment, a commotion erupted in the corridor outside. "Getting a single room right after arriving? I'd like to see who they are." A disgruntled voice rang out first. "Exactly. We're all in the reserves. Who doesn't have an impressive background? If this wasn't some backdoor deal, no one would believe it." Another voice chimed in. Or maybe they're just well connected. A third voice interjected. Connections or not, it doesn't matter. We're in the reserves, and here, it's all about strength. That's right, strength is what matters. Hey, move faster up front. Amid the rising chatter, a group of people quickly gathered outside Shen Lang and Medusa's door. Shen Lang and Medusa, who had been arranging chairs, had already sensed their approach. Still, they were a bit surprised to see such a large crowd. Shen Lang recalled Colonel Huang Lin's subtle demeanor earlier and suddenly realized what was happening. So this was all prearranged, he thought with an amused smile. While he wasn't entirely sure of Huang Lin's intentions, Shun Lang didn't mind. If anyone dared to challenge him, he'd deal with them heathen. Whether it was a contest of strength or connections, with the Dragon Blood War God the strongest and the Dacia Nation as his backer, what did he have to fear from this group of rookies? Shun Lang's expression remained calm, a faint smirk tugging at the corners of his lips as he prepared for what promised to be an interesting introduction. At the entrance of the dormitory, 7 or 8 aggressive individuals blocked the path. However, when they caught sight of Medusa, although defiance still flickered in their eyes, they all fell silent simultaneously. Medusa's beauty seemed to carry a certain privilege, capable of making these people momentarily restrain themselves. But as their attention shifted to the man beside Medusa, their expressions turned even more hostile. Not only was he with such a stunningly beautiful woman, but he was also exceptionally handsome himself. This only fueled their discontent further, and all their angry glares focused squarely on Shen Lang. Unfazed, Shen Lang calmly set down the stool he was holding and asked the hostile group in a composed tone, "Is there something I can help you with, gentlemen?" One of them immediately stepped forward and questioned, "What makes you think you deserve a private room? What qualifications do you have to receive the highest privileges as soon as you joined the rookie camp?" The others chimed in, and the noise grew louder. Shen Lang glanced around at them, shrugged, and replied, "I have no idea. After I reported in, the commander simply granted me this privilege. If you have any objections, why not take it up with the commander directly?" With this, Shun Lang cleverly shifted the responsibility onto Huang Lin. However, despite their status as reservists for the God of War camp, they were still just rookies here and had to follow Huang Lin's orders. If they wanted to rebel, they'd have to wait until they officially became warriors of the God of War camp. Unable to challenge Huang Lin, they turned their frustration toward Shen Lang. One of them sneered and said, "Take it up with the commander? Rookie camp privileges are based on strength. If you have this level of privilege, it means you supposedly have the strength to back it up. We're just here to see why you deserve it." Another added, "This dormitory building only has 10 rooms, which means only the 10 strongest rookies can live here. If you're not capable, staying here is just asking for humiliation." Someone else chimed in, "The rookie camp's special training hasn't even started yet, and the official rankings haven't been determined, yet you already have the highest privilege. If that's the case, you should be subject to the supervision of all us reservists." Shen Lang chuckled and asked bluntly, "So, after all this pointless chatter, what exactly is it that you want? Just say it." "To challenge you." The first rookie to speak stared at Shen Lang provocatively. Shen Lang nodded, his tone easygoing. "You should have just said so from the start. Why waste time with all this nonsense?" Xiaohei. At Shen Lang's call, the previously absent Xiaohei suddenly appeared as a dark blur, materializing by his side in an instant. "Oh, I forgot to mention, I'm a Beast Tamer," Shen Lang said, sweeping his gaze over the rookies at the entrance. "So I'll let my beast take on your challenges. That shouldn't be a problem, right?" Hearing the term Beast Tamer, the rookies didn't appear particularly surprised. After all, anyone who made it here likely had a hidden or specialized profession. Besides, Beast Tamers were notorious for being resource-intensive and typically not very strong in the early stages. This only reinforced their belief that Shen Lang's privileges were undeserved and bolstered their confidence. The leader of the rookies sneered mockingly, "A Beast Tamer? Huh? Fine. In that case, let's head to the training ground." The training ground, located within the rookie camp, was used for combat practice and formal challenges. While Shun Lang wasn't entirely familiar with its exact location or rules, he could easily guess its purpose. Shaking his head, Shun Lang replied with a hint of disdain, "There's no need to go to the training ground. Oh, and there's no need for you to come at me one by one either. You can all come at once." He turned to Xiaohei and instructed, "Xiaohei, you can hurt them, but don't take their lives." This remark instantly infuriated the rookies, who felt deeply insulted. But before they could act, Xiaohei was already moving toward them. Despite not releasing any aura of a divine beast, Xiaohei's towering and muscular figure exuded a palpable sense of intimidation. The leader of the rookies tried to maintain his composure and mocked, "Just a fierce dog." Before he could finish his sentence, Xiaohei had already lunged forward like a bolt of lightning, slamming into him face first. With a loud thud, Xiaohei easily pinned the rookie leader to the ground, then swatted his face with one massive paw. As the man attempted to say something, Xiao He sent him tumbling down the staircase with another swipe. Against Xiao He, these so-called rookie professionals were exactly as their name implied, utterly helpless. Xiao He didn't even need to use any skills. His sheer physical strength as a divine beast was enough to crush them. The rookies couldn't even find an opportunity to use their abilities. And even if they managed to, it wouldn't make the slightest difference against Xiao He. The brawl at the dormitory entrance was over in an instant. Xiao He's paws struck like lightning, swatting the group of provocateurs one by one, sending them flying toward the staircase. Their wails echoed through the hallway. Standing at the doorway, Xiao He turned to glare down at the rookies sprawled awkwardly on the stairs, its dog eyes full of disdain. These novices, not even at 2 stars, dared to challenge its master, clearly unaware of the rule that you must face the dog before challenging the master. Suddenly, Xiao He's ears perked up. Footsteps echoed from the stairwell, and 2 figures slowly emerged. Among them was a woman it had seen before. Xiao He immediately turned to Shen Lang, exclaiming, "Master, that woman from the spirit realm outskirts is here." Shun Lang frowned at the news and leaned forward to take a look. Leading the way was Yao Rao's younger sister, the feisty girl who acted like a rebellious teen. Following closely behind her was none other than Yi Hongyu. Shun Lang felt a pang of confusion. Why was she here in the rookie camp? Then he recalled Yao mentioning she was going to pick someone up. Could it have been Yi Hongyu? After all, the rookie camp wasn't solely for this year's new careerist veterans who had gained special abilities through unique encounters were also eligible to join. By the time Yao and Yi Hongyu reached the doorway, Yao still had her signature bold look, though this time she hadn't brought her beast companion. Leaning casually against the doorframe, she smirked at Shen Lang. Well, you haven't been here in the rookie camp for long, and you've already taken down a whole crowd. What's this? Trying to claim the title of rookie camp leader. Yi Hongyu, spotting Shen Lang and Medusa, gasped in surprise, her mouth agape. It's you too. Yep, it's me, the one and only Xiongchu Mei. Shen Lang joked with a grin, introducing his new alias and throwing her a playful wink. Though still skeptical, Yi Hongyu let it slide without further questioning. Yao raised an eyebrow at their exchange. Oh, I didn't expect you two to know each other. Ah, that makes sense, you're both from Donghai City. Fellow townsfolk? Huh? TSK. The rookie camp is in for a rough time now. Come on, Yao. Shun Lang protested. They were the ones who came looking for trouble first. Don't blame me for defending myself. Yao rolled her eyes and turned back to Yi Hongyu. All right, little leaf, I've brought you here. Find yourself a dorm, okay? I've got to go. Got it. Thanks, Yao Jia. Yi Hongyu replied politely. Before leaving, Yao gave Shun Lang a parting reminder. If you come across anything good, don't forget to call me. Ideally, something with divine beast potential. Will do my best, I promise. Shun Lang replied with a grin. Once Yao was gone, Yi Hongyu immediately turned to Shun Lang, her tone excited. Shen Sanliang, what are you doing here? What a coincidence. Yep, quite the coincidence. Shun Lang chuckled. By the way, Shen Sanliang is just a fake name. My real name is Xiongchu Mei. Without a hint of doubt, Yi Hongyu accepted his explanation and scrutinized him curiously. No wonder you managed to get so much equipment. Turns out you're part of the War God Camp Reserves, and not just any reserve, you're the one with the highest authority this session. Ah, it's nothing special, Shun Lang replied modestly, for once. Yi Hongyu brushed her bangs aside and admitted, honestly, I didn't want to leave Donghai City alone, but running into you here makes me feel a lot better. Of course, Shun Lang nodded. As fellow townsfolk, we should look out for each other. By the way, what brings you here? Yi Hongyu's expression instantly darkened. Sigh, I didn't want to come at all. I don't like being a careerist. Leveling up and fighting monsters is just so boring. What I really love is doing business. If it weren't for my dad. She trailed off, glancing apologetically at Shen Lang. Sorry, I should have told you earlier. I'm not just a receptionist at the Wanbao Pavilion. My uncle owns it, and he's the brother of Donghai City's lord. I'm the city lord's daughter. But I wasn't trying to hide it on purpose, I swear. This revelation surprised Shen Lang, though it wasn't entirely unexpected. He had long suspected Yi Hongyu's background wasn't simple. However, learning that the Wanbao Pavilion's owner was the city lord's brother was a bit of a curveball. What amused him most, though, was her attitudious second-generation heir born with a silver spoon, lamenting her dislike for the careerist life. The path for Yi Hongyu to become a 10-star professional seemed smooth and unimpeded, with strong backing from the Wanwang Group and the Lord of Donghai City. Unless her profession turned out to be exceptionally mediocre or just an ordinary civilian occupation, her success seemed almost guaranteed. However, the fact that she had already made it to the War God Camp's reserve force was proof enough of her extraordinary talent. Shun Lang casually waved his hand and led Yi Hongyu into the dormitory room. He thought to himself, hadn't he also used a fake identity before? It wasn't a big deal. Inside, Yi Hongyu's talkative nature immediately came to light. She launched into an animated recount of her experiences, speaking to Shun Lang as if they were old friends. It turned out that not long ago, her uncle, Yi Yuchong, had mysteriously acquired a second profession transfer card. While Yi Yuchong had hoped his niece would follow in his footsteps, he was even more eager for her to grow stronger. Under the insistence of both Yi Yuchong and his brother, Yi Yunzhong, Yi Hongyu had no choice but to use the transfer card. Surprisingly, the second profession she awakened to was Thunder Knight. This perfectly complemented her first profession as a lightning mage. Yi Yunzhong immediately reported his daughter's new profession to the professional division. After some research, they quickly granted Yi Hongyu a spot in the War God Camp's reserve force. Coincidentally, Yao Yao was heading to see Shen Lang and was tasked with escorting Yi Hongyu to the rookie camp along the way. Initially, Yi Hongyu wasn't very willing, but faced with the firm stance of her father and uncle, she had no choice but to temporarily set aside her plans of starting a business. She consoled herself inwardly, get stronger first, then return to pursue business later. After all, a person's dreams aren't that easily swayed. After hearing Yi Hongyu's story, Shun Lang couldn't help but marvel at the twists of fate. He wasn't particularly envious, but if it were someone else, they might have already turned green with jealousy over Yi Hongyu's incredible luck. A wealthy second-generation heiress, uninterested in being a professional, yet she awakened as a combat-type lightning mage, forced to awaken a second profession, only to unexpectedly become a Thunder Knight. Such Lukit was practically the template of a protagonist. While Shun Lang and Yi Hongyu were talking, the professionals who had been knocked aside by Xiao Hei's paw earlier gradually left the dormitory building. This scene quickly spread throughout the rookie camp. Meanwhile, in the office, Huang Lin stood by the window, a faint smile on his lips. 3 have arrived now, and 2 are still on their way. This year's rookie camp is livelier than usual. I wonder how many lucky ones will emerge in the end. The population of the Great Xia Kingdom numbers in the tens of billions, yet new professionals with SS-level talents or higher are as rare as phoenix feathers. Only 1 or 2 emerge each year. However, this year, with the addition of Shen Lang, 3 such individuals have appeared nationwide a rarity. Meanwhile, the number of hidden professions and relatively strong combat-oriented rookie professionals is quite substantial. The rookie camp, serving as a reserve for the War God camp, gathers elite individuals recommended by professional departments from across the country. However, it's inevitable that the camp includes a mix of both exceptional talents and less remarkable individuals. Each session of the rookie camp is sizable, with numbers ranging from 2 to 5,000 participants. While this may seem like a lot, in reality, these individuals are the cream of the crop, carefully selected from a population of tens of billions. Among the millions of newly emerging 18-year-old professionals, only a few thousand are chosen, making these recruits the elite of the elite. Although many professionals opt for other academies or guilds, the majority of rookies carry a deep sense of duty to protect their nation and aspire to join the War God camp. While the rookie camp is not an official unit, it serves as a fast track to the War God camp. Even for those who don't make it, they are destined to become pillars of society upon returning to civilian life. Geniuses like Shen Lang and Yi Hongyu, who directly secure spots in the War God camp, are exceedingly rare. In previous years, such individuals were almost non-existent. Yet this year, 3 have emerged: Shen Lang, Medusa, and Yi Hongyu. Huang Lin, who had already received insider information, knew that 2 other highly influential and powerful individuals were also set to join. This fueled his anticipation for this session of the rookie camp. After all, a gathering of strong individuals sparks the most excitement, especially among the more restless troublemakers. Shen Lang had already made a bold entrance by getting into a fight, earning himself a spot among the troublemakers. But who wouldn't appreciate a troublemaker with both strength and connections? Over the next few days, reserve recruits from various regions began arriving at the rookie camp. Shen Lang and his companions paid little attention to this. Taking advantage of the camp's lenient management at this early stage, they frequently ventured outside the city to hunt monsters and level up. After his experience in the Elven Secret Realm, Shun Lang had advanced to mid-level of the 2-star rank, reaching level 45. Medusa, Shadow, and Xiao Hei had also reached level 45. A level 10 Medusa Queen could annihilate a near-Forster opponent in an instant. Now, as 3 level 45 10-star divine beasts, their power was simply unimaginable. Shun Lang couldn't help but look forward to the day he could truly unleash his potential. Yi Hongyu's arrival did not disrupt her equipment transactions with Shun Lang. She continued acting as a middleman, transferring Shun Lang's equipment to Wanbao Pavilion for inspection. Shun Lang had become a key supplier of low-star, low-level equipment for the Wanbao Pavilion. While these items were considered low-level, most of the monsters Shun Lang hunted were above 1 star, meaning the equipment's level was not low. The quality, however, was often slightly inferior, mostly below perfect red-grade items. Yet, what Shun Lang considered insignificant was precisely the mainstream gear for the majority of professionals. Shun Lang's wealth grew steadily. Every monster hunting excursion added a significant sum to his bank account. If he hadn't yet settled the Elven Secret Realm's balance with Yao Yao, His savings might have already surpassed the 10 billion mark. One day, Shun Lang and Yi Hongyu, tired of the rookie camp's bland meals, decided to go into the city for a better dining experience. Just as they stepped into an upscale restaurant, Shun Lang received a message from Yao Yao. The inspection of the elf was complete, and the 3 billion transfer had been processed. The elf's price was slightly lower than the previous purple-eyed thunder demon, mainly due to its 10-star evolution rate being a bit less impressive. Shun Lang furrowed his brows, lost in thought. He had just realized that his savings had surpassed 10 billion, officially making him an ultra-rich tycoon. However, this immense fortune didn't bring him pure joy. Instead, it left him feeling somewhat troubled. After all, apart from buying skill books, there didn't seem to be much else he could do with such a vast amount of money. As for equipment, with his abilities, he could easily obtain it himself. While Shen Lang was off in his own world, Yi Hongyu noticed his distraction. She softly asked, "What's on your mind, little May?" Having spent so much time together, Yi Hongyu, who was slightly older than Shen Lang, had grown fond of using this affectionate nickname. Although it wasn't as playful as Yao Yao calling him Little Bear, Shen Lang didn't mind it at all. Yi Hongyu's question snapped Shun Lang out of his thoughts, and he suddenly remembered an important fact he had overlooked. Yi Hongyu was the heir to the Wanwang group. Over the time they had spent together, Shun Lang had come to admire her sharp business acumen. A bold idea flashed through his mind. Why not become his own boss? After a moment of silence, Shun Lang turned to Yi Hongyu and said, "Hongyu, would you be interested in opening a shop in Mo City?" Yi Hongyu looked puzzled. "A shop? What kind of shop?" Shun Lang smiled and explained, "Selling equipment, of course. You know I have plenty of it." Hearing this, Yi Hongyu's eyes lit up, but her excitement quickly faded. "But I promised my uncle and father that I wouldn't go into business again until I became a 10-star battle god. Besides, opening a shop isn't as simple as it sounds. For instance," Shun Lang cut her off. "They're not here to watch your every move, are they? Who's going to know? As for running a shop, I trust you can handle it. You just manage the store, and he'll take care of the inventory. We're bound to make a fortune." Although making a fortune wasn't exactly a compelling goal for the already wealthy Yi Hongyu, Shun Lang's words reignited a deep-seated passion for business within her. That entrepreneurial spirit, which had been forcibly suppressed, now flared up like a spark meeting gasoline. Yi Hongyu hesitantly asked, "Do you really think it could work? I don't have much money on me, and starting a business requires capital. I can't exactly ask my uncle or father for it." Shen Lang seized the opportunity. "Money? I've got plenty of that." Only then did Yi Hongyu remember that Shen Lang had walked away from the Wanbao Pavilion with tens of billions. Excitedly, she said, "All right then, let's give it a try." Seeing his plan succeed, Shen Lang nodded. "Great. After we finish eating, we'll go apply for a shop license." "Okay." Yi Hongyu agreed readily but quickly added, "We can open a shop, but we need to clarify the roles and profit sharing first. You're providing the capital and inventory, and am essentially contributing my expertise. How about a 7,030 split of the profits, with you taking the larger share?" "Sounds good to me. A 70-30 split it is." Shen Lang agreed without hesitation, completely unfazed by the arrangement. He thought to himself that if the shop truly took off, this share of the profits would be negligible. Besides, his ultimate goal was to be a hands-off boss. Most of the work would fall on Yi Hongyu's shoulders, making her share more than reasonable. For Yi Hongyu, the 30 share was just something she had casually mentioned. After all, she wasn't in it for the money. What truly excited her was the opportunity to fulfill a dream. Both being action-oriented individuals, they headed straight to the Professional Guild's Commerce Division after finishing their meal. They weren't there to rush the application process, but to first learn about the necessary steps. In the era of professional adventurers, obtaining a business license wasn't particularly difficult, but, as before, the first requirement was to secure a business location. Thus began Shen Lang and Yi Hongyu's search for the perfect shop location in the city. As the hub for professionals in the Xia Kingdom, Mo City was home to a wide variety of shops, including branches of well-known brands like Wanshou Pavilion and Wanbao Pavilion. When it came to choosing a location, Shun Lang let Yi Hongyu take the lead, trusting her expertise. Ultimately, they settled on a spot near a busy intersection. The location had previously been a store selling equipment but had gone out of business due to poor management and was now up for sale. What made it even more appealing was that it was directly across from a Wanbao Pavilion branch. For Yi Hongyu, this presented an enormous challenge competing head-on with her family's brand. But the idea of potentially surpassing Wanbao Pavilion in the future? That was an exhilarating prospect. Due to the previous owner's financial troubles, Yi Hongyu and Shun Lang managed to acquire the 3-story property at a relatively low price. The 3-year rent amounted to a staggering 900 million yuan. When Shun Lang transferred the payment, he couldn't help but feel a pang of pain in his chest. Frowning, he stared at his bank app as the balance plummeted, mentally calculating the weight of this massive investment. Sensing the change in his expression, Yi Hongyu held up the freshly signed property transfer contract and said confidently, "Relax, We'll make it back tenfold, maybe even 100-fold. Hearing her assurance, Shun Lang's furrowed brows finally eased, and a faint smile crept onto his lips. All right, with you saying that, I can rest easy, he replied, feeling as though a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Yi Hongyu nodded and quickly skimmed through the contract. The shop's interior is decent enough. We don't need to spend extra on renovations. Once the business license is approved, we can start operating immediately. She glanced at her watch, a flicker of excitement in her eyes. By the way, it's still early. Why don't we go ahead and apply for the license now? Without wasting time, the two headed straight to the city's business administration office. To their surprise, the staff worked with remarkable efficiency. After Shen Lang deposited the 1 billion yuan in registered capital, it took only half an hour for the brand new business license to be handed to them. Holding the document that officially marked him as a business owner, Shen Lang felt as if he were dreaming. He had never imagined becoming an entrepreneur so quickly. However, the process of naming their shop proved to be more challenging. They brainstormed dozens of names, but every single one had already been registered. In the end, they had no choice but to settle on a somewhat cheesy name: Chowang Super Prosperity. Yi Hongyu's ambition was apparent. She was determined to surpass her uncle's Wanwang Group. Back at the new shop, Yi Hongyu immediately began planning for the grand opening. She frowned and said, "We definitely don't have enough staff. Before we open, we need to recruit some talent. Otherwise, Sasha and I will be overwhelmed." Pausing for a moment, she asked, "By the way, are we still focusing on low-tier gear?" Hearing this, Shun Lang's lips curled into a mysterious smile. "We can do both. I've got plenty of gear in stock. Come on, let me show you." The two headed to the third floor, where Shun Lang began unveiling his inventory piece by piece. As one gleaming red piece of equipment after another appeared, Yi Hongyu's heart raced, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. "No wonder you've only been giving me blue, green, and white gear. You've been holding on to all the red-tier stuff," she exclaimed. "Just these few hundred pieces of perfect red-tier equipment alone will be enough to make a name for ourselves in Emos City." Shun Lang said nothing, only smiling as he brought out even more gear. Suddenly, the room was illuminated by purple glows, and even flashes of dark gold shimmered in the air. Epic tier gear, and 2 pieces of dark gold legendary equipment. Yi Hongyu gasped as she inspected them closely. "These are 5-star legendary items. Are you planning to sell these?" Before Shen Lang could respond, she shook her head decisively. "No way. We can't sell these. But they could be our store's crown jewels. 5-star legendary gear could attract even 7-star or 8-star professionals. It'll definitely bring more customers to Chowang." Watching Yi Hongyu's enthusiasm, Shen Lang couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He still had several other dark gold items that he hadn't revealed. After all, he had opened 3 supreme treasure chests and looted plenty of legendary gear from boss battles. The number of dark gold items he possessed was nothing to scoff at. However, understanding the value of scarcity, he decided to keep most of them under wraps for now. In truth, Shun Lang wasn't planning to sell the 2 dark gold items he had just shown: duo feather gloves and fallen armor. These were reserved for himself and Xiao He. While he did enjoy flaunting them a little, he also wanted Yi Hongyu to know that he had both high-tier and low-tier gear in stock. Yi Hongyu soon calmed down from her initial excitement and refocused on preparing for the shop's launch. She withheld the red-tier gear Shen Lang had previously given her, ensuring that none of it was sent to the Wan Shou Pavilion in Donghai City. This way, Chao Wang's inventory was fully stocked. Nearly 2,000 pieces of gear below the perfect red tier, mostly white with some green and blue, were displayed on the first floor, affordable for the majority of professionals. A few hundred perfect red-tier items and over 100 purple tier pieces were placed on the second floor. As for the 2 precious dark gold items, they were, of course, showcased separately on the third floor. During the busy preparations, Yi Hongyu also posted job openings online to recruit staff for the shop. Meanwhile, Shun Lang appeared much more relaxed, as his role seemed limited to providing gear and funds. Yi Hongyu didn't expect the boss himself to get his hands dirty. Shun Lang was happy to stay out of the hustle, watching Yi Hongyu dart around with purpose. He couldn't help but think that he might not be cut out for business after all. Over the next few days, Yi Hongyu was constantly on the move, making final arrangements for the opening. Perhaps it was because she was doing something she was passionate about that she seemed so full of energy. In the blink of an eye, the grand opening of Chowang Equipment Store arrived. Naturally, Shun Lang wouldn't miss this important occasion. Standing at the entrance, he watched as the store filled with a steady stream of customers. A sense of anticipation and excitement welled up in his heart. It must be said, Yi Hongyu had everything planned to perfection. When Shen Lang arrived at the store, it was merely for show. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony, he quickly slipped upstairs to avoid the hustle and bustle. Meanwhile, the doors of the super prosperous equipment store swung wide open, welcoming a flood of eager customers. Ordinarily, a newly opened shop, even with some basic promotion, wouldn't attract such a crowd, especially with the renowned Wanbao Pavilion just across the street. But Yi Hongyu clearly had a unique strategy. She prominently displayed the two dark golden equipment pieces Shun Lang had brought out, right in the most conspicuous spot on the first floor. With no restrictions whatsoever, the dark golden glow radiated freely from the display. Additionally, she ingeniously used multiple mirrors to reflect the light to every corner of the store, draping the entire first floor in a mysterious, golden aura. This approach was unprecedented in other equipment stores, including Wanbao Pavilion. Typically, dark golden legendary equipment, let alone purple epic grade gear, was considered rare and traded discreetly. Yet here, two pieces of dark golden legendary equipment were openly showcased in the main hall, their allure undeniable. Passers-by couldn't help but be drawn in by the dazzling glow. They stopped in their tracks and, almost instinctively, stepped into the store to take a closer look. For most professionals, dark golden legendary equipment was merely the stuff of legends. Just seeing it in person was a rare opportunity. Even if they couldn't afford it, getting a close-up view was a worthwhile experience. As a result, the moment the super prosperous equipment store opened its doors, the first floor hall was already bustling with activity. Most customers gathered around the two dark golden legendary items, marveling and discussing animatedly. Others wandered the store, exploring different types of equipment that caught their eye. Seizing the moment when the crowd was at its peak, Yi Hongyu stepped forward to make an exciting announcement. All transactions today would be 20 off. With this declaration, the excitement reached a new high as customers' enthusiasm soared. Yi Hongyu's intent was crystal clear now that she had drawn the crowd in. It was time to get them to open their wallets and make real purchases. Shun Lang stood on the third floor, gazing down at the bustling crowd inside the Chawang equipment store. The grand opening day's 20 discount had drawn in a massive number of professionals, especially those of lower star rankings. The equipment on the first and second floors had been completely sold out, and even with 26 beautiful sales assistants working tirelessly, they were struggling to keep up with the enthusiasm of the customers. A satisfied smile played on Shun Lang's lips, as if he could already see money flowing steadily into his pockets. His gaze fell on the central display platform in the first floor hall, where two dark golden 5-star legendary pieces of equipment were showcased, continuing to draw a large crowd of onlookers. Legendary gear. A young man exclaimed, his eyes wide as his nose nearly pressed against the display case. I've never seen equipment this incredible in my life. Don't even think about it. A middle-aged man beside him shook his head and sighed. If you don't have tens of billions to spare, it's out of your reach. Just as the crowd was buzzing with chatter, a young man with short blue hair walked past the store entrance. He had intended to leave, but the words legendary equipment caught his attention. After a brief hesitation, he stepped inside and made his way to the display platform. The young man's eyes scanned over the two pieces of equipment before locking onto the fallen armor. The words 12 Vitality immediately caught his interest. He glanced around and asked, how much for this piece? Yi Hongyu, the store owner, had been standing by the display the entire time. She politely responded, I'm sorry, sir, but these two items are currently for display purposes only. The blue-haired young man frowned slightly, then raised an eyebrow and said, for display only? Huh? So, they'll be for sale eventually? What, do you think I can't afford it? Name a price anything under 10 billion and I'll pay on the spot. The crowd collectively gasped at his bold statement. Even Shen Lang, standing on the third floor, took a second, more curious look at the young man, silently remarking on his audacious confidence. The young man then confidently displayed his basic information. Name, Qiu Tianyi. Status, War God Trainee. With an air of pride, Qiu Tianyi declared, the Qiu family can easily spare 100 or 80 billion. That's nothing to us. The onlookers gasped again, and murmurs spread through the crowd. The weight of the words Qiu family made everyone realize that this young man was no ordinary individual. Enemies of the Qiu family. This news spread through the bustling super prosperity store like a whirlwind. Amidst the hushed murmurs of the customers, the name Shuiwei City was repeatedly mentioned. Known as the most powerful city after Imo City, Shuiwei City was renowned for its formidable Qiu family, particularly the legendary 10-star war god and city lord, Qiu Inzong. Standing confidently at the counter was a young man with striking blue hair, Qiu Tianyi. Without hesitation, he revealed his identity. Yes, that's my grandfather, he admitted openly, causing a wave of astonishment around him. The descendant of the old war god. He's already in the war god training camp, truly a case of the tiger's cub being no dog. The Qiu family controls 30 of the nation's potion market. Spending a mere 10 or 20 billion is nothing for them. The chatter grew louder, yet someone raised a valid question. If he's the war god's grandson, he shouldn't lack legendary grade equipment. Why would he come here to buy anything? Maybe this piece is particularly suited to him, but it's a 5-star item, and he's only at 2 stars. He can't even use it yet. Perhaps he's buying it to save for later. Yi Hongyu, maintaining her professional smile, politely declined, I'm very sorry, but these two pieces of equipment are not for sale. They're display items reserved for our boss' personal use. Qiu Tianyi pondered for a moment before asking, "Is your boss here? I'd like to speak with him. This piece of equipment is perfect for my class. Once I reach 5 stars, it will significantly enhance my strength. If your boss is willing to part with it, I'm happy to pay a premium above the market price to acquire this armor." Yi Hongyu was about to refuse again when she received a message from Shen Lang. After reading it, she turned to Qiu Tianyi and said, "Our boss appreciates your sincerity but still won't sell it for now. If you truly need this equipment, you might want to check back later. Our boss will likely surpass 6 stars soon, and at that point, you may be able to purchase it." Qiu Tianyi nodded in understanding but insisted, "In that case, let's add each other as friends. When your boss decides to sell, please notify me immediately." Yi Hongyu readily agreed. Considering Qiu Tianyi's background and his potential connections, she even extended an invitation. "Aside from these 2 dark gold legendary pieces, we also have other high-quality equipment here at Super Prosperity. On the 2nd floor, you'll find a range of red perfect grade and purple epic grade gear. Perhaps you'll find something suitable for your current level." Qiu Tianyi gladly accepted the suggestion and headed upstairs with a beautiful sales assistant as his guide. Meanwhile, Shun Lang, observing Qiu Tianyi's retreating figure from upstairs, mused to himself, "So he's in the war god training camp, huh? While announcing his lineage so openly seems a bit naive, he doesn't seem like a spoiled brat. I wonder what class he is exactly." Glancing at the fallen armor beside him, Shun Lang speculated, if he's after this armor, he's probably a tank-type class. For Shen Lang, however, this was just a minor distraction. These days, only 10-star mythical beasts truly piqued his interest. Of course, making money was still a priority for him. Fortunately, the daily operations of Super Prosperity were well managed by Yi Hongyu, allowing Shun Lang to sit back and watch the revenue numbers climb. The store's initial investment of over $1 billion seemed like it would be recouped in no time. The grand opening promotion, which lasted a week, had already proven a massive success. In fact, Shun Lang had recovered his costs 3 days earlier than expected, further validating the principle that money makes money. It was true wealthy people had an easier time growing their fortunes. Due to the overwhelming demand, the store's equipment inventory began to run low, prompting Shun Lang to personally go out and hunt monsters to restock. However, the booming success of Super Prosperity didn't go unnoticed by its competitor, the Wanbao Pavilion across the street. Although Super Prosperity hadn't taken all their customers, it had siphoned off a significant portion, causing Wanbao Pavilion's revenue to drop by 30% compared to previous periods. Initially, Wanbao Pavilion's management attributed Super Prosperity's popularity to its opening week's 20% discount promotion. Yet, even after the promotion ended after 2 days and prices returned to normal, the store remained packed with customers, a phenomenon that left Wanbao Pavilion's leadership baffled. Determined to uncover the secret behind Super Prosperity's success, the manager of Mo City's Wanbao Pavilion decided to pay a visit in person. Mo City, the hub for professionals in the Great Xia Kingdom, naturally boasts remarkable figures at its core, especially within its renowned Wanbao Pavilion. Anderson, a sworn brother of Yi Yuchang and the same age as him, holds a position second only to Yi Yuchang in the Wangwang Group. Although he owns no shares, his selfless dedication elevates his status, making him almost an extension of Yi Yuchang himself. One day, upon returning from a business trip to the Forbidden City, Anderson noticed a bustling new shop across from Wanbao Pavilion. Driven by curiosity, he stepped into the newly opened store called Super Prosperity Hall. He was greeted by 2 young women with warm smiles, one of whom gently inquired about his needs. Anderson politely declined their assistance and began to browse the shop on his own. The first floor displayed white, blue, and green tier equipment, quite similar to what Wanbao Pavilion offered. However, as he ascended to the 2nd and 3rd floors, he was struck by the sight of red tier and above equipment, particularly 2 5-star dark gold legendary items. Though Anderson was well versed in such matters, he was surprised by the boldness of showcasing such high-level items so openly. This strategy originated from the store owner, Shun Lang. To him, while these items were valuable, they were always subject to being replaced by stronger ones. So, when Yi Hongyu suggested using legendary equipment to attract customers, he agreed without hesitation. As Anderson scanned the surroundings, he noticed that aside from the 2 legendary items, the most eye-catching feature of Super Prosperity Hall was the uniform presence of beautiful female sales assistants, a clear reflection of Yi Hongyu's keen understanding of consumer psychology. Eager to meet the store owner, Anderson inquired with the lobby manager, only to learn that the owner had left early that morning. With no other choice, he left the shop, expressing his intention to return another day. At that moment, Shun Lang and Yi Hongyu were at the outskirts of the city, in the rookie training camp. It was the official opening day of the camp, and the vast plaza was packed with energetic young people. On the high platform stood Chief of Staff Huang Lin, dressed in a military uniform, standing tall and surveying the lively scene below. Standing tall on the high platform, Huang Lin's commanding gaze swept over the densely packed crowd of men and women in the square. With a straight posture and a powerful voice, he began. First of all, on behalf of the rookie camp, I welcome all 4,328 of you who have gathered here from all corners of the nation. You represent the cream of the crop among this year's newly transitioned professionals in our Daxia kingdom. Whether it's your class or your talent, you are undeniably among the strongest. Pausing briefly, he continued, thank you for choosing to become part of the War God Camp's reserve force. The War God Camp, as the cornerstone of our Daxia kingdom, is the most feared elite professional combat unit across nations. Standing here today means you all aspire to join the War God Camp, am I right? Yes. The rookies in the square responded in unison, their collective voices surging like a deafening wave that echoed across the air. Good. Huang Lin's expression turned serious, his eyes sharp as a blade. I believe in your determination. However, the War God Camp is not a place anyone can enter just because they wish to. Its doors open only to the strongest professionals, because only the strongest can shoulder the immense responsibility of defending Daxia and resisting foreign threats. The War God Camp is not merely a title, it's a duty as weighty as a mountain. His gaze swept across the crowd as he continued, even though you are now reserve members, the road to officially joining the camp is still a long one. Over the next year, you will undergo comprehensive training, including advanced combat theory, dungeon expeditions, live combat missions, and more. Only those who pass the assessment a year from now will officially become part of the War God Camp. Those who fail will have no choice but to pack up and leave. Huang Lin's tone softened slightly as he said, as an individual, of course, I hope to see all of you make it into the War God Camp. Having outstanding young professionals like you safeguarding our nation is a blessing for the country. But reality is harsh based on previous years. Less than 1% of you will pass the assessment. In other words, no more than 50 of you will ultimately join the War God Camp. His voice grew firm and resolute. If you want to be among that select group of elite professionals, you must work harder, push yourselves further, and dig deeper into the potential of your professional talents than anyone else. In the days ahead, I expect to see your dedication. Finally, Huang Lin's tone dropped, carrying a weight of authority. Now, let's get down to business. In the square, Shun Lang and Medusa stood side by side, their brows slightly furrowed. The announcement Huang Lin had just made caught him by surprise. This training camp was going to last nearly a year. With my professional talents, what could I possibly learn in a camp for rookies? Shen Lang mused silently. If it weren't for Longblood Warlord Chu Jinhua's personal instructions, he wouldn't have bothered joining such basic training. However, the unexpected benefits Chu Jinhua mentioned did pique his curiosity. If someone as formidable as the Longblood Warlord said so, he must know something about my potential. Shen Lang quickly grasped a key point. The principle of strength rules all applies universally. As long as he demonstrated sufficient power, leaving early shouldn't be an issue. At worst, I'll take the benefits and leave. There's no need to waste time with this group of rookies and slow down my progress. At that moment, Huang Lin's voice interrupted Shen Lang's thoughts. I'm sure most of you have heard by now, especially those of you who arrived early. Based on your profession and talents, you will receive different levels of treatment, divided into 10 tiers. He scanned the crowd, a faint smile playing on his lips. Most of you will start at the lowest level. However, there are 4 individuals who've entered directly at the highest level. Yes, I'm talking about the 4 who are currently living in private rooms. Beastmaster Xiong Chumo, Fire Mage Xia, Lightning Mage Hong Yu, and Storm Warrior Qiu Tianyi. You 4, come up here. Although Shun Lang preferred to keep a low profile, he still made his way to the platform, accompanied by Medusa and Xiao He. Yi Hong Yu followed closely behind, and Qiu Tianyi also stepped up, looking somewhat surprised. It's you. Qiu Tianyi murmured to Yi Hong Yu, clearly recognizing the woman from the equipment shop. Yi Hong Yu responded with a faint smile but said nothing more. After exchanging brief nods of acknowledgement, the 4 stood side by side on the platform. Below, the gaze of thousands of people converged on them, and hushed whispers rippled through the crowd. Who are these 4? That guy with the dog is incredible. His dog knocked out 2 berserker mutants. The blue-haired one is Qiu Tianyi, the grandson of the city lord of Shuiwei City. Forget the men. Look at that woman. She's like a goddess descended to earth. Too bad she seems really close to the guy with the dog. They've been inseparable since they arrived at the camp. Amid the chatter, someone pointed to a corner where 2 figures sat with their heads low and faces dark. Zhang San and Li Si, who had previously been taught a lesson by Xiao He. This detail sparked another round of murmurs, but Shun Lang and Medusa remained silent, as if completely indifferent to the commotion around them. The square was bustling with noise and chatter. I heard the 2 of them are living together, someone whispered. And Yi Hong Yu seems pretty close to them too, another voice remarked, tinged with regret. Ah, my goddess. A goddess can only ever be admired from afar. Reality is always so cruel. Just then, Huang Lin's voice cut through the noisy crowd. You 4, introduce yourselves to everyone. Qiu Tianyi, you go first. Yes, sir. Qiu Tianyi stepped forward crisply. His movements carried the unmistakable precision of military training, swift and clean. Taking a firm step forward, he stood at attention and saluted. Qiu Tianyi, profession, Storm Warrior. Pleased to meet you all. With that, he quickly returned to stand beside Yi Hongyu. Yi Hongyu's demeanor was far more relaxed. She stepped forward gracefully, gave a slight bow to the crowd, then lifted her head with a warm smile. Hello everyone. My name is Yi Hongyu, profession, lightning mage. I look forward to working with you all. She paused briefly, then added with a businesslike tone. Oh, by the way, I run an equipment shop on Qingyang Street in Imo City. You're all welcome to visit. Students from the rookie camp get a 20% discount. This somewhat commercial introduction brought a slight frown to Huang Lin's face. Meanwhile, Shun Lang quietly observed Yi Hongyu, thinking to himself that this woman was certainly a natural-born business genius. Ahem. Huang Lin cleared his throat loudly, redirecting his attention to Shen Lang. Bear Tracks, you're up? Shen Lang stepped forward confidently, his voice booming. Bear Tracks, Beast Tamer. Yep, the one you've been calling the dog trainer. Next, Medusa gave a brief and straightforward introduction. Sasha, Fire Mage. Huang Lin nodded in acknowledgement before addressing the crowd. I'm sure many of you are wondering why these four were granted the highest level privileges right upon arrival. The reason is simple. Their professions, talents, and abilities are exceptional. He scanned the faces in the crowd, noticing the hints of dissatisfaction on some. He continued, I know some of you, as rookie professionals from various cities, may have your doubts. That's fine. I'm giving you all a chance. Raising his voice slightly, he declared, any one of you can challenge any of these four. If you can defeat just one of them, you'll take their place and earn the highest level privileges. Afterward, there will be a ranking competition, and the top 10 participants will also receive the highest level privileges. In other words, besides Bear Tracks and his team, there are 6 more spots up for grabs. Even better, these 10 individuals will gain early access to the exclusive dungeons of the rookie camp. Huang Lin's gaze swept over the crowd, his voice resolute. So, is everyone ready? After Huang Lin announced the rules for the challenge and ranking matches, the officers quickly organized the match schedule and opponent groupings. The immediate focus was on the challenge matches. Everyone had the chance to challenge Shen Lang and his team of 4 to compete for the highest authority in the rookie camp. The training ground was a vast open space surrounded by stone platforms etched with rune-based restrictions. Although this was merely the training field for the War God Camp's reserve forces and the restrictions weren't of the highest strength, they were sufficient to prevent any damage from professionals below the 3-star rank. On the field, Shun Lang and his 3 teammates stood on one side, while thousands of trainees lined up on the opposite end. A lieutenant colonel, who was officiating the challenge, leapt down from the stands and landed steadily in the center of the arena. His voice boomed across the field as he declared, the challenge starts now. If you're not confident, don't waste everyone's time. The challenge is limited to 3 hours. Any delay will result in losing your qualification. The field fell silent. These elites from various cities were proud individuals, but they weren't blindly arrogant. They understood that anyone pre-selected for the highest authority must possess extraordinary strength. At last, a burly young man stepped forward. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, he carried a warhammer on his back and was clad in a full set of green, high-grade equipment. He jumped onto the platform, his gaze sweeping across the 4 before finally settling on Yi Hongyu. Zhou Cheng, Lightning Warrior, level 24. Miss Yi, I challenge you, he declared. Yi Hongyu, however, smiled and shook her head. Challenge me? I suggest you choose someone else. Why? Zhou Cheng asked, puzzled. I'm a 3-star professional who transitioned last year. Her words caused Zhou Cheng's face to darken instantly. As a 1-star professional, he was confident in challenging someone who had just entered the 2-star level. But facing someone who was a full 30 levels ahead and already a 3-star professional? That was nothing short of suicide. The crowd erupted into murmurs. Why would someone who transitioned last year only join the rookie camp this year? 2 possibilities immediately came to mind. Either she had recently awakened a rare talent, or she had gained a second profession. Even Qiu Tianyi frowned at this revelation, considering the global transition had only started a little over a month ago. Reaching 1-star peak was already an impressive feat, let alone the 3-star level. Shun Lang, on the other hand, was already aware of Yi Hongyu's strength, though he hadn't expected her to kindly dissuade her opponent. Now, do you still want to challenge me? Yi Hongyu asked again. Zhou Cheng forced an awkward smile and turned to the lieutenant colonel. Sir, can I switch opponents? With permission granted, Zhou Cheng let out a sigh of relief. Miss Yi is a 3-star professional. I'm definitely no match for her. I'll choose someone else. Alright, that's fine. Yi Hongyu nodded, then raised her voice to add. Oh, by the way, almost forgot to mention our shop in Imo City is called Super Lucky, just so you know. Shen Lang couldn't help but silently admire Yi Hongyu's sharp business acumen. Even in this kind of setting, she never missed an opportunity to promote her store. With such a knack for seizing opportunities, it's no wonder she's been so successful. After finishing her pitch, Yi Hongyu sensibly stepped back, leaving the lieutenant colonel momentarily at a loss for words. He had no choice but to press forward, saying, "Hurry up, who are you challenging?" Without hesitation, Zhou Cheng fixed his gaze on Medusa and declared, "I challenge Miss Sasha. Same rules, I'll pick a woman." The lieutenant colonel immediately ordered, "Sasha, step forward and accept the challenge." Medusa first glanced at Shen Lang, and only after receiving his subtle nod of approval did she gracefully leap onto the stage. Zhou Cheng placed his war hammer on the ground, cupped his hands toward Medusa, and said, "Please enlighten me." But as soon as he reached for his weapon, he suddenly felt as if the distance between his hand and the hammer was stretching endlessly. His vision blurred. What's happening? This was Zhou Cheng's final thought before losing consciousness. His body flew out of the ring like a kite with a broken string. By the time everyone looked back, Medusa was no longer on the stage. She had already returned to Shen Lang's side, as if she had never left. The audience erupted into chatter. "What just happened? Did you see that?" "See what?" I blinked, and suddenly the stage was empty. "So, who won? Are you blind? Didn't you see Zhou Cheng being carried off? That was insane. Zhou Cheng didn't even get a chance to make a move. These two women are no joke. No wonder they earned the highest privileges in the rookie camp. They're the real deal. I was just thinking of giving it a shot myself, but forget it. I don't want to embarrass myself. What's there to be afraid of? There are still two guys left. Why not try them?" "Try? More like die. One's out for blood, and the other guy, the one with the doe's always smiling. But that smile gives me chills. And his dog? It looks creepy as hell. Who knows what kind of beast it really is?" Amid the heated discussions, another person stepped forward and jumped onto the stage. "I, Li Mingyu, challenge Bear Trouble." Li Mingyu, standing at just about 1.6 meters tall, was noticeably dwarfed by Shen Lang, whose height approached 1.9 meters. The stark contrast in their stature became even more pronounced the moment Shun Lang stepped onto the arena with Xiao He by his side. To be honest, Shun Lang found it hard to muster any enthusiasm for this rookie-level duel. However, since he had joined the rookie camp and been granted the highest authority by the Dragon Blood War god, Chu Jinhua, it would seem ungrateful to act aloof or dismissive. This privilege had already saved him considerable trouble, and now this challenge presented itself as an opportunity to settle future issues in one fell swoop. After all, Shun Lang was on a completely different level from these rookies. This duel could serve as a demonstration to the newcomers that some gaps simply cannot be bridged. Besides, Shun Lang was still in the dark about the exact benefits Chu Jinhua had mentioned. The colonel had just hinted that the top 10 participants in the post-challenge ranking competition would gain access to a unique dungeon exclusive to the rookie camp. Shun Lang suspected that the so-called benefits were hidden within this dungeon. Opting out of the duel and missing his chance to rank in the top 10 would only leave him at a disadvantage. Standing in the arena, Shun Lang maintained his usual harmless and easygoing smile. Beside him, Xiao Hai, three-headed hellhound god beast, rated at 10 stars, cut a rather pitiful figure. Having to accompany his master to fight rookies was probably the most humiliating moment for such a powerful creature. Xiao He drooped his ears, his eyes filled with visible disdain. Yet, the crowd's focus was entirely on Shun Lang, sparing the massive beast from much attention. After all, in this age of career transformations, seeing a doger, even a mouse the size of an elephant, was no longer shocking. Li Mingyu scrutinized Shun Lang carefully before speaking. "Miss Yi Hongyu already tried to dissuade another guy earlier, and now I'll try to persuade you. I transitioned into my profession just last year, and this year, I was lucky enough to complete my second career transformation. That's how I earned a recommendation to the War God Camp Reserves. I'm currently at the peak of the 2-star level and on the verge of advancing to 3 stars. With my current strength, even many 3-star professionals might not be able to defeat me." He paused briefly, then continued. "Although you've been granted the highest authority, which suggests your talent is exceptional, I'd guess you're only at the peak of 1-star level at the moment. With the level suppression in play, there's no way you can beat me. Why not admit defeat? That way, no one will accuse me of bullying someone weaker." Li Mingyu's words caused a stir among the surrounding rookies. Another dual profession individual, following Yi Hongyu? This revelation left many astonished. Shun Lang, too, was slightly surprised, though he had his own perspective on secondary professions. His second career transformation task had required him to slay a 5-star god beast boss, a difficulty that directly reflected the strength of his profession. As the world's only Beast Tamer, the challenge he faced was naturally incomparable to that of an ordinary secondary profession. In general, the stronger one's primary profession, the more powerful their awakened secondary profession would be. Li Mingyu's ability to awaken a secondary profession certainly placed him above most professionals. Being recommended to the War God Camp Reserves further attested to his impressive capabilities. But to Shun Lang, this level of strength was still far from being a threat. In response to Li Mingyu's offer to concede, Shun Lang's smile remained unchanged. He replied casually, Come on, if I admit defeat, wouldn't that be an embarrassment to the rookie camp? After all, this highest authority I have it was granted to me by the rookie camp itself. Li Mingyu's eyes flickered with a trace of surprise upon hearing those words. He didn't say much, but instead let a crimson robe materialize over his body in an instant. It was a dazzling red piece of perfect-grade equipment, immediately stirring a wave of excitement among the surrounding trainees. For these one-star early or mid-level professionals, such gear was nothing short of a divine artifact. This is the equipment I earned after completing my second profession advancement quest, Li Mingyu declared while summoning a green fine-quality staff. A hint of pride colored his tone as he continued, if you want to admit defeat, then be ready. All right, you be careful too, Shun Lang began to respond politely, but he quickly noticed that Xiao He had already disappeared from his side. Shaking his head, he muttered softly, forget it, there's no point in saying more. Li Mingyu probably won't even have the chance to hear it. Then he added under his breath, Xiao He, don't hurt him. With that, he turned and started walking off the stage. In Shen Lang's eyes, this fight wasn't worth watching at all. If Xiao He couldn't handle someone who wasn't even at 3 stars, then tonight's dinner might as well feature dog meat hot pot. Just as Li Mingyu was about to unleash his skill, his vision abruptly plunged into darkness. Before he could process it, a paw larger than his own hand appeared before him, transitioning from blurry to sharply clear. By the time he realized what was happening, the world was spinning around him. A stinging pain spread across his face before everything went black. With a loud thud, Li Mingyu landed heavily off the stage, unconscious on the spot. The medics from the novice camp promptly rushed forward to carry him away. The entire scene unfolded so quickly it felt surreal, just like when Medusa had defeated Zhou Cheng earlier. The spectators hadn't even registered that the fight had started before it was already over. Absolutely zero entertainment value. Someone in the audience grumbled, still reeling from the shock. Meanwhile, Xiao He, having sent Li Mingyu flying, turned to bare his teeth menacingly at the crowd as if issuing a challenge. Xiao He, what are you doing? Stop scaring people. Shun Lang's reprimand rang out. Only then did Xiao He withdraw his aura, lift his tail proudly, and strut off the stage with an air of smug self-importance. The colonel overseeing the match glanced at Shen Lang and Xiao He before announcing Shen Lang as the winner. Although he was a near 6-star professional himself, the colonel couldn't hide his astonishment. Both Xiao He and Medusa's performances had left him utterly stunned. Even with his nearly 6-star strength, he had only caught a fleeting blur before Zhou Cheng and Li Mingyu were defeated. Could it be that these two rookies are even stronger than me? And to think the chief of staff designated them with the highest level clearance, isn't this a bit too extraordinary? The colonel pondered silently, his thoughts swirling with disbelief. As the instructor of the rookie camp, the lieutenant colonel naturally wouldn't personally step into the ring to spar with Shen Lang and the others. Suppressing his astonishment, he announced the continuation of the challenge matches. After Zhou Cheng and Li Mingyu led the way, several self-proclaimed skilled professionals stepped forward to challenge Shen Lang, Medusa, and Qiu Tianyi. Even Yi Hongyu, after revealing her power level, attracted a few challengers, though it seemed more like an excuse to admire her beauty. The outcomes of these challenges were predictable. Those who challenged Shen Lang couldn't escape the fate of being taken down by a single strike from Xiao He. They barely stepped onto the stage before being forced off. Those who faced Medusa met a similar fate to Zhou Cheng, being swiftly and decisively defeated. Some were even knocked unconscious before they could concede. Yi Hongyu, on the other hand, was relatively gentle, leaving her opponents with their hair standing on end and bodies charred from her electric attacks. As for Qiu Tianyi, perhaps spurred on by Medusa and Shen Lang, he fought with remarkable ferocity, ending his matches in just a few moves. From Shen Lang's perspective, Qiu Tianyi was indeed quite formidable, at least on par with Yi Hongyu. Compared to Li Mingyu, the gap between a dual-class professional and the others was evident. However, the chasm between Qiu Tianyi and Shun Lang was even more insurmountable. Neither Qiu Tianyi nor anyone else present could likely withstand even a single claw from Xiao He. Even the lieutenant colonel might manage to endure one strike, but a few more would undoubtedly bring him down. By the end of the morning's challenge matches, the strength of Shen Lang and his team was fully acknowledged by everyone. After a short lunch break, the ranking matches began in the afternoon. With Shen Lang's group already holding the highest authority, effectively securing the top 4 spots, the remaining 3,000 to 4,000 professionals could only vie for ranks 5 through 10. Chief of Staff Huang Lin returned to oversee the afternoon's ranking matches, requiring everyone's attendance. While Shun Lang and his team felt the proceedings were akin to chickens pecking at each other, they stayed to observe. With multiple smaller arenas running simultaneously, the matches progressed quickly, and by around 4 p.m., the 5th through 10th places were finalized. The 5th place went to Li Namin, a slightly plump woman and a hidden-class swordmaster. Her swordsmanship was exceptional, with few able to withstand her 3 strikes. She had previously faced Qiu Tianyi and, though defeated, earned respect for her impressive performance. The sixth place was claimed by Shen Huan, a baby-faced man sharing Shun Lang's surname. As a hidden class druid and a balanced fighter, he was the only one able to endure 3 strikes from Li Namin. The 7th through 10th places were slightly weaker but not far behind in skill. Next came the most anticipated segment, the ranking matches among Shun Lang's group. Not only were the participants curious, but even Huang Lin and the other officers watched with great interest. Huang Lin glanced at the 4 and said, "I assume I don't need to arrange this for you. Decide among yourselves how you'd like to proceed." "Got it." Qiu Tianyi responded first, his gaze landing on Shen Lang. "How about we 2 men go first?" "Sure." Shun Lang agreed without hesitation. After all, he would have to fight sooner or later. "Please." Qiu Tianyi gestured politely. Shun Lang nodded in acknowledgement and stepped onto the stage, with Xiao He following close behind. Moments later, Qiu Tianyi also ascended the arena, standing face to face with Shen Lang. Qiu Tianyi quickly noticed that Shen Lang's attitude toward him was identical to the way he treated Li Mingyu earlier, not even sparing him a proper glance. This stirred a hint of displeasure in Qiu Tianyi's heart, and his brows furrowed slightly. "We're both top-ranked members of the rookie camp," Qiu Tianyi mused to himself. "Sure, Shen Lang is stronger than most, just like I am stronger than most. But now that we're on the same level, what gives him the right to look down on me like this?" With a cold sneer, Qiu Tianyi resolved to teach this arrogant guy a lesson. "I'll show him that there's always someone better, always a higher mountain to climb." In truth, Qiu Tianyi had immense confidence in his own abilities. Among the 4 top-ranked members of the rookie camp, he considered Yi Hongyu, the dual-class 3-star talent, to be his greatest rival. As for Medusa and Shen Lang, he figured they were unlikely to pose much of a challenge. "Xiong, are you ready?" Qiu Tianyi asked, his tone dripping with provocation. Shen Lang paused for a moment before responding. "If you don't make a move, I might think you're the one who's not ready. Go ahead, anytime." "All right." As soon as the words left Qiu Tianyi's mouth, a visible whirlwind erupted around him. Harnessing the power of the wind element, his figure vanished in an instant. The arena was consumed by roaring winds, making it hard for anyone to keep their eyes open, let alone see what was happening. However, for Shun Lang and Xiao He, it was nothing more than a gentle breeze. The supposedly lightning-fast Qiu Tianyi, who moved too quickly for most to track, appeared as slow as a snail in their eyes. Shun Lang was about to instruct Xiao He to act, but what came out instead was a quiet reprimand. "Xiao, you, go easy on him, all right?" Because just as he spoke, Xiao He had already stepped onto the arena with its 4 hooves. Its movements seemed light and effortless, but the moment its hooves touched the ground, an invisible force rippled outward. The raging winds in the arena came to an abrupt halt, as if someone had pressed a pause button, vanishing without a trace. Qiu Tianyi, who had been moving at high speed, suddenly felt an overwhelming force strike him, causing him to let out a muffled grunt as his figure reappeared midair. "Impossible!" Qiu Tianyi exclaimed in disbelief, staring at Shen Lang and the unassuming Xiao He by his side. "My strength ability, Fury of the Wind, was broken just like that?" Qiu Tianyi stared in disbelief, his eyes wide open as he fixed his gaze on Xiao He. The massive black dog, however, responded with an almost human-like smirk of disdain, as if silently mocking him. "So much for the roar of the wind, what a joke." This scene left Qiu Tianyi both shocked and forced to re-evaluate the situation before him. He realized that he might have underestimated Xiong Chumo and his beast companion. This could very well be a height-tier beast. Suppressing the turbulent energy within him, Qiu Tianyi struggled to activate his recovery skill. The interruption of his roar of the wind earlier had drained a significant portion of his stamina. He took a deep breath, trying hard to steady his rapid breathing. Shen Lang observed coldly, unimpressed by Qiu Tianyi's ability to barely withstand Xiao He's attack. In Shen Lang's eyes, Xiao He hadn't even used its full strength. If it had gone all out, everyone present would have been instantly defeated. The only reason Qiu Tianyi managed to hold on was because Xiao He had held back. "Xiao He, put in a bit more effort," Shen Lang said in a low voice. Xiao He glanced back at its master, immediately shrinking its neck in a guilty manner, as if acknowledging its mistake. Among Shun Lang's 3 beast companions, Xiao He held the lowest rank. It was always envious of Medusa and Shadow, who got to sleep in their master's bed at night. How it longed to be allowed into its master's bed as well. Xiao He turned its gaze back to Qiu Tianyi, its throat emitting a low, menacing growl. A dangerous glint flickered in its eyes. "Let's see how strong you really are." Qiu Tianyi, having regained some of his strength, summoned a massive purple blade out of thin air. It was clearly an epic-tier weapon. As the grandson of the god of war, possessing legendary grade equipment was nothing extraordinary for him. But at this moment, he seemed to be holding back from using that level of weaponry. With a deep growl, Xiao He lunged forward. Qiu Tianyi, seeing this, summoned a purple shield, also of epic-tier. As a storm warrior, he could both attack and defend, and he chose a defensive stance in this moment. "I don't believe it." Do you have divine beast blood in you, or something? Cho Tianyi roared through gritted teeth, his muscles taut. The shield radiated a brilliant purple light as he channeled all his energy into activating his defensive skill, infusing the shield and his body with power. Xiao Hei's massive form closed the distance in an instant, its paw slamming down heavily on the shield. In that moment, the shield erupted with a dazzling purple glow, and a surge of violent energy rippled outward like a tsunami. Crack! Under the immense force, Cho Tianyi's arm snapped, and his legs gave way under the overwhelming impact. His face turned deathly pale, his pupils dilating in shock as he suffered an unprecedented blow. Stop! Huang Lin's figure suddenly appeared on the platform, grabbing hold of the shield. Xiao Hei's ferocious eyes glinted dangerously, and its paw pressed down even harder. Feeling the terrifying force emanating from the shield, Huang Lin was inwardly alarmed. It was all he could do to hold his ground. Xiao Hei, stand down. Shun Lang's voice carried a hint of reprimand. Hearing its master's command, Xiao Hei immediately withdrew its paw and lowered its head, obediently standing by Shen Lang's side. It had indeed lost control earlier. Although it hadn't used its full strength, it had unleashed nearly all of its physical power. If Huang Lin hadn't intervened in time, Cho Tianyi might have been reduced to a bloody pulp. Huang Lin tossed the shield aside and hurried to support Cho Tianyi, shouting to the others, "What are you waiting for? Get him to a healer." Soon, a group of people carried Cho Tianyi away. His expression was blank, his eyes hollow clearly. The attack had shattered not only his body but also his confidence. Although the injuries appeared severe, in this era, such wounds, broken limbs, and critical damage were far from irreversible. With the aid of priests and other healing class professions, he would likely be fully restored within an hour or two, without any lasting aftereffects. The medical advancements of this time were leagues ahead of those in ancient history. Huang Lin turned to Shun Lang, his tone serious. "Xiong Chumo, that was a bit excessive. Apologies, Commander. I didn't mean for it to happen. I just told the dog to use a little more force." Shun Lang explained, guilt evident in his voice. It truly hadn't been his intention. Xiao Hei had simply misjudged its own strength. Huang Lin nodded, recognizing that the incident had not been deliberate on Shen Lang's part. The real issue was either that Cho Tianyi was too weak, or that Shen Lang's beast companion was far too strong. Undoubtedly, it was the latter. The power of that black dog was astonishing. At that moment, Huang Lin was doing his best to suppress his inner shock. In that brief clash earlier, Xiao Hei had only exerted a fraction of its strength, yet the pressure it generated was overwhelming. The true extent of this beast's power likely surpassed his wildest expectations. Huang Lin truly lived up to his reputation as a 7-star powerhouse. His hidden class, the mighty warrior, gave him extraordinary physical strength and stamina. Yet, the scene that had just unfolded left him deeply shaken. Xiao Hei, the seemingly ordinary large black dog, had matched him blow for blow in a pure contest of strength. Huang Lin's gaze shifted back and forth between Shun Lang and Xiao Hei, his mind racing with thoughts. If Xiao Hei unleashed its full power, combined with the support of a Beast Tamer, its combatability might far exceed his expectations. A bold theory surfaced in his mind: could this possibly be a 10-star divine beast? But he quickly dismissed the idea. Xiong Chumo was merely a 2-star Beast Tamer. How could someone like him form a contract with such a powerful divine beast? It didn't make any sense. A flicker of doubt crossed Huang Lin's eyes as he suddenly recalled a note left by Zhu Zhenhua in Xiong Chumo's file. An even wilder theory emerged in his mind: could Xiong Chumo actually be the illegitimate child of the Dragonblood war god? While Huang Lin was lost in thought, Shun Lang quietly asked, "Sir, may I step down now?" Huang Lin snapped out of his reverie and nodded. "Yes, you may. You've won." Shun Lang responded with a quick acknowledgement and left the arena with Xiao Hei in tow. Huang Lin, however, remained where he was, turning to face the crowd of rookies below, who were buzzing with excitement. The earlier moment when Xiao Hei nearly defeated Cho Tianyi, armed with dual epic level gear, had clearly left everyone stunned. Whoa, that was insane. What kind of dog is that? That dog's strength has to rival a 4-star professional, at least. Who exactly is this Xiong Chumo? How did he manage to form a contract with such a powerful beast? It's got to be a divine beast. The exact star level, though, I'm not sure. How could a rookie professional possibly contract a divine beast? He must have some incredibly strong war god backing him up. The crowd erupted into a chaotic discussion, their conversation drifting from Xiao Hei's strength to Shen Lang's mysterious background. When Shun Lang returned to his spot, Yi Hongyu was eyeing him intently, her gaze filled with intensity. As one of the first people to interact with Shen Lang, she had always known he was strong, but not this strong. Even she, a 3-star dual-class professional, probably wouldn't stand a chance against him now. At that moment, Yi Hongyu finally understood the source of Shen Lang's impressive gear. It was all earned by himself, grinding through low-level monster zones with his formidable beast companion. Suddenly, Yi Hongyu recalled the words of advice her father and uncle had given her before she left, urging her to maintain contact with Shun Lang. A sharp realization dawned on her. There might be more to this than she had initially thought. Could they have known something all along? Glancing at Shun Lang out of the corner of her eye, she felt a hint of frustration. It was becoming clear that her father and uncle were trying to set her up with him. Noticing Yi Hongyu's gaze, Shun Lang asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Yi Hongyu quickly turned her head away, flustered. Though Shun Lang found her behavior puzzling, he didn't press the matter. Instead, he shot a sharp glare at Xiao He and scolded in a low voice, "I told you to use some strength, but I didn't tell you to go overboard." Xiao He responded with a pitiful tone, "I'm sorry, master. I didn't realize he was so fragile." Xiao He innocently licked his paw, clearly not having used much strength. Shun Lang sighed inwardly, feeling that coming to the rookie camp was truly overkill. Just as he hoped he wouldn't have to face off against any more rookies, Huang Lin's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Rookies, I assume you no longer have any doubts about the strength of Bear's arrival?" Huang Lin's gaze locked onto Medusa and Yi Hongyu. "So, do you still think it's worth competing with him in the ranking matches?" Medusa responded without hesitation, "Master, I concede." As someone dedicated to protecting her master, there was no way she would fight Shen Lang. Huang Lin then turned to Yi Hongyu. "What about you?" Although Yi Hongyu had initially wanted to spar with Shen Lang, witnessing the earlier scene had completely extinguished that thought. As a dual-element lightning user, her attack power might surpass Zhou Tianyi's, but when faced with Xiao Hei's claw, her fate would likely be even worse. "I concede as well," Yi Hongyu replied decisively. Huang Lin nodded. "In that case, Bear's arrival is officially the champion of this round of the rookie camp. Does anyone have any objections?" The crowd collectively shook their heads, terrified of meeting the same fate as Zhou Tianyi. The rookies who had initially provoked Shen Lang felt a wave of relief, silently grateful for Shen Lang and Xiao Hei's mercy. First place goes to Shen Lang. Zhou Tianyi is temporarily unable to participate, so he's forfeiting and will remain in fourth place, Huang Lin announced. The final match will determine second and third place between the two of you. Medusa and Yi Hongyu both nodded in agreement. Shen Lang leaned in and quietly reminded Medusa, "They're all friends, don't be as heavy-handed as Xiao Hei." "Understood, master," Medusa replied before stepping onto the stage. Yi Hongyu struck first, wielding a dark gold staff to summon streaks of lightning that slithered like serpents toward Medusa. A crimson glint flashed in Medusa's eyes, and the lightning snakes trembled violently before dissipating in an instant. "Impressive, Sasha," Yi Hongyu said with a smile. "But be careful, this next move won't be so easy to handle." She pointed her staff at Medusa. As the spectators watched in confusion, a sphere of crackling lightning suddenly began forming behind Medusa. The sphere of lightning behind Medusa continued to expand, with its inner energy violently crackling and surging. This attack skill, capable of forming directly behind its target, showcased the immense power of a 3-star professional. The ferocity of the lightning element was such that mere proximity to it could reduce someone to ash. The audience held their breath as they watched, noticing that Shasha seemed oblivious to the danger looming behind her. When the lightning sphere swelled to the size of a basin, it detonated with a deafening roar, unleashing a wild surge of thunder that completely engulfed Medusa. Shun Lang raised an eyebrow slightly but showed no concern for Medusa's safety. What intrigued him was Yi Hongyu's performance. This woman, who outwardly appeared uninterested in professional combat, displayed astonishingly refined techniques. Even more puzzling was her intent behind unleashing such a powerful attack. While it was clear this strike wouldn't harm Medusa, its sheer force far exceeded what an ordinary 2- or 3-star professional could endure. After a moment of contemplation, Shun Lang let out a self-deprecating chuckle. How could the mind of a business elite like Yi Hongyu be simple? She must have already gauged Medusa's capabilities, which explained her confidence in using such a skill without hesitation. This seemed less like a straightforward attack and more like a test of strength and a strategic probe. Sure enough, Medusa emerged unscathed from the violent thunderstorm, her equipment unactivated. This sight left the audience utterly stunned, relying solely on her physical body to withstand such overwhelming lightning power. This fire element mage's defense was far beyond anyone's expectations. Unexpectedly, Yi Hongyu made no further moves. Instead, she spoke calmly, "All right, I concede. That was my most powerful skill at the moment. Since it couldn't harm you, continuing the fight would only be a humiliation for myself." Huang Lin, though slightly surprised, proceeded to announce the results of the match. Medusa claimed second place, Yi Hongyu third, and Zhou Tianyi fourth. He also declared that the remaining 6 professionals, along with Shen Lang and the others, would receive top-tier access privileges in the rookie camp. Finally, Huang Lin announced 2 updates. First, based on their rankings in the competition, all rookies would receive corresponding points, which could be redeemed at the supply depot for equipment, potions, beasts, and other resources as part of their entry rewards. Second, the rookie camp would open 4 training dungeons for their use. The intensive training instance is set to launch tomorrow, giving the rookies a rare moment of leisure today. However, ranking points are a precious resource for them. Although Shen Lang and Medusa knew they wouldn't stay in the rookie camp for long, they still decided to make the most of their points. They stepped into the exchange department of the rookie camp, where an array of equipment and potions was on display. Shen Lang's gaze swept over the expensive, dark golden legendary gear as he calculated silently. Even some 1-star and 2-star equipment, priced at a staggering 30,000 points, was far beyond reach for most. Besides, with his possession of 5-star dark golden legendary gear, these items naturally failed to catch his interest. In the end, Shun Lang and Medusa each exchanged their points for 4 attribute potions. These small glass bottles contained a rare liquid that could permanently enhance attribute points, with each bottle equivalent to a single attribute level increase. Without hesitation, Shun Lang spent all his points, choosing 1 bottle each for strength, constitution, and agility, and 2 bottles for spirit. As a beast tamer, the importance of the spirit attribute was self-evident. Medusa also spent her entire 10,000 points generously on the same potions, having already decided to gift the precious potions to Shen Lang. Under the curious gaze of the exchange department officer, the two left with their 10 attribute potions. Yi Hongyu, on the other hand, didn't rush into making exchanges. Her sharp business acumen had already begun calculating how to use her points to acquire equipment and convert them into profits through Chawang Pavilion. Shun Lang didn't mind this at all. He trusted that under Yi Hongyu's management, Chawang Pavilion would thrive. Back at the dormitory, Shun Lang eagerly consumed all the potions. As the effects kicked in, he felt a significant boost in his 4-dimensional attributes, with his spirit attribute alone increasing by a remarkable 40 points. Although each type of attribute potion could only be used a limited number of times, Shun Lang was already looking forward to the immense benefits of higher star potions. The next day, Huang Lin gathered all the rookies once again to officially announce the opening of the intensive training instance. The entire rookie camp buzzed with excitement. Through Huang Lin's introduction, the group learned about the details of the training dungeons. Within the rookie camp, there were 4 dungeons located in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest corners. Huang Lin's tone was subtle, occasionally using the term secret realm instead of dungeon. This caught the attention of Shen Lang, Yi Hongyu, and Qiu Tianyi, who exchanged meaningful glances. After receiving treatment, Qiu Tianyi had recovered fully. When he saw Shen Lang again, he displayed no hostility, only leaving the words, "One day, I will defeat you." Shen Lang remained indifferent to this remark. While he acknowledged that Qiu Tianyi could potentially become a 10-star professional in the future, he viewed ordinary 10-star professionals as insignificant. Qiu Tianyi attempted to team up with Shen Lang and the others to discuss the unique aspects of the dungeons, but his proposal was met with a shake of the head. Yi Hongyu suggested that they all remain vigilant, and Qiu Tianyi agreed. He also hinted at the possibility of forming a squad with Shen Lang and the others in the future at the War God camp, though he received no clear response. Shen Lang began to ponder the deeper meaning behind Huang Lin's words. Combining this with Chu Jinhua's earlier hints, he speculated that it might be related to his beast tamer profession. He analyzed the difference between dungeons and secret realms, particularly in terms of contracting ferocious beasts. While beasts in dungeons could neither be taken out nor contracted, those in secret realms could. This realization excited Shen Lang. He recalled contracting Xiao He in the fallen secret realm, as well as obtaining the purple-eyed thunder demon and the spirit in other secret realms. Now, he was filled with anticipation for the 4 so-called dungeons in the rookie camp, hoping to uncover surprises within them. As Shen Lang's thoughts wandered, imagining the intriguing beasts he might encounter, Huang Lin continued to explain the details of the 4 dungeons. The rookies around him listened intently, with some sharp-minded individuals already picking up on the hidden implications in Huang Lin's words. However, their guesses were entirely different from Shun Lang's deductions. The atmosphere throughout the training ground was a mix of tension and excitement, as everyone mentally prepared themselves for the challenges ahead. After Huang Lin gave a concise explanation of the 4 dungeons, he immediately activated them. These usually concealed dungeons suddenly revealed themselves, as 4 beams of soft white light expanded slowly in all 4 directions of the rookie camp, resembling wisps of drifting clouds. High in the sky, the clouds cascaded downward like steps, quickly outlining the full contours of the 4 dungeons. Surprisingly, these dungeons were indeed situated above the clouds. In each direction, a massive cloud formation hovered, with a deep, swirling vortex spinning atop each one. It was clear that the dungeons lay beyond these swirling gateways. "All right, you can form your teams and head out," Huang Lin declared decisively. "Oh, and these dungeons don't require a queue. You can enter directly." His words immediately sent the crowd into a frenzy. The rookies quickly began forming teams and choosing their dungeons, with many dashing eagerly toward the 4 directions. Shun Lang, however, remained calm and unhurried. Unlike secret realms where competition for monsters was fierce, the order of entry here offered no real advantage. Yihongyu and Qiu Tianyi shared his composure, showing no urgency to rush in. Should we form a team? Qiu Tianyi asked after a brief pause, clearly hoping to use this opportunity to strengthen bonds within the group. No need, Yihongyu replied bluntly, turning him down. Seeing this, Qiu Tianyi didn't bother asking Shen Lang and instead headed directly toward one of the dungeons, preparing for a solo challenge. Once Qiu Tianyi had left, Yihongyu turned to Shen Lang. Her gaze flickered briefly toward Medusa before she asked, "You're not planning to team up with me, are you?" Then, to Shun Lang's surprise, she added, "Actually, I'd like to team up with you." Her tone carried a subtle edge, as if it were more than just a simple request, perhaps a hint of rivalry between women. Shun Lang chuckled. These dungeons cap at level 70. For us, forming a team isn't really necessary. Why don't we each take one of the remaining 3 dungeons instead? Yihangyu's enthusiasm visibly deflated, but she managed to find some solace in the fact that Shen Lang didn't choose to team up with Medusa either. That alone was a small victory. Medusa, though reluctant to part from her master, never disobeyed his commands. Besides, with Xiaohe and Shadow to protect him, her master would surely be safe. Splitting up could even expedite their progress through the dungeons. Fine. They'll take the dungeon to the east, Yihongyu declared, quickly making her way up the cloud stairs. Shun Lang turned to Medusa. Shasha, you'll go to the north? Understood, Master, Medusa replied. Before leaving, she sternly instructed Xiaohe and Shadow, take good care of Master. Don't worry, Shasha. Shadow's voice echoed faintly from within the shadows. With me here, Master will be perfectly safe. Xiaohe assured confidently. Shen Lang smiled and shook his head. It's just a dungeon. No need to be so concerned. Splitting up will make things faster. With a graceful leap, Medusa ascended the cloud stairs, swiftly vanishing into the mist. Shen Lang hopped onto Xiaohe's back. Let's go southward. Xiaohe's reputation from nearly swatting Qiu Tianyi to death the day before still lingered, and people on the cloud platform quickly made way for them. Amid the murmurs of the crowd, Shen Lang arrived beneath the southern vortex. As he was about to enter, Shadow suddenly spoke up. Master, there's something unsettling about the energy coming from this place. I feel it too, Xiaohe chimed in. It's like a natural opposition. Shen Lang furrowed his brow. It was unusual for both of his beasts to react negatively to a dungeon. Still, the energy seemed faint and distant, separated by multiple layers of space. It didn't appear to pose any immediate threat. Deciding to proceed, Shen Lang resolved to investigate further. Leaping into the vortex, a system prompt appeared, offering difficulty options. As always, Shun Lang selected the Hell difficulty without hesitation. Moments later, a notification chimed. Player has selected Hell difficulty. Adjusting data for Howling Jungle. Data adjustment complete. You will be transported to the southern dungeon in 10 seconds. Please prepare yourself. As the countdown ended, Shun Lang and Xiaohe's surroundings gradually came into focus. Southern dungeon? Shun Lang muttered with a wry smile. What a creative name. I'm guessing the others are just northern, western, and eastern dungeons. Before he knew it, the scene before Shun Lang shifted. In no time, he found himself riding Xiaohe across a desolate expanse of desert. The Gobi stretched endlessly before him, with nothing but yellow sand as far as the eye could see. Not a single blade of grass grew here, and the barren landscape exuded a chilling sense of desolation. While this was only a level 40 dungeon, and Shen Lang had confidence in his abilities, the eerie atmosphere still put him on edge. With Xiaohe by his side, Shadow silently emerged from Shen Lang's own shadow. Do you still feel it? Shen Lang asked. Shadow furrowed her delicate brows, her gaze sharp as she scanned their surroundings. Yes, it's still there. But I can't pinpoint where it's coming from. It doesn't feel like it's caused by any particular thing, Xiaohe added, his tone low. It's more like the entire dungeon is targeting us. The entire dungeon? Shen Lang murmured, falling into thought. Typically, a dungeon wouldn't actively reject or antagonize its intruders. However, under certain special circumstances, such anomalies could occur. His eyes flicked between Xiaohe and Shadow, and suddenly, a possibility dawned on him. Xiaohe was of the dark element, and Shadow, being of the undead element, was also steeped in darkness. Together, they perfectly fit the archetype of dark villains in most fantasy stories. If they were both sensing the dungeon's hostility, it was likely due to their attributes. Yet this theory raised another question. Shen Lang himself hadn't felt any presence of light element forces within the dungeon. To test his hypothesis, Shen Lang used their contract to reach out to Medusa and ask about her situation. He had already received system notifications that Medusa was farming monsters in her own dungeon, steadily gaining experience. Master, I felt something strange too, Medusa replied. The beasts in your dungeon, are they water elemental? Shen Lang asked. No, this dungeon is an undead dungeon. All the beasts here are undead creatures. Her response deepened Shen Lang's confusion. If his theory was correct, then Xiao Qianni and Yi Hongyu might be experiencing something similar in their respective dungeons. However, it seemed this odd sensation only affected beast companions, as Shen Lang himself felt nothing unusual. Just then, the global announcement system chimed. Medusa, under the alias Hidden Dragon, had successfully cleared her dungeon. The message echoed 3 times in succession. Although this codename was already widely recognized, Shun Lang had no intention of changing it. If his enemies feared his rise, then he would let them tremble as they bore witness to his ascension. As the name Hidden Dragon once again resounded across the globe, countless regions erupted in fervor. But Shun Lang paid no mind to the uproar, nor did he linger on the secrets of the dungeon. Since he couldn't unravel the mystery for now, he decided to focus on clearing the dungeon first. Sasha's already finished her run. It's our turn now, Shun Lang said with a grin. Shadow responded immediately, understood, master. Xiaohei opened his mouth to speak, but Shadow cut him off. You stay here. We don't need you for this. Seeing Xiaohei's pitiful expression, Shun Lang reassured him with a smile. Don't worry. He'll let you take the lead in the next dungeon. Got it, master. Xiaohei perked up instantly, clearly unwilling to be relegated to the role of a mere mount. With that, Shadow vanished into thin air, and an immense black mist engulfed the entire desert plain. Though no beasts were visible, the sound of kills and experience notifications continuously echoed in Shun Lang's mind. Within mere seconds, the dungeon clear notification appeared. Not even the shadow of a ferocious beast appeared before the dungeon was declared cleared. Such an unbelievable achievement would likely be dismissed as a tall tale if told to others. Yet, it was the mere level 40 dungeon posed no challenge to Xiaoying, who had already reached level 45. A single ultimate move from her was enough to sweep the entire area and secure an effortless victory. As the results screen flashed by, Shun Lang exited the southern dungeon, now carrying yet another supreme treasure chest. With his triumph, a thunderous global announcement once again echoed across the world. Soon after, Shun Lang and Medusa embarked on a second and third run of the dungeon, reaping a diamond treasure chest and a platinum treasure chest respectively. When they moved on to the other 2 dungeons, their overwhelming strength allowed them to clear each one with ease, completing 3 consecutive runs in quick succession. In just a few minutes, 4 global announcements reverberated across the world, causing a sensation even greater than the uproar from Shun Lang's initial class advancement. What drew even more attention was the fact that every name listed in these announcements belonged to Shen Lang, Hidden Dragon. However, Shun Lang had grown indifferent to these global broadcasts. His significant power boost had given him the confidence to face any crisis heat. More importantly, he placed unwavering trust in his homeland's strength if powerful enemies from rival nations dared to invade. The War God Battalion would surely not stand idly by. With this calm assurance, Shun Lang returned to the southern dungeon where it had all begun, determined to uncover its hidden secrets. Master, that feeling is getting stronger. Xiaohei and Xiaoying warned gravely, their expressions heavy with concern. They had clearly sensed something unusual. Standing beside Shen Lang, Medusa appeared to outsiders as his teammate spoke up as well. I can't sense it as acutely, but it feels as though the space around us is infused with some kind of tearing force. Just as Shun Lang was about to respond, a crisp and clear notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations on clearing the Hell Level 4 Directions dungeon. Now, the hidden dungeon is being unlocked for you. Shun Lang listened to the system notification, his brow furrowing slightly. He hadn't expected the 4 Directions dungeon in the rookie camp to conceal such a secret. A hidden dungeon that could only be unlocked after clearing the 4 main dungeons there was undoubtedly a deeper mystery behind this. He quickly analyzed the situation. Although some of the dungeons exceeded level 60, with the strength of this elite group of rookies, clearing them shouldn't be a problem. However, Huang Lin's nonchalant attitude made him suspicious. Could it be that merely clearing the dungeons wasn't enough? Shen Lang recalled his 4 hell-level SSS evaluations, and a sudden realization struck him. As expected, the true condition to unlock the hidden dungeon was achieving an SSS rating on hard mode. Shen Lang's performance had already far surpassed this threshold. Before he could think further, Shun Lang was teleported into the Radiant Realm. The system notification echoed in his ears, informing him that he could remain there for 4 hours. But once he left, there would be no second chance to return. In an instant, the surrounding space was flooded with an overwhelming power of light. Xiaohei and Shadow immediately felt as if they had been struck, their fur bristling as they trembled. Even the 10-star divine beast Xiaohei was in unbearable pain. Without hesitation, Shun Lang sent them back to the beast space. Medusa, though uncomfortable, managed to endure. Both she and Shadow sensed 4 formidable presences nearby, their strength no less than that of the 12-winged angels of the fallen abyss. Shen Lang's heart sank, for mature-stage 10-star divine beasts were no trivial matter. Just as he heightened his vigilance, Medusa suddenly cried out in alarm, urging him to retreat immediately. Shen Lang didn't hesitate to recall her and Shadow into the beast space. However, When he prepared to leave the Radiant Realm himself, he hesitated. The system's notification replayed clearly in his mind. Once he left, he would forever lose the chance to return. His finger hovered over the exit button, unable to press it. Crisis and opportunity often go hand in hand. Shun Lang was now convinced that the unexpected gain mentioned by Chu Jianhua was very likely hidden within this Radiant secret realm. Taking a deep breath, he decisively employed the concealment technique, compressing his aura to an almost imperceptible level. At that moment, a sudden flash of dazzling white light illuminated the sky. It was a 10-winged angel, her entire body cloaked in pure white feathers, emanating a power of light that was thousands of times more intense than the surrounding environment. She gracefully fluttered her 5 pairs of pristine wings, exuding an unparalleled sense of majesty. Despite being an immature light angel, the aura of her divine beast bloodline was enough to make Shen Lang wary of making any rash moves. Holding his breath, Shun Lang calculated silently if the concealment technique failed, he would have to retreat from the secret realm immediately. No treasure, no matter how precious, was worth risking his life for. High above, a hint of confusion crossed the flawless face of the 10-winged angel. Her sharp gaze swept across the area below as she murmured to herself, "Strange. I thought I sensed faint traces of darkness and necromantic energy. Could it have been my imagination?" She carefully scanned her surroundings but found nothing unusual. After all, even other 10-star divine beasts and human powerhouses rarely dare to enter the holy realm. How could a creature of darkness possibly infiltrate? The angel's figure then vanished from sight. However, Shun Lang remained on high alert. His caution was justified, as the angel soon reappeared in the same spot. It was a deliberate tactic of feigned departure meant to lull any intruder into a false sense of security before swiftly catching them off guard. Drawing on his vast experience, Shun Lang did not fall for the ruse. Yet a new threat loomed. His concealment technique had a time limit. Once the technique's duration expired, his presence would inevitably be exposed. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.